Chapter 346, Attempt to Break Through to the Yuan Foundation Realm. Chapter 346, Attempt to Break Through to the Yuan Foundation Realm. Yi-Yun looked at the residence in front of him. It was several hundred square meters in area. There was an alchemy lab, a library, a guest hall, a bedroom, and a cultivation room. All sorts of facilities were present. In the middle of the room, there was an expensive array that could gather heaven-earth yuan qi. It allowed a warrior to cultivate here for double the results with half the effort. This was the Central Divine Tower's 99th floor's heaven-grade room. The Central Divine Tower's 99th floor was only several thousand square meters in area. There were a total of 4 rooms on this floor. This room was not open to cultivators, but now, Yi-Yun was allowed to stay here for an extended period of time. Just thinking back about a year when Yi-Yun first entered the Taya Divine City, Yi-Yun would not even dream of entering the rooms in the Central Divine Tower's 99th floor. As Yi-Yun was feeling mixed emotions, he suddenly heard a childlike feminine voice coming from behind him. Miss, wait for me." The voice sounded extremely familiar. After pausing for a while, Yi-Yun turned his head and saw Luo Huar, dressed in a red gown with tall leather boots. She was surveying her surroundings, as if she was apartment hunting. And behind her was maid-servant Donger. Poor Donger was born with 2 short legs, yet bags of all sizes were hung on her body. She gathered her breath every few steps. "Miss, slow down." Donger climbed the stairs, puffing and blowing. Usually, items like luggage could be placed in interspatial rings, but there were always things that weren't suitable to be placed within interspatial rings. For example, the potted plant that Donger was currently hugging. Living objects could not be placed in interspatial rings. Yi-Yun even saw a cat hanging around Donger's neck. This cat looked like it was sleeping, comfortably shrinking in Donger's collar. "This room is a little better than the place we were staying." "Donger, put the things down," Luo Huar said in a satisfied manner. Donger seemed to be released of her burden. Without a second thought, she placed all the items on her body down. The cat also jumped down reluctantly. Only then did Yi-Yun realize that this was not a normal cat, but a spirit beast of sorts. You have moved up here as well?" It was only then did Luo Huar see Yi-Yun, who had walked into the middle of the room. She was somewhat surprised. Luo Huar had previously been summoned by the Taya Divine City's city lord. She had received many benefits for no reason, and she was given permission to stay on the Central Divine Tower's 99th floor. Luo Huar was still feeling happy regarding this. However, she never expected that the moment she moved up here, she would see Yi-Yun hanging around here. Now, Luo Huar no longer hated Yi-Yun, but she was absolutely not fond of him. Just seeing this fellow inevitably reminded Luo Huar of some unpleasant experiences, including her healing Yi-Yun not too long ago. As Luo Huar had no choice but to hug him, she felt somewhat pissed. "Right, it's such a coincidence," Yi-Yun said those words reluctantly. Thinking over it carefully, he felt that it was not strange that the city lord arranged for Luo Huar to move up to the Central Divine Tower's 99th floor. The Taya Divine Kingdom was going to face a major catastrophe, and Luo Huar's status was special. The city lord was not having any hopes that the faction behind Luo Huar would save the Taya Divine Kingdom, but it was definitely not wrong to establish good relations with Luo Huar. Taking a step back, it was clear that having good relations with her was meaningless. However, as long as Luo Huar stayed on the Central Divine Tower's 99th floor, in the event that the beast horde invaded the city, Luo Huar's family clan would naturally not sit idle. They would definitely send someone to the Taya Divine Kingdom's Central Divine Tower. At that moment, to Yi-Yun, it could be life-saving. When Yi-Yun thought of this, he gradually understood that the city lord was using Luo Huar's status as a shield. "Why? You seem quite reluctant to be my neighbor?" Luo Huar's small mouth puckered. Yi-Yun hurriedly shook his head. "How could that be? I still need to thank you for healing me." "That's more like it." The corners of Luo Huar's mouth curled up slightly. She sat down on a chair casually and indulged in the comfort of the chair as she said, "This place is still acceptable, although it's worse than the home I used to live in." Hearing Luo Huayer's words, Yi-Yun rolled his eyes. Although Luo Huayer liked to brag, Yi-Yun did not doubt her when she said that this place was worse than her home. He never figured out what Luo Huayer was doing in the Taiya Divine City. If one considered that she was here to engage in a mission, ignoring the fact that the Taiya Divine Kingdom wasn't some high-grade place, it was difficult to have something that could attract those super factions. And even if there really was such an object, it was illogical for them to send Luo Huayer, a precious daughter who had not fully matured, to carry out the mission. "I'll be staying here." Luo Huayer had finished appraising the room. Yi-Yun was rendered speechless. He initially meant to say that he had chosen this room, but he decided to let it pass, especially after seeing little Donger carrying items of all sorts of sizes. She was puffing and blowing as she placed items everywhere, so there was no such need. There was no difference changing to another room. Yi-Yun bade farewell and chose the heaven-grade room next door. He needed to seize every opportunity to break through to the Yuan Foundation realm. Besides not knowing when the calamity would befall, Yi-Yun knew that with his strength, it was like an insignificant wave in a storm if the calamity was anything as terrifying as what the city lord had foretold. If he could increase his strength, even by just a tiny bit, it would allow him to have a bit more control over his destiny. Yi-Yun entered the room's cultivation area and closed the stone door. This cultivation area was one of the cores of the large Yuan Qi array in the Taiya Divine City. The heaven-earth Yuan Qi was so dense in here that it nearly condensed into liquid droplets. Yi-Yun touched his interspatial ring and a red elixir appeared in his palm. It was the Blood Yang elixir. With the Blood Yang elixir in his hands, Yi-Yun felt like he was holding a flame. The Blood Yang elixir was refined from a primordial herb. It contained stunning amounts of pure Yang herbal essence in it. Usually, normal purple blood realm cultivators could not absorb it. Even Yuan Foundation realm warriors would not dare to directly consume the Blood Yang elixir. They would usually immerse the Blood Yang elixir in water, and drink the elixir water several times, like they were drinking tea. However, by doing so, the elixir would begin to lose its essence the first time it was immersed in water. It would result in a tremendous waste. Yi-Yun did not need to consider all of that. He had the purple crystal and an incomplete pure Yang body. Hence, swallowing the Blood Yang elixir wholly was not a difficult task. However, to completely digest it, he needed several months. These several months would be the several months Yi-Yun needed to attempt to break through into the Yuan Foundation realm. Yi-Yun adjusted his breathing, allowing his heart and mind to calm down completely. He sat there silently for 4 hours, allowing his mind to be as still as water. Following that, Yi-Yun swallowed the Blood Yang elixir. The Blood Yang elixir was a medicinal item with extreme Yang essence. It was like a flame in his hands, so when he swallowed it, it felt like swallowing a piece of iron. Yi-Yun immediately felt a fire burn within his body. This heat burned the insides of Yi-Yun's body. Yi-Yun was prepared for it as he pressed his both hands on his dantian and endured the pain. With his spiritual energy interfaced with the purple crystal, he slowly began guiding all the Blood Yang elixir's energy out of the elixir. A large portion of energy was stored in the purple crystal, while a small portion of the energy was infused into Yi-Yun's meridians and blood vessels as it spread throughout his body. All this energy that flowed in his meridians brought a burning sensation to every end of Yi-Yun's body. The energy fused into his bone marrow as Yi-Yun felt his blood begin to boil. His body was completely drenched in sweat as his skin turned as red as blood. He looked as if he was completely cooked. Water vapor, strands of blood and sticky gray impurities started to discharge from his pores. Yi-Yun felt like his body was a burning furnace as all the key points of his body spat fire out. It was an indescribable pain. Back then, Yi-Yun had experience absorbing the golden crow species beast mark, and now although it was extremely painful absorbing the Blood Yang elixir, it did not hurt his meridians that much. Or else to cultivate while healing his wounds would be troublesome. Seconds changed to minutes until the pain slowly reduced after 2 hours. Yi Yun's body was completely covered in blood strands and sticky impurities. Having suffered pain for a long time, Yi Yun's face was pale and both his hands trembled. However, Yi Yun did not mind any of this. He could feel that all of his Yuan Qi had been injected into his Dantian. His Dantian was accumulating more and more Yuan Qi as it gradually settled down. This was the beginning stages of the Yuan Foundation. This change made Yi Yun overjoyed. He could feel his power rising as his strength increased. Yi Yun was currently in a state known as being in the half-step Yuan Foundation realm. He could be considered as a person who had one step through the Yuan Foundation realm's door. Half-step Yuan Foundation was not considered as an actual realm, and it was just a transitional zone. People at the peak of Purple Blood realm might never be able to break through to the Yuan Foundation realm all their lives, but for those who reached half-step Yuan Foundation, they would break through to the Yuan Foundation realm in a short period of time. At this moment, there was still a lot of the Blood Yang Elixir's medicinal essence left. Yi Yun still felt his body burning and it felt as if he would be burnt to death if he did not vent it out. Yi Yun decided to accomplish with one effort as he carried on absorbing the Blood Yang Elixir energy in the purple crystal as he compressed it into his Dantian. For the second time, the burning pain had significantly decreased. Yi Yun was ready as he went through it step by step. It was a long, arduous, and painful process. Day after day passed by as the clothes on Yi Yun's body had been completely drenched thoroughly by his sweat, blood strands, and impurities. It could no longer be worn, so he took off his clothes and cultivated completely naked. With each energy cycle, the pain reduced in intensity while Yi Yun felt the energy in his Yuan Foundation grow stronger. In the end, Yi Yun felt as if his Dantian was about to explode. This feeling made Yi Yun feel a bit flustered. The amount of energy his Dantian could endure seemed to reach a critical value. At this moment, if he carried on extracting the Blood Yang Elixir's energy from the purple crystal, he might encounter danger. The main reason was that the Blood Yang Elixir was after all an elixir that exceeded what Purple Blood Realm warriors could withstand. The amount of energy Yi Yun used to break through to the Yuan Foundation realm far exceeded other warriors. After some consideration, Yi Yun felt that breaking through in one go was the best option, or else, by lacking that tiny bit, his breakthrough would not be perfect. Gritting his teeth, Yi Yun extracted large amounts of Blood Yang Elixir energy from the purple crystal. When this energy entered his Dantian, Yi Yun felt his body become a volcano. Due to all the energy he had compressed in it, everything exploded. A blast of heat flowed through Yi Yun's body. His meridians seemed to burst open. Yi Yun's blood vessels seemed to bulge like worms. After trying his best, he managed to compress all the energy back into his Dantian. Boom! His Dantian quaked, causing him to feel a wave of heat flood into his mind. The flood caused his mind and body to separate, and with a quake in his mind, he passed out. Author's note: haven't thought through some of the future plot points yet. There will be one update today, and 3 updates tomorrow to make up for it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 347, Alerting Bell. Chapter 347, Alerting Bell. After an unknown period of time, Yi Yun woke up in a groggy state. He opened his eyes and found that his body was covered in a sticky substance. The Blood Yang Elixir's energy was too violent for a Purple Blood Realm warrior. Back when the City Lord gave him the Blood Yang Elixir, he did it with the intention of letting Yi Yun use water to dissolve it and slowly drink it. However, Yi Yun had swallowed it all in one mouthful. I actually fainted. Looks like that really exceeded the limits my Dantian could take. Yi Yun took a few deep breaths and slowly calmed his mind. He then checked his Dantian and was stunned on probing it. He was surprised to find that the Yuan Qi had condensed together in his Dantian. It had completely solidified. This was the mark of the Yuan Foundation realm. He had finally broken through to the Yuan Foundation realm. Yi Yun was delighted. It had been nearly 2 years since he began practicing martial arts. Mortal Blood Realm warriors were not considered martial artists. The Purple Blood Realm was the beginning steps of a martial artist. It was the transitional zone between mortal and warrior. And now, with the Yuan Foundation Realm, he was at the actual beginning. He had laid the foundation for his future martial arts path. As he slowly clenched his fists, Ian realized that his body was filled with energy. This was the strength that came from having a deep cultivation level. With this, he would not be drained of all his strength, unable to fight after conjuring the Golden Crow species totem once. Even after breaking through to the Yuan Foundation, Ian found that there was still an intermittent burning sensation within his body. There were still remnants of the blood yang elixir's energy surging through his veins and meridians. It could very well make a resurgence. Ian gave it some thought and decided to carry on cultivating by using this energy for his cultivation technique. And now, Ian had the complete set of the Taya Sacred Technique Jade Scrolls. This was the perfect opportunity for him to cultivate the Taya Sacred Technique. Ian took out the divine ebony box and from it, laid out the 9 Jade Scrolls. These 9 scrolls were the dreams of many elites in the Taya Divine Kingdom. Even amongst the members of the Taya Divine Kingdom's royal family, only those who had extraordinary talent and the qualifications to become a prince, or even a divine emperor, had the right to cultivate with the complete set of the 9 original Jade Scrolls. Yun took the first scroll up. This was the first volume of the Taya Sacred Technique. Actually, Yun had already mastered the first level of the Taya Sacred Technique, but back then Yun did not cultivate using the original version. Instead he cultivated using a copy which was made by a Taya Divine Kingdom sage who had great accomplishments in the Taya Sacred Technique, but a copy would naturally have some tiny differences from the original. Usually, these tiny differences would not affect anything, but Yun still wanted to look at the original version. He wanted to see these tiny differences in the original cultivation technique, so that he could correct any unknown errors he might have. He could also look for greater inspiration from it. After taking the Jade Scroll in hand, Yun sank his sensed within it and what he saw shocked him. Yun had the purple crystal in his body, so he was very sensitive to the control of energy. He was surprised to find that, in his energy vision, every word and stroke in the Taya Sacred Technique Jade Scroll contained a trace of energy. It was as if, after all this time, the energy traces had greatly weakened. However, they still existed. In contrast, in the Taya Sacred Technique copy, there were no traces of energy. It looks like the person who created the Taya Sacred Technique was far beyond the sage realm. Indeed, if it was a cultivation technique created by a sage, how could it become the foundation pillar of the Taya Divine Kingdom? Ever since the Taya Divine Kingdom was established, tens of millions of years ago, there had been a countless numbers of sages. Top sages were not lacking in numbers. Besides, there were even peerless sages such as the Taya Divine City's founding city lord, but he had never heard of any of them creating a cultivation technique that could match the Taya Sacred Technique. The sages of every Taya Divine Kingdom generation would attempt to add some improvements to the Taya Sacred Technique, however, these additions might not really be beneficial. At least, at a higher martial Dao realm, these additions might be meaningless. Yun read through the Taya Sacred Technique and subconsciously became engrossed in it. He knew that the cultivation technique was only temporarily lent to him for studying. So if he did not take this opportunity to memorize more of it, he did not know when he would have the chance to read it again. So even though he could not completely understand the contents in the last few volumes of the Taya Sacred Technique, he still managed to store all of their contents in his mind. Month after month, time silently passed. Yun did not know for how long he had been in this chamber. This day, he suddenly heard dang. Dang. Dang, the sound of metallic percussions. They were resounding like thunder across the Taya Divine City. Yun's chamber was soundproof, and would be nearly completely isolated with the chamber door closed. Under normal circumstances, there would be absolute silence inside the chamber. However, there was one sound in the Taiya Divine City that could transmit directly into the chamber. That was the sound from the Divine Wilderness Bell. This Divine Wilderness Bell was a magical treasure. It could only be rung by a person with a peak human lord cultivation level. Its sound could be delivered thousands of miles away, and even sound isolating arrays could not ward it off. The Divine Wilderness Bell has rung. Yi Yun was alarmed. The main purpose of the Divine Wilderness Bell in the Taiya Divine City was to warn. It was only rung when an enemy was invading, when the safety of the Taiya Divine City was being threatened. And the things that could threaten the Taiya Divine City was few and far between. A typical small-sized beast horde would not even be able to come within 100,000 feet of the Taiya Divine City, so there was no need to ring the Divine Wilderness Bell. In fact, it was said that the Divine Wilderness Bell had not been rung in the past millennium. Could it be? A dark cloud shrouded Yi Yun's heart. He rushed out of his own residence and immediately met Luo Huir, who also came running out of her residence. "Miss, what has happened?" Donger was plugging her tiny ears as she nervously asked. Outside of the residences, the chimes of the Divine Wilderness Bell were even more ear-shattering. If one's cultivation level was lacking, it would cause one's organs to resonate with the bell chimes, making it quite unpleasant. This should be the Divine Wilderness Bell. Luo Huir, in contrast, was not worried. She found it novel to hear the bell for the first time. "Yi Yun, come to the city gates." At this moment, a solemn voice rang in Yi Yun's ear. This voice belonged to the city lord. Yi Yun glanced at Luo Huir. From her expression he could tell that she had received a similar message. "Let's go." Yi Yun pushed open the central Divine Tower's outer door and followed the tower's sloping emergency passage staircase, running down the tower. When Yi Yun came out of the central Divine Tower, he realized that in the past months of his reclusive training, the Taiya Divine City had changed and was no longer the same. The Divine City's four walls were shimmering with several defense arrays. Piles of bone relics were stored in large metal boxes, as the source of energy for the arrays. These were the strategic reserves of the Taiya Divine Kingdom. They were all taken out in times of need. There were several catapults installed all along the city's four corners. Amongst these catapults was the legendary Primal Divine Crossbow. The Primal Divine Crossbow was driven by a huge array. More than 10 human lords had to combine their forces in order to control one Primal Divine Crossbow. The crossbow used the primal arrows Yi Yun saw the first time he entered the Taiya Divine City. They were 4 meters long and every arrow was made out of a special metal. The cost of their construction was high and they weighed 1,000,000 jin. Back then, Yi Yun and the other recruits had all failed to pierce into the purple tungsten wall using the primal arrows. Even Yi Yun failed the first time he tried. Although he could lift the primal arrow, he was still not able to steadily pierce it. Releasing his hand made the arrow fall to the ground. Because of these experiences, this terrifying weapon was still fresh in Yi Yun's mind. This was a weapon that could even threaten primordial species. With so many human lords and sages in the city, and with the support from other factions, the Taiya Divine City's combat strength was rather terrifying. Yi Yun walked straight ahead and found that there were a lot more warriors in the Taiya Divine City compared to before. The cultivation levels of these warriors were mostly at human lord. They came from all sorts of factions, and were the backbones of several large factions. These human lords were all dressed in armor, with their weapons in hand. All of them looked solemn. No one could rest easy against the legendary shepherd boy who nearly annihilated the Shintu family clan. Yi Yun could feel a thick warlike atmosphere coming from those people. This time, it was no longer a battle on a stage, but a real life and death battle. Winning allowed you to stay alive while losing most likely meant complete annihilation. When Yi Yun reached the city gates, a lot of people had already gathered there. They were sages of factions from all over. They were all standing above the city gate. Yi Yun saw Song Yan, Jian Gu, and his quasi-master Grandmaster Yue Hua. They slightly nodded at Yi Yun and did not say a word. They were all focusing on something far into the distance. Ian even saw the Taya Divine City's city lord, who was now standing with the 7-star pagoda owner. They were discussing something. Ian did not bother the city lord and instead walked over to Son Yen, who looked relatively free. Is it the shepherd boy? Son Yen did not look back as he carried on looking at the distant horizon. This old man that was usually laughing now had a serious face. He nodded. It should be. We have outposts deployed in a radius of 1,500 kilometers from the Divine City. Just now, a scout from one of the outposts transmitted the news of a large-scale beast horde emerging. Later on, nothing came from him. It's most likely that he has already given his life for his country. Son Yan's tone sounded bleak when he said that. Died for his country? Ian's heart sank. Everyone knew that being a scout was extremely dangerous. The first person to die was the scout when a beast horde happened. However, a person had to go. This was war. There was no choice in the matter. Son Yen said, now, the city lord has ordered all scouts from the outposts to retreat to the Taya Divine City. With the beast horde's speed, it would probably appear within 2 hours. 2 hours? Yi-Yun looked at the sky. Everyone in the Taya Divine City had been activated. Clearly, while he was in reclusive training, these warriors protecting the Divine City had experienced numerous exercises. Now, although everyone were somewhat worried, no one panicked. Catapults after catapults were raised. The large arrays on the city walls were activated. The airspace above the Taya Divine City was enveloped by a colorful, lit-up haze. Those were the light beams of the array. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 348, Giant Turtle. Chapter 348, Giant Turtle. Above the city walls, Yi-Yun saw Bai and Fenglin. The two of them nodded slightly at Yi-Yun without a word. Yi-Yun also saw many people that were the enemy during the Alliance tournament. At this moment, they were all standing shoulder to shoulder in arms. To these factions, situating the battlefield to the Taya Divine City was better than spreading the flames of war to their own land. The air seemed to freeze as the atmosphere became graver than ever before. A huge hourglass was placed above the city walls as a way of keeping time. There was a distance of 1,500 kilometers from the outpost where the scout was located to the Taya Divine City. It was a human estimation that it would take the beast horde 2 hours to arrive. It was not necessarily exact. However, it was not too far off. With an hourglass keeping track of time, it allowed people to mentally prepare. Ian stood on the city walls as he watched the sand quietly flow. He felt that what was seeping downwards was not sand but fresh lives. Once the beast horde came, it was unknown how many lives would disappear like the sand. Shepherd boy, what sort of person are you? Why did you conjure the beast horde that could wipe out life? After an unknown period of time, the sky started to darken. It was as if a dark cloud obscured the sun. Ian gazed far into the distance and suddenly noticed a gray blur in the far horizon. It was like a layer of haze. Sandstorm. Someone suddenly said. The gray haze was sand that was being lifted into the air in the far horizon. There were endless amounts of sand, and concealed by the sandstorm were tiny, blurry figures. They were moving on the ground, but they were not sand. It was the beast horde. From a lofty height, looking several hundred miles out, even large desolate beasts, the size of buildings, would look as tiny as dust. Beast horde. The beast horde is here. People could feel the ground shaking. The beast horde's gallop transmitted the tremors from several hundreds of miles away straight to the Taya Divine City. It was really like an earthquake, formed from the running of countless numbers of desolate beasts. At this moment, people saw a large blurry figure looming in the sky. It became even clearer amongst the kicked-up sandstorm. What is that? Someone said in horror. The figure was so large that it made people chatter with fear. Boom! 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 The terrifying sounds transmitted all over in clear tremors accompanied them to the Taya divine city. It was like huge meteors were crashing to the ground. The phantom image slowly walked out of the sandstorm. People could finally see it clearly. It turned out to be an extremely huge turtle. Its head was in the shape of a dragon, while its body was covered by its turtle shell. The rumbling noises were from its footsteps. Every step it made the Taya divine city feel a tremor. Heavens! The people on the city walls were appalled. With hundreds of miles of distance separating them, with them at an altitude of 100,000 feet, this angle made 4 5-story high behemoths look like tiny specks of dust. However, this huge turtle nearly filled the entire horizon with its humongous body. Every track in the divine turtle's shell was as big as a city. Its limbs were as thick as a mountain. With each step it took, the ground and mountains would shake, causing the heaven and earth to tremor. There was such an existence in this world? What was it? A desolate beast? Even the sages present were shocked. They had previously killed primordial species in the divine wilderness, but compared to this divine turtle, the primordial species they killed were like nothing. Yun, who was above the city walls, was equally shocked. There were too many unknown existences in this world. It far exceeded the limits of his imagination. For example, the divine turtle before his eyes and the bronze giant he saw in the pure young sword palace that could split a world apart using a halberd. Against such existences, the current him was still too tiny. This giant turtle comes from the deep parts of the divine wilderness? A human sage alarmedly asked. He never knew that there was such an existence in the divine wilderness. Even historical books had no such records. Only a few books, with all sorts of bizarre information, recorded such a giant turtle, but those books were usually categorized as myths and legends. I do not know, the divine wilderness is too big. We do not know what is within it. Primordial species are not the peak existence of the divine wilderness, but is it pointless to discuss this any further? Look at the giant turtle's head. A sage said, and everyone looked towards the divine turtle's head. The eyesight of warriors was extremely good. Furthermore, using all sorts of mystic techniques, people could see that on top of the mountain-like turtle's head, there was clearly a person sitting there. He was dressed in a green shirt, wore a hair band on his head and held a piccolo in his hand. A composed smile was hanging on his face. From his expression, it looked as if he was not standing on the head of a giant turtle whose body was situated within a beast horde that could annihilate a country. Instead, he looked as if he was having a lavish field trip. Shepherd Boy. Someone said with a trembling voice. This name was now a nightmare for the Taya Divine Kingdom and the other 3 large factions. It really is him. People were terrified. Previously, it was said that the appearance of the Shepherd Boy would set off a bloodstorm, but no one had any concept of how strong the Shepherd Boy was. Until, they now saw the Shepherd Boy themselves. The Shepherd Boy clearly did not emit an ounce of Yuan Qi energy, nor did he release any pressure. He looked no different from an ordinary teenager, but just by facing him, people inexplicably felt immense pressure. And the giant turtle he was sitting on stalled one's breaths. A feeling of not being able to use force against the Shepherd Boy and the beast horde grew in the people's minds. Could they really withstand this beast horde? Would they die here? These thoughts flashed past through the minds of many people. Lately, the words beast horde had been thrown around a lot. When people thought about it, they only thought of a beast horde that was larger in scale, by a few times, compared to the usual beast hordes. That there might be plenty of primordial species which would make the battle extremely bloody. However, they never expected that the beast horde conjured by the Shepherd Boy would be this terrifying. Just the giant turtle alone far exceeded the scope of primordial species. City Lord. Some of the Taya Divine City sages gathered around the Taya Divine City's City Lord. All of them looked solemn. Beads of sweat were even oozing out of their foreheads. The Yunlong Divine Kingdom sages similarly gathered around the 7-star pagoda owner. Against such an enemy, they were at a loss. How would they be able to withstand this? Boom! 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 The divine turtle's footsteps were slow, but every step it took crossed a distance of tens of miles. It just needed to take tens of steps before it would have traversed the distance from the horizon to the Taya Divine City. Every footstep it left behind in the divine wilderness would form a large lake when it rained in the future. With the divine turtle approaching, the tremors the Taya Divine City felt became more and more obvious. At this time, the melodious tune of a piccolo could be heard across the vast divine wilderness. Several hundred miles were not enough to block off the piccolo's tune. The piccolo's tune slowly emerged, flowing like water in the air as it resounded inside everyone's ears. People held their breaths. The piccolo's tune could be heard everywhere. Even the loud trampling of the beast horde could not drown it. He is the shepherd boy. We were too naive. On the Yunlong Divine Kingdom side, the 7-star pagoda owner bitterly smiled. An unknown feeling arose in his heart. At this moment, the divine turtle was just tens of miles away from the Taya Divine City. The giant turtle, with its head lifted, exceeded the Taya Divine City in altitude. When people saw the large head, they felt as if there was a black mountain standing in front of the Taya Divine City. And the shepherd boy, who was standing on this mountain's peak, was lightly blowing on his piccolo. His green clothes were fluttering in the wind, as he looked like a god. Currently, the shepherd boy was like his present position. High up, above all, looking down on everything. The Taya Divine City's city lord looked up at the shepherd boy as he held a saber in hand. He gently sighed, "Song Yan, activate the backup plan." The city lord's voice entered Song Yan's ears, making Song Yan quiver. "City lord. There is no need to say anything. There is no time." As the city lord said this, his body flew straight out. He flew out alone towards the shepherd boy. "City lord." People were greatly alarmed. Song Yan nearly jumped out of his skin. What was the city lord doing? He was the backbone of the people. If the city lord were to be lost at this moment, the consequences would be disastrous. However, no one could stop him at this moment. The city lord was like a wisp of smoke as he appeared before the shepherd boy. He was just 1,000 feet away from him now. The shepherd boy looked at the middle-aged scholar and a smile formed on his lips. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 349, I cannot dodge what is mine. Chapter 349, I cannot dodge what is mine. The fierce winds howled as the Taya Divine City's city lord looked at the shepherd boy from a distance while floating above the vast wilderness. The city lord was situated beside the nostrils of the divine turtle. He felt as if the nostrils were two large volcano openings, spewing out hot air. The middle-aged scholar sighed. He had spent 90% of his life in the divine wilderness, yet he did not even know of the existence of such a terrifying behemoth being in the divine wilderness. It was quite tragic. "Human, you seem to have something to say to me?" The shepherd boy stood up from the divine turtle's head, with the piccolo in hand, smiling at the middle-aged scholar. "You are pretty good. Even under the pressure of the Long Gui * true spirit, you are still able to remain unruffled. For your cultivation level, it is extremely rare." At this moment, the middle-aged scholar held his saber as his clothes started fluttering violently in the turbulent winds. Long Gui true spirit, the middle-aged scholar gently shook his head. "I see. When I traversed the divine wilderness, I did hear of people mentioning primordial spirits. Primordial species have a trace of the bloodline of an ancient divine beast, but it is extremely dilute, as such it is only known as a species. As for primordial spirits, the bloodlines they have inherited is much thicker than those of the primordial species. They can even manifest the shapes of the ancient sacred or divine beasts, hence they are called true spirits. Long Gui true spirit should be a descendant of Long Gui. The legendary Long Gui was a divine beast. It had a dragon's head and a turtle's body, and it was one of the 9 sons of the true dragon. The body of a Long Gui was huge, and its strength was limitless. It could even carry a star. Not bad, although you are born in this remote land, your knowledge is not lacking. The shepherd boy was smiling even now. You are not human? The middle-aged scholar asked as he looked at the shepherd boy. He had always suspected so. The shepherd boy gently shook his head. No, I was born from the desolate race. My appearance may look no different from a human, but the difference is our sole ability to communicate with desolate beasts. Desolate race. Able to communicate with desolate beasts. Many of the warriors above the city walls had never heard of such a race. However, the middle-aged scholar knew. This world was not limited only to the human race. There were other races as well. And amongst those races, there were some whose numbers exceeded that of humans. The desolate race. I see. May I ask you why you are annihilating my Taya divine kingdom? Because I have something to do, the shepherd boy gently shook his head. I do not truly want to destroy Taya, but unfortunately, the few countries around the divine wilderness are hindering me from doing what I want to do. As such, I can only annihilate. When the shepherd boy said words that played down on the matter, the hearts of the people on the divine city's walls jumped. You want to destroy a few countries just to do something. One had to know that there were trillions of lives in the countries surrounding the divine wilderness. He wanted to kill all of them with just a few simple words. You want to destroy trillions of lives just to do one thing? The middle-aged scholar's voice sank as he tightly clenched his saber. So what? The shepherd boy stroked his piccolo. All sorts of natural living things support the survival of humans, yet humans have never reciprocated that to the heavens. Humans have accepted the gifts from nature, but what they consider is forever their own interests. You have extracted from nature without constraint, and with your trillions of people, you have extracted even more. To survive, are you not killing living beings every second and every moment? And the numbers you kill are far greater in number than the number of humans. The world is heartless, it treats everything as lowly beings. In front of a stronger power, humans are no different from pigs and dogs. You can kill other living beings because you are strong. If other living beings kill you, it is because they are stronger. You can say that this is part and parcel of the heavenly Tao, survival of the fitness. Not only you, even large worlds can collapse, formation, existence, and then destruction. It is all a part of the heavenly Tao. When the shepherd boy said all this so frankly, the middle-aged scholar felt a chill. Although he did not wish to admit it, he had to agree that what the shepherd boy said was reasonable. With a higher heavenly Tao in front of them, so what if it were to destroy a trillion lives? When 2 stars collide, it too would kill trillions of lives. However, who would say that the stars were cruel? If that is the case, then there is nothing for us to negotiate on. The middle-aged scholar let out a long sigh. What should be destroyed will eventually be destroyed. The shepherd boy faintly said, if you and your kind will leave this place, you may still survive. I appreciate you and you should not be fated to die here. It is impossible for me to leave. I cannot dodge what is mine. The middle-aged scholar unsheathed his saber. The cold beam of the 4-foot-long saber seemed to freeze even the sunlight. On the divine city's walls, the 7-star pagoda owner also let out a long sigh as he took out a spear from his interspatial ring. Everyone could feel the difficulty of the upcoming battle. This was a battle to the death. It was fated that many of them would die here. Ian, I'm taking you away. At the moment when swords were drawn and bows were strung, Song Yan's Yuan Qi transmission entered Ian's ears. What? Yi Yun was shocked. And at this moment, Song Yan's hand had already grabbed Yi Yun's shoulder. It was not only Yi Yun. Yao Dao, Yang Qian, the Yunlong Divine Kingdoms by Feng Lin, Shen Shui and company all had law enforcers and elders prepared to lead them away. We are not fighting? Fatty Qian Shui trembled as he spoke. His voice clearly shook. He was after all young, how could he have ever experienced a scene such as this? Against the shepherd boy in the humongous Longue, it would be a lie if Fatty said that he was not afraid. This level of existence could easily turn him into ash with the mere flick of its hand. Fatty was now in a dilemma. On one hand, he did not wish to stay in the Taya Divine City. If he could run away with his foot lubricated, that would be the best. However, he just found it too shameful to run away in the face of danger. After all, there were still plenty of people left defending the city. You are just sending yourselves to your graves by participating in the battle. It is completely meaningless. The city lord had previously instructed me to send all of you out of here in the event that the Taya Divine City cannot be secured. No matter which faction it was, their younger generations were their future. They could not be sacrificed for nothing. If their countries were to collapse, then their countries might still have a chance to reconstruct in the future when the younger generation grew up. Yi Yun, Bai, and Feng Lin were silent. Everyone was always in a balance between ID and superego. They did not wish to escape in the face of danger, but they knew that it was meaningless to stay behind and die. Only Fatty Qianshui seemed to be fearless. He gritted his teeth. We are warriors. How can we leave our seniors here to fight while we leave? Song Yan rolled his eyes unhappily at Fatty Qianshui's righteousness and awe-inspiring speech. He was wise at his age, so how could he not have noticed that Fatty's face had turned white with fear previously? Then you can stay behind while the others leave. Song Yan could not be bothered to speak nonsense with the cowardly Fatty. At this moment, time was of the essence, if not, these elites would never be able to leave. Fatty Qianshui immediately shut up. His mouth gaped but he could not utter a single word. Yi Yun's expression turned solemn. At this moment, he was in no mood to ridicule Qianshui. He said worriedly, Senior Song Yan, letting us escape, are all of you already prepared to? Pooey. 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 Song Yan interrupted Yi Yun's speech midway. What a foul mouth. If one can live, who the F***K would want to die? In all of these years, the Taya Divine City has accumulated a large numbers of relics and strategic reserves. With the sword and saber tomb's large array, it can still defend for a while. We sages and human lords cannot retreat. The Taya Divine City is a stronghold that holds off the beast horde. If this city falls, then the beast horde will enter the Taya Divine Kingdom. Then there will be nothing to stop the horde as it goes straight ahead. Although I too want to run, I have already lived a long life. So, I still want my face. The Divine Kingdom has allowed me to reach the Sage Realm, so repaying them with my remaining few years of lifespan is not a loss on my part. However, all of you are different. Your survival is of the greatest value to the Divine Kingdom. When Song Yan said this, he suddenly let out a hearty laugh, ********. What is yours will always be yours, what is not yours will never be yours no matter how hard you fight for it. Besides, I might not even die. As Song Yan spoke, he found that the words he said sounded like a will. He slapped his mouth, F******K, why are my words becoming more and more ridiculous? By following the city lord's plan, we might even survive. Now, all of you, quickly leave. As Song Yan said this, he and another Yunlong Divine Kingdom elder began preparing to send the young cultivators away. Now was really not time to be hypocritical. Although the Divine City had a large protective array, who knew if this large array could withstand the attack from the Longue True Spirit? Staying behind could even cause the Taya Divine City's city lord and the 7-star pagoda owner to be distracted. If they had to take time to protect them, then it would not be worth it. A short-distance teleportation array has been prepared on the first floor of the central Divine Tower. After you are sent away, there will be an airship waiting for you there. Other than Iyun, Bai, and the other elites, even the other Taya Divine City cultivators were arranged to evacuate. More than 95% of the people like Wenyu and other first-year cultivators had already been evacuated a month ago. Originally, Iyun, Bai and the other elites were left behind in the hope of them being able to behold the scene of a beast horde to gain some experience. However, the developments had far exceeded the original expectations of the sages from the 4 large factions. Training in the beast horde was now something deemed impossible. The teleportation array was right in front of them as the cultivators that were left behind began walking towards it. Luo Huire sneaked into the crowd with her maidservant Donger, hoping to sneak through the teleportation array with her head lowered. And at the moment she walked before the teleportation array, she suddenly heard a dry cough. "Miss Luo, please hold on." Eh? Luo Huire jumped with fright as she turned around only to see Song Yen smiling at her. "WH? What?" Luo Huire felt that this old man's smile was sinister. "Sorry, the city lord has especially instructed that Miss Luo is not to leave." "Why?" Luo Huire was rendered speechless. Everyone could leave except her? Song Yen was also helpless. If not as a last resort, would a group of sages make it so difficult for a young lady? "Miss Luo, I am also forced to do this." "About this? Miss Luo, you should have a way to request help from your family clan, right?" Translator's note: Long Gui is literally dragon turtle. Players of the Final Fantasy XIII trilogy might know it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 350, Leaving. Chapter 350, Leaving. Song Yen was certain that Luo Huire came from an impressive background. And Luo Huire seemed to be someone of importance in her family clan. Under these circumstances, it was unlikely that Luo Huire's family clan would leave her completely unprotected by letting her go to the Taya Divine City alone. It was likely that Luo Huire had some method that could save her life. If this life-saving method could not rival the shepherd boy, then under normal circumstances, Luo Huire would have secretly informed her family clan several months ago to request for protection. Now, the Taya Divine Kingdom was like a drowning person. Any hanging blade of grass that could save it would be grabbed on. Although the chances of relying on Luo Huire to save the Taya Divine City were extremely minute, it was better than having no hope. It was extremely difficult for a Taya Divine City sage, such as Jiangu, to raise this issue with a young lady like Luo Huire, as they could not bear ripping off their face to do so. Hence, this task fell gloriously onto Song Yen, who had the thickest skin. Family clan? What family clan? Luo Huire's eyes rolled her eyes, as if she was clueless about it. Iyun also stopped his steps. He looked behind him at Luo Huire and Song Yen. Song Yen clearly had expected Luo Huire to feign ignorance. He coughed drily and rubbed his hands, saying, "Miss Luo, don't joke around with this old man in such a time of need. We are gambling the numerous lives of the Taya Divine City's residents on this. If we had any other options, this old man would not have put up this old face to mention this to you. Lives are precious. All of us old fellows do not have many years left to live, so it's fine if we lose our lives. However, behind us, there are trillions of citizens. Amongst them are newlywed couples, newborn children. I don't think you want to see these citizens die in the beast horde. When that happens, how great a human tragedy would that be?" Song Yen said earnestly. Iyun, who was eavesdropping, could not help but admit that Song Yen was very good at speaking. If Luo Huire were to turn away and leave now, she would be a heartless person. Besides, the Taya Divine City's teleportation array needed the control of 2 law enforcers to activate it. If Luo Huire did not make any affirmation, Song Yen would probably not let her leave. If Luo Huire was forcefully left in the Taya Divine City, then her family clan would probably not turn a blind eye. Luo Huar clearly also understood this. She bit her lips and said, "Senior Song Yan, it isn't because I don't want to help you all, but I can't be of help. Your guesses are right, I do come from a very large faction. However, if you think that there is some expert protecting me nearby, then you are wrong. Why do you think that with my large faction background, I would come to a place like the Taya Divine Kingdom?" Luo Huar answered with a question. Yi Yun was shocked as he too was curious over this point. "Actually, I'm here as a refugee. My family clan is in the midst of a war, with it being in a precarious position. As a result, for the past few years, the children of my family clan have been sent to the family clan's branches all around the world to prevent the annihilation of the family clan and ending our bloodline. As for the Taya Divine Kingdom, it happens to have a branch of our family, that's why I was sent here. If my family clan was at its peak, I might have had experts protecting me when I went out training. However, now, how could there be anyone available? As for the secret family clan branch in the Taya Divine Kingdom, they are likely helpless against such a beast horde even if they were willing to reveal themselves." When Song Yan heard all that Luo Huar had to say, he was completely stunned. After more than 30 seconds, Song Yan let out a long sigh. It looked like he had grown older. "Is that so? If that is the case, then the heavens really wants my Taya destroyed." Song Yan shook his head. Although he did not hold much hope with Luo Huar, Song Yan still felt his heart sink when he truly realized that Luo Huar could not help at all. If the Taya Divine City was lost, Song Yan did not dare to think what would happen to the Taya Divine Kingdom. Would the majestic royal capital and the bustling state cities be void of all life, eventually becoming a part of the divine wilderness? Song Yan's heart sank even more when he thought of this. "Leave." Song Yan waved his hand as he stopped making it difficult for Luo Huar to leave. Luo Huar bit her lips and strangely felt sorry. Although this matter had nothing to do with her, she still felt responsible for it. After some thought, Luo Huar seemed to make up her mind. She took a jade scroll out from her interspatial ring and placed it into Song Yan's hands. "Senior Song Yan, this was given to me by my father. It is an embodiment used to protect my life in times of danger. You might be able to make use of it. I'm leaving, and now with the Taya Divine Kingdom in danger, my family clan's branch would most likely take me away." Luo Huar's family clan was originally a passing guest in the Taya Divine Kingdom. It was a migratory bird that landed on a tree. Now with the tree toppling, it was impossible for the migratory bird to support the tree. It would now just fly away. As the teleportation array flashed, Yi Yun's heart felt heavy as he was leaving. He did not know what would happen to the Taya Divine City. Song Yan, Jiange, and the city lord, what did their fates entail with them staying behind? As for Yi Yun himself, although he was returning to the Taya Divine Kingdom, where would it be safe when the Taya Divine City falls? Yi Yun knew clearly that his present strength was like a tiny bubble in a large tidal wave that was the super beast horde which was sweeping through several countries. He was not only helpless, but he could be destroyed any time. It seemed like he was out of options. Yi Yun and Luo Huar walked through the teleportation array together. There was already an airship docked at the other end. Many of the young elites had long boarded the airship, waiting to retreat back into the Taya Divine Kingdom. Yi Yun saw Yang Qian, Yao Dao, and company. No one spoke a word. The atmosphere was very solemn. In a corner, Luo Huar sat in a daze. She seemed to be lost in thought. Yi Yun sighed lightly as he sat beside Luo Huar. The airship was started up, and as it flew, it trembled in the turbulent air. Luo Huar's body was swaying with every tremble of the airship. "Yi Yun, why do you think war exists?" During the flight, Luo Huar suddenly asked faintly. She was looking out the window at the divine wilderness with a dazed expression. If it was not for war, she would not have left her family clan. And if it was not for war, lives would not be lost. Ian stayed silent for a while before saying, "The fighting between humans is the same as animals hunting each other for food. It will always be this tragic. Maybe real peace will never exist. This is because for life to exist in this world, it has to continually hunt for food. Only through non-stop killing can life carry on. Those are the heavenly laws. Either we become the hunter or we will become the prey. There is no way to escape this cycle. Even in death, our corpses might become food or nutrients, continuing on this cycle. This is probably the hallmark of life," Ian sighed, but when Luo Hora heard this, she was slightly shocked. She had just said it in passing, as if she was speaking to herself, but she had never expected Ian to give her such an answer. She never expected that a 14-year-old youth like Ian could say such things. It wasn't serious. Ian shrugged as he carried on. "Instead, we should now think about how we are going to carry on living." "Carry on living?" Luo Hua pursed her lips. "I should be leaving. Actually, I can put in a word with my family clan to bring you along." Luo Hua did not have any friends in the Taya Divine City, other than the dim-witted Donger. Yun was originally a person that Luo Hua found very irritating, but now with life and death on the line, Luo Hua no longer found him irritating. "Leave?" Yun was shocked. At that moment, he felt somewhat tempted. If he could leave the Taya Divine Kingdom with Luo Hua, then he would naturally be safe. However, once he left the Taya Divine Kingdom, he would not know when he would ever return. Just thinking of Song Yen and the words that the city lord had said to him, Ian felt that it was impossible for him to do such a thing no matter what. He was able to accomplish everything he had done because of the resources the Taya Divine Kingdom provided. He had already accepted the fact that he had no other choice but to retreat back into the Divine Kingdom. However, if he escaped by himself, while people risked their lives by staying behind, then he would be an ungrateful brat. Furthermore, Ian still had his elder sister, Jiang Xiao, still in the Divine Capital City. There was also Zhou Xiaoke, Aunt Wine, and all those people he had close relations with. It was impossible for Ian to abandon them, leaving them to die in the beast horde. Returning to the Taya Divine Kingdom meant that there was a chance to reverse the tide. After all, with so many people working hard at it, how could he choose to escape? "No, I'll be staying behind." Ian eventually rejected the tempting offer. Luo Hua pursed her lips and did not say anything else. She knew that the people in her family clan branch were definitely aware that the beast horde conjured by the shepherd boy was much more horrifying than they had previously estimated. Under these circumstances, her family clan branch would most likely to send someone to get her. The airship traversed through divine wilderness with the atmosphere in it of complete silence. It flew towards the territories of the Taya Divine Kingdom. While it flew, it continuously went through many large-scale teleportation arrays. One bustling city after another was left behind by the airship. Ian knew that once the beast horde came, these cities would all turn to ruins. And the residents of these cities had basically no hope of retreating. Sending away tens of millions of citizens through the city teleportation arrays needed energy that they could not afford. "Where are we going?" a person could not help but ask when a law enforcer walked past. "The Divine Capital City." The law enforcer answered. "Divine Capital? Why are we going to the Divine Capital?" People had originally assumed that they would head to the Imperial City. The Imperial City was the city that had the greatest defense in the Taya Divine Kingdom, other than the Taya Divine City. The law enforcer said, "The Divine Capital is the largest city closest to the Cloud Wilderness. If the Taya Divine City falls, the Imperial City will naturally fall too. At that moment, we can only send all of you into the Cloud Wilderness, to hide in some barren lands. Compared to the Divine Wilderness, the Cloud Wilderness is much safer." Escape into the Cloud Wilderness? Yun was shocked. This was probably the last resort. However, with beast hordes erupting everywhere, and the Cloud Wilderness being one of the gathering spots of desolate beasts, was it really much safer? Regardless of this, he could at least see his elder sister, Jiang Xiao, once again if he were to return to the divine capital. His fiefdom was after all located in the divine capital city. To be able to meet Jiang Xiao once again in this time of chaos was a blessing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 351, Divine Capital. Chapter 351, Divine Capital. The Divine Capital City was the largest city in the Taiya Divine Kingdom's Jing State. It was situated close to the Cloud Wilderness. Back when Ian first came out of the Cloud Wilderness, his first stop was the Divine Capital. When the airship floated above the Divine Capital's airspace, Ian stood by a window, looking down at the bustling city. When he left the Cloud Wilderness, he never expected that he would go to the Taiya Divine City, using the Divine Capital as a stopover. Now, 1.5 years later, he was returning to the Divine Capital to use it as a stopover to return to the Cloud Wilderness. This really was returning back to the starting point. The only difference now was that Ian's strength was completely incomparable to last time. However, it was a pity that Ian was powerless against the vast beast horde that could destroy several divine kingdoms. The airship landed on a platform in the divine capital city. Such a large airship was not often seen even in the bustling divine capital. People stopped to look as they found the sight of the huge airship fascinating. The divine capital looked like it was still thriving. It was early in the morning, so Ian could see the morning bird merchants shuttling through the streets. He saw store owners preparing to begin their businesses. He saw bearded, old men sitting under a tree to avoid the sun. More and more citizens of the divine capital walked onto the streets. Some were walking leisurely while others were in a hurry. They all began their day's life. They still had not heard the news of the impending beast horde. Not to mention the divine capital, even the imperial city had not been informed of this. Those that knew that there was a beast horde outbreak which the divine city was incapable of resisting were limited to the royal family, the imperial capital's family clans, and several reclusive family clans. This information could not be made public, or there would be utter chaos. The Taiya Divine Kingdom had 1 trillion citizens, so it was impossible to evacuate them all. In desperation, they might even attack the army, mobbing the administrative offices and the teleportation arrays between the larger cities. If that were to happen, not to mention that the citizens would not be able to escape, this would also cause the Divine Kingdom to become paralyzed. Currently, the only thing the Taiya Divine Kingdom could do was to defend against the beast horde at all costs. If they could not defend against it, they could only send the Divine Kingdom's future hope, the Divine City's elites, into the Cloud Wilderness. As for the Divine Kingdom's citizens, they could only be left behind. Yun, I am leaving. Luo Hoyer said to Yun after the airship landed. She had received news from her family clan's branch. She was to leave the Taiya Divine Kingdom. Take care. Yun nodded. Let us meet if we are fated. Luo Hoyer looked at Yun while contemplating if she should say something. In the end, she only said those words. Beside her was her maid servant Donger. Donger stared at Yun with her pair of dark eyes. Elder brother Yun, you must survive. Little Donger said. Yes, I will. Yun revealed a smile. The present situation was really quite depressing for him. With old friends departing, the country being on the brink of disaster, and the fates of his masters and seniors unknown. After Luo Hoyer left, Yun wandered the divine capital's streets alone. He stepped on the solid green stone-paved streets. The morning dew was still on these green stone. Between the stone's crevices, there were green moss that made it look like lush greenery. These green stones had witnessed all sorts of people. They had witnessed prosperity and hardship, joys and sorrows. Every stone was like a thick history book that encompassed the long history of the divine capital city, ever since its creation. However, this history might shortly cease to exist. There would no longer be laughter and talking in these streets. The flowers and greenery would no longer exist. Just thinking about it made Yun sigh. There were more and more pedestrians out on the streets. Yun saw an old woman pushing a pancake cart as she sold pancakes. He saw a young girl tiptoeing to choose candy. It was hard to believe that all of these honest people would turn into a pile of bones in just a few months. They were pitiful. They still did not know that a disaster was looming. It was definitely a tragedy, a sorrow of the masses. I want to take a trip home. My home is here. Yun said to a law enforcer not far behind him. Oh? The law enforcer hesitated for a while. He never expected that the divine capital city would be Yun's home. There was military discipline in the military, and at this moment, they had received orders to be on standby, waiting to stay behind and defend, or evacuate to the cloud wilderness. If the army was dispersed, there might be incidents, or even leaked news. Initially, the law enforcer did not want to agree. However, Yun's status was special. After some thought he said, "Return as soon as possible. Remember, you are not to leak the news of the beast horde. This is a military order." "I know." Yun nodded. Although he could not bear to see these common citizens die from ignorance, telling them would not help. The divine city had not abandoned them. Many sages and human lords were fighting for them, sacrificing themselves. Unfortunately, there were plenty of times when human power lacked the ability to defy heaven. Lord Law Enforcer, Yun hesitated for a while before saying, "If we are to evacuate to the cloud wilderness, can I bring a few people?" Yun could not abandon Zhang Xiao. There was also Zhou Xiaoke. He could not bear to let such a cute young girl die in the belly of a desolate beast. The law enforcer slightly frowned. "Are you bringing a warrior or a mortal?" He had roughly guessed that Yun likely wanted to bring along his family members. Mortals. Alright, the law enforcer was not surprised. As a person with a commoner background, Yun's family was naturally made up of mortals. You can bring some, but it will be limited to a very small number. You should know that it will be very troublesome to evacuate to the cloud wilderness while bringing along mortals. Yes. Thank you. Yun thanked him as he rushed towards the Soft Clouds Mountain Manor. Yun was extremely anxious about being able to meet Zhang Xiao shortly. Zhang Xiao was the first family member he had ever since he came to this alternate world. In the cloud wilderness, when Yun was still lacking in strength, he and Zhang Xiao had spent those tough days together, with only each other as kins. The Soft Clouds Mountain Manor was about 50 kilometers away from the divine capital, so Yun arrived there in 15 minutes. When he saw the big manor, it appeared to be even more glamorous than when he left. The red lacquer door, with the shiny bronze ingots and the two large stone lions in front of it, made the place look substantial. "Stop, who is there?" Two servants who were guarding the door did not recognize Yun at all. They tried to stop Yun, but Yun did not even bother to answer them. With a flash, he entered the mountain manor. The two servants were still standing at the entrance with their mouths agape. The person in front of them had instantly disappeared. They looked at each other, wondering if they had seen wrongly. The inside of the manor was lined with red bricks and green tiles. Several hundred-year-old trees blocked the sun, and between all the pavilions were rockery and greenery. It was a very beautiful landscape. Yun was in no mood to see this. He knew where Zhang Xiao stayed, and focusing his hearing so that, within a 100-meter radius, he could hear even a worm burrowing in the ground. Soon, he locked onto Zhang Xiao's position. With a flash of his figure, Yun arrived in an exquisite garden. In this small courtyard, Yun saw a girl in green holding a watering can as she watered the flowers. Yun immediately recognized this young girl in green as it was his elder sister, Zhang Xiao. After not having seen her once in the last 1.5 years, Zhang Xiao, who had now eaten exquisite and nourishing food in the Soft Clouds Mountain Manor, now looked even more graceful. She no longer looked like her undeveloped self from back then. Her skin had become even smoother and delicate, like creamy jade. Her figure was slim but curvy. She gave off a spring-like feeling. "Sis Xiao!" Yi Yun loudly shouted. At this moment, his heart was filled with emotion. He had thought that after he went to the Taya Divine City, he would become a dragon amongst men and then have a glorious homecoming. He thought he could give his sister a title of first-grade princess, or some title of lady, allowing her to live the life of a noble young mistress in the future. If he had a chance, he would get her some magical elixirs, allowing her to reach a certain martial arts realm and gain eternal youth. However, he never expected that, although he had been outstanding in the Taya Divine City, he could not have a glorious homecoming. He returned to the divine capital as a refugee. Indeed, the phrase, "the god of destiny makes fools of the people," was true. Yun. Yuner? Zhang Xiao looked in disbelief at the sudden appearance of this youth that was taller than her by a half a head. Although Yi Yun had grown taller and his body had become more muscular, they had spent every day together since they were young. No matter how much Yi Yun changed, Zhang Xiao could recognize him immediately. However, she could not believe that Yi Yun would so suddenly return home. She had not received any prior news to this. It really is Yuner. Zhang Xiao was so overjoyed that she dropped her watering can and scurried forward to stand in front of Yi Yun. "You have grown tall." Zhang Xiao touched Yi Yun's face while her eyes became moist. When Yi Yun left, he was shorter than Zhang Xiao, but now, other than looking slightly boyish, he completely looked like an adult. To Zhang Xiao, she did not care if Yi Yun obtained many achievements or reaching whatever cultivation realm. As long as he returned home safe and sound, allowing her to see more of him, she would be satisfied. "Sis Xiao, I have something to tell you," Yi Yun said hurriedly. "What is it? What is the rush?" Zhang Xiao was a very sensitive woman. She was overjoyed upon seeing Yi Yun's sudden return. However, with some thought, how could Yi Yun suddenly traverse millions of miles back home before finishing his training in the Divine City? There was no prior news to this, which made it somewhat unusual. And from Yi Yun's expression, it seemed as if something had happened. Zhang Xiao's expression turned solemn. "We will talk in the house." Yi Yun pulled Zhang Xiao's hand. Yi Yun could not bring everyone from the Soft Clouds Mountain Manor. He could only bring a few along. Author's note: transitional plots aren't easy to write, so this chapter was released a bit late. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 352, The Glimmer of Hope. Chapter 352, The Glimmer of Hope. Yi Yun set up a simple sound isolation energy barrier in Zhang Xiao's boudoir. He then told her everything about the beast horde. The more Zhang Xiao heard, the more alarmed she became. What Yi Yun was telling her was truly unbelievable. A 100,000 feet tall long Gui behemoth? How big was that? Zhang Xiao had heard of beast hordes more than once while they were living in the cloud wilderness. However, she had never encountered one. Today, the beast horde Yi Yun told her about was unexpectedly a super beast horde that could wipe out the entire Taya Divine Kingdom. Zhang Xiao had gotten a clear idea of how big the Taya Divine Kingdom was over the past year. Such a vast country could actually be destroyed? It sounded incredulous. "Sis Xiao, you cannot tell others of what I told you. Follow me to the army campgrounds and bring Zhou Xiaoke, Aunt Wang and Uncle Zhou with you. This is probably the largest number of people I can take with me." Yi Yun believed the law enforcer would accommodate him bringing 4 people along. Yi Yun did not know what would await him in this travel back to the cloud wilderness. For such a large divine kingdom to hole up in a barren land like the cloud wilderness, was it planning to become a cloud wilderness tribe in the future? For a large divine kingdom to become a tribe was just ironic. Only 4 people? Zhang Xiao could not bear it. What about the people who were left behind? However, she knew she was unable to change anything and could only nod. I got it. Jiang Xiao followed Yi Yun and stayed within the Jin Longwei campground. Now, the Jin Longwei campground was the temporary residence of the Taiya Divine City's elites. With the looming presence of the Beast Horde, Yan Manglong and the other Jin Longwei superiors of Yi Yun had all been deployed to the front lines. For days, the campground's atmosphere was extremely depressing. Everyone was waiting for the order to come down, as if they were waiting for the decree of fate. And today, the order finally came. However, they were not to head to the Cloud Wilderness, but to rush to the Chu Prefecture City. To the Chu Prefecture City? People were confused as they did not know why they were going to the Chu Prefecture City for at this moment. The Chu Prefecture City was not near the Cloud Wilderness, it was actually closer to the Divine Wilderness. Could it be that the Taiya Divine City had been successfully defended? People could not help but have such thoughts as this was the outcome they wished to see the most. When Yi Yun learned of their destination, he slightly frowned. He had heard of the Chu Prefecture City. It was the fief of the Chu Royal Residence. It was also the Chu Royal Residence's largest city in the Chu Prefecture. Yi Yun did not have a good impression of the Chu Royal Residence. Previously, his enemies, Yang Yefeng, Yang Dingkuan and company were all from the Chu Royal Residence. Regardless of that, an order was an order. Yi Yun followed everyone as they flew towards the Chu Prefecture City. Jiang Xiao and company were also brought along by Yi Yun. Following that, it was another boring journey. Through these days, they were constantly on the move, not knowing what their future fate would be. The airship went through one teleportation array after another, slowly closing in on the Chu Prefecture City. However, at this moment, people on the airship's deck saw another airship fly alongside them in the air. This was an airship they had never seen before. It did not belong to the Taiya Divine Kingdom, nor any of the other large factions. This airship was black in color and its surface was engraved with complicated red runes. As the airship flew, these runes shimmered with a rhythm. They exuded a mysterious and ancient feeling. Clearly, the red runes were some form of esoteric array, but the law enforcer in charge of the journey from the divine capital, who happened to be proficient in arrays, did not understand it at all. The airship was about 1,000 feet long, but its volume was not too ludicrous in size. However, when the airship's keel came in sight, a law enforcer who was proficient in the Desolate Heaven technique became greatly alarmed. The heel is made of primordial species ribs. The keel of an airship's main backbone was a straight beam. Along the beam were several crescent-shaped bones that formed the curvature of the keel. This shape was in fact similar to a human sternum and ribs. If a large primordial species sternum and ribs were used to construct an airship's keel, then the quality of that boat would be obvious. However, in practice, the corpses of primordial species are extremely precious. The precious bones of the species were usually used to refine desolate bone relics, so who would be willing to use them to construct an airship? Besides, for an airship of this size meant that the primordial species must have exceeded 1,000 feet in size. It was definitely a horrific existence that could cast away mountains and upset the sea, bringing about Armageddon. Even a peak sage might not be able to kill such a beast. Such precious bones were used to construct an airship? A few law enforcers became extremely alarmed. The Taiya Divine Kingdom had a few similar grade primordial species corpses, but they were all placed in the Wilderness Divine Hall for the Taiya Divine City cultivators to use for cultivation. How could they be so extravagant and use them to construct an airship? What faction is this? People started wondering. However, in times of peril, no matter what mysterious power it is, it will certainly bring imagination and hope to people. At this moment, the black airship accelerated as it flew towards the Chu Prefecture City, leaving them behind. They too are going to the Chu Prefecture City? Look, there are words on the back of the airship. People focused their gaze and saw ancient characters on the back of the airship. Two large blood-red words were written, Shintu. The Shintu family clan. Could it be? When people saw this surname, they all held their breaths. If this was a few months back, no one on the airship would have known who the Shintu family clan was. However, now, because of the shepherd boy, they all knew it clearly. The Shintu family clan was an ancient family clan in the western regions. Their heritage was unimaginably deep that far exceeded that of the Taya divine kingdom. And when the shepherd boy first appeared, it was in the western regions. He had once stirred up a vast beast horde in the western regions, and at that time, the Shintu family clan had resisted against the beast horde. Although the Shintu family clan was greatly weakened after the beast horde, they still managed to hold on. A family clan which had been able to defend against the shepherd boy. It really is the Shintu family clan. People from the Shintu family clan have come. Right, they have a feud with the shepherd boy. We might be saved. Thinking of this history, people were overjoyed. It could be said that the shepherd boy and the Shintu family clan would fight to the bitter end. Now, with the shepherd boy appearing once again, the Shintu family clan had taken the initiative to send someone. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. For the Shintu family clan to appear now, it no doubt brought a glimmer of hope to the despairing Taya divine kingdom. Ah, this is great. Looks like our orders to head to the Chu prefecture city is likely because of the Shintu family clan. A law enforcer, who is usually serious, became excited and started to cheer. Even with the Shintu family clan joining, the war would still be extremely difficult with obscene amounts of bloodshed. However, it gave them hope of winning the war. On the airship, Yi Yun gave a sigh of relief. It was best if they did not need to flee into the cloud wilderness. Disembark the airship. No one had time to appreciate the magnificence of the Chu prefecture city after they landed. They had received orders to immediately head to the Chu royal residence's main hall. And this time, they received precise information that stated that the people from the Shintu family clan had arrived. They were planning to assist the Taya divine kingdom in withstanding the beast horde. There are kindred spirits to be found in the human world. In this savage world, human forces have to be united. A law enforcer said from the bottom of his heart. Who can refute that? We humans are weak, so we need to unite to prosper. Things are now great. The law enforcers leading the group were overjoyed. They brought the young Taya divine kingdom elites to meet the Shintu family clan's ambassadors. Not every elite had this qualification. It was only limited to Yi Yun, Yao Dao, Yang Qian, Chu Xiaoran and company. Many of the others looked at Yi Yun and company with envy. To be able to meet the ambassadors of an ancient yet powerful family clan was an extremely glorious matter. Not only did it broaden one's views, but getting to know mighty figures and gaining the appreciation of the mighty figures would allow one's path to become smoother in the future. There were all sorts of unexpected benefits. Of course, they were only envious, they had no contempt. Only people like Yi Yun and company had the right to represent the Taya divine kingdom. If they were sent, they would only be humiliating themselves in front of the ancient family clan. In a while, rouse yourselves up. The higher-ups have instructed that you are to seriously handle the Shintu family clan if they are to question you. You must not let down the Taya divine kingdom's reputation. A law enforcer ordered. The higher-ups had just sent down the command. Yi Yun especially, for he was the most presentable talent the Taya divine kingdom had to offer. They had to leave a good impression on the ambassadors from an ancient family clan. The ambassadors had to know that the Taya divine kingdom was thriving with strong warriors in every generation. Only by letting them know that the younger generation of elites were extraordinary in strength could they show them the value of cooperation. Yes, I got it. Yi Yun nodded. He knew very well that this meeting between the Shintu family clan and the Taya divine kingdom in the Chu prefecture city was extremely important. The fate of the Taya divine kingdom relied on it. Whether the Taya divine kingdom could survive this ordeal relied on the attitude of the Shintu family clan to a great extent. Author's note: there will only be one update today. There will be 3 updates tomorrow to make up for it. As this is involving the main plot, I'm a bit slow writing it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 353, Young Master Nantion. Chapter 353, Young Master Nantion. The Grand Chu royal residence was filled with palatial towers everywhere. The main hall was situated in the King Chu Tower that stood magnificently high in the sky. Currently, the sun was setting in the west, enveloping the sky in a red glow. The tall King Chu Tower was covered by a layer of golden light, making one feel like they were in an immortal paradise. Before Ian followed the law enforcers into the King Chu Tower, he saw the Shintu family clan's airship. It was docked in the square in front of the King Chu Tower, and surrounding it were Shintu family clan guards. These guards looked strong and sturdy. Their breathing was restrained, making it difficult to estimate their strength. They stood there motionless like wooden poles. As they all uniformly wore the same type of Shintu family clan armor, it was majestic at a glance. When Ian and company walked past them, all of them continued looking straight, clearly following regimental discipline. This made Ian secretly surprised. He roughly estimated that these soldiers were no weaker than the Taya Divine City instructors. However, in the Taya Divine City, once people reached that amount of strength, they would have great freedom and a high status. However, in the Shintu family clan, these people could only become soldiers and guards. This was the difference between a large faction and a small faction. Although the people were of the same cultivation level and those in a small faction could lead a more comfortable life, they would lose more opportunities and resources. Their horizons were more narrow, so there were people who were willing to serve a large faction, even if they were to be a normal soldier. The Shintu family clan has such military prowess and such regimental discipline. It's much stronger than the Taya Divine Kingdom. Ian thought in his mind. He felt more confident of being able to withstand this beast horde. Stepping through the King Chu Tower's door, he was met with a solemn atmosphere in the main hall. The ground was paved with inscribed stones. Not only they were harder than steel, they formed a very pretty pattern on the surface. It looked beautiful and noble. Ian saw that further in the hall, there was a young man dressed in a traditional costume. His clothes were green in color, and there was a hair band on his head. His skin was white, and his forehead was revealed. His face had a healthy red shine to it. In a subtle way, Ian could feel that in the middle of his eyebrows, there was a hint of purple air. Purple air comes from the east was a symbol of innate royalty. This youth's dress sense was simple and his breathing was very deep and composed. He did not seem to have any airs to him, and he seemed very amiable. Beside the youth there were 2 elders who wore golden robes. They were both very respectful to the youth. Ian noticed that although the 2 elders were sitting on chairs, they only sat on a third of the seat. Their backs were upright, and this was a sign of humility. Ian did not recognize the 2 elders, but one of the elders was wearing a golden python robe, thus Ian recognized him. A golden python could be said to be a python, but it actually resembled a dragon. It had 4 claws, which was 1 less claw than a dragon, so a golden python could be said to be a 4-clawed dragon. In the Taya Divine Kingdom, only those who were given the title of king could wear a 4-clawed golden dragon robe. For example, Chu Xiaoran's father was a defender duke, which was 1 level lower than King Chu's noble rank, hence he could not wear such a robe. In other words, the elder wearing a golden python robe was King Chu himself. For a young man to be able to receive such respect from King Chu made it certain that he was from the Shintu family clan. And amongst the Shintu family clan, he probably did not have a low status. Ian noticed that King Chu was showing heartfelt respect to the youth himself, and not because of the faction behind him. Other than those 3 people sitting in the Great Hall, the rest were left standing. Ian noticed that amongst those who stood, there were some teenage boys and girls wearing uniforms. These young people were clearly from the Shintu family clan, and they were likely the talented juniors from the Shinto family clan. There were other older followers and family generals, but all of them treated the youth in green as their leader. Young Master Nantian, these are the young elites of our Taya Divine Kingdom, please take a look. King Chu pointed at Yi Yun in company. The youth in green casually glanced at them and his gaze stopped for a short while on Yi Yun. Not bad, young Master Nantian smiled and nodded. When a country is in danger, being born in this chaotic times is unfortunate, but it is also lucky. If all of you can survive it, then this will be your fortuitous opportunity. Make sure to take advantage of it. Young Master Nantian gave a simple evaluation. His voice was like powerful spring pool, which made many of the Taya Divine Kingdom's favored children of heaven feel as if they were put upon a pedestal. These days, all these teenage boys and girls had slowly understood how vast the world was. They were located in a corner, and they had limited horizons. Originally, as a figure of such stature, young Master Nantian would not concern himself with a bunch of geniuses from a small country as they were nothing. Unexpectedly, young Master Nantian had even given them a good evaluation, making them feel encouraged. This young Master Nantian does not have any heirs. Right, I never expected him to encourage us. What a pleasure. A few youths began discussing using Yuan Qi transmissions. Some of the young girls even looked at young Master Nantian with a hint of admiration and idolization. For a favored son of heaven from a powerful background to be this charming and strong, he easily moved the hearts of the young girls. My Chu royal residence's family generals, the Taya Divine Kingdom's sages and all these young proud children of heaven will listen to young Master Nantian's orders. King Chu respectfully said. At this moment, the Taya Divine Kingdom was struggling, so naturally it was very courteous to the Shinto family clan, which was like a life-saving straw. All right. Young Master Nantian responded lightly. My Shinto family clan has come to the Taya Divine Kingdom for two things. Firstly, it is to clear the beast horde set off by the shepherd boy to settle my feud with him. Secondly, it is to discuss some matters with the Taya Divine Kingdom. As young Master Nantian spoke, he flipped his right hand slightly, and in his hand, a red stone appeared from out of nowhere. He picked the gem out of his right hand and swiped it across all the people in the room. This gem emitted a light that put people in a dreamy state. If one looked at it, they would not even realize that their spirit was being sucked in. Many of the favored children of heaven were alarmed and hurriedly stopped looking at it. King Chu was stunned, not knowing what young Master Nantian was doing. Desolate Mirror Stone. Young Master Nantian said calmly, people from the human race and desolate race look no different. There is no way to distinguish them on the surface. Only this desolate mirror stone can detect the desolate race's signature. This is to prevent spies from the desolate race being amongst us. When young Master Nantian said this, King Chu's expression changed. He smiled dryly. How is that possible? My Chu prefecture city is a long distance away from the divine wilderness. Besides, these are geniuses reared by the Taya Divine City. We know their roots, so they can't be of the desolate race. Impossible? Young Master Nantian chuckled and stood up. How many people from the desolate race have you interacted with before? You are just guessing. The desolate race is cunning, cruel, and bloodthirsty. On the way here, I have confirmed that there are more than one member of the desolate race in the Chu prefecture city. My guess is that the plan to set off the beast horde to destroy the Taya Divine Kingdom has been prepared by the desolate race for a long time. Many years ago, the desolate race might have sent numerous spies to infiltrate all corners of the Taya Divine Kingdom. Hearing young Master Nantian saying it so surely, the people in the Great Hall looked at each other. The Taya Divine Kingdom had been infiltrated by desolate race spies? And there were that many? Originally, their impression of the desolate race was only that of the shepherd boy. It was synonymous with powerful, mysterious, bloodthirsty, and cruel. As for the other members of the desolate race, they had never thought of them before. But, young Master Nanchan suddenly switched gears. I'm curious. With the shepherd boy's strength, he can destroy the Taya divine kingdom by himself. I do not understand why he sent spies out beforehand. I'm afraid that his goal of attacking the Taya divine kingdom is not that simple. Young Master Nantian sighed slightly as he seemed to be in deep thought. Yi Yun's mind began cranking when he heard this. When he was in the Taya divine city, he had seen the shepherd boy lead the beast horde to attack the city with his own eyes. Back then, the shepherd boy had indeed said, I have something to do. I do not truly want to destroy the Taya kingdom, but unfortunately, the few countries around the divine wilderness are hindering me from doing what I want to do. As such, I can only annihilate them. The fact that this young Master Nantian had managed to reach this conclusion from all sorts of small clues showed how capable he was. Young Master Nantian carried on, everyone, remember this. The desolate race's blood is silver in color. If you detect any people with silver blood, you are to immediately report it to me. The desolate race may look human, but they are in fact not human. In essence, they are desolate beasts. The desolate race is innately cruel and prone to killing. They do not have any concept of mercy. They kill people like they are cutting grass. Hence, do not treat the desolate race as humans. Desolate race and humans are arch-rivals, just as humans are arch-rivals with desolate beasts. You can say that we are irreconcilable. The desolate race's silver blood is of great use to humans. The corpses of high-ranked desolate race members are much more valuable than primordial species. And moving up, the blood of king-ranked desolate race members are far superior than primordial true spirits. And king-ranked desolate race members are not the strongest amongst the desolate race. The most important point is that the blood of desolate race members have mild energies. They are not like the blood of primordial species that can cause damage to one's meridians. If any one of you discovers a desolate race, and report them to me, I will give you a portion of the desolate race's blood. Therefore, I had previously mentioned that this war is a fortuitous opportunity for all of you. Now, you should understand why. After young Master Nantian said all this, the young elites present were moved. The value of a high-ranked desolate race member's blood exceeded that of primordial species? Furthermore, there were even king-ranked desolate race members that exceeded primordial true spirits. The concept of a primordial true spirit had been deeply engraved in their hearts. Back when the shepherd boy led the beast horde to attack the city, the giant turtle that shocked many was a primordial true spirit. Then, what sort of value did the blood have that even a primordial true spirit paled in comparison? Alright, that will be all for today. There are no spies amongst us. From now on, the city gates have to be closed as we first find the spy. Young Master Nantian said as his mouth suffused into a confident smile. The shepherd boy, who had previously stirred up a bloody storm in the western regions, was an arch-enemy that had nearly killed his parents and himself. Now, he wanted to make the shepherd boy know what it meant to atone with one's blood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 354, Spy. Chapter 354, Spy. The Chu Prefecture city was on lockdown. People began going door to door to search for the desolate race's spy. A lot of desolate mirror stones were handed out. The Shintu family clan and people from the Chu royal residence were also searching. However, not a single desolate race was found after a few days. Some people suspected that Shintu Nantian was being overly sensitive. If I said that they exist, then they exist. My intuition is not wrong. I have previously seen some desolate race members with very pure blood, and I have used the pure blood elixirs of the desolate race, so I have a vague sense of the existence of a desolate race. Now, I have already sensed them, so there must be a desolate race lurking here. You must carry on searching. Shintu Nantian was extremely confident of his judgment. The desolate mirror stone was not omniscient. When a desolate race member's strength reached a certain realm, they would be able to hide their signature. As such, it would not be surprising that the desolate mirror stone was not able to detect anything. And the stronger and purer the desolate race's blood was, the more valuable it was. This time, the Shinto family clan had sent several top experts. They were not afraid of the desolate race's strength, they were only afraid that the desolate race blood would be impure. Let me extract a high-ranking desolate race's life-giving blood to refine into elixirs. I will use their corpses as a sacrifice to my clansmen who died that year. Shinto Nantian rubbed his interspatial ring as a cold beam flashed in his eyes. He had made it his life's goal to slaughter the whole desolate race. As long as he killed the whole desolate race, then the desolate beasts would not be able to form into a super beast horde, so it was insufficient to cause fear. Using the blood of a desolate race member to refine into elixirs, in a small courtyard in the Chu royal residence, Yi-Yun was sitting on a long bench as he watched the leaves fall from a 100-year-old tree. This looked like one of the courtyards that one of the Chu royal residence's palace girls lived in. There was even a swing in the courtyard. However, no one knew where the girl had gone, so Yi-Yun and Jiang Xiara were assigned to live in it. There were too many people that had entered the Chu prefecture city. Although the Chu royal residence was large, it was quickly filled up. It was extremely difficult to be assigned a residence with a courtyard for a single person like Yi-Yun. Are you biased against using desolate blood to refine into elixirs? Chu Xiaoran was sitting opposite Yi-Yun. These days against the beast horde, Chu Xiaoran would occasionally look for Yi-Yun to chat with so as to relieve her stress. She did not have many friends in the Taya Divine City. Zhonyo was one, while Yi-Yun was the second. There will be at least some. The desolate race looked no different to humans, so to use the desolate race's blood to refine into elixirs makes me somewhat uncomfortable with the thought. Yi-Yun spoke with some deliberation, despite Shinto Nantian having previously said that members of the desolate race should not be treated as humans, and instead, they should be treated like a type of desolate beast. Chu Xiaoran said, the desolate race is cruel and they have killed countless numbers of people. The shepherd boy looks like a neighborly youth, but underneath his skin, he is extremely cruel. The ancients described death feuds as wishing only to eat one's flesh and drink one's blood, so I don't think it's too much. What Chu Xiaoran said was not unreasonable, but Yi-Yun recalled a phrase from his previous life, there, we shall feast on barbarian flesh and drink the blood of the Xiongnu. Now, Shinto Nantian's feud with the desolate race was probably similar to the famous General Yu Fei. Right, you must be careful of Yang Yefeng and Yang Dingkuan. They have returned to the Chu royal residence and the Chu royal residence is their turf. Chu Xiaoran suddenly remembered Yi-Yun's feud with the Chu royal residence's children. Yes, I know. I will be careful. In the Taya Divine City, Yi-Yun could not do anything to Yang Yefeng and company and vice versa due to the Divine City's rules. However, now in the Chu royal residence, Yi-Yun had to be on the watch. Thankfully, be it Yang Dingkuan or Yang Yefeng, they were just juniors in the Chu royal residence. They could not affect those who held power in the Chu royal residence with their own intentions. As Yi-Yun was thinking, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Oh? What happened? Yi-Yun focused and listened. He heard people shouting like they had caught a desolate race spy and were prepared to submit it to Shinto Nantian to gain credit. They have caught a desolate race spy? Chu Xiaoran also heard the commotion. She was pleasantly surprised as she stood up. However, beside Chu Xiaoran, Yi-Yun's expression seemed to change. Why? His body flashed as he rushed out of the small courtyard. This is the desolate race spy? How can it be so weak? Didn't young Master Nantian say that the desolate race spy should be very strong? Who cares? The desolate mirror stone is so bright, so it can't be wrong. Let's send the news now. There were 2 Chu royal residences guards. One of them lit a voice transmission charm and directly sent the information. This had happened only about 100 meters away from Yi-Yun's tiny courtyard, so Yi-Yun reached here in a flash. And what Yi-Yun saw made him freeze. Two large and sturdy Chu royal residence's guards were surrounding a girl dressed in green. She was his sister, Jiang Xiao. Sis Xiao. How is this possible? Yi Yun's heartbeat stagnated as he couldn't believe it. I'm not a desolate race spy, I'm not. Jiang Xiao was curled up in the corner of a wall. Beside her was the basket she had dropped. In it were fresh vegetables and eggs that were scattered all over the ground. Originally, she had gone to the Chu royal residence to obtain some ingredients so as to prepare a meal for Yi Yun, but she was stopped by these two guards. The stone they had emitted a red glow, and they had insisted that she was a desolate race spy. "Oomph, you sure can act." One of the guards grinned. As a Taiya Divine Kingdom warrior, and knowing the cause and effect of the beast horde, they hated the desolate race to the bone. Without the desolate race, would they have been in such a state? Let me see how long you can act. A guard raised his hand as he was about to slap Jiang Xiao's face. This guard's cultivation level was in the Yuan Foundation realm. This slap of his was enough to fall a large tree. Seeing the slap reaching her, Jiang Xiao curled into a ball as she closed her eyes. She was filled with panic and despair. "Stop it!" Yi Yun's body flashed and appeared beside the guard like lightning. He reached out his hand and grabbed the guard's hand. "You, what are you doing?" Yi Yun had recently broken into the Yuan Foundation and his strength exceeded similarly ranked warriors. Yi Yun's grab hurt the guard. The guard's expression changed slightly as he never expected the youth to be that strong. He struggled to free himself from Yi Yun, but Yi Yun's hand was like an iron cast. The more he struggled, the more his wrist hurt. He was a bit afraid as he said cowardly, "Don't tell me you are trying to protect a desolate race spy?" Yuner. Jiang Xiao opened her eyes and she saw Yi Yun standing before her. She cried tears of joy. "Yuner, I'm not a spy, I really am not." Jiang Xiao's voice slightly trembled. She was a very ordinary girl. She had only been trying to get some ingredients before encountering this attack on her. "You are Yi Yun?" A guard recognized Yi Yun, whose identity was extremely shocking. "So you are Yi Yun. So what if you are Yi Yun? She is a desolate race spy, as if you can protect her." Although he knew Yi Yun's identity and was lacking confidence, his anger had caused him to verbally attack Yi Yun as his wrist was hurting badly. Yi Yun stood in front of Jiang Xiao to protect her. His expression was not happy. At this moment, Xu Xiaoran had also arrived. "What is going on?" She knew Yi Yun had a mortal sister and she had heard the commotion amongst these people. She found it hard to believe that Yi Yun's sister was a member of the desolate race as it was too incredulous. However, she also saw the desolate mirror stone in the hands of the two guards shining the color of blood. This meant that there was indeed a member of the desolate race nearby, and it was extremely close. Yi Yun looked at the desolate mirror stone, and he found the red light emitted by the desolate mirror stone extremely blinding. He was silent as he turned his head around and looked at Jiang Xiao, "Sis Xiao." "Yuner, I'm not a spy." Jiang Xiao bit her lips. Her face was a bit pale. In Jiang Xiao's bright eyes, Yi Yun could see his clear reflection. He was sure that the girl in front of him was the Sis Xiao who had followed him all the way. She was not a desolate race member in disguise. He grabbed Jiang Xiao's hand and that intimate and harmonious feeling was not something an unfamiliar desolate race member could disguise. "She is my elder sister." Yi Yun turned his head and looked at the two guards as he said unhurriedly. At this moment, there were more and more people gathering. Many people had rushed out when they heard the commotion. Many of them were the favored children of the Taiya Divine City. Amongst them were Yang Qian and Yao Dao. One of the Chu royal residence guards clutched his wrist that had been grabbed by Yi Yun. He pointed at Jiang Xiao and said to the people that had gathered, "We caught a desolate race spy. It's her." Everyone's gaze fell onto Jiang Xiao, causing her to subconsciously move backwards. Up to now, she had not figured out what had happened. Two fierce-looking Stoor men had waved a red stone around her body, and had insisted she was a spy. She's from the desolate race? Yang Chen frowned as he looked at Yi Yun. To Yang Chen, he did not mind Zhang Xiao, but he had to consider his attitude towards Yi Yun. Yi Yun was silent. Zhang Xiao's background was mysterious and he did not know which family clan she came from either. He guessed that Zhang Xiao came from a huge background. However, desolate race? Yi Yun recalled the bits and pieces of his interaction with Zhang Xiao before shaking his head. Impossible. Back in the Cloud Wilderness, Zhang Xiao had previously told him of her childhood. Although she had lost a lot of her childhood memories, she still remembered certain scenes, which included her past life and her reading and writing. The life she had described did not seem to be that of the desolate race which lived with desolate beasts. Besides, Zhang Xiao was literate. What she knew was language of humans, and Yi Yun knew that the desolate race had their own language. Zhang Xiao was the one who first taught Yi Yun how to read and write. If Zhang Xiao was from the desolate race, then why would she learn the language of humans at a young age? Just because you say it's impossible, that doesn't mean that it's impossible. The desolate mirror stone can't be wrong. If no one believes me, then we can test it now. Previously, young Master Nantian had said that the color of the desolate race's blood is silver. Let's use a knife and see whether this girl's blood is red or silver. The man who had his wrist grabbed by Yi Yun suddenly had a brilliant thought. He suggested this method and everyone who heard this agreed. Indeed, checking the color of one's blood was enough, wasn't it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 355, Blood. Chapter 355, Blood. Right, a blood test would be sufficient. People began saying. Yi Yun's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. After coming into this world, he had no memories from the original body. Yi Yun had never seen Zhang Xiao bleed since he came here, so he did not know the color of Zhang Xiao's blood. Yi Yun, I never expected that you would encounter such a thing. I really pity you, Kiki, a voice filled with schadenfreude rang. Yi Yun looked up and saw that the person who said it was Yang Dingkuan. The two brothers, Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng, had appeared in the crowd. As the younger generation of the Chu royal residents, they were the masters here. For the past few days, as everyone had temporarily taken up residence in the Chu royal residence, the status of the two of them clearly increased amongst the Taya Divine City's elites. Of course, they were still far below Yi Yun. In the Taya Divine City, people respected the mighty ones more. Yi Yun's stature was obtained through his hard work, which was different from the two Yang brothers. So even though they had returned to the Chu royal residence, Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng would usually hide if they saw Yi Yun. Today, seeing that Yi Yun's sister was likely a member of the desolate race, they were pleasantly surprised. They had never expected this to happen to Yi Yun. If this matter turned out true, then it would be interesting. Just from Zhang Xiao's identity, they could kick Yi Yun while he was down. Yi Yun's gaze turned cold. These two fellows and that one-armed Yang Haorun were like snakes hiding behind him. They were ready to bite him at any time. Unfortunately, Yi Yun could not do anything to them in such an environment. At this moment, the crowd made way as an invisible aura approached. Yi Yun stood up. He saw that amongst the group of people, Shintu Nantian had slowly walked over. Shintu Nantian was still in his green clothes. He gave people the feeling of a gently breeze. He had a mild temperament of pale clouds and a light breeze, and he did not seem sharp at all. However, against Shintu Nantian, Yi Yun did not know why he felt a pressure. You found a desolate race spy here? Shintu Nantian asked as he looked at Zhang Xiao. Is it you? Shintu Nantian smiled. Zhang Xiao held her breath in front of the green-dressed man. She hid behind Yi Yun as she did not know why she felt extreme fear in front of Shintu Nantian. Yi Yun frowned. Shintu Nantian had arrived too quickly. If it wasn't for Shintu Nantian, Ian felt that he could use his status to protect her without a problem, even though Jiang Shiro's identity was still not clear. After all, Jiang Shiro was a real mortal girl. It would be the same even if a sage used the Heaven's Eye to investigate her. A mortal girl should not be faced with such difficulties. However, Shintu Nantian was different. Yun did not know him, and he had a great feud with the Desolate race. Yes, it's her. We used the Desolate Mirror Stone to test her and it turned so red that it nearly turned purple. There's definitely something wrong with her. But someone is trying to shield her. That guard was obviously referring to Yun. Shintu Nantian lightly smiled and looked at Yun. This girl seems to have some abnormal relationship with you? She's my elder sister. Yun said seriously. He had said this several times today. Blood sister? Shintu Nantian retorted. Yun hesitated for a while before shaking his head. No. Then she was adopted by your parents? Hearing Shintu Nantian's questioning, Yun's heart sank. Although he was completely reluctant, he eventually nodded his head, yes. Where was she adopted? Shintu Nantian asked again. Yun's heart was growing colder, the Cloud Wilderness. Jiang Shiro's origins was extremely disadvantageous to proving her identity. However, Yun could not lie about them as there were many people who knew about his family background. Cloud Wilderness is a barren place with lots of desolate beasts. There are desolate race deeply hidden in the Cloud Wilderness. You adopted a girl of unknown origin in the Cloud Wilderness, then it is possible that she is from the desolate race. As Shintu Nantian said this, Yang Dingkuan and company were gloating as it now seemed more and more likely. Yun clenched his fists. He knew that with his present strength, he was absolutely no match for Shintu Nantian. If Shintu Nantian wanted to do anything to Jiang Shiro, Yun did not know what he could do. Making a move against Shintu Nantian was like hitting a rock with eggs. Doing that would likely anger Shintu Nantian and result in the opposite effect. Seeing Yun's reaction, Shintu Nantian gently laughed. Looks like you really care for your sister. Take it easy. Even if she really was a desolate race, as long as she does not know anything about the shepherd boy and she is just a desolate race commoner that was accidentally adopted by you, then I might let her off this once because of you. However, I will put some restrictions on her. When Shintu Nantian said this, Yun felt relieved. He never expected Shintu Nantian to back down. Was it because of his reputation? Yun found it a bit incredulous. He may be considered someone in the Taya Divine Kingdom, but in the eyes of Shintu Nantian, he was probably nothing. Someone, check her blood. Shintu Nantian wiped his smile and gave the order. A sharp knife was presented and a Chu royal residence guard grabbed it. Hold on, I'll do it myself. Yun stopped the guard who was itching to do so. How could Yun be assured letting someone slice Jiang Shiro's body? Besides, this person had qualms with him, and Yang Dingkuan might even transmit some instructions to cause trouble. Let him do it. Shintu Nantian said. He gave a deep glance at Jiang Shiro and no one knew what he was thinking. Yun did not grab the knife, but he simply grabbed Jiang Shiro's hand. Sis Shiro, I'm going to do it. It won't hurt. All right. Jiang Shiro nodded. Yun extended his index finger and gently stroked Jiang Shiro's palm. The knife he made out of yuan qi was extremely sharp. With almost no pain, a tiny gash opened in Jiang Shiro's palm. Blood slowly dripped from the wound. At that moment, Yun held his breath. He was very afraid to see the lethal silver. Everyone else focused their attention on Jiang Shiro's palm. Pa-da! A drop of blood dripped out onto the green stone pavement. It broke up and reflected the light of the setting sun. It was like a red-colored gem. Red-colored blood. Yun let out a long sigh of relief. He had never found the color of blood to be so bright and beautiful. Jiang Xiao was, after all, his sister, not a member of the desolate race. Although her identity seemed problematic, Yi Yun could not care less. No matter what Jiang Xiao's background was, he only knew that they had spent the toughest days in the cloud wilderness. That kind of blood thicker than water feeling could not be compared to anyone else's. Although Yi Yun now had many relations with all sorts of people and was an elite of the Taiya Divine Kingdom, back in the cloud wilderness, he was just a mortal. In fact, it should be said he was a burden. However, Jiang Xiao did not abandon him and they depended on each other. It's actually red, what the heck? The two Chu royal residence guards could not believe it. They had managed to arduously find a desolate race spy, but it resulted in them being wrong. F***K, this kid sure has good luck for him to escape unscathed. However, it's strange. Since the girl's blood is red in color, why does she cause the desolate mirror stone to shine red? Yan Dingquan and Yang Yefeng were feeling unhappy. They thought they had found Yi Yun's weakness. Although they could not use that to shake Yi Yun's position, they could at least cause his sister to die, making him grieve. That was something they were very happy to see. However, now all had come to naught. So there shouldn't be a problem, right? A person asked Shintu Nantian. As I said, how can Yi Yun's sister be from the desolate race? Taiya Divine City cultivators who revered Yi Yun began supporting Yi Yun. Shintu Nantian gently stroked his chin as he looked at Jiang Xiao silently. No one knew what he was thinking. Young Master Nantian, can we go? Yi Yun placed Jiang Xiao behind him as he asked Shintu Nantian. He was still alert. As long as he did not leave their vision, he felt like he had beams stabbing his back. It was impossible for him to feel at ease. However, Shintu Nantian did not respond. He seemed to recall something and was lost in thought. Suddenly, he began slowly walking towards Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao's heart contracted as she subconsciously retreated a few steps. However, Shintu Nantian did not force himself and stood not far from where Jiang Xiao previously stood. He had a smile on his face as he squatted down. He was looking attentively at the drop of blood on the ground. It was the blood Jiang Xiao bled. After a few seconds, Shintu Nantian stretched out his finger and touched the drop of blood. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Xiao. He faintly said, "Your surname is Jiang, right?" Jiang Xiao's heart sank. Against Shintu Nantian's smile, her face turned pale in a flash. You. Beside Jiang Xiao, Yi Yun was on high alert. In the previous conversion, no one had mentioned the name Jiang Xiao, but Shintu Nantian had managed to guess Jiang Xiao's surname. Shintu Nantian stood up and his smile became even more bright. It was so bright that it looked sinister. I think I know who you are. I never expected that I would find you here. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 356, Dark Red. Chapter 356, Dark Red. Yi Yun noticed that the look Shintu Nantian gave Jiang Xiao contained a trace of greed in it. The feeling was similar to that of a venomous snake looking at a palatable prey. Yi Yun tightly held onto Jiang Xiao's hand. His palms were sweating as he was extremely nervous. An extremely sense of foreboding started to rise in his heart. Yi Yun really had no idea of what to do if Shintu Nantian wanted to do anything to Jiang Xiao. Yi Yun was always calm, but now, his mind was completely blank. What has happened? At this moment, two elders walked into the crowd. The person leading the way was dressed in a four-clawed, golden dragon robe. His hair was white and his eyes sparkled. He was King Chu. Beside King Chu was an elder, dressed in gray clothes. This elder was also present when Yi Yun previously met Shintu Nantian in the main hall. He rarely spoke and seemed to be a personal guard of King Chu. Your Highness, there is a problem with the identity of Yi Yun's elder sister. A Chu royal residence guard quickly explained the situation to King Chu with a Yuan Qi voice transmission. King Chu was, for a short while, stunned as he too never expected for this to happen. Young Master Nantian, what is this girl? Now, Jiang Shiro's identity was uncertain. The only person who knew was Shintu Nantian himself. She is a member of the Desolate race. Shintu Nantian determined Jiang Shiro's identity with a simple line without offering any further explanation. Yi Yun's heart sank. Desolate race. Even though her blood was red, she was still of the Desolate race? Previously, Shintu Nantian said that if Jiang Shiro was of the Desolate race and had been accidentally adopted, having no idea about the shepherd boy's invasion, then he would not pursue her. However, clearly, the matter was no longer that simple. Young Master Nantian, may I know what you want to do with my sister? She may be of the Desolate race, but she is just a Desolate race commoner. Yi Yun suppressed his emotions while asking Shintu Nantian in a respectful tone, hoping that he would let Jiang Shiro off. Desolate race commoner? Shintu Nantian glanced at Yi Yun and chuckled, how do you know if she is a commoner? She is not a commoner, and her identity is very special. I will take your sister away. Although I could fabricate a lie and leave you with beautiful fantasies, I will not do that. I want you to know that the human race and the Desolate race are bitter enemies. There will never be a peaceful coexistence. To us, the Desolate race are just desolate beasts that can speak. Originally, if this girl was a Desolate race commoner without anything special, it would be no problem for you keeping her as a pet or as a S**X slave. I would have allowed that, but she is not. There is a great history contained within her background, and once she is sent back to the Desolate race, it will bring an endless amount of calamities onto humans. It might even be far more serious than the beast horde set off by the shepherd boy. When Shintu Nantian said this, everyone became stunned. Was it possible for this girl to cause something far more serious than the beast horde set off by the shepherd boy? Therefore, I must kill her. As for her blood, I will use it to refine elixirs. The truth is cruel, but since you asked, I told you the truth. After Shintu Nantian said this, he wiped off his smile. His voice was ice-cold and full of murderous intent. Jiang Shiro, who was behind Yi Yun, felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Refine. Elixirs. She would be refined into an elixir? Yi Yun's blood was surging as his eyes turned bloodshot. Shintu Nantian actually wanted to use Jiang Shiro for refining elixirs? At this moment, Yi Yun felt as if his soul left his body. He stood before Shintu Nantian, as if he had been completely isolated from the surrounding world. All he could see was Shintu Nantian. What do I do? What am I supposed to do? Thousands of ideas flashed past Yi Yun's mind, but none of them could resolve the current situation. At this moment, Shintu Nantian turned towards King Chu. King Chu, you are just in time. Does your residence have an alchemy lab? Please lend me the best one you have. Alchemy lab? King Chu gave him a bitter smile as he glanced at Yi Yun with the corner of his eyes. At the moment, King Chu was having a huge dilemma. How did the matter develop to this point? Although he did not care for Yi Yun, there were several people in the upper echelons of the Divine Kingdom who found Yi Yun very promising. They were hoping that Yi Yun would be able to change the fate of the Taya Divine Kingdom. However, if he were to help Shintu Nantian now, and refine Yi Yun's sister, then Yi Yun might go into a rage and do something silly. Then, all the troubles stirred up would most likely be blamed on him. King Chu found it difficult to give him an immediate answer. Grandpa, since young Master Nantian wants an alchemy lab, let us just give him one. Do we not have a herbal royal lab in our residence? That is an alchemy lab with earth fire. In the entire Taya Divine Kingdom, only the Imperial City's Dragon Elixir Lab can compete with our herbal royal lab. Yang Dingkuan, who stood beside King Chu, said in a gloating fashion. His heart was so happy that it felt like it was blooming with flowers. The Herbal Royal Lab's grade had been exaggerated by him as he was afraid that Shintu Nantian might not like it. If it was Yi Yun's sister, refining her in the Chu Royal Residence's Herbal Royal Lab would be extremely interesting. When he thought of this, Yang Dingkuan looked at Yi Yun. He saw Yi Yun touching his interspatial ring with one hand. Green veins were protruding on his forehead, clearly he was extremely angry. Seeing the action of Yi Yun touching the interspatial ring, Yang Dingkuan became overjoyed. Great! This is too great! If Yi Yun got agitated to make a move, then it would be a joyous occasion. Then he could even kill by proxy, by letting Shintu Nantian destroy Yi Yun. In Shintu Nantian's eyes, how great of a figure could someone like Yi Yun be? With this thought in mind, Yang Dingkuan sent Yi Yun a sarcastic Yuan Qi transmission. Yi Yun, Kiki, your expression sure looks fearsome, but what can you do? Now, you can only watch on helplessly as your sister is being refined into elixirs. Young Master Nantian previously said that the stronger the desolate race, the more power the blood contains. The elixir that is refined would then also be higher in grade. Your sister must have a pretty good bloodline for her to gain the favor of young Master Nantian. If only I could get a few of those elixirs. Yang Dingkuan said it all in an eccentric manner as Yi Yun's gaze turned muddy. He had now given Yang Dingkuan the death penalty in his heart. Actually, up till now, Yi Yun had never really killed a person. For example, although Lian Xingyu's death was caused by Yi Yun, he had only been maimed by Yi Yun. Lian Xingyu only died due to his own despair and serious injuries. However, at this moment, Yi Yun really wanted to kill Yang Dingkuan. Yang Dingkuan's heart sank upon seeing Yi Yun's cold eyes. He inexplicably felt his back go cold. Yi Yun did not lose his reason due to his rage and did not blindly attack. This made Yang Dingkuan unhappy, but Yi Yun's murderous gaze made him feel fear. What is there to be afraid of? Yang Dingkuan said to himself. He had decided to arrange the alchemy lab, and by sucking up to Shintu Nantian, allowing Shintu Nantian to feel happy. When that happened, he would end up with a meteoric rise. So what about Yi Yun? So what if he was great? He may be special in the Taya Divine City, but compared to young Master Nantian, he was nothing but a fart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 357, At the End of the Road. Chapter 357, At the End of the Road. Earth Fire Alchemy Lab? That will probably do, Shintu Nantian said, treating the matter lightly. Shintu Nantian's statement had decided the matter. What else could King Chu do? With the entire Taya Divine Kingdom teetering on the brink of destruction, how could he possibly disobey young Master Nantian's orders? Uncle Zhou arranged the Herbal Royal Lab for young Master Nantian. As King Chu spoke, he glanced at Yi Yun. He had been noting Yi Yun's reaction the entire time. He too felt some sympathy for this young man. Yes, Your Highness. Uncle Zhou was the elder in gray that had been following King Chu all this time. He was King Chu's personal guard as well as the steward of the Chu royal residence. Uncle Zhou, let me and Dingkuan arrange it. Yang Yefeng said. He was eager to do the job and seized this opportunity to please Shintu Nantian. An opportunity like this was very rare. Young Master Ding, young Master Feng, Uncle Zhou hesitated for a bit but did not stop them. He just quietly stood by King Chu's side. Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng looked at Yi Yun with mocking glances and solicitously said to Shintu Nantian, Young Master Nantian, shall we do it now? If you need any materials, we will prepare them for you immediately. Yang Dingkuan patted his chest as a guarantee. Shintu Nantian said with a smile, There is no need. I am afraid that you do not have the things I need. Yes, yes, yes. The things young Master Nantian need must be priceless treasures that we cannot prepare. Sorry for the joke displayed before you. Although he had been despised, he still flattered young Master Nantian cheerfully. At this moment, Shintu Nantian turned towards Jiang Xiao. As for Yun, he was standing in front of Jiang Xiao with his right fist clenched and his left hand was on his right hand's interspatial ring. At this moment, Yun was like a sparrow protecting its young against a foul hawk in front of him. Your name is Yun, right? I can feel that you are very promising. To have such accomplishments while being born in such a small country. Breaking through to the Yuan Foundation realm at such a young age and having such a solid foundation is extremely difficult. Cherish your future and do not do anything stupid. I have repeatedly stressed that humans and desolate beasts are bitter enemies. Do you not see how this beast horde was stirred up? The desolate race are willing to kill trillions of civilians without even blinking, just to accomplish their goals. The sister you have behind you has a special bloodline. I definitely cannot let her live. For once she is found by the desolate race, there will definitely be a scourge. As Shintu Nantian spoke, he walked towards Yun and Jiang Xiao. However, Yun gritted his teeth as he remained standing in front of Jiang Xiao. Shintu Nantian frowned. He stared into Yun's eyes for a few seconds. Yun did not relent and stared back. Shintu Nantian's expression sank as his patience was limited. I am saying this for the last time. I am giving you the time it takes to take 3 breaths to get out of my way. Yun took a deep breath. He felt as if his heart was bleeding, but he still endured it. Young Master Nantian, I beg of you, let my sister go. You can put restrictions on her, but... Oh! Shintu Nantian's face turned cold as his aura exploded. Originally, Shintu Nantian gave people the feeling of a gently breeze. His usual temperament was like that of an elegant breeze, giving people a comfortable feeling. However, now, he was like an evil demon. It was like a ferocious beast had awoken within Shintu Nantian's body. Suddenly, Shintu Nantian became extremely scary. Scram! Shintu Nantian waved his hand, making Yun feel a terrifying force surge towards him from all sides. The blood within his body seemed to freeze at this moment. His meridians, his key points and his energy had been completely locked. This energy was too terrifying as Yun was powerless to resist it. His entire body was sent flying by the energy, heavily slamming into the Chu royal residence's wall. Boom! With a loud bang, the 1-foot-thick wall collapsed. Stones fell as Yun was buried in rubble, his body now completely covered in stone and dust. At that moment, Yun felt as if all of his organs had been misplaced. He felt something in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yun! This sudden scene stunned everyone. Under Shintu Nantian's sudden attack, the powerful Yun was like a helpless baby. Chu Xiaoran and company felt their hearts clench as they were worried about Yun. A wise man does not fight when the odds are stacked against him. They were afraid that Yun would be rash and do something stupid. However, there were also people like Yang Dingkuan, Yang Yefeng, and company who were now smiling. This was great, it really felt great. Shintu Nantian's voice said coldly, I gave you face, but you did not want it. Who do you think you are? I appreciate you and can speak to you pleasantly, but if I hate you, you can be squashed by me like an ant. I have taught you the ways of being human countless times, telling you to keep away from the desolate race, but you repeatedly go against me. Do you really think that I would tolerate you time and again? At this moment, Shintu Nantian revealed a natural regal air to him and was extremely scary. He was like a king who held the rights to life. One moment, he was pleasant, in the next moment, he was killing people out of anger. His moods made it hard for people to grasp it. I warn you for the last time, draw a line with the desolate race. If you do so, then you will be one of us humans. If you do not, I will kill you with my own hands. Shintu Nantian's final words were filled with murderous intent. Yun'er. Jiang Xiao ran in front of the rubble and helped Yun up. At this moment, Yun's mouth was full of blood. The blood had mixed with the dust, turning its color into a reddish black. Seeing Yi Yun in such a state, Zhang Xiao's heart broke. She bit her lips. In this situation, she was helpless. She looked at Shintu Nantian and sobbed, "Do not fight anymore. I will follow you." Ha ha! Hearing Zhang Xiao's words, Shintu Nantian laughed heartily. Such a sickening sibling relationship. For a human and one of the desolate race to have such feelings for each other, that they can give up their lives to protect the other, is laughable to an extreme. Do you think that you would have the chips to negotiate with me if you were to leave with me? Your life was originally in my hands. However, I did not want to kill your so-called brother today. I only wanted to teach him a lesson and let him remember what race he is. I wanted to let him know that he cannot forget who he is. As Shintu Nantian spoke, his hand grabbed towards Zhang Xiao. If you want to blame anyone, blame your own destiny. Shintu Nantian's hands were injected with a trace of Yuan Qi as he pressed towards Zhang Xiao's head. He wanted to strike Zhang Xiao's mind. Once that happened, Zhang Xiao would lose her sanity, but her body would remain alive. Using a living body when refining elixirs gave the best results. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 358, Serene Smile. Chapter 358, Serene Smile. Yi Yun looked on helplessly as Shintu Nantian's hand went to grab her. Shintu Nantian's motion was not fast, but he did not need to be that fast to destroy a mortal's mind. No! Yi Yun shouted in his heart. He buried his hands deep in the rubble as his eyes nearly bled, but he was still completely powerless to prevent this scene. At this moment, Yi Yun's body was in complete pain. His energy was still being locked by Shintu Nantian, so he could not use his Yuan Qi. Even if he could use it, against Shintu Nantian, Yi Yun's strength was negligible. He had no doubt that if he were to challenge Shintu Nantian's authority again, not only would he not be able to save Zhang Xiao, he would also end up dying together with her. At that moment, Yi Yun deeply felt how minute his existence was. Because of his minuteness, he could be needed by others in any way. Because of his minuteness, he could not protect the people he wanted to protect. Strength. He needed strength. He needed time to grow, but now it was too late. Time seemed to freeze as Shintu Nantian's hand came pressing onto Zhang Xiao's head without any resistance. It was as if this strike was shattering Yi Yun's own heart. Zhang Xiao closed her eyes. She had calmly accepted this approaching fate of hers. At the last moment, she was praying for Yi Yun to be fine. That, after her death, Shintu Nantian would not harm Yi Yun. And at the moment Zhang Xiao had resigned herself to fate, something strange happened. Murderous intent covered everything. Ha! Shintu Nantian suddenly turned around and slammed his palm to the back. Hu! Pa! A loud explosion, which sounded like glass breaking, boomed out. Shintu Nantian's body trembled as he retreated. Before him, there now was a thin gray figure attacking him. In his hand was a short, black, curved saber that was slashing straight at Shintu Nantian's neck. Uncle Zhou, you. When he saw who it was that attacked, King Chu was dumbfounded. His guard and steward actually attacked Shintu Nantian. Uncle Zhou had previously saved King Chu's life in a mystic realm. Compounded with Uncle Zhou's power and steady personality, King Chu had always trusted him greatly. In name, Uncle Zhou was King Chu's personal guard and steward, but he was in fact a very good friend of his. Usually, they would address each other as brothers. King Chu never expected that Uncle Zhou would suddenly launch a surprise attack at Shintu Nantian at this critical moment. Courting death. Shintu Nantian loudly shouted as a sword appeared in his hand from out of nowhere. His sword blocked off Uncle Zhou's curved saber. He knew that if he could drag it out a few more seconds, then the Shintu family clan's experts would be able to rush here and kill this person. So, the person of the desolate race that I felt was you. Shintu Nantian grinned as he revealed Uncle Zhou's identity. Uncle Joe was the desolate race spy. Jiang Xiao's strength was too weak, so even though her bloodline was pure, it was in fact impossible for Shintu Nantian to detect her presence. What he felt had to be a strong member of the desolate race. And this desolate race was extremely good at hiding. Even with the desolate mirror stone, there had been no way of finding him. Instead, Jiang Xiao, who was a commoner, could neither hide the signature of her bloodline nor could she hide from the desolate mirror stone. Clang! The sword and saber clashed as Shintu Nantian started laughing maniacally. Another high-ranked desolate race, great! Today I will have a great harvest. Stay behind and enter the furnace. As Shintu Nantian said this, his voice froze. He looked incredulously at his neck and saw that a gruesome gash had appeared out of nowhere. It extended from his carotid artery, all the way down to his collarbone. Pwah! The carotid artery had been slashed open, causing blood to spray out. A dizzy feeling flooded Shintu Nantian's senses as he froze. He had clearly blocked the spy's saber, so how did he get so seriously injured? An invisible saber blade had injured him with a slash. When he thought of the moment when he turned around, there had been the clear sound of breaking glass. Only then did Shintu Nantian realize what had happened. Spatial Dimension Blade. Spatial Dimension Laws. A desolate race had actually managed to cultivate in the spatial dimension laws and used an invisible spatial dimension blade to injure him. The mysterious and esoteric spatial dimension laws were of a realm that made people envious. It was extremely powerful and the way it attacked was extremely elusive. Many wanted to cultivate in it, but no one had ever managed to even step through that door. Shintu Nantian, today I'll die with you. Uncle Joe hated Shintu Nantian to an extreme, as if they had a great feud in between them. The curved saber in his hand quickly rotated as he slashed towards Shintu Nantian's heart. If the spatial dimension blade pierces through the heart, it could kill Shintu Nantian. At this moment, Shintu Nantian's artery was spewing out blood and almost half his neck had been cut open. Any normal warrior would have long since died. Even if it was Shintu Nantian, his battle prowess had now been greatly reduced. He could not withstand that strange attack which contained the spatial dimension laws. In a split second, Shintu Nantian's chest suddenly flashed with a divine flow as a protective charm flew out on its own towards Uncle Joe's blade. Clang! The blade beam was shattered while the protective charm revealed a crack. However, it was still able to completely protect Shintu Nantian. Shintu Nantian's eyes turned cold. You want to kill me? You are too naive, you do not have any more time. Just after Shintu Nantian said this, 7 yuan chi beams shot up from the surroundings and into the sky. Who dares to assassinate our family's young master? Prepare your life. The 7 elders came from all directions. They were all legendary figures of the Shintu family clan and each had unfathomable strength. They were responsible for the protection of Shintu Nantian during this trip. The 7 people's speed was as fast as lightning as they approached Uncle Joe. Feeling the yuan qi intensity coming from these people, and seeing the thick, shimmering protective shield now around Shintu Nantian, Uncle Joe's eyes glimmered with resentment and unwillingness. He was unable to kill Shintu Nantian. The heavens has eyes, you shall pay with your blood. Uncle Joe gritted his teeth as he retreated a step back to stand beside Jiang Xiao. He then grabbed Jiang Xiao's shoulder. Seeing this scene, Shintu Nantian's heart tightened. He knew that the desolate race was escaping. Seal all routes of retreat. Do not let this old thing escape with the little witch girl. Shintu Nantian snapped with a fierce voice as he clutched his bleeding neck. The 7 legendary figures had already begun to set up an array while they were rushing over. They locked down all routes of retreat, preventing Uncle Joe from escaping. However, at this moment, Uncle Joe's expression showed an unswerving determination. He suddenly punched himself in the chest. Pwah! Uncle Joe forced out a mouthful of blood, and this blood sprayed onto Jiang Xiao's clothes. Silver blood that reflected the setting sun's glow and seemed to be, in itself, a flowing treasure. It looked even more glaring than red blood. Jiang Xiao was completely stunned. She was unable to react to this sudden turn of events. At this moment, Uncle Joe touched Jiang Xiao's head with one hand and showed a kind smile. Under the sunset's glow, his wrinkle-filled face and smile seemed to freeze into eternity. "Successor, this old servant will now be sending you home." The words said by Uncle Joe's old voice resounded in Jiang Xiao's ear. These words seemed to become forever imprinted in her mind. Following that, Jiang Xiao suddenly felt the blood on her chest, from Uncle Joe, turn warm, as if the blood was burning. The silver blood was like a river of fire, causing her to feel pain on the chest. At that moment, she felt inexplicable pain upon seeing old Uncle Joe. This pain came out of nowhere, making it hard for her to even breathe. A beautiful rainbow light enveloped Jiang Xiao. Space teleportation. That old beast knows spatial dimension laws. He has burned his blood essence and initiated a space teleportation to send the little witch girl away. Shintu Nantian finally realized what Uncle Joe was doing. He was angrily alarmed. Jiang Xiao was not to be let go. Shintu Nantian conjured up a large golden hand to grab at Jiang Xiao. "Little witch girl, you are staying behind." Boom! A loud explosion sounded as the large hand grabbed onto the light formed from the laws that surrounded Jiang Xiao. The light shield trembled, causing ripples to form in the spatial dimensions. Shintu Nantian's palm felt pain from the tremors, but Jiang Xiao, who was within the light shield, was still safe and sound. The space dimension laws had been activated. Although they could still see Jiang Xiao, at this moment she was already in a completely different space-time dimension. "It is too late," Shintu Nantian said as his heart burned with anxiety. "We cannot let the array succeed. Kill that old beast and interrupt the array. Tear open the space dimension tunnel and drag the little witch girl out." Shintu Nantian yelled as if he was crazy. The legendary figures from the Shintu family clan attacked from all corners. There were 4 swords, 2 sabers, and 1 spear. They all stabbed at Uncle Joe at the same time. The weapon's cold beams flashed, but Uncle Joe did not even take a glance. He did not even conjure up his power of desolates to protect his body. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out another mouthful of blood essence to inject into the array. Pwa pwa pwa! 7 sharp weapons pierced through Uncle Joe's body at the same time. Fresh silver blood splattered. Uncle Joe's slightly stooped body suddenly quivered. His organs had all been ruptured and his mouth was filled with blood. It flowed down like mercury. His hands were slightly trembling as he pressed onto the spatial light shield around Jiang Xiao. With the last ounce of his strength, he drew an engraving with his blood. He watched Jiang Xiao in this fashion, as if he had all sorts of things he wanted to say to her but couldn't. Jiang Xiao held her breath. She had always lived a bland life, never experiencing such a scenario. She did not even know who this elder, who died for her, was. Neither did she know what their relation was. She had lost a portion of her childhood memories. She desperately tried to recall, but could not remember a thing. She wanted to touch the elder's face through the light shield, but she could not touch it. Boom! A battle axe cleaved down on the elder's head. The elder's head jerked as his head was split open. Blood spouted out from his forehead. With his incredible will, he managed to ignite all the engravings at the last moment of his life. The light beams became thicker, like a burning flame. In this light, Jiang Xiao saw the elder's final expression. It was that of a serene smile. As space distorted, Jiang Xiao was aware of what was about to happen. She would soon be teleported away. Yuner! Yuner! Ignoring the grief of the dead elder, what Jiang Xiao was the most concerned about now was Yun. The elder, having sacrificed his life to send her away, was already the limit. As for Yun, what would happen to Yun? Would Shintu Nantian, in his anger, spare Yun's life? Yuner! Jiang Xiaoro cried out loudly. However, her voice was completely isolated by the light shield. She felt space distort, causing her to nearly faint. At that split moment, she tunneled through endless spacetime. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 359, Vicious. Chapter 359, Vicious. Xie. 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 Above the Chu royal residence, a spacetime black hole appeared out of nowhere. It swallowed Jiang Xiaoro, leaving behind black spatial dimension law beams that slowly disappeared in the sky. Uncle Zhou's body had been completely pierced through by sabers and swords. He looked at the spacetime portal as it was slowly disappearing. The smile on his face had already gone stiff. He had done it. Although he did not manage to kill Shintu Nantian, he did manage to send away the successor. He died without any regrets. Old bastard. You interfered with my grand plans. Shintu Nantian was clutching his own neck as his eyes turned scarlet, like those of a wild beast. Under his tremendous rage, Shintu Nantian's body flashed and then appeared before Uncle Zhou's body. He then smashed down onto Uncle Zhou's forehead with a palm. Ka-cha! People heard the crisp sound of cervical bones cracking. Shintu Nantian had pressed Uncle Zhou's neck all the way into Uncle Zhou's own chest. His neck was completely broken, even his skull had been completely cracked open. It was a terrible sight. Shintu Nantian's hair was disheveled, his body was covered with blood, and his hands were stained with brain fluid. Currently, he looked like a bloodthirsty demon. People held their breaths, they were reduced to complete silence. After Shintu Nantian completely revealed his foul ways, he was like a completely different person. The way he dealt with Uncle Zhou could be said to be extremely brutal. Even King Chu was shaking and felt distraught. The person who had sneaked up on Shintu Nantian and disrupted his great plans, causing them to fail, was his most trusted steward. King Chu. Shintu Nantian stared at King Chu with his blood-red eyes. King Chu held his breath as beads of sweat began to emerge on his forehead. This small king has made a great mistake by not investigating his subordinates. King Chu had experienced all sorts of situations before, but in front of Shintu Nantian, he was unable to keep any standing. This was the absolute pressure brought on by strength. No matter what one's status was, it was completely meaningless in front of strength. Please calm down, young Master Nantian, my grandfather was blinded by schemers. Today, everything should be blamed onto Yi Yun, that ungrateful rascal. If not for him, with young Master Nantian's superior divine strength, how could you be sneaked upon by that old thing? Yi Yun, he. Yang Dingquan realized that Shintu Nantian was about to cause trouble for his grandfather, so he quickly said this in an attempt to redirect the spearheaded Yi Yun. Shut up! Shintu Nantian roared. A sharp sound wave, containing Yuan Qi, formed into a sword and stabbed towards Yang Dingquan. Pang! Yang Dingquan's body shook as his eardrums began to bleed from the tremors. With a tremble, Yang Dingquan half-kneeled on the ground. He looked at Shintu Nantian with inexplicable horror. He did not dare to speak another word. A few moments ago, he almost thought he was going to die. Do I need you to teach me what to do? Shintu Nantian's voice was gloomy. Everyone understood that his rage had reached an extreme with Jiang Xiaoro's escape. At this moment, whoever interacted with him were bound to not end up well. It would be no surprise for him to suddenly start killing people to vent his anger. And if he really wanted to do so, Yi Yun would by no doubt be the first to suffer his wrath. Step by step, Shintu Nantian walked towards Yi Yun. Blood was dripping from his fingers and onto the green stone pavement. This strong oppressive pressure made people hold their breaths. Yi Yun. Chu Xiaoran and company, who had good relations with Yi Yun, had their hearts in their mouth. The odds were stacked against Yi Yun. They could only stare on helplessly. As for jokes, such as standing up for Ian to plead for him, that would be useless. It would only result in them accompanying Ian to the grave. You sure have guts. A cold gaze flashed in Shintu Nanshan's eyes. Boom! Yuan Qi exploded around Ian, causing debris to crumble. Ian felt his body tremble as he rolled out. His injuries had become worse. Shintu Nantian walked before Ian and grabbed his neck. Ian's body was covered with blood. His vision was blurry and he found it hard to breathe. At that moment, he could feel that if Shintu Nantian were to even just slightly use some of his strength, he could immediately break his neck and throat. His entire head would be ripped off. Death seemed to be looming near. His feeling of powerlessness reached an extreme as his life now hanged in the hands of someone else. It's because of you. Originally, I would have gained a furnace full of God-ranked blood elixirs. My cultivation level would have increased by leaps and bounds. However, you allowed the desolate race spy a chance to sneak up on me, causing the little witch girl to escape. You did well. Not even killing you 10,000 times will be enough to appease the hatred in my heart. Shintu Nantian pushed all the blame onto Yun. Zhang Xiaoro's identity was special. To Shintu Nantian, obtaining Zhang Xiaoro would be the greatest fortuitous opportunity, but now, this opportunity had escaped right in front of his eyes. So how could Shintu Nantian not feel hatred? Yun laughed bitterly. At this stage, whatever he said would be meaningless. The only to blame was that he was too weak. If not, he would not need to swallow this insult or this humiliation silently while begging Shintu Nantian to let Zhang Xiaoro off and not refine his sister into elixirs. Pleading did not work, and he had been beat up. Later Zhang Xiaoro was rescued by someone else, resulting in him becoming the scapegoat and punching bag. He was facing an outcome of death. Having one's life in the hands of someone else, with no room for resistance, this was the sorrowful truth of the week. Shintu Nantian looked at Yun, murderous intent rising in his eyes. However, his hand still did not press down on Yun's neck. He was silent as several thoughts flashed past his mind. Killing Yun would not be enough to appease his hatred. This feeling was like being bitten by an ant. Even if he crushed the ant to death, he would still have been bitten, so how could trampling this ant to death relieve his hatred? This was an irredeemable scene. Shintu Nantian had not been able to capture Zhang Xiaoro, and had thus been unable to deal a blow to the desolate race. The desolate race would not feel anything for a dead human. Only Zhang Xiaoro would feel hatred, and it might even end up causing her to attain greatness. However, what if he made good use of Yun? Shintu Nantian remembered that Zhang Xiaoro had agreed to give her life to him in order to prevent Yun from being harmed. Zhang Xiaoro definitely cared a great deal about Yun's safety. When he thought of this, Shintu Nantian stood up and let Yun go. He said to an elder behind him, "Take this little bastard away. Announce to the masses that he will be given capital punishment for treachery, death by dismembering the heart." Dismembering the heart. A few elders jumped with fright as they heard the name of the death sentence. Dismembering the heart was the most brutal capital punishment of the Shintu family clan. It was only used on warriors, as mortals could not handle such torture. In a period of 36 days, a red-hot blade would be slashed onto the criminal 36,000 times, 1,000 slashes a day. After each day's slashing, a heart-dismembering worm's egg would be placed in the wounds. The eggs would then slowly hatch and eat at the flesh and blood. The teeth of the heart-dismembering worm larvae were toxic. Once this toxin entered the body, together with the feeling of one's flesh and blood being eaten, it would indescribable. Finally, when the 36,000 slashes were completed, the heart-dismembering worms would follow the blood vessels and meridians all the way to the heart. There, tens of thousands of worms would bite at the heart, eventually leading to one's death. In this capital punishment, the heart-dismembering worms caused the most pain. Typical Yuan Foundation realm warriors could not withstand this capital punishment and would die after just a few days of torture. Even when the Shintu family clan carried out the capital punishment, they still had to provide pills to extend the life of the criminal. Young master, are you going to lure the desolate race into saving him? A few elders immediately guessed Shintu Nanshan's intentions. That is correct. Killing this kid would be no different from squeezing an ant to death. It is meaningless to me, neither can it remedy anything. However, if I were to spread the news that the kid would be executed by dismembering the heart, then that little witch girl would quickly learn of it. In the Chu Prefecture city, there are probably still other desolate race spies. The news will quickly spread to her ears. That little witch girl will not sit idly by. At that moment, we will have an opportunity. When the few elders heard this, they slightly sighed. An elder said, "Does this Yun have such great a value? When the desolate race receives the news, they will definitely know that we have laid a trap. If they know that there is a trap, they will likely not be so dumb as to fall for it. Besides, Yun is a human, so what happens if the desolate race does not come to save him?" Yun was only close to Jiang Sharo and had no relations with the desolate race. Why would the upper echelons of the desolate race care about Yun's life? How could they send and risk an expert's life to save a human, especially when they knew that there was a trap? We will know by trying. There will not be any loss for us. If no one cares about his life, then we will just let him die from a dismembered heart. Shintu Nantian said this lightly, determining Yun's fate. And beside Yun, not any of the Taya Divine Kingdom warriors could prevent this. Just thinking about it made them depressed. This was their country and Yun was their country's genius. A few simple words from Shintu Nantian had been enough to sentence Yun to death. And now, they could only watch on helplessly. We must immediately report this matter to His Majesty, the Divine Emperor. Xu Xiaoran made up her mind. Although the Divine Emperor might not save Yun, but as the master of the Taya Divine Kingdom, he definitely had some weight in his words. At this moment, Shintu Nantian suddenly thought of something. He then walked towards Yun and pinched Yun's jaw. With a flip of his hand, a icy blue pill appeared in his palm. This pill was like a ball of ice. After it appeared, it exuded an alarming frost chi. The surrounding water vapor quickly condensed, forming ice as a result of the frost chi. A single pill was able to exude such a tremendously dangerous aura. Shintu Nantian looked condescendingly at Yun with a tinge of mockery. "I really do not like the way you look at me. On the surface, you seem to fear me, but in your heart, you deeply hate me. You truly wish to kill me to release your anger, right? Are you thinking that if you survive this calamity, you will cultivate with all your might and, in the future, seek revenge against me?" Ha ha ha. Shintu Nantian read Yun's mind, and his eyes flashed contempt. "How can I let you wish to kill me all day and night while you are being imprisoned? You are like an ant, and thus do not deserve such thoughts. If you could that will be a desecration of my status. Let me cut off your hopes and give you despair, as if you are a walking dead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 360, 7 Noxious Divining Pill. Chapter 360, 7 Noxious Divining Pill. When Shintu Nantian said this, the surrounding people were alarmed. They did not know what he would do to Yun. However, there was no doubt that it would be extremely terrifying. People looked at the pill in Shintu Nantian's hand. The icy air around it made people shudder with fear. Shintu Nantian then said to Yun, "To me, you are like an ant. You are not worthy of mention. Your thoughts of killing me are as funny as a mortal beggar telling a human sage that he will replace him. Besides, you will die in 10 days. I will especially prepare a trap for the members of the desolate race that will come to save you, preventing them from saving you. However, even so, I will not give you any chance of revenge. The pill in my hand is called the 7 Noxious Divining Pill." As Shintu Nantian spoke, he forced open Yun's mouth. His face was still covered with a smile, but the smile was one of ferocity and cruelness. The 7 noxious divining pill is an extremely expensive pill. You should find it worth your while eating it as a dead person. In 10 days' time, the frost toxins will invade your organs. You seem to be cultivating pure yang laws? From today onwards and in 10 days' time, your pure yang cultivation will completely waste away. Even a god cannot save you. At that moment, taking 10,000 steps back, even if you are actually saved by the desolate race, you will still become a cripple. There is only endless despair waiting you. When Shintu Nantian finished speaking, the faces of the people around him turned ugly. Shintu Nantian had reached a point that was so vicious that it was difficult to imagine anything worse. Wasting away a warrior's cultivation level was worse than just killing him. After being accustomed to the strength and status that martial arts brought to them, many warriors would rather die than have their cultivation levels waste away. Furthermore, Shintu Nantian was using Yiyun to lure his sister back, even after feeding him a poison pill, yet the desolate race would be trying to save a cripple. His methods were so vicious that it made one's hair stand on end. Yiyun's mouth was full of blood. As he looked at Shintu Nantian, he revealed a bitter smile. He had never hated a person so much in his entire life. In contrast, Lian Xingyu, who had made several attempts on Yiyun's life back then, was actually much better than Shintu Nantian. It seems like you really hate me? That look in your eyes, Kiki. However, what can you do? If you did not have any use, I would have killed you by now. Of course, killing you cannot compare to the way I am handling you in terms of making you suffer. Shintu Nantian laughed sinisterly. With a flick of his finger, the 7 noxious divining pill was shot straight into Yiyun's mouth. Phew, the pill was sent all the way into Yiyun's stomach. In the first few seconds, Yiyun did not feel a thing. However, what followed was that he suddenly felt his body freeze. This pill carried a terrifying frost chi. After it rushed into his stomach, it rushed straight towards his dantian. He felt extreme cold. That terrifying frost chi rose up from his dantian, and the pure yang yuan chi he originally cultivated was quickly eroded by it. Cold, too cold. Yiyun's face turned pale as his body shivered. Surges of frost chi emanated out from his acupuncture points and pores. The water vapor in the surrounding air condensed, eventually forming ice crystals. A layer of ice froze over Yiyun's eyebrows and hair. He tumbled to the ground as he felt like his blood had frozen over and stopped flowing. Yiyun! Seeing Yiyun in such a state, Xu Xiaoran and those who had good relations with Yiyun felt their hearts ache. Shintu Nantian was inhuman, he was ruthless and unscrupulous, prone to mood swings and had high ambitions. And Yiyun would probably end up dying in his hands. Disasters could not be predicted. Who would have thought that the originally high-spirited and promising Yiyun would become like this in just a matter of days? And Yiyun's cultivation level was quickly being wasted away. Would the Taiya Divine Emperor still bother to save him? Everyone had a value attached to them. If it was Song Yan, Grandmaster Yuehua, or the Taiya Divine City's City Lord, they might be sentimental and take into account the merits which Yiyun had accomplished. Even though Yiyun's cultivation level was now crippled, they would still try their best to protect Yiyun. However, the Taiya Divine Emperor did not know Yiyun at all. He had only heard of him, but with the country's interest in front of him, how could he go against Shintu Nantian for the sake of a hopeless person, who now had his cultivation level crippled? Now, the Taiya Divine Kingdom was counting on the Shintu family clan. Without any surprises, the Taiya Divine Emperor would most likely take it lying down, as if this had never happened. Just thinking about it made Xu Xiaoran feel a pang of sadness. At this moment, Shintu Nantian spoke to an elder behind him, formulate the edict and inform the world that the beast horde is attacking. Tell the Taiya commoners that the legend in their heart, the Taiya Divine City, has been lost. Danger will befall even the Taiya Divine Kingdom's lands. Shintu Nantian knew that the Taiya Divine Kingdom had kept the beast horde a complete secret. However, now there was no need to keep it a secret anymore. People could guess what Shintu Nanshan's intentions were. He wanted to throw the Taya Divine Kingdom into a panic. As such, the Taya Divine Kingdom's royal household would have to rely on them even more. And they would also successfully win the hearts of the people. Their status would rapidly advance in the Taya Divine Kingdom, and then they could justify their action of using the Taya Divine Kingdom as the battlefield for chasing after Jiang Xiao. This person is vicious and scheming. There is no way to prevent Yi Yun from dying under his hands, a Taya Divine City proud son of heaven lamented. A person like Shintu Nantian was a natural-born leader. His viciousness, determination, and unscrupulous methods terrified others. No one would dare disobey the commands of such a person. As such, Shintu Nantian, who did not belong to the Taya Divine Kingdom, had now secured his place in the Taya Divine Kingdom, becoming the person in control of the entire Taya Divine Kingdom. At this moment, Shintu Nantian carried on, arranged for Elder Su and Elder Mo to set up a Heaven-Earth Imperial Array. Place Yi Yun in the middle of the array and wait for the desolate race to bite at the bait. No matter who comes, kill them all. Elder Su. Elder Mo. A few elders looked at each other and felt alarmed, to invite them to do so, to use Yi Yun as bait. Important people from the desolate race might not come knowing that there is a trap. If we were to disturb the two of them and make them come over for nothing, that would not be good, right? Elder Su and Elder Mo were guests of the Shintu family clan. They were extremely famous in the western regions. They were existences that were treated as distinguished guests no matter which ancient family clan they went to. They owed the Shintu family clan relational favors, resulting in them being of service to the Shintu family clan for 300 years, and they only had to do a total of 3 things. For example, by inviting Elder Su and Elder Mo to set up the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array, that would be considered as them having done one thing for the Shintu family clan, even if an inferior desolate race member came. However, if no one from the desolate race came, then it would not be considered as one of those things, but it would be a waste of their relational favors. That was why a few of the elders felt that it was raising a big rumpus. Yi Yun was just a human, who was very weak. Was there really a need to do so? Shintu Nantian said, I feel that this little bastard is extremely important to that Jiang girl, and that girl has a very special status amongst the desolate race. When I release this piece of news, it is very likely that a high-ranking member of the desolate race will come. The desolate race has crossed over the divine wilderness with a huge scheme. To conjure up such a beast horde is not for the simple task of finding a girl. The shepherd boy might not even know of the Jiang girl's existence. Hence, even if they were to find the Jiang girl, they might not leave immediately. If we can kill some of the upper echelons of the desolate race, then we can track down the girl by following the clues left behind and capture her. Not only is she extremely important in status, but her blood is also extremely pure. It is invaluable. If we can capture her, not only will it be a great fortuitous opportunity for me, it will also be a golden opportunity for the Shintu family clan. For this, it is a must for us to use Elder Su and Elder Mo. This. Alright, we will follow the young master's instructions. The elders retreated and began arranging all the logistics. Shintu Nantian glanced at Yi Yun and said coldly, take him away and lock him up. At this moment, Yi Yun's body was covered in ice. White strands started to appear amongst his originally black hair. This was one of the effect of the 7 noxious divining pill. This pill, as mentioned by Shintu Nantian, was priceless. Yi Yun did not know how the 7 noxious divining pill was refined. He guessed that the ingredients were at least from top-grade primordial species. There might even be several primordial herbs mixed within it. One had to know that in such a family clan, even primordial true spirits existed. As for a pill, it was not surprising for it to have a portion of a primordial true spirit's blood mixed in it. Under normal circumstances, if a 7 noxious divining pill was swallowed, with his cultivation level, all of Yi Yun's meridians and his Diantian would be frozen, as Shintu Nantian said. Later on, the pure yang qi that he cultivated would be slowly eroded by the frost ice. At that moment, his meridians would become damaged and his dantian would disappear. With frost toxins in his entire body, his cultivation level would waste away into nothing, and he would become a complete cripple. This was what Shintu Nantian wanted to see. Although he looked down on Yi Yun, he made it a habit to rid himself of weeds by killing them at their roots. He did not want to see anyone, who had even the tiniest possibility of threatening him, exist in this world. When Yi Yun was enduring the horrifying icy frost chi, no one knew that the purple crystal origins in his heart was quietly palpitating. Again and again, the purple crystal origins pulsated with every heartbeat. The frost energy in his body was being subtly absorbed by the purple crystal. If Yi Yun's body was to become a piece of ice, then the purple crystal was like a seed of fire in the middle of the ice, giving him a flicker of warmth and light. With the purple crystal's energy flowing through his frozen meridians, Yi Yun felt that they were gradually showing signs of recovery. And after the 7 noxious divining pills, frost energy was absorbed by the purple crystal, it was slowly compressed into a lump within the purple crystal. It was a lump of blue ice crystals. It began to condense within the purple crystal, slowly becoming larger in size. Not far away from it was the pure yang spirit. A lump of frost blue energy and a lump of golden energy were just a distance away from each other in the purple crystal. Although the energies were complete opposite in nature, they remained distinct from one another and nothing happened. The purple crystal was still here. Yi Yun clutched his chest. In his greatest moment of despair, the purple crystal had not abandoned him. It gave Yi Yun his last hope. Indeed, no matter what happened, the purple crystal remained in his body, becoming something that Yi Yun could rely on for eternity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 361, Lotus Blooming with Each Step. Chapter 361, Lotus Blooming with Each Step. Get in there. 2 guards brought Yi Yun to a chamber in the Chu royal residence and pushed him into it. They then locked Yi Yun's limbs with chains. Yi Yun fell down to the ice-cold ground and laid down on his back. Every breath coming from him released cold vapor, causing the water in the air to condense. The chamber's doors and windows were all made of a special metal, engraved with arrays in them. Even if a human lord were to be locked in here, he would not have the ability to break out. Furthermore, there were Chu royal residence guards patrolling outside the door. And further away, there were the legendary figures of the Shintu family clan. Attempting to escape only amounted to wishful thinking. Though, regardless of this, he had still survived. However, he was only able to live for the time being. The reason was because of Shintu Nanchan's obsession with Jiang Xiaoro's blood. If Shintu Nantian did not hate the desolate race to such an extreme or wished for a chance to capture Jiang Xiaoro, Yi Yun would have already lost his value, leaving him as a corpse. Yi Yun found this hard to accept. He did not want his survival to be established on so many what-ifs. Today had been the closest he had ever come to dying. It was also the moment when he nearly lost the most important person in his life. In comparison, Lian Xingyu's plots against him in the Cloud Wilderness as well as being hunted by the Golden Crow species in the Fallen Stargate were much smaller in magnitude. Death, Yi Yun did not know what it was like. Under the ground it was cold and dark, with a sense of endless loneliness. Bodies rot there, eventually turning into nothingness. Yi Yun was a modern person in his previous life. He was not like the warriors of this world. He would not easily risk his own life for a particular matter. Yi Yun cherished his life. As long as his bottom line was not crossed, Yi Yun will try his very best to live on. If he could live through this disaster. Then, he never ever wanted his life to be in the hands of someone else, never ever should someone else decide his life. He would not allow anyone to do so, no matter who it was. Yi Yun's body remained motionless. In this chamber, in a completely silent environment, he interfaced his spiritual energy with the purple crystal. By using the purple crystal's powers, he started to slowly refine the frost toxins in his body. Even in the midst of despair, he was not willing to give up hope. He wanted to give it his all to gain even a slightly better chance of survival. He knew that he was temporarily safe. Shintunantian was using him to lure out the upper echelons of the desolate race. As such, they could not maim him too badly. At least he would not be made into a complete cripple, such as the breaking of all of his limbs. If that happened, when the upper echelons of the desolate race came, they would realize that Yi-Yun was in such a pathetic state and give up on him when they probed him with their perception. This was because saving Yi-Yun in such a state would be meaningless. It would only add to Yi-Yun's suffering. This was probably why Shintunantian used his 7 noxious divining pill to waste away all of Yi-Yun's cultivation. By doing so, and by controlling the proliferation of news, then on the surface it would look like Yi-Yun was void of all energy and extremely weak. Like that, the upper echelons of the desolate race would not know that they were saving a cripple. This was also Shintunantian's plan. Obviously, Yi-Yun would not succumb to his machinations. There was no concept of time in the chamber due to the lack of light. So as time passed, Yi-Yun remained lying on the ground, without moving even his fingers. However, in Yi-Yun's body, the purple crystal had formed a tiny whirlpool. This whirlpool imperceptibly absorbed all of the frost toxins in Yi-Yun's body. Inside the purple crystal, the originally small, blue, ice crystal gradually grew bigger. Although its quality was inferior to the pure yang spirit, this incident had accidentally left behind a frosting elemental seed within the purple crystal. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Yi-Yun looked up towards the sky with his eyes open. He did not move, and on the surface, it looked as if he was dead. However, Yi-Yun's injuries were slowly healing. His strength was also quickly recovering. In his dantian, the radiant sun chi had restarted flowing vigorously, but Yi-Yun used the purple crystal to seal the pure yang energy. As long as the purple crystal absorbed and sealed the energy within itself, then not even sages could detect it. At the same time, Yi-Yun released the frost energy inside the purple crystal throughout his entire body. Because of this, from the surface it still looked as if Yi-Yun was poisoned by the frost toxins, and as if his cultivation was nearly wasted away. There was no night and day in the chamber. The guards of the Chu royal residence would bring a pill and force-feed it to Yi-Yun every morning. This pill was a life-prolonging pill used to prevent Yi-Yun from dying. The deadline was a few days away. They had to ensure that Yi-Yun looked fine, regardless of anything, or they would not be able to lure in the desolate race. Kiki. So pitiful. It has been 7 days, yet this Yi-Yun has not even moved his eyes. If not for his heart still beating, I would have thought he was already dead. A guard said with a gloating tone. As a Chu royal residence guard, their status was not low. However, when compared to an elite like Yi-Yun, they were almost worthless. It was inevitable that they felt some hatred and jealousy in their hearts. When they saw Yi-Yun in such a misfortune, they got the same feeling as commoners who saw a high-ranked official fall. Nothing is more lamentable than a dead heart. With your cultivation crippled, you would end up the same when your heart is dismembered a few days later. Another guard said as he fed the pill to Yi-Yun. Ha ha. If I were him, I would probably commit suicide now. Commit suicide? Stop dreaming. Young Master Nantian would not let him die. Poisoned by the frost toxin, he does not even have the ability to terminate his own meridians. His limbs are also locked down, so he can only give up hope on committing suicide. With a life-prolonging pill being given to him every day, it is impossible for him to die even if he wishes to. Hi! This world is unpredictable. Who would have guessed that he, who was like the sun in the middle of the day a few days ago, would become a pathetic death row criminal? He has fallen from a heavenly palace and into hell. A guard shook his head as he spoke. He knew that the Shintu family clan had invited 2 enigmatic elders. Both of them had set up a powerful large array to lay down the bait. In a few days, high-ranking Desolate race members might come to break through this virtually unbreakable large array to save a complete cripple. Just thinking of this made the two guards feel like there was something fun to look forward to. They really wanted to know what kind of facial expressions the upper echelons of the Desolate race would have when they saved Iyun, only to find out that he was now a cripple. The 9th day. Shintu Nantian looked at the sky. The sun was about to set and tomorrow was the last day. If the upper echelons of the Desolate race did not come, then Iyun would be put to death. Young Master Nantian, I am afraid that the Desolate race will not come. Setting up this heaven-earth imperial array was not cheap. Beside Shintu Nantian was an elder in white robes. His eyebrows were very long and hang down like two white snakes. The heaven-earth imperial array needed the blood essence of primordial species in order to draw the array lines. 108 refined Desolate bones were also needed to be used as the array flags. Creating this set of array flags was costly. Furthermore, this kinds of array flags could not be permanently used. A bit of their lifespans would be consumed with every use. Shintu Nantian then said, Elder Su, Elder Mo, I wish that you do not take this lightly. That witch girl is of a very special status amongst the Desolate race. Her wishes would be valued greatly by the Desolate race. The heaven-earth imperial array may be expensive, but if we can capture a few high-ranking Desolate race members, as well as stop this beast horde, then we can even take this opportunity to capture that witch girl. If we do, then this amount of investment can essentially be ignored. The two elders did not reply. They went back to their own positions to meditate and rest. They were recuperating to ensure that they would be in tip-top condition. However, to the two elders, this obvious trap would likely not give any returns. No high-ranking Desolate race member would want to send themselves to death. The moon was high up in the sky as a night wind blew through the Chu Prefecture city. On a mountain in the city outskirts, alone, Silver Wolf howled while facing the silver like full moon. The lone wolf howled. Beside the Silver Wolf was a youth holding a bamboo flute that was not more than a foot long. He stood there in solitude. His eyes like deep, dark, black gemstones. It reflected lights that were brighter than the stars. Behind the youth was a vast galaxy. The silver light was like a waterfall falling from the sky. The scene was reminiscent to that of a dream. The green-clothed youth looked into the distance towards the Chu Prefecture city. The night wind blew up his green hairband as it fluttered in the wind. Under the night sky, the Chu Prefecture city was like a huge black beast that was just waiting for his arrival. The green-clothed youth took a step on the flowing wind and started levitating. Ha! Elder Su and Elder Mo, who were meditating, suddenly opened their eyes. They had simultaneously felt a strong presence approaching. And it was not the Yuan Qi energy of humans, but the surging power of Desolates. Power of Desolates. Desolate race. They really came. The eyes of the two elders flashed. They leapt up into the sky and flew with a golden beam trailing their feet. One of them held a golden sword while the other held a bronze mirror. They were like two gods of war flying in the air. It was unexpected that with the two of them there, and with the heaven-earth imperial array, that a Desolate race member was actually willing to come to his death. To come alone was a military taboo. Besides, they were fresh and fit, with a trap set up. This member of the Desolate race was absolutely crazy. At this moment, Shintu Nantian also flew out from a palace. He was extremely excited that a member of the Desolate race would actually come. With this, his plan had meaning to it. If the Desolate race did not bother with Iyun, then even if Iyun's heart was dismembered in a day's time, it would just be the execution of a cripple. It would be no different from stepping on an ant. However, now, even if he could not capture Jiang Xiao, he would still gain a lot just from capturing a high-ranking Desolate race member. I wonder what the lineup is. I hope that I will not be disappointed. Shintu Nantian thought. He was estimating that the Desolate race would send at least 7 or 8 experts, to help each other out to reduce the risk. However, when he saw the person who had come, Shintu Nantian was stunned. A green-clothed youth was slowly walking on thin air. His movements were calm and elegant. With every step he took, there would be starlight condensing together before it bloomed like a green lotus. Sliding over water, lotus blooming with each step. His steps seemed very slow, but every step he took seemed to contract the distance under his feet. A few seconds ago, he was along the horizons, but now, he was already right above the Chu royal residences thanks to his calm steps. Shepherd boy. Shintu Nanshan's eyes flashed coldly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 362, Trap. Chapter 362, Trap. 10 years ago, the Shintu family clan had fought the shepherd boy. Shintu Nantian still clearly remembered that the green-clad youth in front of him had killed several of his clansmen. There was an irreconcilable feud between them. You really have guts. Even though you know that there was a trap, you still dared to come alone. Today, you are going to die. Shintu Nanshan's nerves tightened. He was unable to muster up any courage against the shepherd boy, who was a very powerful member of the desolate race, even though he had the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array, Elder Su, and Elder Mo. He even had a hidden last resort as his trump card. The shepherd boy had left an enormous psychological scar on him in the battle 10 years ago. The shepherd boy glanced at Shintu Nantian. It seemed like 2 bolts of lightning from his black eyes had pierced through the air. The bolts brought with them an unmatchable aura that penetrated straight to the heart. At that moment, Shintu Nanshan's face paled. He felt that the shepherd boy's eyes had seen through him. That glare was sufficient enough to harm him. Shintu Nantian retreated a few steps in the air. At this moment, Elder Su had stood in front of Shintu Nantian with a bronze mirror. As a result, the pressure on Shintu Nantian decreased. Young Master Nantian, he is just an empty show of strength. The current him is different from the one 10 years ago. Elder Su looked at the shepherd boy with a sneer. At this moment in the Chu royal residence, many people rushed out of their residences knowing that an expert of the desolate race had arrived. They looked up into the sky awaiting the battle. They were both excited and nervous. That is the shepherd boy? It was the first time the people from the Chu royal residence had seen the shepherd boy. The warring parties were both existences that they found difficult to raise their heads up to. This battle was definitely going to be earth-shattering. To them, this was a rare experience. Let us keep a distance away. If we get hit by any stray attacks from the battle, our bodies will definitely turn to dust. The people from the Chu royal residence knew their own strengths. Even King Chu was taken a distance 5 kilometers away from the shepherd boy in company by the convoy of his guards. With the vision of warriors, they could still clearly see the details of the battle in the night sky, even from a distance of 5 kilometers. At this moment, in the center of the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array, where the royal residence's chamber was, Yun lifted his head. He looked up at the sky with the chamber's arrays blocking him. At that moment, someone's perception swept across him. Even though he was surrounded by arrays, the arrays were unable to prevent this person's perception. He knew that someone from the desolate race had come. Zhang Xiaoro had after all sent an expert from the desolate race to make a move. He had never expected that he would be backed into a corner when the desolate race attacked by setting off a beast horde that could wipe out the Taiya Divine Kingdom. However, it later turned out that the Shintu family clan, which was like a savior, had sentenced him to death, resulting in him on relying on the desolate race to save him. Such shocking situation reversals were extremely ironic. Shepherd boy, since you are here today, stay behind. For the battle 10 years ago, you borrowed a primitive sacred desolate beast, the divine lion from the netherworld desolate god. It was indeed powerful, but that divine lion was seriously injured by our ancestor. It's not bad that it still lives to this day, but without the divine lion, you are only left with an old longue. You are like a tiger without claws, so what is there to fear? He won't have the longue. At this moment, Shintu Nantian interjected, I purposely set a period of 10 days, so that he has to hurry here from the divine wilderness. That old longue may be strong, but its speed is extremely slow. How can a typical teleportation array send it through due to its size? Hence, that old longue did not come at all. Shintu Nantian sneered. To rush from the divine wilderness to King Chu's city in 10 days was quite a feat, considering that there was a time lag between the shepherd boy receiving the news and setting off. That's right, he doesn't even have the longue true spirit. As Elder Su spoke, a phantom image appeared behind him. It was a 1,000-hand Buddha, and in front of the Buddha, there was a bronze lamp that burned slowly. This was Elder Su's aspect totem. A 1,000-hand Buddha as an aspect totem? This was the first time the people from Taya Divine Kingdom had seen such an aspect totem. The aspect totem was hundreds of feet tall. When it was conjured, it pierced the sky, and was as if a Buddha the size of a mountain was standing behind Elder Su. This scene was extremely shocking. Before this, the aspect totems they saw were much smaller, even for sages. And at this moment, colorful aspect totems lit up like torches from all corners of the Chu royal residence. Elders from the Shintu family clan and their guests all flew up into the night sky. All of them were famous figures. Typically, they would seldom team up to fight against someone due to their extraordinary status. However, today, 10 Shintu family clan elders, together with Elder Su and Elder Mo, a total of 12 peerless figures, surrounded the shepherd boy from all corners. Against the shepherd boy, they had to go all out and use whatever means possible. If they could kill the shepherd boy, it would be a great achievement. The Shintu family clan would definitely reward them with invaluable items. The shepherd boy was encircled by them, and beneath his feet was the heaven-earth imperial array that the Shintu family clan had carefully prepared. Shepherd boy, your desolate race is essentially no different from beastmasters. Without the prehistoric sacred beasts under your command, I don't believe you can escape. Elder Mo, who was dressed in black, pointed his golden sword at the shepherd boy. The shepherd boy glanced at Elder Mo and said calmly, your aspect totem has not even managed to enter your body. Your cultivation level is just SOSO. The shepherd boy's voice was calm as his green clothes fluttered. The nerve! After being looked down upon by the shepherd boy, Elder Mo's eyes flashed coldness. 10 years ago, you were hit by our ancestors' death heavenly revolution. Even now, you are still injured, yet you dare to speak so recklessly. I wonder who gave you that confidence. The battle 10 years ago had the shepherd boy use the divine lion against the Shintu patriarch. As a beastmaster, the divine lion he borrowed from the netherworld desolate god was the shepherd boy's greatest strength. However, that divine lion had been seriously injured by the Shintu patriarch. At the same time, the shepherd boy had been hit by the Shintu patriarch's death heavenly revolution. The Shintu patriarch's strength could only be described as unfathomable. However, he had suffered injuries from that battle and has been in reclusive healing ever since. Elder Mo was sure that the shepherd boy was more injured than the Shintu patriarch was 10 years ago. That was the reason why he had retreated. As for that death heavenly revolution, it was impossible to dissipate it once it was struck one's body. Now, the Shintu patriarch's strength had not even recovered 60% of his strength, so how much could the shepherd boy recover? The shepherd boy remained silent and did not acknowledge Elder Mo. Suddenly, he turned around a tiny bit and looked somewhere into thin air. With the bamboo flute in his hand, the shepherd boy lightly waved his sleeves, come on out. I know you are hiding in the shadows. The thin air remained still as no one responded. The shepherd boy raised the bamboo flute to his chest silently before saying in a deep voice, do you want me to invite you out? At this moment, a shrill laugh came out from the thin air. It made the scalps of the surrounding people tingle. I was just accompanying the Shintu family clan with their foray into the Taya Divine Kingdom and I had no intentions on doing anything. However, with you coming in person, how could I miss it? The hoarse voice made people shudder. The people from the Taya Divine Kingdom were so alarmed that they did not speak a single word. The 12 legendary figures from before, especially Elder Su and Elder Mo, were extraordinarily strong. Even Shintu Nantian treated them with absolute respect. However, now, there was actually a person hiding in the shadows? And it seemed that this person was the strongest amongst all of them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 363, Order of Heaven and Earth. Chapter 363, Order of Heaven and Earth. A ripple suddenly appeared in the thin air. Space was torn apart as a black bell flew out of the void. Dang! A loud ring sounded from the bell, resounding throughout the entire area. It shook the entire Chu Prefecture city. With the bell appearing, an old man, wearing a black cloak with a stooped back, slowly walked out of a black mist. There was a thick aura of death being exuded from him. As I guessed, it is you, the 10,000 Imperial King. The shepherd boy looked at the black-cloaked person who had suddenly appeared, without any change in his expression. However, when the warriors of the Taya Divine Kingdom and the Chu Prefecture city heard the title of 10,000 Imperial King, they gasped. 10,000 Imperial King. 10,000 was a title, while Imperial King was the name of the person's realm. In fact, a lot of people in the Taya Divine Kingdom were not sure of what the names of the realms above the Sage Realm were. Imperial King was by no doubt in the realm of a great emperor. As for how strong he was amongst the great emperors, they had no idea. Great emperors were too mysterious for them. It is nice of you to remember me, hee. The black-cloaked man insidiously smiled. He slowly lifted off the hood covering his head. With that, people saw a face that made them feel like vomiting. The cloaked man's face was filled with wrinkles and scars. Most of his hair had fallen off, leaving behind only a few strands of hair. His neck, face, and skin were all baggy. It looked like it were about to fall off due to rot. The person in front of them looked as if he had crawled out from a grave. Such a look made people not want to take a second glance. He is still alive even in that state? The Taya Divine City warriors were extremely alarmed. An old man's corpse that had begun to rot after a month would probably be in a better shape than he was. Of course I remember. I am just curious about how you are still alive. You cultivated the 10,000 Ghost Tao, to the point of going astray. And now, you are in a state where you are neither ghost nor man. To carry on living like this requires a great deal of courage. The shepherd boy used a calm tone of voice to say what were obviously mocking and vicious words. However, the way he said it made people unable to detect the sarcasm. It sounded more like he was stating a general fact. When people heard him, they shuddered. In this situation, with so many experts surrounding him, while situated inside such a large array, the shepherd boy was still able to calmly taunt his opponents. The 10,000 Imperial King's face sank. Good. Good. Today, I want to see what qualifications you have to be so arrogant. Attack! The 10,000 Imperial King was the first to make a move. He cried out in a strange way and a gigantic, blood-colored skeleton appeared behind him. This blood-colored skeleton was 1,000 feet tall. It looked like blood intertwined with the full moon. Shoo! 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 The blood-colored skeleton melted in the air, turning in a blood-colored sea. It reversed directions and swept towards the 10,000 Imperial King, and finally, the blood-colored sea completely merged with the 10,000 Imperial King's body. In an instant, the 10,000 Imperial King's rotted body became blood-red. At that moment, he looked like a blood-colored Shura who had climbed out from hell. The aspect totem entered his body. King Chu said with surprise 5 kilometers away. He did not know what realm merging one's aspect totem into one's body was, but he did remember that the shepherd boy had previously said, your aspect totem has not even managed to enter your body. Your cultivation level is just SOSO. Clearly, merging one's aspect totem into one's body was the goal of those peerless mighty existences. The 10,000 Imperial King struck with a palm. The palm swept up a surging tidal wave of blood. One could also faintly see white bones within it, and one could also hear the ghastly wails of ghosts roar. Against this tidal wave, the shepherd boy did not take one step back. He lightly flicked his green long sleeves and pressed down against the tidal wave with one palm. A large green hand appeared out of thin air, one that could block out the sky. Boom! The blood wave dissipated into a bloody mist before it disappeared into the night sky. The shepherd boy did not retreat at all. His deep, black eyes saw through the blood mist and locked on to the 10,000 Imperial King. You are already half a step into the netherworld. Since you do not have the courage to take that final step, let me send you on your way. The 10,000 Imperial King looked at him ferociously as he roared, "What are you waiting for? Activate the large array and join forces to kill him." Right, attack. We have so many people, and he still has injuries. He will definitely be no match for us. Without the primitive sacred desolate beast at his command, he is nothing to fear. Several legendary experts attacked together. At the same time, the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array beneath them started to emit a ghastly blue light. A visible energy shield then encased this part of the world. The Heaven-Earth Imperial Array was an array that countered the desolate race. Once the array was activated, there would be a closed domain spanning the radius of 5 kilometers. In this domain, the power of desolates would be greatly reduced. The power of desolates was the source of the desolate race's energy. Now, whenever the shepherd boy used an attack, he had to exert a force to counter the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array. To resist the array and face off against the attacks of so many people alone, it would naturally be very disadvantageous for the shepherd boy. However, even though this was the case, the shepherd boy still had to enter the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array. That was because Iyun was sealed within the heart of the Great Array by the Shintu family clan. A few legends of the Shintu family clan attacked together. In an instant, the beams of aspect totems lit up the dark sky. Terrifying Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi condensed together to form a gushing divine fountain. In the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array, the strength of humans would not be reduced, it would instead increase. With the 10 of us joining forces, you will definitely turn to dust. A few of the Shintu family clan's legends set up a battle array, which increased their strength. The force from one strike was earth-shattering. The shepherd boy, however, transcended them. His expression did not flinch at all, for there was no sadness or happiness in it. He bathed in the moonlight of the 9 heavens, as if he was a god that had descended from the heavens. He made his move. No one saw how he attacked, all they saw was a green flash that looked like a green, 100,000 feet waterfall, traversing the starry sky. Ah! A legendary expert of the Shintu family clan, who was previously antagonizing, suddenly let out a scream. It was as if he had hit a mountain at high speed. He flew backwards, his sternum and ribs on both sides now completely shattered. His chest sank inwards as his organs ruptured. He spat blood out from his mouth. What? The shepherd boy managed to counterattack even when alone against the 10 legends' combined efforts. At the same time, he had seriously injured one of them. Furthermore, this was within the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array. In this array, his strength was greatly reduced. Elder Son. A legendary expert of the Shintu family clan turned around to save the old man. However, at this moment, a silk-like strand of a green beam flashed past his body. This strand was clearly condensed of extreme amounts of energy. It cut through thin air at an incredulous speed. Pwah! Blood dyed the sky as the heavily injured legendary expert's head flew out. His neck had been split apart just like the thin air. Injuring all of a man's fingers was not as effective as merely chopping one off. The shepherd boy knew that this battle today would not be easy. So his goal was not to heavily injure the enemy, but to kill them. Seeing the head fly up high in the sky, people were stunned. To the Taya Divine Kingdom's warriors, this was a battle that exceeded their comprehension. As for the people of the Shintu family clan, they were all frightened and distraught. Shintu Nantian had long since retreated to the far back. He was only a junior and had no qualifications to participate in this battle. He watched on helplessly as elder son was killed by the shepherd boy. He could not even tell how the shepherd boy had attacked. How can this happen? Shintu Nantian frowned. He had set up the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array. Why did it not seem to affect the shepherd boy at all? Do not panic. With us combining forces, there is no way that we will lose. He must have used brute strength to break through the array's shackles. This will be extremely taxing on him. A legendary expert of the Shintu family clan said. He did not believe that the shepherd boy had the strength to turn the tide under this situation. As long as morale was upkept, they could combine forces and, step by step, the shepherd boy would soon run out of energy. However, just as that legendary expert finished speaking, he saw a blur. A figure flashed before him like a ghost. It was like a vast amount of green smoke condensed before him. The shepherd boy appeared right before the old man, without any expression. He then attacked with a palm strike. What? The elder's soul jumped out of his body. When he said those words, he was on full alert. He did not feel any spatial fluctuations in energy, but still the shepherd boy suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. He had instantaneously traversed 1,000 feet through the void, far exceeding the elder's reaction time. Against the terrifying male of the desolate race, the shepherd boy, this elder felt as if death itself had descended on him. That pressure, this fear could not be described with words. Even though he had spoken with confidence and logic, his hair was now standing on end, and his face had turned pale. It was too terrifying. He was unbeatable. In a split second, the elder knew that escape was no longer a possibility. He roared and ignored the palm strike from the shepherd boy. He circulated his body's yuan qi and slashed at the shepherd boy's chest with a saber. He wanted to risk his life to take a life. Since he could not block the shepherd boy's attack, he could only use this method to force the shepherd boy to defend. However, the shepherd boy remained expressionless. His palm carried on descending. Risking his life? The shepherd boy had spent his entire life in the divine wilderness, and now stood above this world. How could he risk his life with a Shintu family clan's elder? Boom! As the palm struck the elder's chest, the elder's body suddenly shrunk. Even the space around him collapsed. His sternum fractured and his heart and lungs burst. He turned in a mass of blood. However, when the elder's saber finally slashed down, the shepherd boy's body suddenly disappeared. He had calmly retreated to a few hundred feet away with peerless gracefulness. His green clothes fluttered as they remained clean from even a single drop of blood. Even his hands were clean of blood. It was as if he had not fought. His hands sparkled like jade, as if he had never struck out with his palm. The second legendary figure had died. Several kilometers away, Shintu Nanshan's face was pale. How could this happen? Even when the shepherd boy was at his peak 10 years ago, he was not that strong, even with the divine lion's battle strength. 10 years ago, although it was said to be a battle between the shepherd boy and the Shintu patriarch, the one really fighting was the divine lion. The shepherd boy was only playing a supporting role. Back then, the shepherd boy had definitely not been a match for the Shintu patriarch. As for the divine lion, it was a sacred beast owned by the netherworld desolate god. It did not have any relations with the shepherd boy as it was just lent to him. Hence, Shintu Nanshan's impression of the shepherd boy's strength was that it was equivalent to the early stages of Great Emperor. Shintu Nantian would not be afraid of such strength at all, as the 10,000 Imperial King, who had been hiding in the shadows, had already exceeded this realm. With the support of the Great Array, this was supposed to be foolproof. However, the turn of events had gone far beyond his expectations. The shepherd boy was so strong that it was unbelievable. According to common sense, the shepherd boy, at his previous cultivation realm, should not be able to increase his strength this much in the short span of 10 years. Did something happen to the shepherd boy in the past decade? Even if something did happen, Shintu Nantian could not understand how the shepherd boy was able to completely ignore the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array. Or could it be just as the Shintu family clan's legendary expert, who had just died, said? That the shepherd boy had forcefully gathered his strength in order to break through the shackles of the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array. If so, then every strike of his would expend a great deal of energy, weakening him at a rapid pace. If this was true, then they were bound to win if they dragged the battle out. However, at this moment, the Shintu family clan's legendary experts before him were all lacking confidence. The shepherd boy was too terrifying. He had attacked twice, and both the attacks had killed one of the Shintu family clan elders. This was also under the restraint and threats of the others. It was as if he could ignore the presence of everyone. No one dared to speak another word while facing the shepherd boy. They were now all silent because the past 2 times the shepherd boy attacked, he killed the 2 elders that spoke the most. They had taunted the shepherd boy, but were killed shortly after. So that is why, 1,000 feet away from the shepherd boy, the 10,000 Imperial King had witnessed the 2 times the shepherd boy attacked. His expression turned serious. You have already grasped the order of heaven and earth. And the order you have gained insight in has the ability to manipulate the world's power of desolates, allowing you to ignore the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array. The Heaven-Earth Imperial Array was also a type of law. To be precise, all the arrays in the martial world belonged to a type of law. When the laws a warrior grasped far exceeded the array's laws, then that array would not be able to restrain him. The shepherd boy was in such a state. The order which he controlled was something the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array could compare to at all. Hearing the words of the 10,000 Imperial King, the Shintu family clan elders held their breaths. Grasped the order of heaven and earth? This had nothing to do with one's cultivation level, it was one's attainment in the laws. It meant that a warrior's achievements in a particular law had reached its peak. The shepherd boy did not comment as he gently wiped his interspatial ring and took out a sword. This sword was entirely white, like jade. It did not reflect any light like metals do. However, this sword was not made of jade but bone. This was a primitive sacred desolate beast's bone that had been ground into a sword. The sword's blade was 4 feet long, but its hilt was extremely short, just 4 inches long. The sword's blade and hilt were connected together without a guard. However, on the hilt, there were 9 nomological seals. It emitted a mysterious yet ancient aura. The sword's name is Illusionary Bone. The shepherd boy said lightly as he pointed the white sword blade towards the 10,000 Imperial King. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 364, The Young Brother's Idea. Chapter 364, The Young Brother's Idea. The 10,000 Imperial King's expression turned ugly when the shepherd boy pointed at him with the sword. You think I am like them? That night, amongst those who fought for the Shintu family clan, the 10,000 Imperial King was the strongest. Following behind him were Elder Su and Elder Mo, the 2 elders who were not in the family. As for the other 10 elders, and legendary experts, they were the weakest. The 2 people the shepherd boy killed were 2 of the 10 normal elders. Hence, although the shepherd boy seemed overwhelmingly strong, the 10,000 Imperial King was not scared out of his wits by the shepherd boy. A dense deathly aura emitted from his body as he opposed the shepherd boy. Things do not look optimistic. Several kilometers away, Shintu Nanshan's expression had turned ugly. The events of tonight had gone far beyond his original expectations. The large array he had set up, along with all the experts he had gathered here to await the enemy falling into the trap, was all foiled by the shepherd boy alone. He had even killed 2 people. Now, it was still a mystery if the 10,000 Imperial King could actually defeat the Shepherd Boy. If he could not prevent the Shepherd Boy from leaving today, then when Shintu Nantian returned to his family, those who were at odds with him and the family would attack him with this. Even in the Shintu family clan, there was competition over power and benefits. Shintu Nanshan's existence naturally harmed the prospects of others. Young Master Nantian, that. Should we take this opportunity to get rid of Yi Yun? At this moment, Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng came to the Shintu Nanshan side and suggested this without much confidence. The way Shintu Nantian had previously done things was still fresh in their minds. Especially so for Yang Dingkuan. Just after Jiang Sharo escaped, he had interjected, hoping to redirect the spearhead from King Chu onto Yi Yun. However, with a shout from Shintu Nantian, his eardrums had burst, resulting in him bleeding. He himself even knelt down at that moment. Back then, Yang Dingkuan even thought that he was dead. Against Shintu Nantian, Yang Dingkuan had a psychological scar, so he did not dare to speak boldly. However, he had to suggest this matter at this moment. From the current situation, there was a possibility that the Shepherd Boy would be able to rescue Yi Yun. They had offended Yi Yun badly, and had done all sorts of things to add insult to injury. If they did not take this opportunity to get Yi Yun killed, then, if something was to happen in the future. Previously, Yi Yun's talent had appalled Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng. In the Four Kingdoms Alliance tournament, Yi Yun had defeated Fenglin, then Bai, and finally he battered the elites of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom. He was almost non-human. Although Yi Yun was already crippled now, they would rather be safe than sorry. Seeing the Shepherd Boy and his heaven-defying methods, what if he had the means to heal Yi Yun? Even if he could not be completely healed, just being partially healed would be more than enough to torture the two brothers. Furthermore, even if Yi Yun was completely crippled, he could still find his elder sister and send someone from the upper echelons of the desolate race to kill the two of them. It would be as easy as child's play. Just thinking about it made Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng feel fear. Hence, they had to muster up their courage and talk to Shintu Nantian. Oh? Shintu Nanshan's voice turned cold. Do you think that my Shintu family clan is destined to be defeated in tonight's battle? Yi Yun could only be saved by the Shepherd Boy if Shintu Nanshan's plan failed. Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng immediately shivered. Their faces turned white with fright. Shintu Nanshan's had mood swings, and once his anger burst out, no one would know what their outcomes would be. No, we do not mean that. How could that happen? It is just... Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng were sweating profusely. They wanted to force out an explanation, but seeing Shintu Nanshan's cold eyes, their voices began to tremble. Facing Shintu Nantian was like a mortal facing a powerful desolate beast. They could lose their lives at any moment. Although Shintu Nanshan's eyes were cold, he was not against Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng's proposal. In fact, Shintu Nantian did not think that the Shepherd Boy had any means of healing Yi Yun. That was a 7-noxious divining pill, which had an extremely strong frost power to it. That sort of pill was originally used by peak sages for them to cultivate in the frost ice laws. It could be used to increase one's insight in the laws and deepen one's cultivation level. The medicinal properties of a pill used by peak sages were extremely violent. What sort of outcome would happen when used on a Yuan Foundation warrior? Furthermore, the frost toxins had already been in Yi Yun's body for 10 days. Even a god could not save him now. However, he still agreed with Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng. There was nothing wrong with being meticulous and making sure to prevent any possible future troubles. Shintu Nantian slightly sighed and spoke to Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng. What you say does make sense. You must rid the roots of everything to prevent any future trouble. You can enter the chamber and kill Yi Yun. When Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng heard this, they were dumbfounded. They had originally thought that Shintu Nantian would send someone from the Shintu family clan to finish Yi Yun. They never expected him to send them. Yi may be a cripple now and nothing to be feared. In fact, they really wished to kill Yi and do all sorts of terrible things to him, to enjoy the pleasure of revenge. However, the critical point was that the shepherd boy was still up in the sky. The shepherd boy's power was unfathomable. Such an expert had great senses. When he discovered that they entered the Array's core, couldn't the shepherd boy just blow some air at them to turn them to ash? Wasn't this courting death? Humph. What a bunch of cowards. The Heaven-Earth Imperial Array's array disk is in my hand. With the array disk, I can send you directly into the array core. There is a barrier in the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array's core. Although the shepherd boy can ignore the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array's laws and still use the power of desolates, the array core has a strong shield that separates it from the outside world. No matter what laws are understood, one cannot ignore this energy shield. Therefore, if the shepherd boy wants to enter the array core, he needs to use brute force. It is not that the shepherd boy cannot break through the barrier, but the crux of the issue is that he still needs to face the 10,000 Imperial King. The 10,000 Imperial King is not necessarily weaker than the shepherd boy, so how would the shepherd boy dare divert his attention to break through the barrier while in battle? Even with the shepherd boy's strength, he will need several seconds to break through this barrier. And these few seconds are enough for a powerful person like the 10,000 Imperial King to do several things. Shentu Nantian's explanation seemed reasonable. Although Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng were still afraid, they did not feel like it was something that would be certain to send them to their deaths. In fact, Yang Dingquan even wanted to ask, since it is so safe, why do you not do it yourself? Of course, he absolutely did not have the guts to say that. What are you waiting for? Do you want me to personally kill the ant like Yi Yun? Shentu Nanshan's voice turned cold, causing Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng to jump up with fright. They did not dare act against Shentu Nanshan's orders. At this moment, they were lamenting in their hearts. They hoped that whatever Shentu Nantian said was true and that he had not deceived them. They really had nothing better to do but to give themselves something to do. Even if Yi Yun might one day recover from his injuries, it was still better than facing the shepherd boy now. Do not worry. I will not send you to your deaths. The shepherd boy and 10,000 Imperial King are going to fight soon. I will send you into the array core when their battle is at its greatest intensity. At that moment, the shepherd boy will have absolutely no time to attend to other things, otherwise, it would just be suicide. Shentu Nantian confidently said. Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng looked at each other, lamenting in their hearts. At this moment, it seemed like they could only bite down hard and do it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 365, Settling Scores. Chapter 365, Settling Scores. In the sky, the shepherd boy and the 10,000 Imperial King had finally begun fighting. The sealing laws of the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array were not effective. At the same time, the Shentu family clan's elders joined in the battle against the shepherd boy. With the 10,000 Imperial King as their leader, Elder Su and Elder Mo, together with the other legendary experts, formed a large array to aid him. When the 10,000 Imperial King used his Ghost Dao laws, a ghastly wail resounded in the sky over a radius of 50 kilometers. A sea of blood emerged, covering the full moon with a bloody shadow. Against the 10,000 Imperial King who was going all out, the shepherd boy brandished the beast bone sword. 9 runes on the sword lit up one after the other. Now is the time. A few miles away from the battle scene, Shentu Nantian noticed that the 10,000 Imperial King and the shepherd boy were about to start their intense battle. He suddenly grabbed Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng, and at the same time, the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array's array disk flew up into the air and spun above Shentu Nanshan's head. The array began shimmering. Shentu Nantian threw both Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng into the array. At this moment, Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng's hearts went tight. Young Master Nantian, hold on. The shepherd boy hasn't made his move yet, now is not the time. Before Yang Yefeng could finish his sentence, he had been thrown into the array's light. In front of Shintu Nantian, how could Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng have the ability to resist? Ah! The two brothers let out a scream and felt space distort. They were being warped into the array. Behind them, Shintu Nantian sneered, "Good luck to the two of you. If you can alert the shepherd boy and force him to kill the two of you, then it will be a worthy death." Although the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array's core had a protective barrier and the shepherd boy was busy fighting the 10,000 Imperial King, it was still a question of what the shepherd boy would recklessly do as a result of his rage when Yun was really killed. Besides, Shintu Nantian himself had a feud with the shepherd boy, so he definitely would not take the risk. However, if it was Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng, then it did not matter. If they could anger the shepherd boy and distract him into killing them, then there might be a chance for the 10,000 Imperial King to sneak up on him. It would be putting them to good use. Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng only felt space distort, and the next moment, they were already in the Chu royal residence's underground chambers. Oh! High in the sky, the shepherd boy noticed something. He swept his perception over the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array's core. He clearly knew that people had just entered the core a moment ago. The shepherd boy's perception pierced through the barrier and clung onto Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng's bodies. Seeing the two of them, the shepherd boy turned silent. He did not make any moves, but at this moment, the 10,000 Imperial King in front of him had let out a strange squeal. A palm strike came towards him. That palm formed a black ghastly claw in the sky as it came flying towards the shepherd boy's face. The shepherd boy flew backwards and slashed with his sword. A white flame burned on the white bone sword. This flame was immaculate and pure. There was not a single trace of any other color, as if it was the order of heaven and earth burning. Boom! When the ghastly claw struck the sword beam, a divine beam shot into the sky, and the sounds of wailing ghosts rang. The light of the tumultuous energy poured onto the Chu royal residence from above. The palaces were built from all kinds of hard and precious stones. However, under the explosive force of the light from the energy, they were destroyed like they were sandcastles. People watched helplessly as the Chu royal residence's main hall was struck by a white beam before it disintegrated. It did not collapse, nor did it crumble, but it turned into dust after being struck by the white light. Later, the dust dissipated away. It was a complete annihilation. Terrifying. At this moment, King Chu's face was pale. He did not have the time to be concerned about the array-laden palace that he had spent a lot of resources building. Now, lives were at stake. Two great Emperor realm experts were exchanging blows, so who knows what would happen. Send the command. Evacuate all the commoners of Chu Prefecture City. Evacuate everyone in the royal residence too. The 10,000 Imperial King was definitely not someone who was kind-hearted. As the shepherd boy said, he had cultivated an ancient evil cultivation technique, so it was impossible to wish that he was a kind-hearted person. As for the other person, the shepherd boy, he may look handsome, but he was after all a member of the desolate race. He would not show any mercy when he killed humans, just like how humans slaughtered desolate beasts mercilessly. Boom! The shepherd boy and the 10,000 Imperial King exchanged blows once again. The ground in the center of the Chu royal residence had completely collapsed. A huge ghastly claw mark was left imprinted on the ground. Countless palaces collapsed as the earth quaked. What happened? In the core of the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array, Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng slammed heavily into the chamber walls. When the ghastly claw struck, it had directly hit the barrier of the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array's core. Although the barrier did not explode, the terrifying vibrations had sent Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng, who were within it, flying. They nearly spat out blood from colliding with the wall. What the heck is going on? Is the shepherd boy attacking the array? Once they entered the array, all sound was cut off completely. Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng were completely unaware of what was going on outside. At this moment, a Yuan Qi transmission from Shintu Nantian entered their ears. Do not panic. The shepherd boy has completely ignored you. He is currently battling the 10,000 Imperial King. You will feel some vibrations due to the fallout from their fighting. Shintu Nantian did not know what was going on in the array, but he guessed that the aftermath of the 10,000 Imperial King's ghastly claw would definitely make Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng suffer. Hence, he used his Yuan Qi transmission to inform them. What? The fallout was that powerful? Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng looked at each other and they were secretly alarmed. However, as long as the shepherd boy ignored them, then everything would be fine. Let's first get rid of Yun. Yes, since we are in here, killing Yun is of utmost importance. I have long hoped to place that kid under my feet and stomp on him until he becomes a muddy mess. The two sneered. Just thinking of them facing Yun, whose cultivation level had been wasted, made them excited. They dashed to the chamber where Yun was imprisoned in one breath. Pang! The chamber's door was kicked open violently by Yang Dingquan. Ha ha ha! Yun, you must not have imagined that this day would come. In the chamber, Yun's body was chained up. He was huddled up in the corner of the walls. His face and hair were veiled with a layer of frost. His clothes were mostly torn and stained with blood. Those stains were from the blood that he had bled when Shintu Nantian wounded him. Now, the blood had dried up, turning black. Yun's current state looked no different to a beggar. Yun, to think you have already turned into such a state after not seeing you for a few days. If I did not know that you were the only person locked up in here, I would really not be able to recognize you. Is this really the proud son of heaven from the Taya divine city of yesteryear? Kiki, life sure is unpredictable. Yang Dingquan felt very happy seeing Yun in such a state. He suddenly felt that it was worth it to risk his life to enter the chamber. To be able to ravage a genius who had previously been praised by the Taya Divine City's city lord and idolized by countless numbers of Taya Divine City cultivators was indescribable. Yun, you must not be too smug as a person. The higher you stand, the harder you fall. You fell from heaven into hell. I really feel sad for you. However, don't worry, we are here to end your suffering. For a person like you to become a cripple, living itself is a suffering, isn't it? Yang Yefeng also mocked. Yun looked up and his gaze pierced through his messy hair and landed on Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng. It is you too. A cold beam flashed in Yun's eyes. When Jiang Xioro's identity was revealed, Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng had diligently offered to prepare an alchemy lab for Shintu Nantian. They had also sent a voice transmission to Yun saying how great it would be if they were given some elixirs. Yun had a strong murderous intent towards the two of them. Kiki, your gaze looks fearsome, but what can you do? In a while, it will be me brutally killing you. Your gaze is not bad. I will dig your eyes out and soak them in herbal liquid to store them properly. After that, you can keep staring at me. It would definitely be very interesting. Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng laughed without restraint as they walked towards Yun. Yang Yefeng flipped his hand and retrieved a dagger from his interspatial ring. The dagger reflected a cold beam. He brandished the dagger tip in front of Yun's eyes as he simulated the act of digging Yun's eyes out. On the other hand, Yang Dingquan stopped in front of Yun and raised his foot. He was preparing to step on Yun's face. So what if you are a proud son of heaven? Stepping on you now is no different from stepping on a dog. To step on Yun's face gave a great sense of achievement. However, just as Yang Dingquan raised his foot to step downwards, Yun, who was in the corner, suddenly sprang up like a leopard. Crash! The chains on Yun's body tightened. Phew! Yuan Qi surged out from Yun's body as it burned. The sudden turn of events greatly alarmed Yang Dingquan. He had no time to react before Yun grabbed his neck. Yun pressed Yang Dingquan's entire body on the ground. You! Yang Dingkuan screamed. At this moment, Yi Yun had already used a hand to hold Yang Dingkuan's calf down, and he took a brick out from his interspatial ring with his other hand. The black metallic brick was suffused with a cold beam. This was the brick that Yi Yun used when he traversed the divine wilderness. Yi Yun's eyes looked ferocious as he aimed the brick towards Yang Dingkuan's ankle before slamming it down with full force. How could using the sonic death blade to chop off a foot be more joyous than smashing it into a pulp with a metallic brick? Pang! An explosive sound rang as Yang Dingkuan squealed like a pig being slaughtered. Yi Yun's brick had slammed onto Yang Dingkuan's foot. The chamber's floor was made of specially constructed metal and it was extremely hard. The metallic brick along with Yi Yun's brutal force, together with the hard metallic ground, caused Yang Dingkuan's entire foot to become meat pulp. The foot's bones were crushed into dust and the flesh into bits. Yang Dingkuan screamed crazily as if his throat was filled with glass. His face was white as he sweated profusely. He had never expected that the Yi Yun, who was half dead, would suddenly become so terrifying. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 366, Returning It to You. Chapter 366, Returning It to You. Yang Dingkuan stared widely at Yi Yun with fear as he grabbed his calf that no longer had a foot. You. His voice trembled. He could not even complete a sentence. To Yuan Foundation realm warriors, if their foot was cut off, the foot could be joined back with good medicine. It could completely recover in a few months. However, if the foot was smashed into meat pulp, then there was no way of recovering it. Only top-grade medicines could regrow a lost limb. However, with Yang Dingkuan's status and wealth, it was practically impossible for him to obtain such medicine. Hence, Yang Dingkuan's foot was equivalent to being completely disabled. A warrior whose foot was disabled was worse than a warrior missing a hand. The despair Yang Dingkuan now felt was obvious. Yi Yun held the brick stained with meat pulp and blood while looking at Yang Dingkuan. He said calmly, "You do not need to feel despair. Today, you will die here. Having one foot less or not does not matter." Yi Yun's voice may sound calm, but it was filled with murderous intent. Yang Yefeng, who was beside Yang Dingkuan, still held a dagger in his hand. A drop of cold sweat coursed down his forehead. How is this possible? Your cultivation was clearly crippled. Previously, when Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng entered the chamber, they had clearly seen Yi Yun covered in ice crystals, as if he was poisoned by frost toxins. However, in a blink of an eye, all the ice crystals disappeared and Yi Yun's yuan qi had exploded. Crippled cultivation? Yi Yun sneered, "Whatever you do to me, and whatever you wanted to do to me but have not done, I will return all of them to the both of you identically. Regardless whether it is you, or the Shintu family clan." When Yi Yun said this, his body emitted an unlimited amount of murderous intent. A phantom image of a corpse mountain and blood sea appeared behind him. This was the Saber-Truth's 32 words, killing at its core. While Yi Yun's understanding of the Saber-Truth's 32 words grew deeper by the day, the phantom image of the corpse mountain and blood sea would appear automatically whenever he was filled with killing intent. When they saw the phantom image behind Yi Yun, Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng's faces paled in fright. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. Your cultivation hasn't been crippled? How can that be? The two of them acted like their souls had left their bodies. A few months ago, when Yi Yun was at the peak of the Purple Blood Realm, he had won the Alliance Tournament after beating Feng Lin. Back then, Feng Lin and Bai may have suppressed their cultivation levels, but they were still people that Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng had no methods to deal with. And at this moment, Yi Yun had already broken through to the Yuan Foundation realm. His cultivation level was similar to theirs. With Yi Yun's extraordinary battle prowess, they lacked the courage to resist against Yi Yun. He still has chains on his body. Yang Yefeng saw that some of the chains on Yi Yun's body were broken, but there were still some that were connected. These chains were engraved with runes and they were extremely strong. It was not easy to break them. Yang Yefeng slowly retreated. He used the corner of his eyes to look at the chamber's door. He felt hatred towards Yang Dingkuan, who had closed the metallic door after entering the chamber. He calculated in his mind that the time it takes to open the metallic door was the time it took to snap one's fingers. As Yi Yun was restrained by chains, he could only attack from a distance, and might not be able to harm him. And behind him, there was also Yang Dingkuan. At this time, the idea of brotherly love was just a joke. Why would Yang Yefeng care if Yang Dingkuan lived? Yi Yun touched his interspatial ring and sneered, "Are you thinking of escaping?" Yang Yefeng's face sank. He knew that the moment he moved, Yi Yun would attack him. For a Yuan Foundation realm warrior, there was no need to make bodily contact. The power from saber chi or sword chi cutting through the air was also powerful. Yang Yefeng watched Yi Yun's movements carefully. He said coldly, "Do you think you can keep me here? You are being bound by chains and the power of the moves you use will be limited. Besides, you only have the time to strike once, so what can you do to me? If you want to break the chains, you need to waste a lot of energy. The chains you have broken must have wasted a lot of your energy, right?" As Yang Yefeng spoke, he slowly retreated. He could not turn around and flee, as that would open his body to attack. Then, Yi Yun could mortally wound him easily with one strike. Yi Yun chuckled as he flipped his palm. He took an old broken sword out from his interspatial ring. This broken sword was covered in rust. It looked like a relic that had been unearthed. Oh! Yang Yefeng was surprised. He did not know why Yi Yun pulled out such a useless sword. As he was still wondering why, something that made his eyes pop out had happened. He saw Yi Yun casually wave his hand, slashing at the chain. Following that, with a clear snap, the runes on the chain suddenly shimmered for a while. After they had finished shimmering, the broken sword had completely cut through the chain. What? Yang Dingkuan stared widely. His face was gloomy as his soul began to separate from his body. How could this be possible? That was a chain made by a master blacksmith in the Chu royal residence. How could it break so easily? The broken sword that looked like it was almost going to rot away had cut through the chains as if it was cutting grass. What you said previously was well said. Yi Yun casually threw the useless chains away and said coldly, "You said that one must not be too smug as a person. Or else, you will fall from heaven into hell." That is indeed true. As Yi Yun spoke, he began walking towards Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng. At this moment, the chamber's door was still closed. With Yi Yun's strength, Yang Yefeng had no hope of opening the door with Yi Yun attacking. "We will go all out and fight you." Yang Dingkuan was holding onto his calf as he spoke in a threatening manner, but he lacked courage deep down. With only one foot, there was no way he could escape from Yi Yun's sword. And at this moment, he suddenly felt a push on his back. His cousin, Yang Yefeng, had pushed him, who had only one leg, towards Yi Yun. "Brother, help me block him for a while." As Yang Yefeng said that, he frantically rushed out of the chamber. "You!" Yang Dingkuan was greatly shocked. He had only one leg left, so how could he withstand the full force of Yang Yefeng's push? His body flew towards Yi Yun. Yi Yun sneered as he took a step forward. "Ah!" Yang Dingkuan screamed in despair. He stabbed his sword at Yi Yun. However, at the same time, Yi Yun had kept the broken sword. For a despicable person like Yang Dingkuan, how could he be worthy of being killed by the companion sword of the Pure Yang Sword Palace's owner? It was a complete insult to the sword. This sword could only taste the blood of gods and demons like the bronze giant. With the broken sword put away, Yi Yun entered the battle unarmed. He directed a punch towards Yang Dingkuan's face. "Ah!" Yang Dingkuan screamed as he was punched in the face by Yi Yun. His facial bones sank in, and an eyeball popped out of its sockets. Yi-Yun had completely smashed his facial features into a mess. Yi-Yun turned his fist into the shape of a claw. Taking advantage of the momentum, he grabbed Yang Dingkuan's face as he rushed forward, slamming the back of Yang Dingkuan's head onto the metallic chamber walls. Pang! With a loud sound, the back of Yang Dingkuan's head cracked open and blood splattered out. Yang Dingkuan was left with one eye. There was no eyeball left, leaving an empty socket. His face was also gone. The back of his head was bleeding. The difference in strength between him and Yi-Yun was too great. At this moment, Yi-Yun turned his head and saw the scene of Yan Yefeng closing the door. Once the chamber's door was closed, then it could only be opened from outside. And this door was constructed of the same metal as the chains. The 2-foot-thick metallic door was many times stronger than the chains. It was not that easy to tear the door down even with the Pure Yang Sword Palace's owner's broken sword. Farewell, Yi-Yun. Although I do not know how you recovered your cultivation, that does not matter. Young Master Nantian will finish you off. Yang Yefeng used his Yuan Qi transmission to pass the message into Yi-Yun's ears in a split second. He believed that Yi-Yun could not break down the door. Even if he could do so, he definitely needed some time. And this time was sufficient for him to escape. Pa! The door closed. The sound of the metal locking was music to his ears. Yang Yefeng let out a long sigh. He could not stay here for long. He had to leave at once, and report everything that had happened to Shintu Nantian. Shintu Nantian could transmit his voice into the chamber as he had the array disc in hand, but Yang Yefeng had no way of sending the message out. However, when Yang Yefeng turned around, his blood froze. He saw that 3 feet away from him, Yi-Yun was standing there like a ghost. His gaze was that of looking at a dead man. How could he be this quick? Yang Yefeng felt his world fall apart. He originally thought that he had seen a chance at living, but in the blink of an eye, he had entered hell once again. When Yi-Yun was in the purple blood realm, his minute subtlety had given him speed that exceeded several Yuan Foundation realm elites. Furthermore, with Yi-Yun already breaking through to the Yuan Foundation realm, his speed at traveling short distances could be described like teleportation. It is the end. Yi-Yun said calmly, as if he was the judge of fate. Yan Yefeng shouted wildly. He retaliated by stabbing at Yi-Yun with a dagger. Yi-Yun's Yuan Qi surged out, and he reached out his hand. With the advantage of power, he grabbed Yang Yefeng's wrist. Yuan Qi circulated as Yi-Yun's energy increased. Ka-cha! With the sound of a bone snapping, Yang Yefeng's hand was twisted and broken by Yi-Yun. Yang Yefeng's hand was twisted at an odd angle, giving him heartfelt pain. He gritted his teeth as he sent a punch towards Yi-Yun's dantian. However, Yi-Yun's other hand shot out like lightning, catching Yang Yefeng's other hand. With a repeat of events, another ka-cha was heard. The pain caused Yang Yefeng's face to distort. Both his hands had been twisted and broken by Yi-Yun. The dagger in his hand dropped before Yi-Yun caught it. You will die a horrible death. Yan Yefeng felt newborn despair as he stared venomously at Yi-Yun and maliciously cursed him. However, Yi-Yun only sneered. With a flick of his hand, the dagger pierced one of Yang Yefeng's white staring eyes. Pwah! His eyeball burst. Yi-Yun had pierced the dagger deep into Yang Yefeng's eye socket. A powerful force completely surged through Yang Yefeng's brain. Yang Yefeng's body twitched as blood and brain juices flowed out from his eye socket. Yi-Yun did not feel a thing from such a bloody scene. He was not a bloodthirsty man, but when his heart was filled with hatred, seeing such a bloody scene, it gave him a thrill that was difficult to be described with words. I had previously said, whatever you wanted to do to me, I would return to you identically. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 367, Killing Altogether. Chapter 367, Killing Altogether. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. After killing Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng, Yun gathered their corpses together and shot a pure yang flame at the bodies. The two corpses crumbled into ashes immediately, completely disappearing. The high temperature from the pure yang flames could even vaporize ash. One could say that the corpses literally disappeared into thin air. Yun destroyed everything that was Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng. It really was wiping all evidence by destroying the corpses. This was the first time Yun had killed someone in this and his previous life. Maybe he was slowly growing accustomed to this world where martial arts was placed above all. Maybe it was because he had gone through slaughtering desolate beasts in the divine wilderness, resulting in him slowly getting used to it. Or maybe it was because of his hatred for Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng. At that moment, Yun did not feel any remorse for killing them. On the contrary, he felt like he had released the discomfort he had suppressed and accumulated over the past few days. These 10 days was first marked by the pain of him nearly losing Jiang Xiao, and how he nearly lost his life. This came from the despair of being brutally beaten and nearly slaughtered. One could not rid themselves of their natural intentions. After suppressing all the feelings of being oppressed and tortured, a brutal streak had begun growing in him. The experience from the past few days could be considered a turning point in Yun's life. In such desperate situations, a person could change a lot. Yun looked up towards the sky. His gaze and perception had no way of seeing through the chamber's ceiling. He also did not know what was happening outside. He was waiting for the judgment of fate. He swore that this was the last time he was leaving it up to fate, or he would allow others to decide his survival. From today onwards, his fate would be controlled by him. If it was said that only mighty figures in this world had the ability to control their own fate, then he would become a might figure. If the great emperor realm was insufficient, then he would exceed a great emperor. At that moment in the night sky, the illusionary bone sword was being brandished. The sharp sword chi split the starlight apart, and what was remaining was the bright color of blood that smeared the air. A Shinto family clan elder had been split in half by the sword chi. The elder screamed before his body was ground to bits by the sword chi. Another Shinto family clan elder had died. Up till now, 5 elders from the Shinto family clan had died. Those elders, whose cultivation level was not in the realm of the emperor realm, had no way of defending themselves from the shepherd boy. Once the shepherd boy grabbed an opportunity, the outcome would be their deaths in one strike. The thought of retreating arose in those normal elders' minds. Although they were part of the Shinto family clan and had worked hard for it, they were not at the stage where they would not mind giving their lives up. To them, living was much more important than anything else. Oh! Realizing that the shepherd boy was approaching, the legendary figures hurriedly retreated. The myriad imperial king frowned. What are you afraid of? He was hit by the ancestor's death heavenly revolution a decade ago. It is impossible that he has recovered by now. I don't believe he can last all the way to the end. The myriad imperial king put his hand out, and behind him, the large floating bell flew towards his hand. Dang! The bell rang. In the Chu prefecture city, even though the citizens had been evacuated, those who heard it from tens of kilometers away felt their ears buzz and their hearts heavy. Those who were lower in cultivation level spat blood out from the tremors. Dang! The large bell rang again. As the sound waves approached, those mortals who were nearer to it could not withstand the surge of the sound wave. With a scream, they turned into a bloody mist as a result of the sound wave. Ah! Some people let out shocking cries. After 2 consecutive sound waves were sent surging, now there was so much blood that it nearly formed a river. King Chu was on a mountain peak far into the distance. When he saw this scene, he let out a long sigh. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Ever since he heard the shepherd boy call out the myriad imperial king's title, he had guessed that the exchange of blows between great emperor realm rivals would definitely harm the Chu prefecture city, thus he evacuated the residents early on. However, there were too many people in the Chu prefecture city, so there was no way to complete an evacuation in time. This resulted in many innocent commoners dying. And what was tragic about this was that they did not die under the hands of the desolate race expert, the shepherd boy, rather they were killed by the myriad imperial king who was human. Be it the desolate race or mighty figures from the human race, they treated commoners like ants. The large black bell floated in front of the myriad imperial king. There were ghostly runes engraved on the large bell, making it look sinister and savage. My 10,000 ghost bell was strengthened using the souls of 10,000 human lords. However, it still lacks a person at the Emperor realm to be its main soul. 1,000 years ago, you killed my only son. Today, I will use your soul as my 10,000 bells main soul, so as to commemorate my only son's spirit. Oh, that is really tragic. Your body is impotent, and you do not have any descendants. What other meaning is there to life? The shepherd boy sneered in a mocking fashion. The imperial kings had a long life, and he would usually have several wives and concubines, resulting in countless numbers of descendants. However, the myriad imperial king had cultivated an ancient evil cultivation technique and had gone astray. He also cultivated the ghost Dao death spirit skills, so he had already lost his potency. It was very difficult for a deathly body to create life-giving essence, hence, when his only son was killed, this created an irreconcilable feud. Courting death. The shepherd boy had touched a sore spot, resulting in the myriad imperial king's eyes turning blood red. Dawn. He rang the 10,000 ghost bell and sent terrifying sound waves out. The tremors had split the earth open below them. Due to the resonance from the sound wave, the ground became like a water surface. Ripples in the ground appeared like water ripples. Muddy waves spread out in a circular manner. It caused the Chu royal residence, which was mostly destroyed, to collapse completely. Countless numbers of pavilions, rockeries, and flowing water bodies turned into ruins. The ground caved in, causing even the foundations of the towers to completely churn upwards. This was just the fallout. In fact, the highly condensed sound waves from the 10,000 ghost bell had been directed at the shepherd boy. A soul attack was embedded in the sound waves. Against the 10,000 ghost bell's sound waves, the shepherd boy gently flipped his hand, and a short bamboo flute appeared in his hand. He carried this bamboo flute everywhere. Even when he led the beast horde, he would use this bamboo flute to transmit his intentions. A sweet and melodious tune came out of the flute. It clashed with the extensive bell sound waves. Boom! The sound wave explosion shook the surroundings. The strongest attacks hidden in the sound waves were their own sword of the soul. Soul attacks were the most dangerous. If a backlash happened, there would be extremely serious consequences. The two people's souls crossed. Illusions flooded their minds as they reached a stalemate. In the sky, the myriad imperial king's soul formed into a burning blood-colored skull, which looked like an evil demon entering the world. It was infinitely oppressive. And behind the shepherd boy, it was a scene of the vast wilderness. In the vast wilderness, there were divine dragons and phoenixes flying about. They may not be real divine beasts, but even if they weren't, they were primitive sacred desolate beasts whose bloodline was extremely close. The phantom images of the two great emperors appeared at the same time. This battle had reached its hottest point. The shepherd boy and the myriad imperial king are fighting with their souls. Now they are in a deadlock, it is the best opportunity to kill him. About 10 kilometers away, Shinto Nantian shouted. However, the few Shinto family clan elders were hesitant. Previously, their companions had died horribly. Move. If you kill the shepherd boy and use his blood to refine a divine elixir, I will give one to each of you. If you retreat without fighting, there will be punishments once the ancestor gets wind of this. Shinto Nantian even used the Shinto patriarch as a threat. Under this threat, and with the temptation of the shepherd boy's blood elixir, a total of 7 people consisting of the remaining 5 elders, along with Elder Sue and Elder Mo, charged at the shepherd boy. They all used their best moves, in a bid to kill the shepherd boy in one strike. At that moment, the shepherd boy and the myriad Imperial King were in a deadlock, so he was the perfect target. The divine beams formed into one, like a rainbow cloud that covered the sky, and situated in the middle of the cloud was the shepherd boy. At that moment, everyone held their breaths. Was the battle ending? Boom! All the attacks exploded in the night sky at the same time. The air was like a picture scroll that was torn apart by the terrifying impact. Blinding lights from the energy made everyone shut their eyes. And the powerful energy formed a force field that formed an isolation barrier, which prevented others from using their perception to probe what was going on within it. They did not know what the outcome of the battle in the sky was. The 7 legendary figures had teamed up to attack him, and at that moment, the shepherd boy was resisting the 10,000 ghost bells ringing. Under this situation, there was no one who could withstand it. Is the battle over? The shepherd boy is dead. The light slowly dissipated as people focused their eyes upwards. They realized that the empty air had disappeared. What was in front of their eyes was like an immortal paradise in the sky. It was a vast blue sea that sparkled. And above the sea, there was an island. A sea that floated in the sky, and a small island within the sea. That island was covered with spiritual fountains, and was spring-like, forming an idyllic scene. There were peach trees that had grown healthily on this land for thousands of years. At that moment, the peach blossoms went into full bloom. As the petals fell, it formed a rain of flowers. And as light dispersed through this rain, a green cow could be seen walking amongst the flowers. Green cow, peach blossoms, Paradise Island. The green-dressed shepherd boy was standing in this paradise. His green clothes were stained with blood while he held his bamboo flute. The shepherd boy was injured. The silver blood slowly flowed down the shepherd boy's fingers before it began dripping. The pink peach blossoms, the silver blood suddenly formed a beautiful picture. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 368, The Blood of the Desolate Race. Chapter 368, The Blood of the Desolate Race. The shepherd boy's silver blood flowed down, landing on the paradise's soil beneath his feet before being absorbed by the paradise's ground. It did not drop onto normal ground. Seeing this divine paradise soil, the hearts of the Shinto family clan elders tightened. Domain. This single island immortal paradise was the shepherd boy's domain. Many warriors had their own domains, so it was not uncommon. However, the shepherd boy's domain was clearly extraordinary. He had used this domain to withstand the combined attack of the 7 experts and the 10,000 Imperial King. He is injured and bleeding. The blood of the desolate race is much more precious than our human blood. Once they bleed, it means that they are seriously injured. The blood of the desolate race could be refined into elixirs, which illustrated how precious their blood was. The 10,000 Imperial King looked at the blood flowing out of the shepherd boy's mouth and grinned. If I'm not wrong, our combined attack has made the Death Heavenly Revolution stir up in his body. And my 10,000 ghost bells should have hurt his soul. The 10,000 Imperial King was very confident about the effects of his 10,000 bell attack. He refused to believe that even the shepherd boy could remain unharmed after being attacked while in a deadlock with him. It's the end, let us all attack. Break his domain apart, and we can kill him. Then we shall have his desolate blood and refine elixirs from it, so we can share them. A few Shinto family clan elders looked each other in the eye as they made their minds up. The desolate race's blood elixirs were extremely precious. Even if it could not let them have a breakthrough, it could catalyze their body's potential, thus extending their lifespan. The 7 elders attacked together, and used all sorts of laws. The divine powers rushed into the sky like a rainbow tidal wave surging towards the shepherd boy's domain. Boom! All the attacks landed on the Paradise Island domain. The domain shook violently. On the Paradise Island, the petals of the peach blossoms fell like bloody rain. The shepherd boy was standing below a 10,000-year-old peach tree, looking indifferent. When the powerful forces tore the Paradise Island apart, a shocking crack appeared on the ground. People believed that they were on the brink of splitting the domain apart. However, at this moment, the shepherd boy suddenly held his illusionary bone sword and wiped his palm over it, staining it with his silver blood. Chi. The silver blood burned and it transformed into a spotless white flame. This flame had been used by the shepherd boy previously. However, this time, he had used his blood as fuel, so the power of the flame could no longer be compared to last time. Roar! Behind the shepherd boy, a earth-shattering roar that sounded like a primitive sacred desolate beast spread out. This power was imbued into the shepherd boy's body. He slashed with his sword, causing the order of heaven and earth to collapse. The combined efforts of the elders released a Yuan Qi divine force, but it could not block the shepherd boy's attack at all. The divine beam collapsed as all the attacks disappeared. As for the shepherd boy's flaming sword, it pierced forward without any resistance. Cha! A Shintu family clan elder screamed. He was split apart from the hip down. The white flame swallowed him, burning the elder's blood and his mind into ash. What? When the other elders saw this scene, they were terror-stricken. They had thought that the shepherd boy was a spent force, so they had combined forces to attack him again. Now, with a look, his strength had become even more terrifying after being injured. Against the shepherd boy, they felt a fear in their hearts. This desolate race-great emperor was simply unfathomable. The shepherd boy sent a stab at the 10,000 imperial king with his illusionary bone sword. The 10,000 imperial king was alarmed. You actually don't mind spending your desolate blood to fight me? Is this just to save a human? Is it even worth it? The shepherd boy remained quiet. White flames surged from the sword, burning the emptiness. These flames seemed to spontaneously form runic lines. This was the array runic lines formed when one's fire laws reached an extreme. It represented the origins of the heaven and earth great Tao. The successor has promised me something. So in return, I definitely have to uphold my promise. The shepherd boy said calmly. The shepherd boy had used all his strength with this attack. The white beam was like jade as it lit up the entire night sky. It stretched all the way to the horizon and it seemed infinite. Even the arm of the galaxy in the sky disappeared as it was overpowered by the divine light. The white flames burned, forming a wispy sound as it resounded in the heavens. It was as if the ancient river of time had been reversed. Against this tsunami-like attack, the 10,000 imperial king's face displayed a ferocious expression. He knew that he had to go all out, otherwise, the shepherd boy would kill him. Roar! A beast-like roar came from within his body. His rotting, dried-up skin swelled up. In an instant, a deathly aura exploded as 10,000 ghosts wailed. From within the 10,000 imperial king's body, a red skeleton rushed forward. As the skeleton howled, it charged at the shepherd boy. At the same time, the 10,000 imperial king threw the 10,000 ghost bell at the shepherd boy. As the bell gave a deafening sound, it was like a mountain of hell flying towards the shepherd boy. The 10,000 imperial king's aspect totem, which had his soul attack embedded in it, left his body, and at the same time, all of his Yuan Qi was injected into the large bell. The two combined into one, and this was the strongest attack the 10,000 imperial king could use. He believed that no matter how sharp the shepherd boy's sword was, the shepherd boy had no way of breaking through this killer attack. Seeing the 10,000 ghost bell and the bloody skeleton attacking him, a cold expression flashed on the shepherd boy's face. He attacked with his palm, and at the same time, injected the power of desolates into his palm, rupturing his blood vessels, which caused some of his blood to splatter. The shepherd boy's palm had turned into a bloody palm. Dang! With a tumultuous explosion, the palm made a direct impact on the large bell. The weight could not be estimated. The ghost bell, that had 10,000 Lord Realm souls in it, quaked. A depression immediately appeared on the thick and heavy bell. It was a clear and visible palm print. The shepherd boy's silver blood was left behind on the 10,000 ghost bell as well. The metal that was used to construct the 10,000 ghost bell actually melted, turning into molten metal under the burning blood. The shepherd boy's blood had burned a hole through the 10,000 ghost bell. There were unfathomable powers in the desolate race great emperor's blood. Shie! 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 The flames burned as the souls began to howl in pain. These were the tortured souls that were sealed in the 10,000 ghost bell. They were burned by the white flames, turning into ash instantaneously. Although the process was painful, it was a form of release for them. As the wails increased, an unknown number of souls had been burned to ash in the blink of an eye. You burnt the souls in my 10,000 ghost bell. The 10,000 Imperial King's eyes turned red. However, at this moment, his energy had been emptied out and he was powerless to stop it. The shepherd boy roared and pushed the 10,000 ghost bell away from him with one hand. He raised his illusionary bone sword and carried on slashing. Roar! The bloody skeleton roared as it bit at the shepherd boy. This bloody skeleton was the 10,000 Imperial King's aspect totem. It could swallow a person's soul. If it was allowed free rein in a crowd, the people who were devoured by it would lose their souls, turning into walking zombies. However, against this bloody skeleton, the shepherd boy did not dodge it. He charged forward together with his sword. His entire person had transformed into a sword beam. At this moment, it was as if he himself had turned into a peerless divine sword. That terrifying sword intent had protected the shepherd boy's soul. With his flesh as the sword, and his soul also as a sword, his sword Dao didn't meet any resistance as it surpassed everything under the sky. Break! The shepherd boy let out a long cry. His blood burned on the illusionary bone sword as the surrounding flames condensed into runic lines of the great Dao origins. At this moment, all of them reversed and injected themselves into the sword. Sha! The sword pierced all the way through the blood-colored skeleton, till it reached the 10,000 Imperial King. The bone sword's blade shone with white light that resembled jade, and it was no more than 3 feet away than the 10,000 Imperial King. You burst through my blood skeleton head-on. The 10,000 Imperial King's expression twisted. Seeing that he had no way to avoid it, he put his dried-up claws out to grab the shepherd boy's neck. He wanted to force the shepherd boy to retract his attack and defend by the threat of exchanging injuries. However, when the shepherd boy stabbed with his sword, he had no intentions to dodge again. Once his sword was unsheathed, it had to taste blood. The illusionary bone sword pierced straight ahead. He did not defend. Pwah! The sword stabbed into the 10,000 Imperial King's left chest, piercing through his heart. The white blood flame seeped into the 10,000 Imperial King's body, and began to spread out like an explosion. From his heart, it spread to all the neighboring blood vessels. It burned all his blood into ash. However, at the same time, the 10,000 Imperial King let out a strange cry as his ghastly claws had pierced the shepherd boy's chest. 10 bloody holes were left on the shepherd boy's body, and black gas surged around like plumes of black smoke being released. The 10,000 Imperial King's claws were poisonous. However, the claws had not managed to grab the shepherd boy's heart. The desolate blood flame on the shepherd boy's sword burned the 10,000 Imperial King's Yuan Qi away, destroying all possibility of survival. It also prevented him from breaking through the shepherd boy's protective power of desolates. Shie! The sword swept ahead, and the 10,000 Imperial King was split into 2 by the shepherd boy. After the 10,000 Imperial King's corpse was split apart, it lost its Yuan Qi protection. Hence, it no longer had the ability to withstand the shepherd boy's desolate blood flame. It was reduced to ashes in the air. A ghastly emperor had been annihilated in such a manner. Seeing the ashes spreading down and slowly disappearing in the sky, the Shinto family clan elders were fear-stricken. It was too terrifying. This was the blood of a desolate race's great emperor, just the power of the blood was so terrifying. This was also why many members of the human race were desperate for the blood of the desolate race. However, the blood of the desolate race was not only used to refine elixirs, it could also be used to kill someone. The shepherd boy's face was pale. There were 10 bloody holes on his chest and silver blood flowed out from the holes, and at this time, his silver blood was slightly contaminated. The poison that the 10,000 Imperial King used was not common. It had been condensed and refined from toxin laws. Even if it was the blood of a desolate race's great emperor, the poison would still corrode it. The shepherd boy has killed a human great emperor. On the Taiya Divine Kingdom's side, King Chu and company were frightened and distraught. This was such a terrifying matter. For the Chu Prefecture city today, it was destined to be a day that was going to be remembered. A great emperor had actually died in their Chu Prefecture city. A human great emperor was a legend to the Taiya Divine Kingdom. It was rare to meet one, but now, one of them had died. Furthermore, they had witnessed the death of this great emperor with their own eyes. Looking back at the shepherd boy, his green clothes were stained with blood and he looked pale. He was also poisoned, and seemed to be at his limit, like a candle flickering in the wind. Could he still fight? Such a question flashed in King Chu's mind. Although it was an opposing force, the shepherd boy's peerless grandeur had completely impressed King Chu. It was all because of his peerless talent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 369, Finally Leaving Taiya. Chapter 369, Finally Leaving Taiya. The divine lights of the laws began to slowly fade in the vast sky. The arm of the galaxy once again began to shimmer in the sky, and now, the entire Chu Prefecture city was in complete ruins. With the Chu royal residence as the core, it seemed to have been attacked by a terrible storm. All the nearby buildings had completely collapsed, while the Chu royal residence had been reduced to dust, not even leaving behind any wreckage. The shepherd boy stood under the bright moon, holding the illusionary bone sword in one hand and the bamboo flute in the other. A breeze blew, fluttering his green clothes. His elegance and talent seemed peerless. His pair of eyes stared at the Shinto family clan elders. That deep stare seemed to resemble the endless starry sky above his head. He's injured, and should be very seriously injured at that. He should be on the verge of his limits. Ignoring the death heavenly revolution left in his body, even the wound on his chest has been infected by toxins. He is bleeding black blood. The shepherd boy's condition was clear to everyone, but even then, no one dared to go forward. The shepherd boy had previously killed 6 of the Shinto family clan elders, and then the 10,000 Imperial King. This was too great a shock for them. Furthermore, every time they thought they could kill him, they were killed by him instead. Hence, even if they knew that he had damaged his life force, none of the Shinto family clan elders dared to make a move. Even Elder Su and Elder Mo did not go forth. The pressure was too great. Maybe if they all piled on, maybe then they would be able to prevent the heavily injured shepherd boy from leaving. However, there was no doubt that they would only be left with a few people in the end. They might even all die together with the shepherd boy. No one was willing to make such a sacrifice. At this moment, people saw that a black mist was emerging from the 10 claw wounds on the shepherd boy's chest. Shie! 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 After the black mist left the wounds, it burned in the air, quickly being reduced to ash. When people saw this, their hearts tightened. He is using the power of desolates to force the toxins out of his body. This is not good, we cannot let him force the poison out. If he completely recovers, we will be even less of a match for him. We might even all die here today. The shepherd boy was unexpectedly healing himself in the air, completely ignoring them. This made many of the Shinto elders aggrieved. It was as if they did not exist. They knew that if they did not attack the shepherd boy now, they would lose their greatest advantage in battle. However, no one dared to make a move against him. Everyone knew that the first few who went forward would definitely end up dead. While they looked on, the black mist being emitted out of the shepherd boy increased. With a chi-chi-chi sound, a pure white flame started to burn on the shepherd boy's chest. If this went on, they would not stand a chance if they only remained motionless. See? The illusionary bone sword flashed a cold beam. Under the moonlight, the white bone sword the shepherd boy held looked like an elephant's white tusk. What do we do? A Shinto family clan elder asked Elder Su and Elder Mo. Elder Su and Elder Mo's expressions were ugly as they felt irrevocably committed. What else can we do? We cannot really wait for him to recover and let him kill all of us? Let's protect the young master and leave. Hearing Elder Mo's words, the Shinto family clan's other elders felt aggrieved. Although they, in name, were leaving to protect Shinto Nantian, they were in fact escaping. They had the numbers advantage, and had even set up the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array. Even with the addition of the 10,000 Imperial King, they had still been sent scurrying away by the shepherd boy. This had turned into a huge joke. However, now, if they did not take the opportunity to escape while the shepherd boy was still recovering from the poisoning, they had no other methods. Evacuate the Chu Prefecture city. When Elder Su said this, the elders looked at each other and reluctantly accepted reality. They kept their guard up and retreated in the air bit by bit, to the point of them being several miles away. Only then did they take Shinto Nantian along with them to rapidly evacuate. From the beginning to the end, the shepherd boy looked on indifferently. He did not attack again. He was indeed on the verge of his limits. It was not because of the toxins from the 10,000 Imperial King, but because of the death heavenly revolution left within his body by the Shinto Patriarch a decade ago. Just now, he had used the blood of the desolate race to kill the 10,000 Imperial King, but that had caused the death heavenly revolution in his body to begin moving. He was almost on the verge of being unable to repress it. Under this situation, if he had forcefully killed the Shinto family clan elders, he would have to pay a terrible price. Not only would he have to enter a recovery phase again, but he would also have to hurt his life force. If he really hurt his life force, then it would be very difficult to recover, even if he nursed himself back to health for decades. The Shinto family clan has retreated. The Taiya Divine Kingdom's warriors looked as the Shinto family clan retreated to a distance of tens of miles away from the Chu Prefecture city before they turned and fled. Soon, they disappeared into the night. This scene made many of their hearts go cold. The shepherd boy had sent the Shinto family clan running single-handedly. From the contents of their past conversations, the shepherd boy's strength did not decrease but actually increased, although he was hit by the death heavenly revolution in the huge battle a decade ago. As such, the Shinto family clan had severely underestimated the shepherd boy's strength. The Taiya Divine Kingdom warriors were extremely nervous. They were afraid that the shepherd boy would suddenly attack them. If he was angered, the Chu Prefecture city would be pulled in. Once the huge slaughter began, only a few amongst them would live on. It was a very easy matter for a great emperor to destroy a city. However, at this moment, the shepherd boy's focus was not on the Taiya Divine Kingdom's warriors. After he forced out the last toxins in his body, he held the illusionary bone sword and hovered above the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array's core. The illusionary bone sent out 3 flashing beams, and these 3 waterfall-like sword beams streaked across the ground. Shi-la! It was as if white lightning had struck. The Heaven-Earth Imperial Array's barrier violently trembled and completely burst open the next moment. Following that, the shepherd boy sent out another slash. The Chu royal residence's chamber had been split open by his attack. In the chamber, Yi-Yun heard a rumbling of energy explosions. He looked up and saw a sword beam split open the chamber's dome. A ray of moonlight spilled down from the huge crack and into the dome, lighting up his face. Ever since he was locked in the dark chamber, where day and night could not be distinguished, he had not seen the long-absent sight of moonlight. And now, bathing in the moonlight, Ian felt as if he had reincarnated. He seemed to have died once in the past 10 days. And today, he was reborn. He would make every effort to explore the highest realms of martial arts. He wanted to control his own fate, and control the fates of the people around him. Under the moon, the shepherd boy's green clothes were stained with blood. He looked like a pristine piece of jade. With the illusionary bone sword in hand, he looked at Iyun without any emotions. There was no emotions in his voice as he said, "Follow me." After saying that, the shepherd boy spoke no more. He turned around and left, not giving Iyun another glance. Iyun felt an invisible force wrap around his body as his body began to fly. Under the moon, the shepherd boy kept his sword in hand as he flew towards the starry sky. His black hair fluttered in the wind, giving him an extreme charm. And behind him, Iyun was following closely behind. The shepherd boy did not speak a word. Iyun too remained silent. He never expected that such a day would happen. He had been imprisoned by a large human faction, yet it was the desolate race's shepherd boy who saved him. Thinking back to the first encounter, of him meeting the shepherd boy in the divine wilderness, the shepherd boy was then riding a green cow, crossing the Blackwater swamp. That scene seemed like a dream. Back then, Iyun had never expected the shepherd boy to have such an identity. The two of them flew silently, with one before the other. They slowly disappeared into the horizon, hidden by the bright light of the moon. Only when the two of them completely disappeared did the Taya Divine Kingdom's warriors exhale. The backs of many of them were drenched with cold sweat. The shepherd boy had given them too great a pressure. Maybe we were too tiny, so the shepherd boy did not even bother killing us. An old man smiled bitterly. The shepherd boy had passed by the Taya Divine Kingdom and saved Iyun. Those who were watching by the sides were probably nothing more than a bunch of ants to the shepherd boy. When a person encountered a group of ants while walking, except for naughty children, probably no one would purposely walk over to step the ants to death. He has saved Iyun, but Iyun has already become a cripple. A human lord sighed. Many people from the Taya Divine Kingdom felt pity for Iyun. Many of them felt sorry that Iyun had been crippled. That might not be so. The shepherd boy's powers are godly. He might have a way to recover Iyun's cultivation. Another human lord said. However, many of them shook their heads when they heard it. With the frost toxins in his body, and his meridians destroyed, who knows what sorts of treasures are needed to join back his meridians. Furthermore, ignoring the fact that the desolate race might not use such treasures on Iyun might also not be able to handle such medicine. Even if we took 10,000 steps back and all those conditions were fulfilled, and great amounts of time will be lost to join back Iyun's meridians. And the meridians that are joined back might not be as good as they originally were. There might be some hidden injuries left behind. If that happened, then Iyun might only become a peak human lord. Becoming a sage would be difficult, let alone becoming a great emperor. In the Taya Divine Kingdom's history, there was no lack of geniuses who were peerless. However, due to sudden severe injuries, their bodies and talents were no longer the same after they recovered. Their cultivation was slowly caught up to by their peers, and finally their potential was exhausted. In the end they just vanished in the crowd. There were too many examples of this. People suspected that Iyun would end up the same. Just thinking about it made them sigh. A proud son of heaven had fallen just like that. Although he was still alive, he had lost the halo around him. The higher one fell from, the greater the tragedy. One had to live on a grade life in hatred and despair after suddenly losing everything overnight. For one, who was originally used to being cheered on by others and being admired by all around him, to carry on living in a weak state with all one's powers gone, with no chances of revenge, death would probably be more than blissful. Everything is predestined. When the Shinto family clan came, we thought we had seen hope. However, who knew that such an outcome would occur? With them now retreated, who knows if they will return? King Chu looked at the Chu prefecture city's wreckage with a heavy heart. Although they were extremely disappointed with the Shintu family clan and were very unhappy, the Taya Divine Kingdom warriors were still afraid that the Shintu family clan would just leave. If the shepherd boy went back, he could likely make a return. He could then set off another beast horde and destroy the Taya Divine Kingdom. As for the Shintu family clan, although they were overbearing and cruel, they were at least on the side of humans. To expect a bunch of tigers, leopards, wolves and other beasts of prey to help them was a tragedy brought forth from their weakness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 370, Humans and Desolates Have Different Paths. Chapter 370, Humans and Desolates Have Different Paths. Yi-Yun flew behind the shepherd boy for an unknown period of time. While flying, Yi-Yun did not find the speed to be fast, nor did the wind, blowing at him, feel forceful. In fact, it could be said to be gentle. However, the scene of the ground beneath him was quickly changing, as if space was being distorted. Senior shepherd boy, where is my sister? Yi-Yun could not help but ask after flying for 2 hours. He was currently most worried about Jiang Xiaoro's whereabouts. The shepherd boy did not respond until he landed Yi-Yun on the top of a mountain. Looking around, it was desolate lands and canyons. There were several 100-meter-tall ancient trees around, towering into the sky. Yi-Yun recognized that this was the Cloud Wilderness. Standing on a mountain peak of the Cloud Wilderness, the strong winds blew coldly. Yi-Yun brushed away the hair that had covered his eyes, and cupped his hands. Senior shepherd boy, Yi-Yun will remember the debt of you saving me. I will definitely repay you in the future. The shepherd boy was silent and had his back facing Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun hesitated for a while before asking again, Senior, I want to ask. Where is my sister? The shepherd boy looked at the endless expanse of land from the mountain peak as he said calmly, You do not need to remember this gratitude, neither do I need you to repay this gratitude. I saved you because I agreed to the successor's request. As for the successor, she has promised under the conditions. So, you do not owe me anything. Now, I have saved you, and you can leave. Leave? Yi-Yun's eyebrows ticked. How could he leave just like this? He had not even seen Jiang Xiaoro. Senior, I wish to meet my sister. Yi-Yun said earnestly. The shepherd boy sighed and shook his head. The human race and the desolate race were originally two separate worlds. There is animosity between the two. You do not need to meet the successor, besides. She is not your sister. The fate between the two of you shall end here. Hearing the shepherd boy's words, Yi-Yun's heart tightened. Their fate will end? He and Jiang Xiaoro had relied on one another along the way, going through thick and thin together. However, now with the shepherd boy's simple words, their fate was ending? Senior shepherd boy. If it is as you said, that the human race and the desolate race are two completely different worlds, and my fate with her has come to an end, then I want to meet my sister once and hear it from her. If she too thinks that our fate has ended, then I will leave immediately and never again interfere with her life. Yi-Yun said those words in a deep voice. He did not believe that Jiang Xiaoro would feel like their fate had ended. The relationship between Jiang Xiaoro and him could not be compared to the relationship between Jiang Xiaoro and the desolate race which she had not interacted before. The shepherd boy turned around and looked at Yi-Yun. His hair was flying in the wind as his eyes looked deep like the ocean. You do not need to meet her, neither will she meet you. This was promised by her at the beginning. It is also one of the conditions I had for saving you. What? Hearing this, Yi-Yun felt his heart suddenly wrench. Jiang Xiaoro had gotten the shepherd boy to save him under such conditions. Although he guessed that his sister's status among the desolate race was phenomenal, she had no strength. She would be restricted in the many things she wanted to do. Without any questions, when Jiang Xiaoro pleaded the shepherd boy to save him, she must have agreed to several conditions. What else has she promised? Yi-Yun asked. The shepherd boy's words made him feel somewhat depressed. As for the rest, they deal with her cultivation and the desolate race. These things, you do not have to know, nor do you need to worry about them. Although the things I made the successor agree to are things she is not willing to do now, it is all for her own good. It is also for the desolate race's future. Humans and desolates have different paths, so it is best that you forget her. Let me give you another word of advice. Quickly grow up. The peaceful years might not last for long. The next time we meet, we might be enemies. When the shepherd boy said this, he turned around and was about to leave. Ian shouted from behind him, "Hold on. What else is there?" The shepherd boy's back faced Ian as he had no intention to turn around again. The peaceful years might not last for long. Is your desolate race going to go to war with the human race? The shepherd boy said, "Not necessarily, but it is possible that we have to." Originally, destroying Ta'a was the prelude to this battle. The orders from the Lord was to make a way through Ta'a, Yunlong and the other surrounding countries, so that the divine wilderness would annex the territories of those countries, leaving the divine wilderness to spread all the way to the Tian Yuan world. The Tian Yuan world is also what you call the Western regions. However, by accident, we found the successor and are no longer in a hurry to do so. Besides, the successor is kind, she does not wish to see Ta'a turn into a river of blood. Open up the divine wilderness all the way to the Tian Yuan world? When Yi-Yun heard this, his mind trembled. Yi-Yun did not know of the Tian Yuan world. Originally, Tian Yuan was the center point of a go board, with Yuan marking the beginnings or the origins. It seemed that the Tian Yuan world was the center of this world. As for the Ta'a Divine Kingdom, it was a country that was far from the world's center. As the Tian Yuan world was to the west of the Ta'a Divine Kingdom, the Ta'a Divine Kingdom would generally call the area the Western regions. As for the Divine Wilderness, it was situated to the north of the Ta'a Divine Kingdom. If the shepherd boy set off a beast horde and swallowed the entire Ta'a Divine Kingdom, then all the cities would turn into ruins. The land would become the land of the desolate beasts. Then the Ta'a Divine Kingdom would really become a part of the Divine Wilderness. If the Divine Wilderness and the Tian Yuan world were connected, then, with the Divine Wilderness as the base, the desolate race could set off a beast horde to attack the Tian Yuan world directly. And the Shintu family clan was located in the Tian Yuan world. Ian knew that the desolate race had a feud with the Shintu family clan. Previously, the desolate race had set off a beast horde in a bid to destroy the Shintu family clan, but they ultimately failed. However, during that time, the shepherd boy had set off a beast horde deep within enemy territory, without backup. He could not rely on the Divine Wilderness. If a channel to the Divine Wilderness was opened up, then there could be endless hordes of desolate beasts that could come from the Divine Wilderness, straight into the Tian Yuan world. When that happened, the outcome of the war would probably change. Can I know the identity of my sister? She was originally a high-ranking member of the desolate race, yet she ended up in the Cloud Wilderness. Then how did Shintu Nantian recognize her identity with a glance? Why does the desolate race and the Shintu family clan have such an irreconcilable feud? Ian always wanted to know the secrets behind this matter and understand Jiang Xioro's childhood. However, the shepherd boy had no intention of explaining. He lightly said, "You do not need to know." After he said that, the shepherd boy flew away. His green figure quickly disappeared into the night, leaving Ian standing on the high mountain. He was currently lost in thoughts. The shepherd boy had left. The desolate plains were quiet. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. Yi-Yun was for a while confused. Although he had escaped danger, he had not managed to meet Jiang Xioro. In the future, it would be extremely difficult to meet her again. If they met again, she was one of the desolate race, while he was of the human race, what would happen? He naturally could not return to the Ta'a Divine Kingdom. So, where should he go? The divine wilderness. With his strength, it was unlikely that he could cross it. Then, should he cross the cloud wilderness? For a moment, Yi-Yun did not know where he should go. He was urgently in need of improving his strength. After separating from Yi-Yun, the shepherd boy flew extremely fast. His goal was the Taya Divine City. To save Yi-Yun, he had been delayed for too long. He had even been wounded. While flying, the shepherd boy suddenly felt something in his mind. A distant voice rang in his mind. The message was short. It said, "The seal has diminished. Slow down." The shepherd boy took a deep breath when he heard that the seal diminished. In his eyes, which had always seemed carefree, a rare glimmer of expectation and hope now appeared. It was finally beginning. Everything was going according to plan. And an unexpected surprise was the return of the successor. The successor, who had disappeared for several years, had not died. With this, maybe he could be able to open up a new era for the desolate race. Author's note: I'm thankful to everyone, seeing all your comments. Many of the comments have made me feel warm. I'm an emotional writer. Although I've written for several years, and should have trained to have a good state, however, it is a fact that most authors do not have this ability. Especially when working hard at writing and when the stress from writing becomes more intense. I am thankful to everyone. Thank you to all the warm-hearted and cute readers. You are my support, allowing me to reach this stage. The plot of True Martial World will begin a transition, and a new chapter will begin soon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 371, Seal. Chapter 371, Seal. In the vast divine wilderness, at the Taya Divine City. In the gray night sky, the shepherd boy had just landed in the divine city like a wisp of green smoke. Lord Qing Kuei, Grand Magus Xianyin requests your presence as soon as possible. A desolate race warrior, dressed in light armor, bowed to him as a form of salutation as the shepherd boy landed. Qing Kuei was the shepherd boy's real name. When he traversed the human countries, he had never used his own name, hence the humans only called him shepherd boy. Qing Kuei nodded and walked towards the Taya Divine City's central divine tower. When he entered the central divine tower, Qing Kuei walked straight underground, only stopping when he finally reached the sword and saber tombs. Now, the sword and saber tombs looked completely different. If the Taya Divine City's city lord was here, he would be inexplicably surprised. The Taya Divine Kingdom had used the sword and saber tombs as the foundation for the Taya Divine City. They had used the Divine City for several years, but every generation's city lord never knew that the sword and saber tombs hid such a secret. Now, the two tombs had been opened. Below the sword and saber tombs, a huge, black, spatial dimension had appeared. This space seemed to lead to an infinitely deep abyss. On the surface of the deep abyss, there was a light purple whirlpool which was slowly swirling. Qing Kuei stood before the whirlpool with a serious expression. Do you need to rest for a while? Your condition is not very good. At this moment, an old woman with a walking stick made of peach tree wood appeared behind him. Xianyin, you have worked hard. You have been taking care of this place during the days I was not here. The shepherd boy said to the old woman. I do not need to rest. On the way back, I took some medicine. My injuries have basically recovered, and I have once again managed to suppress the death heavenly revolution in my body. Qing Kuei, the old woman shook her head. This time, you went deep into Taiyao alone, and you battled the Shintu family clan alone. This was too risky. If anything happened to you, it would greatly impact our plans. I am cognizant of that. The shepherd boy answered simply as he was reluctant about making a fuss of the matter. Let us begin. Good. As Grand Magus Xianyin said that, she stood opposite the shepherd boy. They hovered in the air, and below their feet was the black swirl below the sword and saber tombs. That night in the divine wilderness, across the vast land, a divine purple beam shot up into the sky. This divine purple beam was like a huge divine sword that shot upwards to split apart the 9 heavens. This divine beam lasted for longer than several hours and lit up an area of 50,000 kilometers in radius. Even those in the remote Taya divine kingdom, on the divine kingdom's boundary, could see this divine beam surging into the sky. It connected the heaven and earth like a path to reach the divine realm of the 9 heavens. Only when the sun rose from the east did the divine beam slowly weaken before disappearing completely. After the divine beam disappeared, an infinite amount of purple clouds gathered together. There were more and more purple clouds gathering. In the end, the entire divine wilderness was covered. In the boundary of the Taya divine kingdom, people were shocked speechless upon seeing such a phenomenon. Endless amounts of purple clouds covered a radius of 50,000 kilometers, obscuring the sky and covering the earth. It was an extremely spectacular sight. Purple clouds' birth. It is the purple clouds' birth again. In a border city of the Taya divine kingdom, an old man dressed in a dragon robe was filled with mixed emotions upon seeing this scene. The dragon robe he wore was made of black gold threads. Embroidered into it was 9 golden dragons. All the 9 golden dragons had 5 claws. The 9 5-clawed golden dragons combined to represent the imperial throne. He was the Taya divine kingdom's current ruler, the divine emperor. The Taya divine city had fallen and the beast horde was about to flood into the Taya divine kingdom. The divine emperor had personally come to fight against the beast horde. He and the Taya divine kingdom's sages were all situated in the divine kingdom's border city. However, after the shepherd boy led the beast horde and took over the Taya divine city, he did not carry on moving south. Instead, he stayed in the Taya divine city for a long time. It was only until today that a purple beam shot up into the sky. Purple clouds' birth. The old divine emperor thought of the scene that had happened 2 years ago in the cloud wilderness. The purple clouds that covered the sky blotted out the cloud wilderness. Back then, the upper echelons of the Taya divine kingdom thought that it was the birth of a special treasure. They had sent the Jin long way to search for it. Even their national treasure, the Taya compass, was used. However, they still returned empty-handed. Once in the cloud wilderness and once again in the divine wilderness. The 2 purple clouds' births were separated by 2 years, and this naturally had a connection that no one knew of. The divine emperor looked into the distance. His gaze pierced through the endless lands of the divine wilderness. It seemed like he could see the ethereal image of the Taya divine city. Purple clouds' birth. It turns out to be related to the desolate race. 2 years ago, when I first saw the purple clouds' birth, I never expected that it was because of them. It is such a joke that I thought a special treasure had appeared in the cloud wilderness, and even deployed troops to search for it. In the end. Hi! The old divine emperor let out a long sigh and kept shaking his head. He could feel a sense of lifelessness in the Taya divine kingdom's fate. Could this divine kingdom, which had been passed down for such a long time, eventually fall under his hands? The purple cloud's birth appeared in the divine wilderness. Far away, in the cloud wilderness, Yun was alone. The divine wilderness was too far away, so he had no idea what was happening there. He was currently planning his own future. He wanted to leave the Taya divine kingdom. North of the Taya divine kingdom was the divine wilderness, to the east was the cloud wilderness. To the west was the Yunlong divine kingdom, and in the south were the 10 southern countries. Yun was now in the cloud wilderness, east of the Taya divine kingdom. He wanted to leave the Taya divine kingdom as fast as possible. He could only head into the deep depths of the cloud wilderness, because if Shintu Nantian used some method to find him, he would definitely die. The cloud wilderness may not be as vast when compared to the divine wilderness, but there was nearly no one in the deep depths of the cloud wilderness. Yun did not know what he would meet if he kept heading deeper into the cloud wilderness. And if he really crossed the cloud wilderness, what scene would he see on the other side? Would there be other human countries there? If so, would those countries be stronger or weaker than the Taya Divine Kingdom? This route would definitely be fraught with danger. Ian also had no idea of how vast the cloud wilderness was. It might take him a year, however, this was also a training experience for him. He needed to rapidly increase his own strength. He needed power. The shepherd boy had said that humans and desolates have different paths. If he had absolute power, then he could set the rules himself. So what if humans and desolates had different paths? Just as Ian was planning his future, he suddenly saw a purple beam fly up into the sky, far into the distance. The ground then began to gently rumble. This purple beam shot straight into the clouds. It was blinding and did not dissipate for a long time. Ian thought for a moment, what was going on? After hesitating slightly, he began to rapidly move towards the blinding purple beam. On the way, Ian controlled his breathing as he kept himself on alert of his surroundings. For there to be such a sudden phenomenon might be a fortuitous opportunity. It could also be an immense danger. Now, he lacked strength, and from how powerful the purple beam seemed, any tiny bit of danger from it could be too much for him. If that was the case, then he had to quickly leave. After running for a long time, Ian suddenly heard a loud boom. In a distant mountain valley, the ground exploded. Ian then saw a human figure, shooting out from the pile of rocks on the ground. This figure had disheveled hair and a dirty face, his clothes were tattered and he looked like a beggar. Ian quickly hid. As he focused on it, he saw that the figure that had appeared was an old man. This old man seemed crazy, as if he had been greatly provoked. As he ran, he cursed, **************, this damn place, it is killing me. Really killing me. After being trapped in there for so long, I have finally come out. It really was not easy. As the old man cursed, he casually wiped his face. However, his hands were originally blackened, so he only dirted his face even more. This wipe only made his old face even uglier. However, even so, after he wiped his face, Ian could still see it clearly. That familiar face and those wretched facial features. This old man, wasn't he Su Jie? Old Man Su. When Ian was cultivating in the Cloud Wilderness's Lian tribal clan, he had met Lin Xintong and Old Man Su. Old Man Su was miserly and greedy for food. He never seemed decent, but he had given Ian a protective charm. In Fallen Stargate, Ian had used that protective charm to get out of the jaws of danger, killing the golden crow species instead. If not for it, he would probably have died in Fallen Stargate. Later on, during the Jean Longway's selection, Ian had met Old Man Su once again in the Tao tribal clan. Old Man Su had said that he was going to explore some mystic realm, and with Lin Xintong saying she had some family matters to tend to, they bid farewell with each other. As such, they had not seen each other since the three of them split up. Surprisingly, today he actually met Su Jie again in the Cloud Wilderness. And it could be seen that this old man had gone through a miserable period. Ian hid behind some rocks. However, after Su Jie ran a few steps, he suddenly felt something and discovered Ian. Ian decided to just stand up. When Old Man Su saw Ian, he was stunned. Ian was now much taller than he was 2 years ago. Although his looks had slightly changed, Old Man Su could still recognize him in a glance. Can there be a mistake? It is this kid? Old Man Su had estimated that he had been trapped in that darn mystic realm for 2 years. In those 2 years, he had been locked in a purple seal. He had tried all sorts of methods but failed to break through the seal. This seal could isolate Heaven Earth Yuan Qi and at the same time, gathered the power of desolates. As such, there were extremely rich power of desolates in the seal, but extremely thin Heaven Earth Yuan Qi. For a person like Old Man Su, he could choose to not eat a long time ago, and did not need food or drinks to survive. However, he could not go without Heaven Earth Yuan Qi. Without eating and without any Heaven Earth Yuan Qi to absorb, Old Man Su had nearly become a flickering candle in the wind over the years. He originally thought that he had failed miserably at an easy task, but he never expected that the purple seal would suddenly turn into a purple beam and surged into the sky. That was until it disappeared today. As such, he finally managed to get out of that mystic realm. Then, under such circumstances, he sought Yi-Yun. After being trapped for 2 years, and managing to finally come out, how could he see Yi-Yun? According to Old Man Su's estimation, Yi-Yun should have long since have been admitted by the Jin Longwei, and should have left the cloud wilderness after that, right? How is it you? Su Jia and Yi-Yun said that at the same moment. The two of them had never expected that they would meet each other here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 372, Heading to Tianyuan. Chapter 372, Heading to Tianyuan. In the last 2 years, Yi-Yun had left the cloud wilderness and experienced so much. Especially the bitter experiences Yi-Yun had experienced over the past few days, they made his psychological state change greatly. Now, with him returning back to the cloud wilderness, and meeting Su Jia again, it felt like everything had returned to the beginning. It filled Yi-Yun with mixed emotions. Kid, it cannot be that you never left the cloud wilderness? Su Jia blinked his eyes. He found it hard to believe that, after entering the mystic realm 2 years ago, he would meet Yi-Yun again right after he came out. I left, but because of some reasons, I have returned. Yi-Yun's experience was a long story. What about Senior? Why are you still in the cloud wilderness? Did you only now come out of that mystic realm? Before they separated in the cloud wilderness, Yi-Yun knew that Su Jia had gone in search of fortuitous opportunities. Hearing Yi-Yun's question, Su Jia went into a daze for a while. He blinked his small black eyes and seemed to turn dumb. However, he was still quick to react. He calmly touched his dirty beard and pretended to be mysterious. This old man did indeed go into a mystic realm. This mystic realm was awesome, and there were plenty of fortuitous opportunities. In there, I gained a lot, but some of the opportunities were too difficult to obtain. This old man tried all sorts of methods, resulting in me being delayed by a bit. Hearing the words of Old Man Su, Yi-Yun was stunned for quite a while. This old man still bragged well, even in such a pathetic state. Only a ghost would believe him. However, since Su Jia did not want to mention the mishaps in the mystic realms, Yi-Yun did not probe further. Kid, you are in the Taya Divine Kingdom's Jin Longwei campgrounds, so why did you come out to the cloud wilderness? To do a mission? Old Man Su looked at Yi-Yun from top to bottom. Actually, Yi-Yun currently did not look good. After being locked in prison for 10 days, his clothes had become covered in dirt and were completely tattered. With the two of them together, it was as if an old beggar had met a young beggar. It is a long story. I am leaving the Taya Divine Kingdom. Yi-Yun sighed. Leaving the Taya Divine Kingdom? That cannot be. Old Man Su was stunned. In Yi-Yun's situation, joining the Jin Longwei and using the Jin Longwei's resources to cultivate would be the best of outcomes. Why did he suddenly want to leave the Taya Divine Kingdom? Oh. How did you break through to the Yuan Foundation? Su Jia found it incredulous that Yi-Yun's cultivation level had already crossed the purple blood realm, breaking through to the Yuan Foundation in just 2 short years. The Yuan Foundation realm was the most important realm for a warrior's path. It was the foundation to martial arts and should not be rushed. Breaking through too soon results in a shaky foundation. It will cause hidden consequences. Su Jia advised Yi-Yun. As he wanted to say some more, a sudden goo sound was heard. It was Su Jia's stomach calling. Yi-Yun was dumbfounded for a while as he looked at Su Jia. He found it amazing that an expert like Su Jia would be so hungry that his stomach growled. Su Jia's face turned red. It was all because of that darn mystic realm. After being trapped for so long, and with Heaven Earth Yuanqi being isolated, no matter how high a warrior's cultivation level was, they still needed energy to sustain their life. In that mystic realm, Su Jia only depleted energy. As such, he had no way to be able to not need to eat or drink. And Su Jia was originally a person who loved eating. Over the last 2 years, he had become extremely hungry. In the mystic realm, he had decided that if he was able to get out, the first thing he did would be to eat a sumptuous feast. Now, whatever old man Su saw looked like roasted meat. He rubbed his belly and coughed dryly. The mystic realm was fraught with danger and thin in yuan qi. This old man has greatly expended his energy, and all his elixirs were consumed, so I am a bit hungry. Ian found it funny, but he resisted the urge to expose the old man. He began collecting firewood and lighting a fire. 30 minutes later, fire began to burn as a crackling sound could be heard from the burning wood. The greasy leg of a beast was being roasted over the fire. Beside the fire, there was a crock pot, and it were some bones that were being brewed into soup. Old man Su watched at the meat in Ian's hands. He rubbed his hands and asked, "Is it done roasting?" Old man Su had already asked this question several times. It was as if Yun was seeing an old refugee. Helplessly, he took out a dagger and cut off the cooked meat from the exterior parts of the beast leg. He then passed the meat along with the dagger to Old Man Su. With the roasted meat in his hands, Old Man Su could not help but rip out a piece and fill his mouth. The moment he bit down, the meat that was soft on the inside and crispy on the outside filled his mouth with oil. It was so delicious that he even wanted to swallow his own tongue. After being trapped for so long, finally being given new life and eating roasted meat that had been absent from his life for so long, Old Man Su was truly in tears. This was life. This was how one should live. No matter what darn mystic realms there are in the future, I would rather die than enter them. As Old Man Su shouted out in his heart, he voraciously ate the meat. He nearly thought that he would die of hunger in that mystic realm. Even with his cultivation level, he would slowly weaken if he had to stay in such an environment for a few decades. He would then have to enter a state of hibernation. If no one saved him by taking him out of it, then he would never wake up. I say, kid. Why are you leaving the Taya Divine Kingdom? Where are you going? Old Man Su casually asked Ian while he was focused on destroying the roasted meat in his hands. Ian sighed and said, "I have nowhere to go." Oh? Su Jia was stunned for a moment. He knew something was unusual. Since Ian had nowhere to go, and had to leave the Taya Divine Kingdom, then he was probably forced to do so. You got chased out by the Taya Divine Kingdom? Ian smiled bitterly and said, "You can say that." After thinking through his words, Ian narrated the main points of the recent events to Su Jia. As for matters regarding Zhang Xiao, Ian did not wish to say much regarding those. Su Jia was after all human, he might have some hatred for the desolate race, so Ian did not wish to mention matters regarding Zhang Xiao. The Shintu family clan? That is a family clan in the Tian Yuan world. To offend the Shintu family clan, that sure is not a good situation to be in. Su Jia wiped the oil off his mouth and looked at the roasted meat in his hands. He then looked at Ian and with a roll of his eyes, he said, "Kid, if you have nowhere to go, why not follow me?" Su Jia did not care about the feud Ian had with the Shintu family clan. What he cared about was being able to eat the roasted meat Ian cooked daily. Eating was the most important thing in life. Follow you? Ian looked up at Su Jia. Where are you going? Su Jia smiled with a hee and said, "To the Lin family to look for my disciple." Speaking of which, the Lin family is also in the Tian Yuan world. Find Lin Xintong? Ian's mind began churning as a white-dressed figure, holding a long sword, appeared in his mind. He had not seen Lin Xintong for a long time. Su Jia finished his roasted meat and, as if it ought to be, took the uneaten roasted meat in Ian's hands, before munching on it as well. His mouth was filled with meat as he unclearly said, "The Taya Divine Kingdom is my hometown, so I brought Xintong here for training. Xintong's family is actually in the Tian Yuan world." What you call the Tian Yuan world is the western regions. And in fact, that is the central lands of the human race. There are all sorts of powerful family clans gathered there as well as numerous experts. In comparison, this place is just a remote place in the east. How about it? Kid, do you want to broaden your horizons with me in the Tian Yuan world? Su Jie's words were tempting for Yi Yun. The Tian Yuan world, the central lands of the human race. With more experts, it meant there would be greater opportunities for him there. If he went to the Tian Yuan world, then his growth would be even faster, and his horizons would broaden. Of course, he would be closer to the Shintu family clan. Eventually, he would collide with them. Against such a colossus entity, Yi Yun's strength was incomparable. However, he felt the fighting spirit within him silently rise. He had sworn to kill Shintu Nantian, making him pay 10 times the price. The Tian Yuan world would be his opportunity, and would be a tremendous challenge. To the Tian Yuan world? Thinking about it made Yi Yun's blood boil. At this moment, Su Jie added on, "This old man has the official title of a guest in the Lin family with little else to do. Usually if there is nothing, I too would not go to the Lin family. However, in this travel to the mystic realm, I have expended too much, so I will need to recuperate in the Lin family for a while. You can follow this old man. I will make do and take you in as an in-name disciple." Su Jie said casually. When warriors taught disciples, there were personal disciples, normal disciples, and in-name disciples. Without a doubt, in-name disciples were the worst. A lot of the time, in-name disciples was just a title, as nothing would be taught to them. This was similar to a warrior having a quasi-master. Yi Yun rolled his eyes. This old fellow clearly had no intentions of taking him in as a disciple. Even if it was an official disciple, I might not even want it. Yi Yun had such thoughts. Su Jie could read Yi Yun's mind as he moaned, "Rotten kid, you sure think highly of yourself. In the Tian Yuan world, I am a famous desolate heaven master. There are tons of young masters of different family clans who want to be my in-name disciples. You should be happy that I am taking you in as a disciple." Taking in Yi Yun as a quasi-disciple was just a sudden whim Su Jie had. If he took in such a disciple, then he would get to eat all sorts of good food daily. Wouldn't that be a good deal? As for teaching Yi Yun the desolate heaven technique, Su Jie never thought of it. After all, learning the desolate heaven technique was too tough. Those who had the talent needed were less than 1 in a million. Author's note: we will be beginning the new chapter of the Tian Yuan world soon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 373, Tian Yuan World. Chapter 373, Tian Yuan World. After taking Yi Yun in as an in-name disciple, Su Jie did not immediately rush to the Tian Yuan world. Instead he searched around the cloud wilderness. He wanted to find the people who had previously entered the mystic realm with him. However, those people had disappeared. This made Su Jie sigh. Amongst those people there was Marquis Wenyun, Li Wenyun, who was an old friend of his. He and Li Wenyun had traveled the Tian Yuan world together and explored numerous mystic realms, until Li Wenyun was conferred the title of Marquis in the Tian Yuan world. As for Su Jie, he had been made a guest desolate heaven master in the many large factions in the Tian Yuan world. The both of them were quite successful. And because Marquis Wenyun was injured, and due to his old age, he had returned to the Taya Divine Kingdom for his retirement. As a result, they had not met each other for several hundred years until the Purple Cloud's birth 2 years ago. Marquis Wenyun had then invited Su Jie to explore the mystic realm. But who would have guessed that this mystic realm was a forbidden land? Su Jie guessed that it was a land with ancient seals. As for what was sealed within it, he had no idea. After Su Jie entered the mystic realm, he was quickly separated from his old friend. Later on, he ended up being trapped in the purple seal, and only just managed to escape. As for whether his friends were alive or not, Su Jie had no way of knowing. Let us go. Su Jie sighed. When one's cultivation level reaches such a realm as his, having lived for tens of thousands of years, it makes life and death no longer be that big of a deal. Yi Yun remained silent. At this moment, he did not know what to say. Su Jie took out an airship from his interspatial ring. After he activated the array, the airship shot up into the sky. They then flew towards Tianyuan, and even though there were several long-distance teleportation arrays on the way, it would still take them several months. On the way, Su Jie stopped every now and then. When he did, he got to learn many things. Last night, there were many placed in the Taiya Divine Kingdom, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom and the surrounding small countries where purple beams had shot up into the sky. And amongst those beams, the Divine Wilderness's purple beam was the most terrifying. It looked like a path to the sky and illuminated the world around it. It was especially stunning. After the purple beam, the purple cloud's birth appeared in the Divine Wilderness. The area it covered was much wider than the purple cloud's birth that occurred in the cloud wilderness back then. As such, Su Jie also came to understand that the mystic realm he had entered back then had something to do with the phenomenon he saw the previous night. Not only the cloud wilderness had a mystic realm, there were mystic realms in several other places as well. And these mystic realms were all connected to one another. The desolate race had done something unknown in the Taiya Divine City to set off this phenomenon. Even several mystic realms, millions of miles away, had been activated, responding from afar. And it too was the cause of the purple beam that shot up to the sky from the mystic realm that had trapped Su Jie. As the purple seal disappeared, he was freed. As for the shepherd boy, he had saved Yi Yun in the Chu prefecture city and then left him in the cloud wilderness. After that he rushed to the Taiya Divine City to prepare matters regarding the phenomenon. By activating this phenomenon, Su Jie was released and met Yi Yun, who was also in the cloud wilderness and had been lured there by the purple beam. All of these incidents seemed both likely and unlikely to be mere coincidences. The airship traveled at a fast speed while Yi Yun stood quietly beside the airship's window. The airship traversed past vast lands of wilderness and forests until it arrived over a sea. Yi Yun had naturally seen the sea in his previous life. However, the sea Yi Yun had seen was completely different from the sea he saw in this world. The sea in his previous life frequently had storms. Even if there was no wind, there would always be undying waves. However, this sea was completely different. It was too calm. There was not even the tiniest wave. The calmness of this sea made it seem eerie. And the seawater was light red in color. It was the color of blood mixed with water, which was quite shocking. This sea is called the untraversable sea, Su Jie said behind Yi Yun. The reason why it is called the untraversable sea is because no one has ever crossed it. Although we are currently flying above it, what we are seeing is just a small section in the middle of the straits between the Divine Wilderness and the Tianyuan world. Going north, it will really be an untraversable sea. This sea is boundless without end. It is also dead still and has very little marine life in it. There are some mutated desolate beasts lurking deep in the untraversable sea. The rank of these desolate beasts are hard to estimate. Even if it was me who entered the depths of the untraversable sea, I would still find it very dangerous. Previously, there has been a great emperor from the human race who tried to fly across the untraversable sea to figure it out. However, as he flew for 7 to 8 years, the further he went, the thinner heaven-earth yuan qi became. Without heaven-earth yuan qi, even a great emperor will slowly weaken. Eventually, he had no choice but to turn back midway. As Su Jie spoke about the legends of the untraversable sea, he added, south of the untraversable sea, there is a land bridge that connects to the Divine Wilderness. As for countries like the Taiya Divine Kingdom and the Yunlong Divine Kingdom, they are situated on this land bridge. When Su Jie said this, Yi Yun was alarmed. It was now clear why the shepherd boy wanted to destroy the Taiya Divine Kingdom to connect the Divine Wilderness and the Tianyuan world. It was hard to imagine how big the Divine Wilderness was. The Taya Divine Kingdom, which was millions of miles in radius, was just a part of the land bridge that connected the Divine Wilderness with the Tian Yuan world. En route, Su Jie told Yi Yun about several rumors regarding this world. As for the introduction of the Tian Yuan world, it shocked Yi Yun greatly. The reason for the Tian Yuan world being called a world, and not the Tian Yuan continent, was because the Tian Yuan world was very different from the area where the Taya Divine Kingdom was situated. Although the Tian Yuan world and the Taya Divine Kingdom were situated in the same world, and were even connected by a large land bridge, the natural laws governing the Tian Yuan world and the Taya Divine Kingdom were in fact very different. The Tian Yuan world had its own independent system. In the Tian Yuan world, the heaven-earth Yuan Qi was much thicker, but also much more violent. The Yuan Qi was not easy to control there. In the Taya Divine Kingdom, a warrior who could slash a sword 100 feet out, could only do so for 50 feet in the Tian Yuan world. It was the same with perception. Even a warrior who had opened heavens would find that their perception of their surroundings would be much smaller in scope compared to when in the Taya Divine Kingdom. Why is there such strange laws? Yi Yun found it hard to believe. How could there be such a huge difference in the same world? I do not know. Su Jie shook his head. Actually, the Tian Yuan world did not exist from the beginning, it was formed later on. The spatial-temporal aspects of the Tian Yuan world are also much stronger than other places. The violet Yuan Qi also gives birth to much more valuable treasures. Over there, it is like a higher-ranked world. Warriors who cultivate in the Tian Yuan world will bear the pressure from the heaven-earth Yuan Qi over a long period of time. There are better resources and much better heritages. Hence, the Tian Yuan world is the core of human warriors. There are many experts over there, experts which other lands cannot compare to. Like a land area like the Taya Divine Kingdom, once a family clan grows strong enough, they can establish a country and make themselves a royal household and rule their lands. However, that cannot happen in the Tian Yuan world. The Tian Yuan world has no countries as there are too many strong family clans. For example, a powerful family clan like the Shintu family clan are only able to occupy a small region. The competition between the large factions is intense. Hence, in the Tian Yuan world, we end up with a situation where we have multiple family clans. Many of the family clans would compete against one another for their own interests, but they can also form alliances through marriage. By splitting it in this way, where some live and some die, a new family clan will be born while an old family clan will perish. Some super family clans would be able to continue on amongst these battles. Their heritages are extremely profound, however, even such a family clan is not able to establish a country. Once you establish a country and try to make yourself emperor in the Tian Yuan world, then you will most likely be attacked by the other families. With Su Jie's explanation, Yi Yun finally felt enlightened. So this was why. That was the reason why when the Tian Yuan world was mentioned, it would be the Shintu family clan or the Lin family, etc. The name of a family clan naturally sounds weaker than the Taya Divine Kingdom. However, in terms of strength, these family clans far exceeded the Taya Divine Kingdom. Kid. Su Jie patted Yi Yun on the shoulder and said, the Lin family is actually situated very close to the Shintu family clan. These two families have been fighting against each other over the recent years. However, they had previously formed an alliance due to common interests. If you were to go to the Lin family, it will definitely be fun. Su Jie said this half-jokingly, but Yi Yun became speechless when he heard this. Before he had even begun his travels through the Tian Yuan world, he was already fated to experience challenges and hardships, but of course this was also an opportunity. Look, the sea is beginning to become less calm. We are slowly approaching the Tian Yuan world. Yi Yun looked down from the airship's window and saw that there were ripples in the red seawater that looked like sea waves. Below the Tian Yuan world, there is a large, black whirlpool named the God Burial Abyss. This name isn't without reason. If a god really went there, he would not be able to return. The God Burial Abyss is situated in the deep depths of the untraversable sea. The whirlpool is extremely terrifying and it is pitch black deep down. It seems like it is a spatial-temporal door to another world. It continuously engulfs seawater, but it is unknown where the seawater goes. The whirlpool has a very terrifying suction strength. If a great emperor goes too close to it, he will also be sucked in. And once you fall into that seemingly endless abyss, there is no way of returning. That is how the God Burial Abyss got its name. As for what is in the God Burial Abyss, that is still unknown. We have no idea if those who have entered the God Burial Abyss are alive or dead. Some people believe that the God Burial Abyss is not some land of the dead, but a passage of no return. By passing through it, one would enter another alternate world. Hence, there have been some great emperors, who were nearing the end of their lives, who would enter the God Burial Abyss to probe it. They also wanted to see if it was some form of opportunity that could extend their lives. When Su Jie said this, Yi Yin became greatly alarmed. Untraversable sea. God Burial Abyss. Yi Yin's original impression was that a great emperor was in existence that was beyond one's reach, but from what Su Jie just said, there were even mystic realms that great emperors were helpless against in this world. This was the power of the Creator, or the natural laws, that made people have to respect it. As the airship proceeded, the untraversable sea became increasingly rough. This was clearly caused by the God Burial Abyss. It was clear how frightening the huge whirlpool was to create such tidal waves. And at this moment, through the sea fog, Yi Yun saw a towering cliff in the distance. This cliff was 100,000 feet tall and was like a divine wall that stood in the middle of the sky and the sea. That is the Tian Yuan world. The Tian Yuan world is just above the God Burial Abyss. A portion of the land you see is floating above the sea surface. No one knows what sort of power is supporting the Tian Yuan world and preventing it from sinking. Authors note, there were quite a lot of settings and foreshadowing. Such a setting without a plot in the chapter is very difficult to write. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 374, Unforeseen Situation. Chapter 374, Unforeseen Situation. In the southern regions of the Tian Yuan world, there was a mountain range named the Jade Spirit Mountains. The heaven-earth Yuan Qi was thick here, giving birth to all sorts of treasures. Large family clans in the Tian Yuan world would always vie for this land. However, though many families fought over the Jade Spirit Mountains for generations, a foreign family clan suddenly appeared, defeating all the other family clans, before they began thriving in the Jade Spirit Mountains. This family was the Lin family. The Jade Spirit Mountains had a total of 324 mountain peaks. The Lin family's main branch occupied 18 mountain peaks, while its other branches scattered among the remaining 306 mountain peaks. As for the exterior perimeter of the Jade Spirit Mountain, there was a vast plain. The exterior branch of the Lin family stayed in this plain, where they grew spirit grains and vegetables, reared spirit beasts and did business. If any of the main branch's children lacked talent, the subsequent generation would end up in the side branches. If the children of the side branches were inept, they would end up in the exterior branches of the Lin family the next generation, becoming the grassroots of the Lin family. A thriving and self-sufficient large family clan would need a large number of grassroots to provide them with the basic necessities of life. When Yi Yin flew towards the Jade Spirit Mountain, he was extremely shocked seeing the Lin family. The first thing he saw was the exterior perimeter of the Lin family area. There were numerous houses and palaces neatly erected on the plains. All of these buildings were made out of bluestone, which would remain steadfast for 100,000 years. Buildings along with bricks and tiles stretched out endlessly into the horizon. There were shops, a bustling city square, large areas of farmland and a wide open pasture. Yi Yin previously found it hard to believe that a family clan's size could reach such a scale. Right in front of us is the Jade Spirit Mountains. I'll take you there, and in the future, you will be my in-name disciple. When you see me, you need to call me master. Su Jie chuckled while Iyun rolled his eyes. To call this old man master was such a joke. Does he even look like someone with the airs of a master? They flew past stretches of mountains where fabulous palaces covered in mist stood on each mountain peak. After seeing so much, Iyun felt numbed until he saw the 18 main peaks of the Jade Spirit Mountain. The 18 main peaks were incredible tall and majestic. The clouds that covered the sky only covered the foot of the mountains. When the airship began flying higher and higher, it broke through the white clouds, and what Iyun saw gave him an inexplicable shock. A 10-kilometer-long head was floating in the clouds silently. When the airship Iyun was on flew past it, the huge head's large eyes that were the size of a lake stared at the airship. The amber pupils of the pair of eyes were like towering trees. Above its head, there was a hill-like horn. Its body was covered in silver-white scales and each scale was about the size of a house. In front of this gigantic head, Su Jie's airship looked like a minuscule bird. Iyun was so shocked that his mouth turned agape. He looked at the back of the head and saw that behind the gigantic head, there was a huge silver-white body that resembled a python. It stretched out several hundred miles and it was extremely thick like a mighty river. The huge python's body was coiled around the main mountain peak. The 100,000-foot mountain was wrapped by it from the foot to the summit. It's big, right? That is the Lin family's guardian spirit beast, the dragon-transforming silver python. Spirit beasts are different to desolate beasts. A desolate beast's strength comes from the power of desolates, while a spirit beast's strength comes from heaven-earth yuan qi. Just this guardian spirit beast takes up one of the 18 main peaks. Legend said that a silver python could transform into a dragon. First, horns were grown, then 4 claws. Following that, a heaven calamity would befall the silver python, and once it survived it, it could fly into the sky and become a real dragon. Now this silver python had a single horn growing on its head, and it was on the path to transforming into a dragon. Of course, it was still far from becoming a real dragon. However, it was still shocking. The heritage of the Lin family was really terrifying. The only huge beast at the same rank that Iyun had previously seen was the shepherd boy's long gui. That long gui was not as long as the large silver python, but the long gui was most likely heavier than the silver python. These ancient family clans are indeed extraordinary. No wonder when the shepherd boy's army attacked, he did not manage to destroy the Shintu family clan. Iyun spoke to himself as Su Jie eavesdropped. He laughed. After that battle, the Shintu family clan's standing has been greatly reduced. Originally, the Shintu family clan was pretty overbearing, but now with their ancestor injured, they are seeking alliances with other family clans. For example, they wish to form an alliance with the Lin family. Oh? Form an alliance with the Lin family? Iyun frowned. This was something he did not wish to see happen. Don't be alarmed. It is just wishful thinking on their part. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Lin family did form an alliance with the Shintu family clan, but as they had various conflicts due to different interests, you can say that they are hostile. After the beast horde 10 years ago, the Shintu family clan began to mollify the conflict with the Lin family in an attempt to build an alliance. If you were the family head, would you agree? Su Jie's rhetorical question made Iyun shake his head. Obviously, no one would agree to it. When you were strong, you fought hard to vie for resources and suppress the Lin family. But now with the ancestor injured, and your standing weakened, you want to mollify conflicts, and protect the interests at hand. How could there be such a good thing in this world? If the Lin family was hostile to the Shintu family clan, it would be fine. Iyun would be much safer. However, if the two sides formed an alliance, Iyun would have to consider going somewhere else. We are here. As Su Jie said, the airship landed on one of the 18 main peaks of the Jade Spirit Mountain. There was a huge square built on the summit, and it was about 100 acres in size. Bronze furnaces stood on the square. In the bronze furnaces, flames burned, emitting a fragrant smell, top-grade sandalwood was being burnt in them. This main peak is specially for the Lin family's desolate heaven masters to use. My house is at the foot of the mountain. Originally, Shintong also stayed on this mountain peak. However, I have no idea why that girl was summoned back by the family in such a hurry or for what. Su Jie rubbed his chin and was finding it strange. On the way, when he was nearing the Lin family, he had used a voice transmission charm to inform Lin Shintong of his return. However, there was no response. Such situations were limited to Lin Shintong being away or she was in reclusive training. Lin Shintong's standing in the Lin family was quite special. Although she was the most talented girl in over the past 1,000 years in the Lin family, due to her meridians, she was destined to not live beyond 500 years. Also, the higher her cultivation realm was, the harder the bottleneck would be. There was nothing they could really do about it. As Lin Shintong was too perfect, and the heavens were jealous, she was destined to have something taken away from her by the heavens. Elder Su, you came back? When Su Jie walked out of the square, a person came welcoming him. When Su Jie flew into the Jade Spirit Mountains, the Lin family was informed. Yi Yun looked at the person who was a middle-aged man. He was dressed like a steward, and he was probably an administrator of this main peak. Yi Yun eyed the steward while the steward looked at Yi Yun, curious of Yi Yun's identity. This is an in-name disciple I took in. Old man Su said it casually. When the steward heard this, he no longer paid attention to Yi Yun. Typically, a in-name disciple was not much different from a companion medicine boy. Is my room still there? Su Jie asked. Elder Su sure likes to joke. Your room is definitely there and has been regularly cleaned. The steward hurriedly responded in a very respectful manner. However, the courtyards beside Elder Su's residence have been occupied by some people. Just as the steward said this, a few people came walking over. There was an old man dressed in green desolate heaven master robes. Behind him were several young people who were most likely his disciples. When the green-robed elder appeared, Yi Yun immediately held his breath. This was because he saw a very familiar logo on the elder's desolate heaven master robe, the Shintu family clan's coat of arms. Previously, when Yi Yun flew past the Shintu family clan's airship, Yi Yun had seen this coat of arms. Later on, when Shintu Nantian wanted to kill him and Jiang Xiaro, this coat of arms was unforgettable for Yi Yun. How could it be someone from the Shintu family clan? Yi Yun's mind began churning as his expression turned ugly. Was it possible that the Shintu family clan had formed an alliance with the Lin family? If that was the case, this was extremely bad news for him. And if that was true, then he had to leave the Lin family immediately. He had to go as far as possible before the Shintu family clan discovered him. Yi Yun hid behind Su Jie's back and lowered his head slightly, hoping the other party would not notice him. He never expected such an unforeseen situation would happen. If not, he would have gotten Su Jie to help disguise him. However, it was not easy to deceive such people with disguise techniques. If it was not well done, then it'd be giving himself away by such an inconspicuous act, resulting in more suspicion. This Shintu family clan old man can't know me. He probably doesn't know the feud between me and Shintu Nantian in the Taya Divine Kingdom. As long as I don't attract attention to myself, I should be fine. Many thoughts flashed past Yi Yun's mind. As he calmed his mind, his expression returned to normal. Su Jie also frowned. He had never expected to meet someone from the Shintu family clan. Also, from the steward's attitude, he was extremely friendly to these people. Was an alliance really formed? What was the Lin family's family head thinking? Why did he form an alliance with the Shintu family clan now? Similarly, Su Jie did not have a good impression of the Shintu family clan. When you were strong, you plundered everything, but when your family clan's ancestor was injured, you want to form an alliance. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Elder Su, let me do the introductions. This is Elder Shintu, who is a guest of the Lin family. The Shinto family clans have extraordinary accomplishments in the Desolate Heaven technique. And Elder Shinto is an even greater expert at the Desolate Heaven technique. After that, the steward turned around and introduced Su Jie to the green-robed elder. This is Elder Su, who is also a top Desolate Heaven master. With the two of you staying together, you can learn a lot from each other in the future. The steward clearly did not take notice of Su Jie's attitude as he introduced him eagerly. Su Jie did not like the Shinto family clan. As for Elder Shinto, he too did not have a good impression of the Lin family's Desolate Heaven masters. People in the same line were enemies. When two top Desolate Heaven masters gathered together, neither would accept the other, and there was always a need to compete. The Shinto family clan's Desolate Heaven technique level was always better than the Lin family's. This made the Desolate Heaven master in the Shinto family have a superiority complex. However, under such a situation, Su Jie's reputation in the Tian Yuan world was bigger than the green-robed elder, which made him unwilling to accept it. Besides, they came to the Lin family under the orders of the family head. Other than showing they meant well, the Shinto family head had also said that they were to demonstrate the heritage of the Shinto family clan's Desolate Heaven technique to convince the Lin family of their greatness. This would aid them greatly in what they wanted to do. For this, the Shinto family clan had prepared a lot, and failure was not an option. So be it for personal or official matters, the green-robed elder wanted to vie with Su Jie. The green-robed elder glanced at Su Jie and said, "You are Su Jie? I've heard of you. People have given you the nickname, Sacred Hand Su. I have always wanted to meet you." The green-robed elder came straight to the point, and the first words he said to Su Jie indicated his intentions to challenge him. "It's just some praises by martial arts practitioners. You can't treat it seriously." Su Jie casually replied, but the green-robed elder clearly was unsatisfied with Su Jie's attitude as he said, "Praises? Then, is it right to say that Elder Su thinks he does not live up to the name?" Su Jie chuckled. "Why? Are you planning on stealing that nickname from me? Speaking of this, who are you? I have never heard of you before." Su Jie was not someone to be messed with either. Su Jie was not afraid, even though this green-robed elder was so testy in their first encounter. "Ha!" The green-robed elder sneered. He did not respond to Su Jie's words and instead tilted his head to look at Su Jie's back, before saying lightly, "Is that your disciple behind you?" The green-robed elder's gaze landed on Yi Yun as he sized him up. Yi Yun tensed up and began swearing in his mind. How did he gain the attention of the old man when he was lacking so much in presence? Not only did the elder notice him, even the young men, who looked like disciples, behind the elder had all looked at Yi Yun. Their gazes were filled with provocation as if they wanted to compete with him. Master against master, disciple against disciple. Yi Yun really felt speechless. He had decided, if the Lin family has formed an alliance with the Shinto family clan, then I'll immediately leave the Lin family. As for the provocation from these people, I can't even be bothered with them. If I did, then I'll definitely lose my life. Interesting, we will meet again very soon. We shall see who has the real qualities. After the green-robed elder said this, he brought his disciples to walk past Su Jie. As those young people walked, their gazes were still pinned onto Yi Yun. From their looks, they were clearly hoping to fight it out with Yi Yun, and then brutally beat him up. "Kid, my name is Shinto Guang, remember it well." As they walked, a youth about the same age as Yi Yun left his name. Yi Yun could not be bothered with such a trivial person. His only current thought was the possibility of the Lin family and the Shinto family having formed an alliance. Only after those people left did Su Jie ask the steward beside him in a sullen manner, "Why are the people from the Shinto family clan here? Has the Lin family formed an alliance with the Shinto family clan?" When Su Jie asked this, Yi Yun also held his breath. This was very important for himself. Author's note, 4,000-character chapter. This sequence of events was foreshadowed when 300,000 characters, approximately chapter 11x, were written. I've finally reached it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 375, Evil Iyun. Chapter 375, Evil Iyun. About the alliance, the steward began to think through his words. Now, the family is indeed facing such a choice, and there is quite a number of upper echelon elders who are leaning towards it. When the steward said this, Iyun's heart sank. They were really going into an alliance. He had just come to the Tian Yuan world, and his strength was still relatively tiny in this world. Did he have to travel the world by himself? If he did, he might even have to face the possibility of the Shintu family clan's deathly pursuits. They are leaning towards it? What are those old fools thinking? The Shintu family clan is not any good. Is allying with them not the equivalent of asking a tiger for its skin? Su Jia immediately cursed. The steward smiled bitterly. Elder Su, let me say my piece. Actually, this matter is related to you. Oh? Related to me? Su Jia was shocked. To be precise, it has to do with your disciple, Miss Shintong. Lin Shintong? Iyun's heart thumped. Was this related to Lin Shintong previously being summoned home? And following that, the steward's next words verified Iyun's guesses. Elder Su, you naturally know the matter of Miss Shintong's meridians. The steward glanced at Iyun, intending to mince his words. He did not want to discuss Lin Shintong's problem in front of Iyun. However, Su Jia only waved his hand, indicating that he need not worry about Iyun, just say it directly. Oh. Having naturaline meridians means that one will die within 500 years of age. It is effectively the end of one's martial arts path, and it is an incurable disease. This meridian state is a curse from heaven, however. Once someone is able to defy heaven and join up the naturaline meridians, then an incredible metamorphosis will occur. In ancient times, there was a peerless great empress who managed to reverse the situation of her naturaline meridians, and her cultivation level skyrocketed, becoming the number one person of her generation. Her strength was unfathomable. It was rumored that the great empress was much stronger than our Lin family's grand elder and the Shintu's ancestor of our time. And about 2 years ago, the Shintu family clan found an ancient desolate heaven technique in a mystic realm, and it is suspected of being related to the peerless great empress. The Shintu family clan believes that this ancient desolate heaven technique is able to join up Miss Shintong's terminated meridians. Thus the upper echelons of the family summoned her back. However, the family's upper echelons are still doubtful of this technique. Although it is really an ancient desolate heaven technique recipe, it cannot be confirmed that it was left behind by that peerless great empress. And, even if the recipe really can cure the naturaline meridians, the family's upper echelons do not believe that the Shintu family clan has the ability to guarantee that they will be able to refine this desolate bone relic. When the steward said this, Su Jia was stunned. Over the past few years, he had brought Lin Shintong around to many places, but he had failed to find a way to join up her naturaline meridians. Now, the Shintu family clan had declared that they found a desolate heaven technique recipe related to the ancient great empress. How could this not surprise Su Jia? Previously, Lin Shintong may have been a direct child of the Lin family and a genius not seen in 1,000 years. She was greatly loved by the matriarch. However, because of her naturally terminated meridians, her status in the Lin family was not high. For the Lin family, with their great heritage, everything went in accordance with the rules. And these rules could only be described as being cold and heartless. The children of large family clans were always in a state of competition. As Lin Shintong was greatly loved by the matriarch, it was bound to cause a lot of jealousy. Furthermore, with Lin Shintong being destined to a short life, she was essentially a cripple. Hence, she did not live a happy life within the family clan, which was why she went out on training expeditions with Su Jia. However, if Lin Shintong's terminated meridians were to be joined up, then her status would be completely different. Once the naturaline meridians metamorphosed, Lin Shintong's future would be limitless. This would definitely be a great event for the Lin family's history. What are the conditions? Su Jie asked in a deep voice. He already had a bad premonition about this. Since the Shinto family clan had such a desolate heaven technique recipe, they would not join up Lin Shintong's terminated meridians for nothing. There had to be conditions attached to it. And there was probably only one condition that would gain the Shinto family clan's trust. The condition is to marry Miss Shintong into the Shinto family clan. With that, the Shinto family clan will reap great benefits. As Miss Shintong's body is special, intercourse with a man will be a great opportunity. Especially after Miss Shintong's terminated meridians are joined up, the man that gains Miss Shintong's primordial yin will greatly increase his strength by one realm. He may even instantly gain the insight into the laws Miss Shintong knows. As such, the Shinto family clan will have one more peerless expert at the level of the Shinto patriarch. Under normal circumstances, that person's future would be even stronger than that of the Shinto patriarch. Furthermore, with Miss Shintong marrying into the Shinto family clan, she would become one of the Shinto family clan. So, the Shinto family clan will then immediately have two peerless experts. I see. Yi Yun understood. The ploy the Shinto family clan had was brilliant. Now the Shinto family clan was vulnerable. Once it formed an alliance with the Lin family, it would able to ride out this period of vulnerability. And following that, they would have one more child who was at least at the level of the Shinto patriarch, as well as another peerless great empress. With that, the Shinto family clan would probably become the number one family in the Tian Yuan world. Who is Miss Lin's marriage partner? Yi Yun suddenly asked. Seeing Yi Yun ask him, the steward frowned. He naturally did not feel happy about it. As a main peak steward, his status was naturally quite high. He was speaking with Su Jie, yet a young unnamed disciple suddenly interjected. Did he not know his manners? Furthermore, he had called Miss Shintong Miss Lin. Was she someone he could address freely like this? As Su Jie was around, he did not immediately reprimand Yi Yun, but he used an unpleasant tone when he harshly replied, of course it's the Shinto family clan's number one hero, Shinto Nantian. Only he is worthy of Miss Shintong. It was indeed that rascal, Shinto Nantian. Yi Yun took in a deep breath. Indeed, enemies often cross each other's paths. Although he knew that he would definitely clash with Shinto Nantian when coming to the Tian Yuan world, he never expected for it to be this fast. He had just arrived in the Tian Yuan world and had not even warmed the ground with his steps, but already he ended up being connected with Shinto Nantian again. Marrying Lin Shintong, gaining the purest primordial yin of her purine body, breaking through one huge realm and gaining Lin Shintong's insights into the laws. At the same time, he will gain a peerless great empress as a wife, becoming the person in power of the number one family clan in the Tian Yuan world. All of these good things befalling you. If that were to happen, will I not just die from anger? Yi Yun's face turned gloomy. He was never a generous man. He and Jiang Xiaro had nearly been killed by Shinto Nantian. He had then separated from Jiang Xiaro because of Shinto Nantian. With this great feud between them, how could Yi Yun watch on helplessly as Shinto Nantian gain all of these benefits and make a meteoric rise? It really is that son of a bitch. Su Jie began swearing. That kid Shinto Nantian is a wolf in sheep's clothes. He is not a good person. How can Shintong marry him? What is the decision of the Lin family? Have they already agreed? Su Jie's face was gloomy as he did not have any good impressions of Shinto Nantian. The steward said, it has not been decided, but several elders of the upper echelon are leaning towards agreeing to it. As for the elders who are not agreeing to it, they need to see proof of the Shinto family clan's desolate heaven techniques. They have to first prove that they have the ability to heal Miss Shintong of her naturally terminated meridians. The steward's answer was within Su Jie's expectations. A large family clan has to follow some unreasonable family rules to exist in the Tian Yuan world. And the first family rule was that everything had to place the family's interest at its forefront. If the family clan could produce a peerless great empress, then the Lin family would give up anything to pursue the matter. And the final decision of the Lin family's elders was the highest command which no one could defy. If the Shinto family clan could really prove that they could heal Lin Shintong of her naturally terminated meridians, then the Lin family would definitely agree to the marriage. It was pointless for anyone to object to it. Not even 10 Su Jies would be enough, let alone one. Thinking of this, Su Jie sighed. He too was helpless. He inadvertently glanced back at Yi Yun. He saw that Yi Yun's face was gloomy, but his eyes were sparkling as if he was thinking of something. This poor child. He is probably thinking of how to escape. Su Jie empathized with Yi Yun. Yi Yun was really unlucky. He was doing well in the Taya Divine Kingdom and would have enjoyed immense riches in the future, but the sudden beast horde placed the country on the brink of destruction. It was not easy to have the Shinto family clan come to their rescue, but when they did, he was locked on by Shinto Nantian and barely escaped from the claws of death. Now, he had come to the Lin family and could have stayed in the Lin family to cultivate safely. He could have relied on the Lin family and not been afraid of Shinto Nantian. After all, the two families were in conflict. However, he had been placed in a situation where the Lin family was considering allying themselves with the Shinto family clan. The two family clans had been in conflict for so many years, yet they seemed to have turned into allies over the past 2 years. When one was unlucky, one could even have one's teeth stuffed from drinking cold water. His enemy was about to gain endless amounts of benefits with a large-scale opportunity, breaking through in his cultivation and gaining a beauty. He might even one day become the master of the entire Tian Yuan world. As for Yi Yun, he would become a fugitive again, and would have to endure being endlessly hunted. This was probably one of the worst tragedies of life. Su Jie sighed. He really found Yi Yun to be pitiful. The current Yi Yun was too weak and had no opportunities to grow. Under such circumstances, even if Yi Yun had tenacity and perseverance, Su Jie did not believe that Yi Yun would have the ability to change anything. Even Su Jie himself could not change anything. The decision of the upper echelons of the Lin family was final. This was a matter that directly influenced the future of the Lin family. Su Jie shook his head and no longer looked at Yi Yun. As for Yi Yun, his eyes were moving as a sinister thought appeared in his mind. He did not wish to run again. He had had enough of living the life of a fugitive. For now, not every Lin family elder had agreed, so he still had time. Shinto Nantian. If I do not cause trouble for you, then I might as well cripple my own cultivation and become a monk. With this thought in mind, several ideas popped up in Yi Yun's head. Even an extremely evil thought suddenly popped up in Yi Yun's mind. What if I made Shinto Nantian a cuckold? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 376, Taking Revenge if There Was Any, and Stabbing One in the Back. Chapter 376, Taking Revenge if There Was Any, and Stabbing One in the Back. If he really succeeded in making Shinto Nantian a cuckold, then wouldn't all the benefits awaiting Shinto Nantian become his? This thought flashed past Yi Yun's mind. He was rather taken aback as he frowned. He spoke to himself, when did I become so evil? Although I don't think I have been a gentleman all this time. Yi Yun recalled the experiences over the past 2 years. Be it Lian Xingyu, Tao Yunxiao, or Yang Haoren, Yi Yun had always been meddling with things in secret. Even the narcissistic and crazy Luo Huier had been pranked by Yi Yun when she wanted to prank him, and Luo Huier was still clueless over who had caused her embarrassment back then. Taking revenge if there was any, and stabbing one in the back was Yi Yun's modus operandi. Against Shinto Nantian, Yi Yun had already suffered greatly. It was enough to be vexed by him once. If he was vexed a second time, then he might even suffer from internal injuries due to his anger. The Shinto family clan had taken an ancient desolate heaven technique recipe out with great fanfare this time. Other than the value of the recipe, just the materials used for the recipe would probably be invaluable. To gain her hand for such a huge price, they would probably announce it to the world. They would then receive all sorts of marital gifts from all powers. And if, at this moment, Shintu Nantian was made a cuckold, wouldn't he vomit blood from the anger? A warrior needed a good mental state to practice martial arts. Sometimes, they would go into reclusive training for decades. During this period, the person would sit alone and his mind would be as still as water. Sometimes, when breaking through a realm, one needed a good frame of mind to endure the harassments of mental demons. However, if the pangs of anger remained in one's heart, then it would be over. It would be hard to still one's mind in reclusive training. It could easily cause the pangs of anger to flare up. If a person was affected by one's mental demons while breaking through, they might even lose themselves to the demons. Mortals could die from anger. Stifling one's anger for long periods of time could shorten one's life. Anger would not affect a warrior's lifespan, but it would affect one's martial heart, slowing down one's cultivation speed. If Shintu Nantian got wind that he was made a cuckold, and the person who took away all his benefits was the ant that he looked down on and could easily kill, it would be a wonder what Shintu Nantian's thoughts would be. These thoughts flashed past Yi Yun's mind. Although he had thought through these clearly, Yi Yun eventually shook his head. Although he really wished to anger Shintu Nantian greatly to create a mental demon, he did not want to make use of Lin Xintong to seek revenge on Shintu Nantian. Of course, Yi Yun did not consider himself as a man of integrity, but he had his bottom line. In Yi Yun's heart, Lin Xintong was pure like a fairy from the heavens. She was calm and gave off the demeanor of a light breeze, but in fact, she was a very determined person. Her martial heart was not to be shaken. That day when Yi Yun met Lin Xintong under the moon, Lin Xintong had said that everyone had their own fate. Although her meridians were cursed to be terminated, and she was not accepted by the heavens, she had not given up even a glimmer of hope. She wanted to use her short lifespan to fight till the very end. How could such a determined girl have a casual temperament? Let nature take its course. I will do my best to destroy the marriage plans between the Shintu family clan and the Lin family. Also, other than healing Lin Xintong of her natural terminated meridians, there is nothing left that needs to be considered. Yi Yun was indebted to Lin Xintong. When Yi Yun knew of Lin Xintong's naturally terminated meridians, he was previously determined to seek a cure for Lin Xintong's condition. Back then, Lin Xintong had previously said that when she made contact with Yi Yun, she could feel her terminated meridians undergo a strange change. Although it was not obvious, it definitely happened. Back then, Yi Yun didn't have a pure yang body. And even if he had, he did not believe that his body would result in Lin Xintong's terminated meridians having any reaction. That strange change could only happen due to the purple crystal. The purple crystal was extremely mysterious. Its origin was bizarre and Yi Yun found it difficult to estimate the realm of the purple crystal. In these 2 years, the purple crystal had created one miracle after another. Be it mystic realms like the Sword and Saber Tomb or even the Pyongyang Sword Palace's mysteries, they had all been successfully opened up by Yi Yun using the purple crystal. And even a mighty figure like the shepherd boy had not discovered anything about the purple crystal. For such a divine item, Yi Yun believed that the purple crystal's realm far exceeded the ancient great empress from back then. Furthermore, Lin Xintong's terminated meridians had reacted to the purple crystal, so under these circumstances, Yi Yun was confident that the purple crystal was able to heal Lin Xintong. This was the greatest thing he could rely on to destroy Shintu Nantian's hopes. Would joining up terminated meridians with the purple crystal be difficult? Probably not. When Yi Yun was thinking this through, Su Jie suddenly asked, "Where is Xintong? I want to see her." Although Su Jie was powerless against overturning the decisions of the family's upper echelon, he could at least meet his own disciple and understand her actual thoughts. If possible, he could help fight for her, and obtain some tiny concessions. Any child's interests could be sacrificed when pitted against a family's interest. It was even more so for the females of the Lin family. Su Jie felt pain for Lin Xintong. Miss Xintong is currently in reclusive training. When Miss Shintone learned of this matter 2 years ago, she went into reclusive training without coming out. Some elders wanted to meet her, but they were rejected on grounds of her reclusive training. Reclusive training, as expected. Su Jie shook his head. Previously, he had failed to contact Lin Shintone when he used a voice transmission charm. Thus, he had felt that something had happened. Actually, now Lin Shintone's position in the Lin family had become special. Originally, Lin Shintone was just a beloved child of the matriarch, and she was destined not to amount to greatness. The elders would not hesitate to sacrifice Lin Shintone for the interests of the family. However, now it was different. If Lin Shintone's naturally terminated meridians were healed, and she became a peerless great empress, then her status would become prominent. Even the Lin family's grand elder would have to be careful with his attitude towards Lin Shintone. Although the final say was subjected to the elders, no one dared to force Lin Shintone. This was because the Lin family wanted a great empress that had a sense of belonging to the Lin family. In such a future, Lin Shintone could become a pillar of support for the Lin family to allow it to prosper. On the other hand, if Lin Shintone felt resentment towards the Lin family in the future, then she would not be of any help to the Lin family when she became a peerless great empress. Even helping the Lin family twice because of past sentiments would be all what one could wish for. This was not the outcome the Lin family wanted. Hence, this matter had been dragged on. Now, it has been 2 years, and the situation was unlikely to drag on any further. Tell Shintone that her master is back and wants to meet her. Su Jie told the steward. Lin Shintone could reject meeting her family's elders, but she would definitely meet Su Jie. Yes, Elder Su. The steward replied respectfully. After some thinking, he exhorted, Elder Su, currently, almost half of the elders have agreed to the marriage proposal. As for the other half, they are not against it, but are taking a wait-and-see attitude. Elder Su, I would hope that you would note. The steward halted his speech midway. It was evident what he meant. He had euphemistically informed Su Jie not to fan the flames for Lin Shintone to make her oppose the matter. In these 2 years, it was not easy for the Lin family's elders to give Lin Shintone the time to think over matters. However, Su Jie grunted and said, I don't even know the veracity of the Great Empress's recipe. And the Shintu family clan might not even be able to refine it. Who knows if the Shintu family clan is actually cheating us? How could the Great Empress recipe be easily refined? Even Su Jie did not dare to say that he was capable of refining the ancient recipe. Oh? You said that we won't be able to refine it? At this moment, an old voice called out. Yi-Yin looked up and saw an old woman with silver hair. She held a walking stick as she walked over slowly. And behind this silver-haired old woman, there were a few people dressed in desolate heaven master robes. They were people of all ages and genders. The green-robed elder who had provoked Su Jie and Shintu Guang, who had provoked Yi-Yun, were also there. There was about 30 to 40 people from a rough count. These people were no doubt desolate heaven technique experts of the Shintu family clan and their disciples. Seeing this silver-haired old woman, Su Jie's heart jumped. He knew this old granny. She was the elder sister of the current head of the Shintu family clan. She was very famous in the desolate heaven technique circles, and people called her the thousand-hand granny. She was definitely much better than the green-robed elder from before. 2 years, the old woman stopped and suddenly slammed her walking stick on the granite tiles on the ground, resulting in a dull thud. My Shintu family clan's desolate heaven masters have stayed in the Lin family for 2 years. In the past 2 years, we have shown our good faith, and even used the Gloriosa Superba Spirit Mountain as a dowry for Lin Shintone's marriage. Yet, you have been delaying to accept this marriage proposal. Now, even an ignorant person has come here and questioned the standard of my Shintu family clan's desolate heaven technique. What a joke! When the thousand-hand granny said this, she glanced coldly at Su Jie. Su Jie's face sank. This old woman dared to point him out as an ignorant person? Previously, when he exchanged words with the green-robed elder, the other party was just being provocative, and did not make it as clear like the old woman was verbally attacking him. This was really breaking all ties. "Darn old granny, did you not wash your mouth after going to the toilet? Or else, why is your mouth so smelly?" Su Jia was not any proper old man. If he did not respond with something worse when he was scolded, how could he endure it? Oh! A murderous intent flashed in the thousand-hand granny's eyes. "Su Jia, you are courting death. Ha! Do you want to make a move?" Su Jia laughed. He was not afraid to make a big commotion. This was the turf of the Lin family. Although the Lin family had the intention of accepting the Shintu family clan's conditions, that was all because of their interests. However, if he and the Shintu family clan turned hostile, then the Lin family would definitely not ignore it and make the Shintu family clan account for it. If things came to blows, then the thousand-hand granny would definitely be the one to suffer. Naturally, the thousand-hand granny knew this. Her wrinkled face turned gloomy like an ancient corpse that had been unearthed from a tomb. It looked horrific. So what if you win the battle of tons? At such an age, you still have the temperament of a child. This time, the Shintu family clan has invited some desolate heaven masters from the Tian Yuan world and their close disciples. In 2 months, there will be a desolate heaven technique tea session at the Tianhua Peak. There, we will let you see if the Shintu family clan's desolate heaven technique meets the mark. Elder Su, you will not lack the courage to attend it, right? Author's note: some people asked that in the earlier chapters, wasn't Lin Xintong marrying the Taya Divine Kingdom's crown prince, so was there a bug in the story? Actually, in the beginning, Su Jia and Lin Xintong's identities were never made clear. Only Su Jia's age, greater than 30,000 years, was mentioned in the Taya Divine City, and Yi Yun had used Su Jia's protective charm to defeat the heavily injured primordial species. Back then, Su Jia had an old friend in the Taya Divine Kingdom, so his status was extraordinary. With a proud daughter of heaven with him, naturally she would be the pursuit of the top young masters of the Divine Kingdom. This was mentioned when Lin Xintong handed the dragon-ribbed tiger bone fist to the main character, but was not written obviously. The person who thought that Lin Xintong may one day be betrothed to a prince of the Taya Divine Kingdom and become a princess, and may one day become empress. Original words in the text was the Jin Longwei's Thousand Households Zhangtan. Thousand Households Zhang was a minor figure, so it was just his thoughts. It wasn't that Lin Xintong would really marry into the Taya Divine Kingdom. There are some people who mentioned that the Shintu family clan would be destroyed if they failed to have the marriage. I'm fainting just from that logic. To people who use this kind of fabricated thoughts to come up with an argument, I don't feel like explaining anything. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 377, Desolate Heaven Technique Tea Session. Chapter 377, Desolate Heaven Technique Tea Session. Desolate Heaven Technique Tea Session? Su Jia sneered, how can I lack the courage to attend? A Desolate Heaven Technique tea session was actually just a gathering of a bunch of old guys, where they would discuss the Desolate Heaven technique while they ate and drank. Also, they would also brag about their achievements in the Desolate Heaven technique. While bragging, it was also common for them to show off some of their techniques. Typically, there was no real need for a competition, as they only needed to display some of their best techniques to gain the praise of others. Su Jia knew the old men of the Tian Yuan world well. Once they were complimented, they would immediately say false niceties like wrongfully praised, exaggeration, or this old man only has an empty name. In fact, these people were ridiculously vain. They would immediately rage the moment anyone belittled them. They would roll up their sleeves and fight it out with you. Hence, hearing all these extremely arrogant and self-important people saying all sorts of words filled with false modesty, one's goosebumps would pop up so much that they would fall off. However, the theme of the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session that the thousand-hand granny mentioned was not about complimenting each other or boasting. Those who participated in the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session would be part of their own camp. Before the tea session, both sides would be easily agitated, and during the actual tea session, they would show off all sorts of skills. Previously, it was mostly disciples who flaunted their skills in these kinds of tea sessions. After all, the old fellows treasured their reputations greatly. If right after they flaunted a technique, someone even better appeared, embarrassing them, then it would be awkward. And it was fine if the disciples lost. However, for this Desolate Heaven Technique tea session, it was clearly not a competition amongst disciples. Those old fellows would probably gear up to flaunt their skills. After all, the Shinto family clan was taking this opportunity to let the elders, who were unwilling to agree to the alliance, see their strength in the Desolate Heaven Technique. Don't be full of yourself, or it might turn ugly when it comes to it. The thousand-hand granny snorted before she flicked her sleeves and left. The other people from the Shinto family clan were all confident. The older generation looked at Su Jia, while the younger generation looked at Yi Yun. They believed that this kid beside Su Jia was definitely his disciple. At the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session, those older masters would definitely be the stars of the show, but their disciples would also be dazzling. The younger generation represented the future. A genius, who had extraordinary talent in the Desolate Heaven Technique, was an invaluable fortune to a large family clan. After the thousand-hand granny and company left, Su Jia brought Yi Yun to his residence. Just before they entered, Su Jia suddenly turned his head and said, "I say, kid. Don't stay in the Lin family. I'm foreseeing bad signs. You might lose your life if you carry on staying here. This old man will stay in the Lin family for a while to take a look. If Shintong agrees to it, and the sons of a bitches from the Shinto family clan can really heal Shintong, then once Shintong is healed, I will also leave the Lin family." Su Jia was originally not from the Lin family, and he was a guest with a different family name. He was free to come and go, and he was not under the jurisdiction of the Lin family. If Lin Shintong agreed to the marriage, and her terminated meridians were healed, then that would be a great thing for Lin Shintong. As for Shinto Nantian, as long as Lin Shintong's strength was strong, she could be completely independent. Also, Lin Shintong was not some weak woman. Even if she married into the wrong household, it would not be anything horrible. In the future, when Lin Shintong becomes a peerless great empress, it would be very easy for her to take control of her own destiny. Hence, Su Jia felt that he should also leave. If his disciple had a bright future, he would definitely be happy, as long as it was her choice. Kid, us meeting is also a form of fate. I have some old friends in the Tian Yuan world. I'll write a letter for you. If you take it with you to them, they will probably take you in. Su Jia sat down on a chair and took out a pen and paper. Yi Yun looked at the old man. Su Jia's hair was already white, and his body was slightly hunching. Looking at the back of Su Jia writing a letter, Yi Yun suddenly felt touched. If it was not for this old man, he would probably have died inside the fallen Stargate. And now, Su Jia was sending him away, and giving him a letter. If Yi Yun did not have the purple crystal as his hope, then he would definitely have left. And this letter would be of timely help. This old man had been most kind to him. Senior Su Jia. Yi Yun said softly, "This junior wants to ask if you have any advanced means of disguising one's appearance, such as a tool or skill, which can prevent people with very high cultivation levels to not be able to see my original looks." Yi Yun's question stunned Su Jia. He stopped writing and said, "You are afraid of being recognized? Although it's good to be careful, it shouldn't matter. The Tian Yuan world is too big. Shinto Nantian also doesn't know that you have come to the Tian Yuan world, so the probability of him finding you is tiny. You can at most change your name. I don't want to leave." Yi Yun shook his head. "I want to take a look at the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session in 2 months' time." "Oh? Not leaving?" Su Jia was shocked. Staying in the Lin family is dangerous. Although the Lin family and Shintu family clan have yet to make an alliance, who knows what will happen in the future? Besides, why do you want to take a look at the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session for? Today, although I was tough with my words against that old hag, I actually do not have much confidence. Su Jie sighed as he shook his head. In terms of the Desolate Heaven Technique, the Lin family is indeed inferior to the Shintu family clan. Furthermore, this time, the Shintu family clan has invited many Desolate Heaven Technique masters from the Tian Yuan world to hold the ground. In 2 months, the Shintu family clan will probably steal the show at the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session. For such an important occasion, Shintu Nantian would definitely be present. Do you want to see your enemy riding on the crest of success? Su Jie looked at Yi Yun in a puzzled fashion. Was Yi Yun a masochist? If it was him, he would have ran as far as he could, for everything was clean as long as the eyes did not see it. Yi Yun said, "It's because I also want to participate in the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session, which is why I'm thinking of disguising myself." Also, Senior Su Jie, can you teach me the Desolate Heaven Technique in these 2 months? What? Su Jie was shocked and looked incredulously at Yi Yun. You want to learn the Desolate Heaven Technique? To participate in the tea session in 2 months? Don't tell me you want to pit your Desolate Heaven Technique against the Shintu family clan's younger generation. Su Jie was completely speechless. This was only because the person who said it was Yi Yun. If it was anyone else, he would have thought that the person was an idiot. However, even if it was Yi Yun, Su Jie still found him abnormal. The Desolate Heaven Technique was not something that could be learned overnight. Yi Yun had not practiced martial arts for a long time, so how could a Desolate Heaven Technique that was learned at the last minute be qualified to participate in the tea session? Wouldn't that just end up with him being ridiculed by the Shintu family clan? Yi Yun said, "This junior has previously come into contact with the Desolate Heaven Technique while in the Taya Divine City. You can say that I'm at the introductory stage." How long was the contact? Su Jie looked at Yi Yun in a speechless manner. Yi Yun had not practiced martial arts for more than 2 years. Even if he had began learning the Desolate Heaven Technique ever since they had separated, what could he do now? He would still be brutally defeated by others. A few months. Previously, I had learned with Grandmaster Yue Hua for some time. Yi Yun knew that Su Jie would definitely think lowly of his standards if he only said that he had learnt the Desolate Heaven Technique for a few months. Hence, he had to tout Grandmaster Yue Hua's name, to give Su Jie some confidence. However, Su Jie still looked at Yi Yun as if he was looking at a madman. "Kid, don't tell me you have suffered too many setbacks, resulting in depression, so now, you are just amusing yourself by using this old man? Since you have come into contact with the Desolate Heaven Technique, you should know that there are 3 big steps of the Desolate Heaven Technique. The first step, extraction of the power of Desolates. The second step, controlling the power of Desolate's seal. The third step, forming the relic. For this, just the extraction of the power of Desolates needs several years of hard work to barely pass. If you are not thorough with extracting the power of Desolates, then it would be a waste of materials. The Desolate Bone Relic would also not be refined properly. Following that, controlling the power of Desolate's seal. That is even more complex as there are thousands of hand seal techniques. Different elemental power of Desolates require different hand seal techniques. If you are not careful, you can easily dissipate the power of Desolates that you extracted through painstaking means, resulting in an explosion. I have more than 3,000 hand seal techniques alone. Learning every one of them requires a lot of practice. One also needs to have good perception, and one can only slowly grasp them through the accumulation of time. As for the third step, forming the relic, it is easier than the first 2 steps. However, it is just slightly easier. There are also thousands of techniques used to form the relic. Without being able to grasp more than 100 techniques, you can't even call yourself a Desolate Heaven Master without blushing. Yi Yun was naturally aware of the things Su Jie said. He had gone through systematic lessons for the Desolate Heaven technique. To Yi Yun, extracting the power of desolates was extremely easy. With the purple crystal, Yi Yun was much better than Su Jie in this aspect. The problem lied in the hand seal techniques. The purple crystal could allow Yi Yun to control energy as he wished, however, it could not increase Yi Yun's perception. Learning the seals required time. Although Yi Yun's perception was great, he could not learn many hand seal techniques in 2 months' time. This was also the greatest difficulty for Yi Yun to quickly master the Desolate Heaven technique. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 378, Mystic Crystal Hand and Small Thousand Seal. Chapter 378, Mystic Crystal Hand and Small Thousand Seal. When Yi Yun was in the Cloud Wilderness, he had trained together with Lin Xintong, and when he saw Lin Xintong use the Desolate Heaven technique, Yi Yun suddenly had the thought of becoming a Desolate Heaven master. Now, this thought was still rooted in Yi Yun's heart. With the Desolate Heaven technique, not only could it supplement his own cultivation, he could also rely on the Desolate Heaven technique to earn resources. Yi Yun had the purple crystal to control energy, so he enjoyed an exceptional advantage in learning the Desolate Heaven technique. However, in the past 2 years, as Yi Yun was too weak, he had been busy cultivating. He had only learned a tiny bit of the Desolate Heaven technique and he had put it mainly on hold. Now, Yi Yun wasn't simply thinking of messing up the Desolate Heaven technique tea session. He also wanted to take this opportunity to learn the Desolate Heaven technique properly. This would greatly aid his future cultivation. Senior Su Jie, there's only 2 months left till the tea session. I want to learn the seal for controlling the power of desolates and the forming of relics from you. You want to learn these two in 2 months? You think you are learning Pai Gao? Su Jie blinked with an expression of being defeated by Yi Yun. There are thousands of hand seal techniques, which one do you want to learn? Yi Yun said, I only want to learn 2 techniques. One that can control the power of desolates and another used to form a relic. Yi Yun knew himself. Although his perception was good, it was unrealistic for him to learn hundreds of hand seal techniques. Hence, Yi Yun had no alternative but to give up on his first choice, so he chose 2. However, by choosing 2 techniques, there were several limitations. As Su Jie had just said, a Desolate Heaven master of a certain caliber would grasp at least 100 techniques at the beginning. Just like a good cook, one could not just have one method of cooking like stir-fry. Different dishes would made in different ways. There were stir-frying, quick-frying, deep-frying, blanching, smoking, pickling, etc. One had to choose the most suitable cooking method for different ingredients. It was the same with the Desolate Heaven technique. If a Desolate Heaven master's hand seal techniques were too uniform, then he would face numerous restrictions. For example, some sealing techniques were only suitable for desolate bone relics of the lowest grade. The method was simple, consumed little of one's mental strength, fast, and it had a good success rate. However, against powerful power of desolates, this sort of sealing techniques could not control it at all and they were unusable. To refine high-grade desolate bone relics, one had to use more advanced techniques. These techniques were complex, slow, and they extremely consumed one's mental strength. Even a good desolate master would have to rest after using this technique as it was too draining. And if this technique was used for refining low-quality desolate bone relics, it would be overkill. There were other sealing techniques that were suitable for particular elemental energies, for example, some were suitable for fire, and others for ice. If the elemental property was matched, the sealing technique would result in double the results with half the effort. The success rate would also be higher. In conclusion, if one wanted to refine high-grade, the sealing technique was more complex and difficult to learn. The more techniques a Desolate Heaven master had, the more flexible he could be when refining a desolate bone relic. Sometimes, they could combine several techniques to refine a relic. And it was up to the preference of the desolate heaven master as to which technique to use. If a sealing technique was chosen well, it was already half the battle won. Since Yi Yun had already made his choice of choosing 2 techniques, he could only have one each for the power of desolate sealing and the forming of relics. Then, there were a few features the 2 techniques needed. First, they had to be widely applicable, and they could not be narrowed to a single elemental energy. They had to be able to be used for all kinds of elemental energies. Secondly, these 2 techniques had to be applicable for the refinement of high-grade desolate bone relics. For the current Yi Yun, low-grade desolate bone relics were no longer useful. Finally, the 2 techniques could not be too complicated. If they could not be learnt in 2 months, then they would be useless. Yi Yun had a good amount of understanding of the desolate heaven technique, so before he asked Su Jie if he could learn the desolate heaven technique from him, he had already thought of the techniques he wanted to learn. Senior Su Jie, the 2 techniques I want to learn are the Mystic Crystal Hand Sealing Technique for the controlling of the power of desolates, as well as the Small Thousand Seal for the forming of relics. These 2 techniques had met Yi Yun's requirements. Not only could they be used to refine high-grade desolate bone relics, they were also easy to learn and widely applicable. Since these 2 techniques had such features, it meant that they weren't some extraordinary method. It was easy to learn the techniques, then correspondingly, the success rate of these 2 techniques were very low. And since they were widely applicable in the desolate heaven technique circles, it meant that they were not specialized for anything. The desolate heaven technique focused on specialization. Every elemental energy had a corresponding technique. For the Mystic Crystal Hand and Small Thousand Seal, they were actually common techniques that could be easily found on the street. Any desolate heaven master who had certain accomplishments in the desolate heaven technique would never bother to use them. Even the young desolate heaven master disciples, who had outstanding talent, would not look up to such a one-size-fits-all approach. Only some desolate heaven masters from small family clans or small sects would haphazardly refine desolate bone relics, which would be a treasure for the disciples of these small sections. In such a situation, their desolate heaven technique did not need to be great, nor did they have much talent. As such, they would choose to learn easy and low-grade techniques. Despite hearing Yi Yun's choice which lacked ambition, Su Jie found Yi Yun's choice wise. Everyone knew that advanced techniques were good, but so what? It was only meaningful if one could learn it. It was pointless if one could not learn it. It was like everyone knew being a great emperor was good, but if anyone said they wanted to become a great emperor when they began learning martial arts, they would probably be thought of as crazy. With Yi Yun's foundation, the Mystic Crystal Hand and Small Thousand Seal would be relatively difficult for him. Even learning it would be pretty good. However, even if Yi Yun mastered the Mystic Crystal Hand and Small Thousand Seal, there would be no hope in him joining the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session. In the tea session, everyone would show off their skills by choosing the most complicated and most difficult techniques. If one used the Mystic Crystal Hand or Small Thousand Seal, that would cause the stomachs of others to rupture from laughing. Senior Su Jie, how about it? After all, you have taken me in as your in-name disciple. I'm just learning 2 techniques from you. As Yi Yun spoke, Su Jie rolled his eyes at him. Only now do you remember that you are my in-name disciple? Forget it. I find you pitiful, so it's nothing teaching you 2 sealing techniques. In the future, if you were to leave the Lin family and live on the streets, this would also be a means of livelihood, right? Yi Yun turned speechless hearing Su Jie say such words. Living on the streets? It shouldn't be that terrible even if he was forced to leave the Lin family, right? Alright, I can teach you, but let me warn you in advance. Forget about the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session. At that time, I'll take you to broaden your horizons. As for showing off your techniques, don't throw my face. I still care about my old face, and I want to mess around in the Desolate Heaven Technique circles in the future. If you were to demonstrate these 2 techniques that can be found on the streets, the tortoise grandsons of the Shintu family clan would all die from laughing. Although you are my in-name disciple, an in-name disciple is still a disciple. Everything you do represents me, do you understand? Su Jia earnestly exhorted to Yi Yun. In fact, he felt that Yi Yun had only come into contact with the Desolate Heaven technique for a short period of time, and he did not know how difficult the Desolate Heaven technique was. Yi Yun would know the difficulty once he taught him the two techniques. As for the tea session, the Desolate Heaven masters and geniuses would gather to flaunt their techniques. What they showed would be dazzling and too much for the eye to feast on. Flaunting of one's skills was not about what the best technique was, but it was about what the hardest technique was. At that moment, Yi Yun will see the gap between the geniuses and himself. He would probably then realize how childish his ideas originally were. As long as Yi Yun's mind was right, then he would not go on stage to get schooled. He had a feud with Shintu Nantian. Wouldn't he be mad to end up a clown in front of Shintu Nantian? Thank you, Senior Su. Yi Yun was delighted. There was no doubt in Su Jia's Desolate Heaven technique level. So with his teachings, it would be double the results with half the effort. As for disguising your looks, Su Jia stroked his chin and said, it's too difficult to use disguises to bluff the old monsters from the Shintu family clan. However, there is a very simple method, and that is to wear a mask. There are many rare materials in this world that can completely cut off perception. Even an imperial king will not be able to sense anything. And I happen to have such a mask. As for changing your voice, that's even easier. Just change the tone of your voice. Some old monsters who had unfathomable cultivation levels could easily see through disguises. However, one could change one's tone to change their voice. No matter how strong one was, they could not guess what the original voice of the person was after he changed his tone, as the two were completely unrelated. That's great, Yi Yun said happily. Wearing a mask was nothing strange. In a warrior's world, there were plenty of people with habits that were different to others. Furthermore, Shintu Nantian would definitely not guess that he had come to the Tian Yuan world and participated in the Desolate Heaven technique tea session. Then Senior Su Jia, without further ado, if you have time now, please teach me the Mystic Crystal Hand technique and Small Thousand Sail technique. As there was only 2 months left, time was precious, so Yi Yun naturally had to grab every opportunity. Su Jia pinched his beard as if irritated. All right. I'll teach you these two techniques. My time is precious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 379, Mastering the Desolate Heaven Technique Quickly. Chapter 379, Mastering the Desolate Heaven Technique Quickly. In Su Jia's residential area there was a large hall meant for practicing the Desolate Heaven technique. This was not Su Jia's dedicated practice room, but a room for the disciples of the Lin family's Desolate Heaven masters to practice their Desolate Heaven technique. Yi Yun walked into the middle of the hall and saw Desolate Heaven technique stone benches neatly arranged in the hall. They numbered more than 100. On these benches, there were all sorts of materials and Desolate Heaven technique disc arrays. There were people dressed in Desolate Heaven technique robes around who were busy shuttling through the benches. There was no shortage of elders, and there were also cultured-looking, middle-aged men and women there. These people were obviously the backbone of the Lin family's Desolate Heaven master force. Beside these Desolate Heaven masters, there were also other youths of both genders here. Clearly, they were the disciples. Elder Su, you are back. A middle-aged man, wearing a Desolate Heaven technique robe, greeted Su Jia in a very respectful tone. Heaven Master Son, long time no see. Su Jia nodded. The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Yun. Is this Elder Su's new apprentice? Due to Su Jia, the middle-aged man looked at Yi Yun in a friendly manner. Yi Yun cupped his fists and politely bowed. Ah, a fine-looking man with talent. The apprentice of Elder Su must be outstanding. You must be very gifted in the Desolate Heaven technique. As the middle-aged man spoke, a 15-year-old girl behind him, who was about the same age as Yi Yun, looked curiously at Yi Yun. It was as if she wanted to know what aspect of this youth was so outstanding that he had been fancied by Su Jia. However, Su Jia waved his hand and said, "What do you mean gifted? I just took him in as an in-name disciple on a whim. I am just informally teaching him." Su Jia rushed to clarify his relationship with Yi Yun. This made Yi Yun roll his eyes. This old man sure was afraid of Yi Yun shaming him. As for the middle-aged man, although he heard that Yi Yun was an in-name disciple, he was still very polite. Even an in-name disciple of Elder Su should be extraordinary. Ha ha! The Lin family was very respectful to Su Jia. Even more so in the Desolate Heaven Master circles. Desolate Heaven Masters might not admire the strong, but they would admire those great masters who completely had the Desolate Heaven technique at their fingertips, to the point of prostrating. Yi Yun did not respond. He naturally knew that the middle-aged man was just being polite. After they separated from the middle-aged man, Yi Yun coughed dryly and said to Su Jia, "Senior Su Jia, my Desolate Heaven technique is quite alright. Although I haven't learnt the sealing of the power of desolates and the forming of relics, should you not first look at the situation as to teach me according to my aptitude?" Yi Yun could only do energy extraction now. And that was just the beginning stage for a Desolate Heaven technique apprentice. Of course, Yi Yun's energy extraction was extremely monstrous. He intended to show Su Jia his real strength, to prevent the old man from thinking that he was inept, or else he would just haphazardly teach him. However, Su Jia said, "There will be plenty of opportunities for you to show off your strength. In a few days, I will go into reclusive training and begin preparing for the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session. Today, I will teach you the two techniques, and tomorrow I will see Shintone." Su Jia had been trapped in the mystic realm for 2 years and had not managed to use the Desolate Heaven technique. For the tea session, there would be all sorts of experts gathered, and some of them were even better than Su Jia. Su Jia also needed to prepare. By going into reclusive training, he could maintain his best condition before the tea session. "Alright," Yi Yun helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Su Jia was currently putting all his thoughts into the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session. In addition to the worry for his disciple, Lin Shintong, he, Grandmaster Su, was clearly not interested in watching a kid mess around at this point in time. Su Jia brought Yi Yun to stand in front of a bench. Coincidentally, the middle-aged man, Heaven Master's son, and his female apprentice was standing on the bench right next to them. This middle-aged man was teaching the little girl the Desolate Heaven technique. There were other Desolate Heaven technique benches nearby, where there were many youths standing around, all learning the Desolate Heaven technique. Occasionally, a Desolate Heaven master from the Lin family would stop by to give them some pointers. The Small Thousand Seal and the Mystic Crystal Hand are relatively lower grade techniques. They are easy to get started with, and neither of them are hard to become proficient in it. However, they are too shallow. Su Jia stood in front of the Desolate Heaven technique bench and took out a Desolate Heaven technique disc array. There was a jade-green desolate bone on the disc array. The desolate bone was about a foot long. It was of good quality, but the power of desolates within it was slightly chaotic. It was probably a general-ranked desolate beast's bone. Su Jia casually tapped his finger and the desolate bone began to tremble violently. The power of desolates within it was instantly extracted by Su Jia. Yi Yun could, with his naked eye, see that the desolate bone began to change color. It went from its original jade-green color to grayish-white. And correspondingly, the energy light blob that appeared on Su Jia's fingers were clearly the energy essence extracted from the desolate bone. It had all been gathered onto Su Jia's hand. This technique of extracting energy made Yi Yun amazed. It was done in a very smooth and simple fashion. If Yi Yun used the purple crystal to do it, he would still not be able to do it as fast as Su Jia. Although the purple crystal's control of energy was peerless, Yi Yun's control of the purple crystal was still far from perfect. What the purple crystal was powerful at was that it could work with energy from all sorts of levels, be it normal desolate beasts, primordial herbs, the sword and saber-tomb's origin's energy, or even the sealing energy in the Pyongyang Sword Palace. All of them were on equal footing to the purple crystal. It was very easy for Yi Yun to absorb any of these energies by using the purple crystal. However, what was a bit more difficult for Yi Yun was activating the purple crystal and the process of controlling the purple crystal. With Yi Yun's current mental strength, it would not be that easy to control the purple crystal. Hence, he was unable to do like Su Jie and easily extract all of the energy from a desolate bone in an instant. Yi Yun's advantage was that, be it extracting the energy from normal desolate bones or primordial species desolate bones, it was the same. Probably, to the purple crystal, all of these energies were of too low a level, so low that it could not distinguish between them. This was equivalent to Yi Yun using a sledgehammer to crush a chicken's egg and a quail's egg. Using a sledgehammer to crush them both is simple. However, swinging the sledgehammer is what was most difficult. Su Jie held the green energy blob in his hand as he glanced at Yi Yun before lazily saying, "Kid, watch well. This is the Mystic Crystal Hand. If you cannot learn it even after I do it a few times, then do not blame me for not teaching you." As Su Jie said, his fingers began to move. Seals were sent flying as they formed beautiful patterns in the air. Yi Yun focused as he held his breath. He opened the purple crystal's energy vision. Through the vision, Yi Yun could clearly see the origin energies flow within every seal that came from Su Jie. It was naturally different to use the energy vision compared to using his naked eye to look at Su Jie's actions. The naked eye still needed one to gain insight and understanding. However, with the energy vision, he could see the movement of the energy directly. In fact, the so-called seals were only runic lines condensed from energy. By seeing this energy, one could also see the origin of the laws within the runic lines. Every desolate heaven master would use their own energy to draw out their own understanding of the energy laws when beginning to refine the desolate bone relic. The same technique would result in completely different grades of desolate bone relics, based on the practitioner's own understanding of energy. In the purple crystal's energy vision, Yi Yun could see the energy under Su Jie's control move in a beautiful, complete harmony. Yi Yun knew that Su Jie was very well versed in his sealing techniques. He could make the power of desolates flow in complete accordance with the natural laws. By doing so, a desolate bone relic would naturally be perfect. At this moment, Su Jie's hands turned crystal clear due to the infusing of tremendous amounts of energy. They nearly became transparent, which was how the Mystic Crystal Hand got its name. To exhibit this phenomenon, that was entirely reliant on a person's mastery of the Mystic Crystal Hand. Now, Yi Yun saw that Su Jie's hands were like crystals. There was no doubt that his Mystic Crystal Hand was already perfect. The power of desolates within the desolate bones were quickly controlled by Su Jie as they formed into a runic line seal. With the Mystic Crystal Hand completed, what followed next was the small thousand seal. Su Jie changed his technique and in front of him, the desolate heaven technique disc array began to spin. The runic line seals, condensed from the power of desolates, were all absorbed by the disc array. Under Su Jie's control, they all began to condense into one. Hundreds up to 1,000 seals were sent out by Su Jie. Finally, the energy seals formed together before emitting a sparkling flash. Ding! In this white glow, a crystal, bead-like desolate bone relic dropped onto the disc array, giving off a crisp sound. Su Jie turned to look at Yi Yun. Just now, I lowered the seal speed by 10 times. How much of my technique did you see? To what percentage can you mimic it? Author's note: seeing some comments in the book reviews made me quite depressed. There will only be one chapter today. As my mood isn't good, I really can't write. I will make up for it tomorrow. I want to make it clear. I noticed many readers think that a daughter who gets married away will not have any relations with her original family. Even though I have explained it very clearly in the book, yet they turned a blind eye to it, ignoring the book's world. Females can also cultivate and become a great empress. They can be completely independent and control their own fate. How could they become useless once they got married? even in ancient China where females did not cultivate. Nor could they be an official or take the civil service exams. Even when females didn't have any social standing, they didn't become useless once the daughters were married away. When Emperor Wu of Han instated Lu Fuling as Emperor Zhao, the first thing he did was to kill Emperor Zhao's birth mother, Lady Zhao, with the reason being, young son, strong mother, no end to troubles for the future. To prevent the Zhao family from gaining strength, he killed all the women whom he had slept with. Let's not even say that Emperor Wu of Han was a scum, it was in fact because of his grandmother Empress Lu who had given him a lesson. When the Lu family was in power, they were authoritarian. Following that, Emperor Wu of Han's grandmother Doji made the Dou family, who was in a dire state, to become the most prominent family in the Han dynasty, allowing them to be all-powerful across the two sides of Han for a few hundred years. Just the Dou family alone had 3 empresses, with 4 prominent nobles. And this is not a great empress but an empress. Who was the great empress? Wu Zetian. Without needing me to say much, when Wu Zetian was in charge during the Tang dynasty, even the Li family in the royal household had to eat humble pie in front of the Wu family. And when Wu Zetian was brought into the palace by Li Shimin as a genius, according to historical records, he had to separate her from her childhood lover. Even so, Wu Zetian did not seek revenge. People have different viewpoints when they are young and when they are older. Why would people think that once Lin Xintong gets married, she would have nothing to do with her family? Some think that the Lin family elders are being childish or idiotic, thinking that the Shintu family clan won't be able to survive with the Lin family. Actually, to some readers, no matter how it is written in the book, even if I'm not writing a novel and am writing historical facts, some people will find it ridiculous as it does not agree with their views. They feel that the intelligence of the characters in the book are so lacking that they don't feel like reading. Everyone has their own view of the world. Under these circumstances, it is very difficult for an author to write. Please understand and be nice with your words. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 380. A small sample of one skill. Chapter 380. A small sample of one skill. For the technique Su Jie employed at a speed of 10 times slower than normal, Yi Yun saw it clearly by using the purple crystal's vision. Furthermore, Yi Yun had always had a good memory, so he managed to memorize about 70 to 80% of Su Jie's small thousand seal and mystic crystal hand. However, memorizing Su Jie's techniques was one matter. To completely imitate it was another. Having something memorized did not mean one could emulate it. Hence, in response to Su Jie's question, Yi Yun conservatively replied, "I have got some idea from the technique senior used. As for emulating it, I can probably do around 30 to 40%. 30 to 40%? Kid, you sure are confident." Su Jie's voice did not sound serious and had a mocking tone in it. Although the mystic crystal hand and small thousand seal were considered low-grade techniques, they were not that easy to learn. Typically, rookies could only gain a fuzzy understanding of the superficial moves after seeing it once. To follow and be able to slightly emulate them would be pretty good. With a certain level of skills, an apprentice in the Desolate Heaven technique with 2 to 3 years of foundation beneath him could be considered a genius if he could emulate more than 20% of it after seeing it once. Of course, this so-called 20% emulation refers to being able to do 20% of the small thousand seal and mystic crystal hand sealing motions. As for doing them right, doing them well and doing them in a masterful manner, there was naturally a gap between the 3 accomplishments. It was not easy for a rookie to do it right. Yi Yun looked at Su Jie's smile that was asking to be beaten. He felt pretty speechless. With this old man as a master, he really felt drunk. The masters of others would have the mannerism of a master in their every move. They would be stern and serious while teaching their disciples or be patient and understanding. After all, they all wished for their disciples to succeed. However, this old man, he was never serious and seemed to be laughing like a clown all the time. After teaching and asking his disciple, he would even give off the feeling of watching a joke. Yi-Yun could not be bothered to say anything else as he took out a Desolate Heaven Technique disc array from his interspatial ring. Just as he was preparing to practice with a high-grade Desolate Bone, Su Jie took out a normal Desolate Bone and threw it at Yi-Yun. "Use this?" Yi-Yun frowned. "Of course, you think it is not enough? You must lay a good foundation when practicing the Desolate Heaven Technique. First learn to walk before you learn to run. You have not been learning the Desolate Heaven Technique for that long. First use a normal Desolate Bone as practice for a year or two. Refine more than 10,000 Desolate Bone relics before you start talking about anything else. Do not look down on the low-quality power of Desolates that is in a normal Desolate Bone. Its laws are still the same. And a normal Desolate Bone's energy is much easier to control. It will allow you to approach the creation of a perfect law route. The Desolate Heaven Technique focused on one's foundation. Hence when Desolate Heaven masters practiced, they would begin with the simplest Desolate Bone. This included Su Jie. When he first practiced the Desolate Heaven Technique, he too went through the honest route of refining more than 10,000 normal Desolate Bone relics. Yi-Yun did not argue with Su Jie. Su Jie naturally had his own thoughts, being his master. It was like the story he had heard before in his previous life, Leonardo da Vinci drawing an egg. Legend has it that when Leonardo da Vinci was learning how to draw, his master made him draw chicken eggs repeatedly. This was probably similar to his current situation. Yi-Yun picked up the normal Desolate Bone, and with the purple crystal, he could clearly feel every energy flow within the Desolate Bone. And to the side, the middle-aged man that was surnamed Sun and his disciple were also watching Yi-Yun. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun looked at Yi-Yun and admired Yi-Yun's focused expression. He slowly nodded and said, "Elder Su, your disciple is not distracted and his breathing is composed. He is a good seed. How long has he been learning the Desolate Heaven Technique?" Su Jie said, "He has only been learning it for a few months. I have just recently taken him in as a disciple. Previously, he learnt the Desolate Heaven Technique from someone else. If he was taught by me from the beginning, his standards would definitely be much better than they are now," Su Jie said confidently. Although he had just cursed the old fellows who were joining the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session as hypocritical and vain people, who wanted to show off all day, Su Jie had in fact forgotten that he too was one of them. Ha, Elder Su is right. With Elder Su's teachings, the standard would be even higher. Elder Su has the ability to turn the foul and rotten into the rare and ethereal. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun echoed while he laughed. Su Jie accepted the middle-aged man's praise silently. He nonchalantly took a cup of tea. As he drank the tea, he watched Yi-Yun perform his Desolate Heaven Technique. Yi-Yun took a deep breath and, with the Desolate Bone in hand, sank his spiritual energies into the purple crystal. A familiar feeling then surged to his mind. Instantly, in the purple crystal's vision, Yi-Yun could see every strand and ounce of energy within the Desolate Bone that rested in his hand. As long as he willed it, all of the energy within it would be pulled out like harvesting silk. Yi-Yun began to form seals with his hands. For Yi-Yun, using the seals were meaningless in the extraction of energy. It was just a form of concealment for him. The seals Yi-Yun used were the one Grandmaster Yuehua had taught him in the past. It was a method rookies used. Heaven Moon Seal. His technique is stable and not in a rush. It is pretty well done. The man surnamed Sun evaluated. Su Jie slightly moved the teacup from his mouth. He never expected that the kid would have some skill. If he had only learnt the Desolate Heaven Technique for a few months, then this standard meant that he had pretty good talent. At this moment, Su Jie and the middle-aged man could not see the purple light beams that were being emitted from the Desolate Bone in Yi-Yun's hand. Numerous light dots flew out from the Desolate Bone and spiraled around Yi-Yun like pixie elves. The phenomenon of the purple crystal sucking out the energy could only be seen by Yi-Yun. It was as if a mysterious law had cut off the ability for others to realize this. Su Jie and the middle-aged man could only sense that the energy in the desolate bone was being extracted by Yi Yun at a constant pace. The entire process was done very smoothly. One could not tell Yi Yun's greatness with a low-grade desolate bone, but even so, the perfect energy flow's trajectories surprised the middle-aged man. Elder Su, how many months did you say that this disciple of yours has been learning the desolate heaven technique? Su Jie began to pull his beard out of habit. He never expected for Yi Yun to do it in such a profound manner. Could this kid be deceiving me? He found it hard to believe that Yi Yun was able to accomplish this just by learning the desolate heaven technique for 2 months. If that was the case, then his talent was almost approaching Lin Xinton's. Lin Xinton was a genius. Having lived to such old age, it was not easy for him to find such a treasured disciple. He had even planned on letting her inherit his mantle. Although the talent of some desolate heaven technique geniuses approached Lin Xinton, that was still quite normal. However, Yi Yun was a kid he had casually met in the cloud wilderness. Back then, he did not seem very special. Under these circumstances, when Su Jie then realized that Yi Yun's desolate heaven technique talent was actually comparable to Lin Xinton's, how could he not be shocked? The kid said that he learnt the technique for a few months himself. I also do not know if it is true or not. Now he still seems fine, and is about half my standard back when I was first beginning to learn the desolate heaven technique. Su Jie grunted as he spoke. The middle-aged man smiled without a word. At this moment, after Yi Yun extracted the power of desolates from the desolate bone, he began to use the mystic crystal hand. In his mind, he was recalling the motions Su Jie used. The flow of every strand of energy was clearly recalled by him. Mystic crystal hand. First seal, Yi Yun began moving his 10 fingers as he began forming the seals. The first seal was sent out by him. Just mimicking the action was very easy. As warriors have an eidetic memory, they could mimic it very closely after just seeing it once. The difficult part, however, lied in guiding the power of desolates to condense into the seal one wanted. However, guiding the power of desolates was also not a hard thing for Yi Yun to do, as he had the purple crystal. Hence, under Yi Yun's guidance, the power of desolates condensed into the first runic seal. It was like a tiny, purple butterfly, fluttering in the air. Following that, second seal. Yi Yun imitated what he had seen, and another runic seal was sent out by him. It danced in the air. All of this was done in an effortless and relaxed manner. When the first runic seal was sent out, Su Jie did not have much of a reaction. However, when he saw that the second runic seal was equally perfect, he was slightly dazed. Following that, the third and fourth runic seals came forth one after another as they flew in the air. Slowly, Su Jie's mouth turned agape. This kid, is he serious? Yi Yun not only succeeded in forming the seals, the energy forms were also very well done. He did not seem in a hurry, or in a confused state, throughout the sealing process. Everything was done in an orderly fashion. This made Su Jie find it hard to believe that such runic seals came from a desolate heaven technique rookie. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 381, Doubts. Chapter 381, Doubts. Seeing Yi Yun complete more than 10 runic seals, with each of them being flawless, the middle-aged man beside Su Jie said in an incredulous manner, Elder Su, did this disciple of yours truly learn the desolate heaven technique for just a few months? He could barely accept it if a desolate heaven technique apprentice with a certain foundation accomplished this. It was too great an exaggeration for this to come from a beginner. Su Jie did not say anything. After a while, Yi Yun had already completed more than 20 runic seals. The mystic crystal hand had approximately 100 runic seals. This meant that Yi Yun had already completed more than 20% of it, and it had been perfectly done. Do not tell me he will really complete it up to 40%. Su Jie mumbled to himself. And following that, as it was to confirm his speculation, one runic seal after another was sent out from Yun's hands like rain. 38, 39, 40. Although he had reached 40 seals, Yun did not stop. In fact, one did not have to send out all 100 runic seals from the mystic crystal hand. Just 60 to 70 of them would be sufficient enough to refine a desolate bone relic. Now, Yun had already condensed nearly 50 runic seals. Another dozen or so runic seals would be enough to form the relic. At this moment, other than the man surnamed Sun and his disciple, there were also a few other desolate heaven technique apprentices who were attracted by the commotion. They gathered around to watch. Just the expressions of Su Jie and the middle-aged man were sufficient to make them wonder about what was going on. And the disciple of the man surnamed Sun naturally became the person to explain the situation. When she finished describing the situation, every one of them found it impossible to believe. Slowly, more and more people gathered around. Yun had already completed 55 mystic crystal hand seals. However, at this moment, as it was Yun's first contact with the mystic crystal hand, he was unable to perfectly replicate the energy seals Su Jie had sent out earlier despite having seen them clearly. When the 56th runic seal was sent out, flaws and shortcomings began to appear. Yun's mind churned. In the purple crystal's energy vision, he had immediately noticed that the runic energy lines in these few runic seals were not as harmonious as the others. There is a mistake. Yun slightly frowned. As this was his first time learning the mystic crystal hand, he could not figure out where his error was immediately. Slowly, Yun's motion slowed down. Since he had made a mistake, it was meaningless to keep on persisting. Even if Yun sent out more runic seals and eventually condense a desolate bone relic, he had still made a mistake. The quality of such a desolate bone relic would deteriorate significantly. Even the effects of the relic would be problematic. Many desolate heaven masters' apprentices would carry on even if they made a mistake. This was because completing a relic with flawed runic seals was not easy either. It would still be a proof of their ability. However, Yun did not want that. He wanted to be able to create a correct and perfect runic seal. With that, Yun quit. Pang! With a loud crack, the runic seals burst in the air after losing their binding force. Colorful points of light scattered out, turning the scene into a beautiful one. Many of the spectators were dazed seeing this. To form 56 seals, the disciple of the man surnamed Sun covered her mouth. This number was too ridiculous. The youth's talent had far exceeded her imagination. Junior sister Lin Xing, you have been fooled by him. A youth dressed in a green desolate heaven technique apprentice robe shook his head. Just now you said that he has only learned the desolate heaven technique for a few months. That must be him lying. He must have had very long contact with the desolate heaven technique, if not he would not have such skillful control of energy. He may have good talent, but it is not to such an alarming degree. He lied because he wants to show off his talent. When the green-robed youth said this, many of the other disciples were enlightened. Right, who could guarantee that this kid was not lying? In the Lin family, the younger generation that dabbled with the desolate heaven technique were always in a state of competition to decide who was better. By competing, and being unwilling to surrender, they would have a driving force. The Lin family itself encouraged such rivalry. If it was as described by the young girl Lin Xing, where Yun had only learned the desolate heaven technique for a few months in the past, and had just now learned the mystic crystal hand, then him completing 56 runic seals meant that calling him a monster was far from sufficient to describe him. Be it Su Jie, Thousand Hand Granny or anyone else, all of these grandmasters in the desolate heaven master world would be nothing compared to this kid when they were younger. No matter how awesome you were, it was impossible for you to put these legendary figures underneath your feet. Hence, it was more believable that Yun was lying. When something could not be explained, people would often be inclined to believe what was most reasonable. Fake? Lin Xing was slightly shocked and did not immediately react. Young junior sister Lin Xing, you are too naive. That kid most likely learned the mystic crystal hand beforehand. He only managed to condense 56 runic seals. If it were me, I could easily condense 90. And I would even say that I learned the Desolate Heaven technique for only 3 days. The green-robed youths mocked. And with him saying that, many people erupted into laughter with him. Many of them had already learned the mystic crystal hand and were able to condense 90 runic seals. It was not hard. Some were even able to condense all of the runic seals, which was also nothing worth boasting about. However, if they lied and said that they had just learned the Desolate Heaven technique, then it would be too ridiculous. It was like meeting a kid on the street who said that he had exceeded a youth great emperor. Who would believe that? Even children knew how to make such a lie. The discussion of these young boys and girls was naturally heard by Yi Yun. It was normal for people to doubt. Yi Yun had told Su Jie how long he had learned the Desolate Heaven technique because Su Jie had asked him. If it was someone else who asked, he wouldn't have bothered to answer them. Yi Yun took no heed to what others were thinking. Elder Su's disciple sure is a dragon amongst humans. The man's surnamed Sun stood up and said with a smile. He did not declare whether he believed Yi Yun or not. What he said encompassed both possibilities while avoiding to offend Su Jie. Well, it is okay. What else could Su Jie say at this moment? He was inclined to believe what Yi Yun had said. Although the matter was a bit ridiculous, he could not say for sure if it was true or not. After all, Yi Yun was his in-name disciple. If Yi Yun angled for undeserved fame, he too would not look good. Yi Yun, follow me. Su Jie waved his hand at Yi Yun. Yi Yun followed and walked into a side hall, leaving the group of people behind. They were discussing as they pointed fingers at Yi Yun. This kid is Grandmaster Su Jie's in-name disciple? People managed to get new information from Lin Cheng as she was a person who answered questions if she knew the answer. Su Jie was awesome, but an in-name disciple was of significantly lesser importance. Usually, in-name disciples would not learn skills that had value. Amongst the spectating disciples, none of them were in-name disciples. In fact, most of them were personal disciples of grandmasters. Their masters were not that much inferior to Su Jie, so their statuses were greater than Yi Yun's. In-name disciples are sometimes worse than a medicine boy. Then there is no doubt. Let us go, let us just treat it as a joke today. The green-robed youth said as he waved his hands to disperse the crowd. He was like the leader amongst this group of young adults. Little junior sister Lin Cheng, if you have any problems with the Desolate Heaven technique, feel free to ask me. The green-robed youth said solicitously as he came to Lin Cheng's side. Pretty female Desolate Heaven technique apprentices very easily attracted older Desolate Heaven master apprentices for them to appear in the form of senior brother. Of course, those senior brothers who had extraordinary abilities, talent and good looks, would easily gain the worship and admiration of many young girls. Lin Cheng was a bit perplexed. At this moment, Yi Yun had followed Su Jie into a chamber. This was a bone refinement room for Desolate Heaven masters. It was higher in quality than the previous hall. There was a 5-meter-long Desolate Heaven technique stone bench. There were all sorts of materials and bone refinement disc arrays placed neatly on it. Under the stone bench, there was even a large, engraved array, which aided the Desolate Heaven technique in condensing the power of desolates. Also, this bone refinement room was independent. Naturally, an independent chamber for practicing the Desolate Heaven technique was much more comfortable than the noisy hall from before. Yi Yun, you can use this bone refinement room. There are still 2 months left until the Desolate Heaven technique tea session. In these 2 months, I too will need to prepare well. I do not have much time to teach you. Actually, for the Desolate Heaven technique tea session, the competition between the young apprentices was naturally not as important as the competition for Su Jie and other grandmasters. As a result, Su Jie naturally had to prepare for it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 382, Lin Shintong comes out of reclusive training. Chapter 382, Lin Shintong comes out of reclusive training. Just now when you were working on the desolate bone, there were some parts where you were inadequate. As Su Jie spoke, he demonstrated the mystic crystal hand once again. This time, Su Jie was even more serious. Every movement was broken down into parts, as he patiently taught Yi Yun. Once Su Jie became serious, he was indeed an excellent master. Yi Yun had no problems in energy control, but he needed plenty of time to practice the sealing techniques. Su Jie did not speak much and demonstrated it again and again for Yi Yun. From the mystic crystal hand to the small thousand seal, every runic seal was broken down into parts for Yi Yun. This carried on through the night, till it was early next morning. Before they knew it, the two of them had been in the bone refinement room for more than 20 hours. Yi Yun was covered in sweat as it was very draining to use the purple crystal continuously. On the other hand, the old man Su Jie was still as fit as a fiddle. And at this moment, a spark flashed in front of Su Jie's eyes. It was the beam from a voice transmission charm. Oh! Shintong is coming out. Su Jie's words made Yi Yun's heart thump. He stopped forming his hand seals. Lin Shintong was coming out? Previously, Su Jie had passed a message to Lin Shintong. Now, with her coming out, it was clearly to meet Su Jie. I'm going to meet Shintong. Right, why don't you come with me? Su Jie suddenly said to Yi Yun. Yi Yun was stunned for a while. I can go too? For this girl who he was indebted to and not met for 2 years, Yi Yun really wanted to meet her again. Yi Yun followed Su Jie and left the Tianhua Peak. They headed to one of the other main peaks, the Jade Bamboo Peak. The Jade Bamboo Peak was in the central region of the 18 main peaks. The mountain peak was not very high and it was covered in arrays. Jade bamboo grew throughout the year, despite the seasons. The peak had beautiful scenery. At this moment, Yi Yun landed on the Jade Bamboo Peak. It was early in the morning and it was misty. Looking down, all he saw was a sea of clouds. Above the clouds, there were green bamboo forests. It looked like an immortal paradise. The Lin family's females mainly lived on the Jade Bamboo Peak. Usually, male members of the Lin family could go up the mountain, but males were restricted from the back mountain regions. Su Jie took Yi Yun to a Jade Bamboo temple on the mountain peak. The entire Jade Bamboo temple was built inside a bamboo forest. The tiles used for the temple's dome were made of jade, making the entire place look green. This made the Jade Bamboo temple appear very harmonious with the jade bamboo. It was as if this temple was not man-made, and it was a natural occurrence from the bamboo forest. A maid servant had been waiting at the door. When Yi Yun and Su Jie arrived, she took them inside. In the Jade Bamboo temple, there was pine and cypress trees interweaving with the jade bamboo everywhere. And what made Yi Yun surprised was that many of the structures inside the Jade Bamboo temple were made of bamboo or pine. These structures had the scent of bamboo and pine and it made one feel relaxed. The Lin family's matriarch likes bamboo. This Jade Bamboo temple was also built by her aged reverend. When Su Jie said this to Yi Yun was slightly stunned. From Su Jie's tone, this old granny's age was not low. Even Su Jie himself addressed her as her aged reverend. She was at least 40,000 to 50,000 years old? The maidservant took Yi Yun and Su Jie through a yard till they arrived at a newly built bamboo hut. Yi Yun could see a beautiful girl dressed in white in the distance. She held a long sword in her hand and she was practicing her swordplay amongst the bamboo trees. Her motions did not seem fast, but they gave a feeling of freely flowing water and floating clouds. Every stab of the sword would cause the surrounding bamboo leaves to fly around. Under the girl's sword, these bamboo leaves seemed to possess some soul as if they were alive. This girl was the person who Yi Yun had not seen in 2 years, Lin Shintong. Su Jie stopped in his footsteps as he watched Lin Shintong practicing her swordplay. His eyes were filled with love. Having not seen her for 2 years, Lin Shintong's sword skills had greatly improved yet again. A nonchalant brandish of her sword would become one joined with the surrounding environment. If it was described, this realm could be called, one sword, one scene. Every sword move would present a different scene to the people watching the swordplay. Master. Seeing Su Jia, Lin Shintong stopped. A happy smile hung on her face. After separating from Su Jia, she had always been thinking of him. This was because she knew that Su Jia had entered a very dangerous mystic realm. She was naturally worried since she had not heard any news from him for 2 years. Oh? You are Yi Yun? Lin Shintong saw Yi Yun and she was taken aback. Yi Yun had changed so much in these 2 years. He had gone from a child to a bright teenager. Lin Shintong was tall. 2 years ago, Yi Yun only reached Lin Shintong's nose tip, but now, Yi Yun was slightly taller than Lin Shintong. Miss Lin, long time no see. Yi Yun smiled shyly. Having been separated for so long, he had experienced so many things. Now that he met Lin Shintong again, it was natural that he had the feelings of meeting an old friend. Oh? Who are you? At this moment, a sharp female voice rang out. Yi Yun turned his head and he saw a middle-aged woman dressed in a red palatial gown slowly walking over. Beside the woman was a white-haired elder. When Lin Shintong saw those two people, she bowed slightly. Lin Shintong greets, paternal, grand aunt and sixth grand uncle. The two of them were Lin Shintong's elders, and they were members of the upper echelons of the Lin family. The woman in palatial gown gave Yi Yun a deep glance. She was perplexed when Su Jia brought a youth that was either his in-name disciple or medicine boy to the Jade Bamboo Temple. After all, the Jade Bamboo Temple was the women's residence in the Lin family. Typically, Su Jia would not bring an outsider to meet Shintong. And since he brought him along, then it meant that Su Jia's relationship with the kid was not ordinary. Now, it appeared that even Lin Shintong knew him. This astonished her even more. He is a friend of mine. Lin Shintong calmly explained. Friend? The woman repeated the word and frowned slightly. Looking at Yi Yun's appearance, he did not appear to be from a large family clan. Ignoring anything else, just the interspatial rings on Yi Yun's hands were common goods sold on the street. How did Lin Shintong befriend such a person? Although she was unhappy, the woman did not say anything. Now, Lin Shintong's status was sensitive. Other than that matter, she would abide to Lin Shintong's intentions for any other matter. Grand aunt and sixth grand uncle, what are you doing in my bamboo porch? Lin Shintong asked without much emotion. It appeared as if the two were not very welcomed. We are here to see you, Shintong. Why, do you not wish to see your grand aunt? The woman said as she cordially held Lin Shintong's hand. In the Lin family, about half of the elders supported the Shintu family clan's marriage proposal. The woman and the old man beside her were two of them. To them, the marriage between the Shintu family clan and the Lin family was a win-win situation. Although in recent years, the Shintu family clan and the Lin family had been fighting due to all sorts of interests and had some old scores to settle on both sides, the small grudges were nothing compared to the gains laid in front of them. The main reason was that a peerless great empress was too great a temptation for the Lin family. Once the Naturaline meridians were cured, Lin Shintong's future prospects were limitless. Compared to the ancient great empress, the Shintu patriarch and the desolate race's shepherd boy who had appeared 10 years ago were nothing. She would definitely be a figure standing on the peak of the world. In this world's vast history, few people could be chosen to match this peerless great empress. Other than the family's interest, this was also a very good thing for Lin Shintong. Lin Shintong's lifespan was originally less than 500 years. She was destined to have her cultivation level capped before reaching the title of sage. Such a tragic fate could be reversed with this. Not only would she be the person who could dominate the entire Tian Yuan world, she would also gain several hundreds of thousands years of lifespan. She could create her own era, which was very enviable. One had to know that for a figure like the Shinto patriarch, lifespan was more attractive than strength. That was at least a few 100,000 years and maybe even millions of years worth of time. Where could one find such a good deal? The woman in palatial gown only found it a pity that she was aged and lacking naturaline meridians, or else, she would have agreed to marry into the Shinto family clan 10,000 times and obtain that great opportunity. And marrying into the Shinto family clan was not an unacceptable matter either. After all, it was a large family clan that was almost equal to the Lin family. There was no lack of resources or heritage. As for Shinto Nantian, if Lin Shinton did not like him, then she could maintain a distance. When warriors practiced martial arts, they would usually go into reclusive training for several years or several decades at a time. When Lin Shinton reached the sage realm, she could go into reclusive training every year. Out of sight, out of mind, what was unacceptable? Unfortunately, no matter how she persuaded 1,000 or 10,000 times, Lin Shinton was unwilling to let her fate be arranged by others. This made the woman find it hard to understand. Would Lin Shinton rather die in 500 years than let go of her so-called pride and accept this great opportunity that people wished they had? Although many of the elders in the family were in favor of this, they could not force her. As such, the matter had been dragged on. Many elders had tried to enlighten Lin Shinton, but it was useless. The woman knew that many of the elders in the family did not have a good relationship with Lin Shinton. This was because Lin Shinton was born with terminated meridians, which was equivalent to a crippled body. No matter how good her talent was, who would bother caring about a person who could not live for more than 500 years? Lin Shinton was ignored in the family when she was young, she was even mocked. However, there were two people who showed additional love to Lin Shinton. One was the Lin family's matriarch, and the other was Su Jie. Lin Shinton's relationship with the two of them was the deepest. If the matriarch was willing to persuade Lin Shinton, then the result would definitely be different. Alas, it had to be that the matriarch was indecisive for the past 2 years. On one hand, the matriarch was leaning towards letting Lin Shinton accept the Shinto family clan's marriage proposal if they were able to refine that elixir. After all, she did not wish to see her most beloved granddaughter die before the age of 500. Yet on the other hand, she did not wish to force Lin Shinton against her will. As such, the matriarch was indecisive. Besides, 2 years was nothing for martial artists. She was taking a wait-and-see attitude. With the matriarch not committing to it, the other person was Su Jie. Su Jie's attitude to the matter was vital. The woman knew that Su Jie had come to see Lin Shinton, so she had rushed here early in the morning. She was afraid that Su Jie would say something that he shouldn't say, adding oil to the flames. Author's note: thank you to starting from the beginning in becoming an alliance leader of True Martial World. I'm very grateful. This makeup chapter was a bit late. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 383, Lin Shinton's Wishes. Chapter 383, Lin Shinton's Wishes. Elder Su, it's been a long time since we met. Seeing Su Jie, the woman dressed in palatial attire said, smiling. Obviously, Su Jie knew what these two old fellows were here for. It was to spy on him. Su Jie tersely responded without any further words. And at this moment, Su Jie suddenly felt something. He turned around and saw a bevy of girls walk over from a short distance away. Most of them were young, and amongst them, there was a silver-haired old granny wearing silk clothes. This old granny held a dragon-head cane, and her hair was held in a golden jade hair clasp. Although her face was full of wrinkles, it was still a healthy pink in color. The woman in palatial attire and Lin Shinton's sixth granduncle immediately went forward. Ian naturally understood that this silver-haired old granny in silk clothes was the Lin family's old matriarch. Other than a few grand elders, the matriarch was one of figures who held the most influence in the Lin family. She had even greater influence in matters concerning the internal affairs of the Lin family. However, although the matriarch held a high position in the Lin family, she did not give off the slightest bit of imposing pressure. Ian really felt that this matriarch in front of him was a normal old granny from a rich household that was amiable. "Shintone, your reclusive retreat has been for so long." The matriarch looked lovingly at Lin Shintone while Lin Shintone smiled sweetly and said, "Originally, I was planning to greet you today, but I never expected you to come here personally." Lin Shintone was very respectful and loving to the Lin family's matriarch. She was the elder who loved her the most back in the day. When Lin Shintone was receiving the cold treatment in the family, the matriarch had always cared for her. If the matriarch had any wish, Lin Shintone would do her best in fulfilling it. Seeing the Lin family's matriarch come, Sujie suddenly felt awkward. He originally planned to speak privately with Lin Shintone, asking for her thoughts. However, before he could even walk into Lin Shintone's bamboo hut's courtyard, all sorts of important figures of the Lin family had come one after another. Even the matriarch had come. Although Su Jie was Lin Shintone's master, he was still an outsider in regards to the Lin family's family affairs. Especially with the matriarch present, there were words he could not say conveniently. The matriarch had guessed Su Jie's thoughts and took the initiative to say, "Shintone, today with your master present, say whatever you want to say. This matter has been dragged on for 2 years. The old fellows in the elder roundtable have been arguing all this time. The Shinto family has also become increasingly annoying. Maybe it is time to make a decision." Once matriarch Lin said these words, Lin Shintone's grandaunt and granduncle immediately perked up their ears. They knew that if matriarch Lin nodded her head slightly in front of Lin Shintone, that would be much better than them saying a million words. This old granny's attitude was very important. At this moment, it was not appropriate for Su Jie to speak, so he could only look at Lin Shintone, leaving the decision up to her. Su Jie was in dilemma. He wanted Lin Shintone to reject the marriage proposal. For her naturaline meridians, he had ran around for years, reading all sorts of ancient manuscripts, but he had never found a method to cure it. Now, the Shinto family clan, whom he never liked, had announced that they had found the method. Emotionally, this was a bit unacceptable. However, he was also worried that if Lin Shintone refused the marriage proposal, and if he could not save her, then Lin Shintone would die young. Of course, Su Jie did not wish to see such an ending. Lin Shintone pursed her lips as she turned silent. Everyone looked at Lin Shintone. Ian also watched Lin Shintone's expression, trying to guess her thoughts. "Let us go into the yard first," Lin Shintone said nonchalantly while she took the matriarch, Su Jie and company into the bamboo hut's small yard. The yard was not large, but it was elegantly furnished. In the middle of the yard, there was an ancient rattan chair. Lin Shintone invited the matriarch to sit down before Su Jie, sixth granduncle, and grandaunt took their seats. Lin Shintone brewed a pot of tea as she said softly, "Ever since I turned sensible, I knew about my natural terminated meridians and was destined to die young. As the matriarch has cherished me, I was able to use the best elixirs, relics in the family when I practiced martial arts. At that time, there were older cousins who were unhappy about this. They said that I was destined to die, yet I wasted the family's resources. If they received those items, they would accomplish all sorts of things. Paternal and maternal aunts always looked at me weirdly, saying I was unlucky and that I was cursed to have such a body behind my back." Up to this, Lin Shintone's voice was calm. However, Yun and Su Jie found that the tone had a hint of sadness. Anyone could imagine what sort of mental scars a young girl, who was at the age when her self-esteem was invaluable, would receive when mocked in such a manner when the matriarch was not around. Ian knew that the bitter times Lin Shintone endured while growing up was definitely not limited to what she had said. When he first met Lin Shintone, he only knew her as a cherished daughter of heaven that was high above. She was like a snow lotus at the top of a high mountain, unperturbed by worldly affairs. Who would have ever thought that she would have such a childhood? "Child, it was hard on you. The matriarch sighed as she lovingly touched Lin Shintong's face. Lin Shintong gently held the matriarch's old hand and carried on. When I was young, the matriarch would tell me every time I felt hurt that the natural terminated meridians had a cure. She even said that if I were to join up my terminated meridians, then I would become a great empress that was strongest in the entire Tian Yuan world. From then, I swore in my heart that I would definitely join up my terminated meridians in this life. I was unwilling to accept the machinations of fate. I was not willing to let them look at me like that, or letting them looking forward to my death. This thought began taking root, sprouting and growing from a very young age. Slowly, it has become the greatest thought and pursuit of my life. When Lin Shintong said this, Yi-Yun recalled the words Lin Shintong said when they were in the Cloud Wilderness's desolate human valley. Back then, he only found Lin Shintong pure and determined. She was going against all odds, despite knowing they were against, but he never knew why Lin Shintong was behaving like that. At this moment, Lin Shintong's grandaunt could not resist saying, "Shintong, since you have thought it through, why are you in a dilemma? Now, the chance is right in front of you. As long as you nod your head, wouldn't the thought you had since you were young be accomplished? When you become a peerless great empress and live for generations, that would be something countless number of people would envy. When you were young, indeed, I did not care for you enough, but the family has so many children. Which elder is able to take into account every child's feelings? I gave you the cold treatment when you were young, but now, I have repeatedly appeared before you and persuade you with this old face of mine. I know that you do not have any good feelings for a snobbish person like me. In fact, your heart is filled with contempt and disdain, but you just do not say it. However, whatever I say is reasonable. Shintong, I will not mention anything about the family. I know you don't like hearing about that. Then let me ask you, life or your innocence, which is more important? This woman indeed had good intentions and she was honest. Yi-Yun had to admit that for her to say those words with her status, she was pretty to the point. Life or innocence, which was more important? Probably 99% of girls would choose the former. Lin Shintong nodded. Grandaunt, you are right. I already understood all of these reasonings when I returned home 2 years ago and received the news. However, I don't want to. It is not because I dislike the Shintu family clan, and it has nothing to do with the questionable character of Shintu Nantian. But I do not want to use my own body in exchange for a martial path carefully paved by someone else. The goals I set when I was young did not only include joining up the terminated meridians, it also included searching for the pinnacle of martial arts after I joined up my terminated meridians. For martial artists, their martial path is embedded in their hearts. Practicing martial arts is to go against the heavens. It is originally fraught with difficulties. Joining up natural terminated meridians may be difficult, but can it be more difficult than exceeding a peerless great emperor? However, up to now, there has not been a person who has gone beyond the realm of peerless great emperor. The practice of martial arts is perilous. It requires one to open up a new path forcefully on the way up the dangerous peak that has no path. If I were to sell my beliefs and body to exchange for this path, then, even though I become a great empress, so what? In my heart, there would be a seed of failure buried within. With my beliefs sold, it would never be restored. Then, I would probably not have any breakthrough after I became a great empress. I probably will never reach the realm of the peerless great empress from the past. This is not what I want. My life has just begun. Although my lifespan may seem very short to you, but to a common mortal, it is already extremely long. Since I am determined to fight for my destiny, then my fight has just begun now. I still have nearly 500 years I can use. Why would I give up now? When Lin Shintong said this, everyone turned quiet. Yi-Yun drew in a deep breath. Lin Shintong's words really shocked him. Her determination was something he had never seen throughout his life. The matriarch's eyebrows ticked before she finally let out a long sigh. Shintong, you are still so stubborn. However, sometimes, some paths cannot be opened up just with faith. the matriarch had ultimately experienced a lot. She was very awed of this world. When people are young, they would often be arrogant and frivolous. They would often wish to challenge everything in the world, believing that they could defy fate. They believed that if they had the perseverance and ability, anything could be done. However, compared to young people, older people tended to succumb to reality. In the end, the matriarch still did not believe that by abandoning the opportunity the Shinto family clan provided, Lin Shintong would be able to defy the fatal fate that awaited her. Often, reality was much more cruel than the ideal. Besides Su Jia, Yi Yin could tell that the Lin family's matriarch was most concerned about Lin Shintong's life. She did not wish to see her grandchild die before her. Hence, she had already leaned towards accepting the Shinto family clan's offer. Yi Yin suddenly said, "Do you all think that the Shinto family clan can definitely heal Miss Lin? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 384, A Mere Acquaintance Should Not Sow Discord Between Two Close People. Chapter 384, A Mere Acquaintance Should Not Sow Discord Between Two Close People. Yi Yun's comment was very sudden. Instantly, everyone in the yard looked towards Yi Yun. At this moment, Yi Yun was standing behind Su Jia's seat. He completely looked like a young medicine boy. From the moment Yi Yun appeared, no one had noticed him, other than Lin Shintong's grandaunt from before. She had only spoken to him because Yi Yun knew Lin Shintong. If Lin Shintong had not greeted Yi Yun, she would have treated him like thin air. "What are you? Do you know your manners? Do you even have the right to speak here?" This was a matter of the Lin family. Even Su Jia did not have much right to speak as he was an outsider. From the beginning to now, Su Jia had mostly been listening. And with Su Jia's status, if he really wanted to make a comment, the Lin family would listen. However, how could a follower of Su Jia, who looked like a sidekick youth, have the right to interject while the upper echelons of the Lin family were talking? Not even the Lin family, even in a big mortal household, if a servant were to suddenly interrupt his master while he was speaking, he would only end up being smacked in the mouth. Due to Su Jia, the grandaunt could not do anything to Yi Yun. After all, she had been lowering her status to persuade Lin Shintong today, and she was feeling a burning rage. If Yi Yun was a member of the Lin family, she would have dragged him away to be punished according to the family rules. Before Su Jia spoke, Yi Yun directly said, "I'm Yin Yentian, Elder Su's in-name disciple." Yi Yun casually gave himself a name. He used his original name, Yun, as his surname. Yen was a homophone, and actually meant concealment. Yin Yentian then meant clouds, Yun, concealing, Yen, the sky, Tian. It also secretly expressed Yi Yun's martial arts goal. At the same time, Shinto Nanshan's name also had a Tian, so clouds, Yun, concealing, Yen, the sky Tian, also meant Yi Yun was concealing Shinto Nantian. This was an evil pun Yi Yun used when giving himself the name. In-name disciple? When the woman in palatial gown heard this, her face turned gloomy. An in-name disciple's status was low, yet he dared to speak to her here? She was nearly about to go into a rage when Lin Shintong stood up and said, "Grandaunt, he is my friend." The woman wanted to say something but it got stuck in her throat momentarily. Friend? This word made her feel uncomfortable. What kind of status did the Lin family have? Lin Shintong was also the greatest figure of the Lin family's younger generation. She could become a peerless great empress in the future, yet she made friends with such a person? If it was her granddaughter, she would have reprimanded her. However, against Lin Shintong, she did not dare do so. She could only tone down her expression and said patiently, "Shintong, it is your prerogative to make friends, but you must see what sort of person someone is. You have a dignified background and you will have limitless achievements in the future. If you want to make friends, they have to be people like Shinto Nantian, who come from a large family clan. They are youths who will amount to great things in the future. As for some cats and dogs, or riffraff, it is best you don't mix around with them, or you would lose your dignity and be ridiculed by others. What do you say, Shinton? The woman tried to make her speech sound kind, but even so, her words were filled with superiority. They included referring Iyun to cats and dogs or riffraff, and this angered Lin Shinton. Lin Shinton's eyebrows frowned as she spoke coldly. "Grandaunt, he is my friend. As for you, you can only be considered my elder. You have lived a long time, and have seen numerous people and encountered numerous matters. You should understand the meaning of how a mere acquaintance should not sow discord between two close people." The words Lin Shinton did not include any swear words, but it immediately turned the woman's face white. A mere acquaintance should not sow discord between two close people. The woman in the palatial gown was Lin Shinton's grandaunt, but as for Iyun, what sort of person was he to Lin Shinton? He was just a friend, and a friend of an unknown closeness at that. However, Lin Shinton had actually said mere acquaintance should not sow discord between two close people. This meant that in Lin Shinton's heart, she as the grandaunt was the mere acquaintance. She was dispensable. As for this riffraff, Iyun, he held a greater spot in Lin Shinton's heart than the grandaunt, her. Previously, Lin Shinton also said that the woman can only be considered Lin Shinton's elder. This also meant that other than the relation of being of the same clan and the elder-junior relationship that could not be wiped off, she as a grandaunt was nothing in Lin Shinton's heart. With her status as someone who was more distant, she was being presumptuous and being offensive by criticizing the kid who was closer to Lin Shinton. "You?" The woman's voice trembled slightly. To have those sharp words aimed at her in front of so many people, including the matriarch and the juniors the matriarch brought, she had lost all face. However, she could not refute a word. When Lin Shinton was young and suffered all sorts of abuse from her family, she as a grandaunt had never played a positive role. On the contrary, she had taken on a conniving attitude. It was only 2 years ago when Lin Shinton could become a peerless great empress and become a transcendent figure of the Shinto family clan and Lin family in the far future, did she try to deepen the ties with Lin Shinton. However, what was the point? To Lin Shinton, being courteous to her grandaunt was purely out of the respect for one's elders. If it involved her friends or her master, things would completely be different. "Shinton, how can you be so brazen with your words?" The matriarch rebuked, helping the woman in palatial attire to ease the situation. The grandaunt had lost face as she glanced angrily at Iyun. "Matriarch, this kid is young and of lowly status. He doesn't know anything, yet, here he is jumping onto a Shinto family clan and Lin family matter that only great emperors can decide. He really doesn't know his place." The Shinto family clan and Lin family's great matter was decided by the upper echelons, so for a junior to join in the discussion, it naturally gave others the feeling that he did not know the rules and that he was immature and ridiculous. Iyun said calmly, "I was only listing a possibility. The Shinto family clan may not be able to cure Miss Lin." What a joke. When a large family clan does things, do you think it's children playing house? If they do not even have the slightest confidence, wouldn't they end up being the laughingstock of the world? Besides, our Lin family will verify it ourselves to guarantee complete success. Do you think that the elders of our Lin family cannot come up with thoughts that you thought of? That their insights are inferior to yours? Do you know the desolate heaven technique? Do you know the ancient recipe? You are just Su Jie's in-name disciple. Indeed, lads are ignorant, and their words are hilarious. The woman retorted in a sarcastic tone like a cannon. Iyun took that in silently, making it seem like he had been dumbfounded by the woman's words. This finally allowed her to feel a sense of relief. However, Iyun's status was after all lowly. To partake in such an exchange still made her feel like she had lowered her status and it was not worth it. To her, this feeling was like being bitten by a bug. So what if she had trampled the bug? She had still been bitten by the bug. Matriarch. The woman was afraid the matriarch would hesitate on this matter, so she turned to the matriarch and said, "The Shinto family clan's desolate heaven technique has extraordinary heritage that has no reason to be doubted. It is indeed a level higher than our Lin family. If the Lin family allies with the Shinto family clan, then when Lin Shintong takes on a commanding role, our Lin family's Desolate Heaven technique heritage would also probably upgrade a level. The Desolate Heaven technique tea session organized by the Shinto family clan will be in 2 months' time. At that time, the Shinto family clan should be able to prove their ability to cure Shintong's terminated meridians. As the woman in palatial attire said, she glanced at Su Jie with a mocking look. Elder Su, you must have already prepared for the Desolate Heaven technique tea session, right? The woman knew that Su Jie would definitely suffer a defeat at the tea session. Although his Desolate Heaven technique standard was extremely high, he would not be able to resist against the gurus of the Shinto family clan. No matter how strong Su Jie was, he would probably lose. The woman was not on good terms with Su Jie, so seeing Su Jie suffer naturally made her delighted. Also, if the Shinto family clan proved their strength, then it would support her position. As no matter how she saw it, this marriage would only benefit the Lin family. You do not need to worry about my preparations. Why? You seem to look forward to the Lin family being trampled on? Since he did not have a good impression of her and had been targeted by her mean words, Su Jie naturally would not take it sitting down. He immediately attacked back verbally. Elder Su, you don't need to imply that I'm helping others secretly. Of course I wish the Lin family to be in the limelight, but I would not blindly dream. Does it mean you will win just because I wish you will win? Seeing the woman about to quarrel with Su Jie, the matriarch's face sank and reprimanded the woman, quiet. Have some decency. Su Jie was the Lin family's in-house guest, so he naturally had to be treated respectfully or he could easily just leave. The matriarch would naturally reprimand the woman in palatial attire if she argued with Su Jie. The woman stayed silent. She had said those words on a whim. The matriarch leaned on her dragon-head cane and stood up. Elder Su, the original intention of the tea session is for the Shinto family clan to showcase their Desolate Heaven technique standard. However, they have prepared well in advance, and we did not have much time to prepare as well as our comparatively lower heritage. We might be suppressed. Having said so, our Lin family should not lose too badly. I hope I can rely on Elder Su for this matter. You must uphold the Lin family's reputation. The matriarch's voice was sincere as Su Jie nodded. I will do my best. May the matriarch be at ease. All right. The matriarch nodded and turned towards Lin Shintong. Shintong, I will not force you. You should walk down your own path. You still have a long life ahead. I have lived so long and have seen too many people and things. Having experienced so much, I only want to tell you that you are still young. Whatever you are thinking of now, and what you are insisting on now might be childish and ridiculous when you really grow up a few thousand years in the future. What you hold deeply might not be what you want. You might rather die now, but eventually, you might accept it despite the humiliation. Maybe one day, you might even celebrate that you had given in. After the matriarch finished speaking, she used her cane and under the companionship of the group of girls, left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 385, Soul Nurturing Relic. Chapter 385, Soul Nurturing Relic. After separating from Lin Shintong, Su Jie began his 2-month reclusive training period. Regardless of anything, he could not make any mistakes for the Desolate Heaven technique tea session. As for Yi Yun, he also began his Desolate Heaven technique training. Yi Yun had already received everything from the Mystic Crystal Hand and small thousand seal techniques that Su Jie could teach him. The remaining training only depended on himself. Yi Yun locked himself in the independent bone refinement room Su Jie had prepared for him. In front of him were all kinds of desolate bone materials. Some of these materials were provided by Su Jie, while the rest were obtained from desolate beasts he killed while he was in the divine wilderness. Originally, all these materials were supposed to be handed over to the Taya Divine City to exchange for glory points, but after the Alliance tournament, glory points lost its meaning for Yi Yun. Hence, Yi Yun kept them for himself. To practice the desolate heaven technique was a very boring process. It also expended his mental powers greatly. Yi Yun would often spend a day and a night in the bone refinement room at a time. The way he practiced the desolate heaven technique was to use the purple crystal to extract the power of desolates, and by controlling the power of desolates, he would constantly form seals, destroy them, form seals and destroy them again. One runic seal would usually be repeated a few hundred times. It was done until it was branded in Yi Yun's mind. It was something that became muscle memory. Originally, after Su Jie taught Yi Yun the mystic crystal hand, Yi Yun was able to perfectly form more than 50 seals with the mystic crystal hand. Very soon, Yi Yun managed to perfectly form the remaining 40 runic seals. However, that was not enough, as Yi Yun was using extremely low-grade desolate bones when he was practicing the mystic crystal hand. Low-grade desolate bones contained very little power of desolates and they were easy to control. As the grade of the desolate bones increased, it also became harder to use the mystic crystal hand to control the power of desolates to form seals. Even with Yi Yun's purple crystal, he was unable to ignore such a rule. After all, the mystic crystal hand and small thousand seal were one-size-fits-all seals techniques. The higher the realm one reached in the desolate heaven technique, more the inadequate the two seals appeared to be. These two techniques are not a long-term solution. However, my desolate heaven technique is currently limited. I am lacking in cultivation time as well. To complete all these complicated hand seals is not easy. It is even more impossible to master it quickly in 2 months. Yi Yun had already made his plans. The mystic crystal hand and small thousand seal were just used in transition. When a desolate heaven master practiced the desolate heaven technique, there was definitely a process of going from simple to difficult. There had to be a transitional process. As for the next stage, Yi Yun had already chosen a few sealing techniques he had planned on learning. All of these techniques had the feature of being more broad in scope. Yi Yun temporarily did not plan to learn those seals that aimed at a particular type of energy, as his time was too precious. Yi Yun practiced day and night for 10 days. He would often practice till his mental strength was depleted. He would meditate for a while before immersing himself in practicing again. To completely drain his mental strength, and then carry on practicing after a short meditation, was also a form of training for his soul. Asterisk knock. Knock. Knock asterisk. At this moment, a knock sounded outside the bone refinement room. Yi Yun stopped what he was doing and frowned slightly. Typically, when desolate heaven masters practiced, it was taboo to be disturbed, as it was easy to cause a seal that was formed to be undone. Who is it? Yi Yun walked to the stone door and opened the door with a solemn expression. Yi Yun saw a young lady standing at the door. Currently, Yi Yun's hair was messy and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked ferocious and scary, causing the young lady to be stunned. Who are you? Yi Yun's voice was slightly hoarse. The continuous practicing had caused Yi Yun's mental state to be somewhat suppressed. Young Master Yun. Yun. The young lady swallowed a mouthful of saliva. These days, Yi Yun had been using the fake name of Yun Yantian, so she naturally addressed him as Young Master Yun. Actually, in the entire Lin family, other than Lin Xintong and Su Jia, almost no one cared about Yi Yun. For figures like Lin Xintong's grandaunt, she disliked Yi Yun, but she would not pay much attention to him. As for the other desolate heaven master apprentices who had seen Yi Yun's performance back then, they could not be bothered with him, as they had the idea that Yi Yun was just a phony who was fishing for fame. Yi Yun would often be locked in the independent bone refinement room by himself, and he would not have any contact with them, so when the young lady in front of him suddenly addressed him as Young Master Yun, Yi Yun was slightly taken aback. The young lady took out an interspatial ring timidly. This is given by our family's Mississippi soul nurturing relic, and the ring, Miss said that, it's for Young Master Yun to use. The young lady handed the interspatial ring over to Yi Yun in a fluster before turning to run away. She was really afraid when she saw Yun's bloodshot eyes and ferocious image. Yun was stunned for a while before recovering. This girl was Lin Shintong's maidservant. Back in Lin Shintong's courtyard, he had seen this maidservant, and he had seen her at random. So it was sent by Miss Lin. Yun looked at the interspatial ring in his hand. Probing it with his spiritual energy, he realized the capacity of the interspatial ring was more than 10 times the rings he had. It was really a magical item. It was probably because Lin Shintong felt that Yun was despised by the woman in palatial attire due to his equipment. His equipment allowed the woman to tell at a glance that Yun was not a rich person and that he had come from a small place. Taking out the item from the ring, it was a crystal-clear jade box. When he opened it, a green desolate bone relic rolled out from the jade box. It was the soul-nurturing relic. It was not the name of a relic, but the overall name of a type of relics. Consuming such relics could allow one's mental strength to rapidly recover. Lin Shintong must have learned from Su Jie that he was practicing the Desolate Heaven technique. After hesitating for a while, Yun took the green relic and popped it into his mouth. With the relic in his mouth, Yun gently chewed on it. It was like he was biting on a soft sweet. Yun swallowed the soul nurturing and he felt it turn into a hot stream that entered his soul. Yun felt like he was being cleansed in a pool of spring water. His mind cleared and the headache he was having reduced greatly. Clearly, this was a very good soul-nurturing relic. Indeed, with Lin Shintong's status in the Lin family, the resources she could use were all top-notch. Yun felt a warm surge in his heart. It was naturally not convenient for him to meet Lin Shintong now. It was not easy for Lin Shintong to still remember that he was practicing the Desolate Heaven technique and send a maid-servant to give him a soul-nurturing relic. This box of soul-nurturing relics was a timely gift for Yun. With this, he was able to practice the Desolate Heaven technique more smoothly. After recovering some mental strength and closing the jade box, Yun began the dry practicing process once again. When warriors trained in martial arts, they were destined to be lonely. It was also the same when practicing the Desolate Heaven technique. In front of Yun, there was a long Desolate Heaven technique stone bench. On it was a row of desolate bones. From left to right, these desolate bones were arranged in according to their grade. The leftmost desolate bones were normal desolate bones. Yun had already perfectly completed the mystic crystal hand and small thousand seal on those desolate bones. In the middle were desolate bones that were from general ranked desolate beasts, as well as king ranked desolate beasts. These two types of desolate bones were Yun's training focus. And on the right side were the highest grade desolate bones. It was the golden crow species bones that Yun had obtained in Fallen Stargate. After Yun killed the golden crow species, he did not waste any of its body's materials. Yun had nearly finished the golden crow blood in the Alliance tournament. Yun still kept the remaining feathers, claws, desolate beast meat and the most precious desolate bones. Yun quietly turned his gaze on the primordial species desolate bones. The dark red desolate bones seemed to be glowing red hot. There was still 2 months left, there should be enough time. Author's note, there is still one more update that I have no idea when I'll finish. It will probably be after 3 a.m. Making up for chapters is more tiring, everyone go to bed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 386, Desolate Heaven Technique Tea Session begins. Chapter 386, Desolate Heaven Technique Tea Session begins. Time passed by without Yun realizing it as Yun quietly practiced without knowing the time of the day. It was until one day when another person knocked on his door. This time, it was not Lin Shintong's maidservant, but the female Desolate Heaven master apprentice he met when he first entered the Lin family's Desolate Heaven Technique Hall. She was the disciple of that middle-aged man whose surname was Sunday. Senior Brother Yun, my master ordered me to tell you that the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session will begin tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning? Yun ruffled his unkempt hair. He gave people the impression of him having just woke up. 2 months have passed. How time flies. The young lady's gaze looked past Yun's body all the way to what was behind Yun. Seeing this, she covered her mouth in surprise. There was no other reason other than Yun's bone refinement room being too messy. It looked like it had been swept by bandits. 4 to 5 Desolate Heaven Technique disc arrays were messily placed on the stone benches. There were materials scattered on the ground. Most of these materials had their energy extracted. Some were cracked, while others broken. Some had even turned to powder. If one walked into the bone refinement room, there was not even a spot to place one's foot. It was not an exaggeration at all. Thank you. What is your name? Yun casually asked. Senior Brother Yun, my name is Xiaoqi. The young lady crisply said. So, it's junior sister Xiaoqi. Has my master come out of reclusive training? He's out. Elder Su is now in the hall chatting with my master. I got it. Junior sister Xiaoqi, if you are going back, please inform my master to get someone to clean up this bone refinement room. Since the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session is tomorrow, I will need to get some rest. Saying this, Yun nonchalantly picked up some of the materials that were still useful and stuffed them all into his interspatial ring. Following that, he rubbed his head and walked past the young lady. After hearing that, the young lady was somewhat dumbstruck. He had asked for her name just to say this? To get Elder Su to find someone to clean up the bone refinement room? Xiaoqi felt speechless. This senior brother Yun, who was just an in-name disciple, had actually ordered Elder Su. A disciple had ordered his master and said it as if it was something taken for granted. What the heck? Elder Su's position in the Lin family was extraordinary. He was even higher in status than her own master, so who could order him around usually? Furthermore, it was ordering him to do some trivial matter. Seeing Yun walk further away, Xiaoqi wanted to run over to him and drag him back. However, she was introverted, and although she opened her mouth, she did not say a word. At this moment, Yun had already disappeared around the bend of a corridor. Xiaoqi stood there in a daze for a while. In the end, she did not have the courage to go to Su Jie and get him to order someone to clean up the bone refinement room. If she did so, her master alone would have scolded her, what more, Su Jie. And in the end, her master would definitely order her to clean up the bone refinement room. After all, many of the things in the bone refinement room could only be cleaned by people with knowledge of the Desolate Heaven Technique. A normal person would not do. Just thinking of this made Xiaoqi feel somewhat pissed. This person had gone too far. He had used such a good independent practice room that she did not even have the chance to use. It had been messed up by him into such a state. Did he even have a civic mind? Xiaoqi was angry, but she had no other avail. As she looked at the poor state of the bone refinement room, she stamped her feet and finally tiptoed into the room. I'll treat it as if I owe you one. Xiaoqi gritted her teeth as she said that. She began cleaning the bone refinement room up. When she approached the Desolate Heaven Technique stone bench, the surface was covered in a layer of bone powder. Other places were also messy. She estimated that she would take at least an hour to clean the mess up. Xiaoqi felt aggrieved. As she cursed Yun, she cleaned up the place. She had ended up cleaning for something that had nothing to do with her. As she was cleaning the garbage up, Xiaoqi suddenly felt something peculiar. On the corner of the Desolate Heaven Technique stone bench, she discovered a very peculiar material residue. It was a desolate bone that had already turned into dust. Typical desolate bones would turn grayish-white in color after having their energy extracted and turn to dust. However, this desolate bone still remained dark red in color even after it became powder. It was very peculiar. And when Xiaoqi touched the red powder, she could vaguely feel its heat. It was not residue heat from heating the powder, but heat from the powder itself. This was because within it was fire elemental energy or pure yang energy. He did not even extract the material properly. There is still so much power of desolates left. Such a waste. Xiaoqi mumbled to herself, but she could not recognize what sort of desolate bone it was. After all, its energy had been extracted, and there were too many types of desolate bones. Even a desolate heaven master would not be able to distinguish it easily. Xiaoqi threw all of the powder into a bag. Yi Yun returned to a room Su Jia had prepared for him. The moment his head hit the bed, he went into a deep sleep. He was too tired after 2 months of intense practice. Usually when Yi Yun rested, he would just meditate. However, this time meditation was not enough. Yi Yun quickly entered deep sleep. His perception was completely cut off as his soul went into a deep sleep state. All his mental activity stopped. Yi Yun slept for about 15 hours, for nearly the entire night and half an afternoon. Only until the sky lit up did Yi Yun faintly wake up. After he laid in bed for a moment, he suddenly leaped up. The room was dimly lit, but Yi Yun's eyes were sparkling. They were like 2 beams of ghostly lightning. Looking into his soul, Yi Yun realized that the heaven's eye in his mind had already slowly formed its shape. Now, Yi Yun had completely opened his heaven's eye. This change was brought forth by Yi Yun's strengthening of his mental strength. Intense practicing of the desolate heaven technique had expanded Yi Yun's soul. Yi Yun took a deep breath and spat out a breath. He saw a visible sword chi fly out. Now, Yi Yun felt better than ever before. His brain felt infinitely awake. He was completely aware of everything happening in his surroundings. It was time to participate in the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session. Yi Yun took a comfortable shower and changed into dry and clean clothes. Wearing the mask Su Jia left him, he walked out of his residence. He gently pinched his throat to change his voice. This was not much different from his original voice, but under such circumstances, the Shintu family clan was unlikely to imagine that an ant like Yi Yun who had been crippled of his cultivation would appear in the Lin family. He had even suddenly transformed into a desolate heaven master of the Lin family, and he was Su Jia's disciple. The status difference between the two was too great. So, no matter how great the Shintu family clan's imagination was, it was very difficult to connect them together. From a distance, Yi Yun could see a huge airship land on the Tianhua Peak. There was a symbol Yi Yun was very familiar with engraved on the airship. It was the Shintu family clan's coat of arms. The Shintu family clan had already arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 387, Enemies Meet. Chapter 387, Enemies Meet. The Tianhua Peak was one of the 18 main peaks in the Lin family's Jade Spirit Mountains. The Desolate Heaven Technique tea session was held in the Tianhua Garden on the Tianhua Peak. In contrast to vast expanse of jade bamboo on the Jade Bamboo Peak, the garden on Tianhua's peak reared all sorts of magical herbs. In addition, energy-gathering arrays made it so that the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi in the Tianhua Garden was extremely thick. Every morning, there would be a thin mountain fog in the Tianhua Garden, and due to the rich Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi mixing with the fog, just taking a deep breath would make one's pores open up. It was extremely comfortable. In the inner regions of the Tianhua Garden, there was a lake with clear water. On the lake's surface, there was a green building. In front of the building was a square, and surrounding the square were pavilions made of jade. This was the site where the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session was being held at. "You are senior brother Yun?" Lin Qing asked uncertainly as she looked oddly at Yi Yun's mask when he neared his seat. The reason she asked was because the seats had been arranged for the tea session. When Yi Yun came to the Tianhua Garden, he was met by a receptionist. To enter, Yi Yun had to show his identity token, which had been made for him earlier. Ian nodded at Lin Cheng and used his original voice, "It is me. Why are you wearing a mask?" As she had been forced to clean up Ian's mess, Lin Cheng's impression of Ian was no longer as good as before. Now, Ian was even wearing a mask, trying to act cool for the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session. Ian's mask was entirely silverish white in color. At the placement of the eyes there were 2 blood-red lines. It looked scary at first glance. In the Desolate Heaven Master circles, there were some people who pretended to be mysterious and liked to wear masks. They purposely gave off an enigmatic feeling, but in fact, their skills were not that great. At this moment, Ian saw the Shintu family clan's airship land by the side of the lake. Many of the Shintu family clan's Desolate Heaven Masters, and their younger generation, emerged from the airship. Crossing the rainbow bridge over the lake, they walked to the square in the center of it. These people took turns to be seated. In the world of warriors, there was a hierarchical system. Those who sat closer to the center, where the seats of honor were, they were the important figures from the various large family clans and the top-ranked Desolate Heaven Masters from everywhere. And in the outer regions sat the children from normal family clan members and the disciples of many Desolate Heaven Masters. Ian naturally sat in the outer regions. As he was about to be seated, Ian's footsteps stopped as his motion slowed down. He saw that, by the lake, a man dressed in green was disembarking the Shintu family clan's airship. People clustered around him before he stepped onto the rainbow bridge on the lake. The man held a folding fan in his hand and wore a headband. His green clothes were extremely simple. But since he was surrounded by many people, it was clear that he was someone important. His every move did not feel like he was showing off, and they were in fact gentle and charming. It made those who saw him feel extremely comfortable. Shintu Nantian. Ian's eyes flashed. Meeting Shintu Nantian now was no different from the first time Ian saw him. Back then, Shintu Nantian gave one the feeling of a humble scholar. Only when Zhang Xioro's identity was discovered by Shintu Nantian did he showcase his ferocious side. "Young Master Nantian, it must have been hard on you to come all the way here." On the Rainbow Bridge, a few custodians of the Lin family were responsible for receiving the important figures of the Shintu Nantian for today. Shintu Nantian, who could likely become one of the in-laws of the Lin family and the family head of the Shintu family clan, was naturally one of them. "Young Master Nantian, this way, please." The Lin family's custodian was very attentive. Once Lin Shintong's terminated meridians were joined up, then as long as Lin Shintong wished it, she would take over the helm of the Lin family in the future. As for Shintu Nantian, who would become Lin Shintong's fiancé, his status would become even more important. Hence, the custodian had to do his best to treat him well. "Well, thank you," Shintu Nantian said very politely as he smiled warmly. Shintu Nantian slowly walked, and behind him were 3 of the top Desolate Heaven Master apprentices from the Shintu family clan. They were all young and had little reputation. However, they followed Shintu Nantian all the way to the seats of honor. Although they did not sit in the first row, and sat in the few rows at the back, those seats were still only spots for outer elders. The custodian who was in charge of the reception did not feel good seeing them sit there as if a matter of course. The young generation of the Lin family, other than Lin Shintong, were all seated in the outer seats. The only person from the Lin family's younger generation who could sit in the seats of honor was Lin Shintong herself. "These 3 are?" the custodian asked somewhat awkwardly as he minced his words to indicate that they were not suited to sit there. Shintu Nantian said without heeding, "They are the most outstanding Desolate Heaven Masters of the Tian Yuan world's younger generation. Shintu Feng, Shintu Hai are from my Shintu family clan, and this is Song Ziyue from the Song family." The Song family that Shintu Nantian mentioned was a family clan the Shintu family clan had an alliance with. Although they were slightly lacking compared to the Shintu Nantian in terms of power, they were still one of the top family clans in the Tian Yuan world. Since it was clear that the Shintu family clan was letting Shintu Nantian be the host of the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session, the custodian in charge of receiving him decided not to speak any further. This Shinto family clan sure is arrogant. On the Lin family's side, several younger disciples noticed this. The juniors of the Shinto family clan, who had the same qualifications of them, were blatantly sitting near the middle of the square. In contrast, they were all sitting on the pavilions surrounding the center of the lake. This Desolate Heaven Technique tea session was originally a competition between the Shinto family clan and Lin family's Desolate Heaven masters, but before it began, the Shinto family clan had already suppressed them with their stance. How could the juniors of the Lin family agree to that? These bunch of grandsons of the Shinto family clan really think as if they are some big shots. Beside Yun and Lin Cheng, a Lin family junior swore. This person's name was Lin Yuan. He was a fellow disciple of Lin Cheng, as he was also a disciple of the middle-aged man whose surname was Sun. Lin Yuan was slightly older than Yun, so although it seemed like the Lin family was about to have marriage ties with the Shinto family clan soon, Lin Yuan still did not like the Shinto family clan. He never found the Shinto family clan pleasing to the eye. Junior sister, wait and see. When the tea session begins, I will show those bunch of grandsons what strength is. Lin Yuan patted himself on the chest as he spoke to Lin Cheng. He liked this distant cousin that was a few years younger than him. Showcasing himself in front of her and gaining her adulation would definitely be a joyous matter. Little Lin Cheng nodded her head vigorously, as if she trusted this disciple senior of hers greatly. And beside Lin Cheng, a few 14 to 15-year-old children echoed, senior brother Lin will definitely show his awesomeness and impress that bunch of Shinto family clan fellows. Lin Yuan's status amongst these children was very high. He could be regarded as the leader of this bunch of children. The small pavilion that Lin Yuan, Lin Cheng and Yun were sitting at was called the Evening Breeze Pavilion. About a fifth of the Lin family's 13 to 16-year-old Desolate Heaven Technique apprentices sat at the Evening Breeze Pavilion. Practicing the Desolate Heaven Technique required a long period of time. For Desolate Heaven Technique apprentices, one's skill was mostly determined by age under the situation where everyone's talent was similar. The standard of the Desolate Heaven Technique of 13 to 16-year-old children was pretty limited. As Lin Yuan was the oldest amongst the youths in the Evening Breeze Pavilion, he was also the senior brother of the pavilion. As such, the other children who were lacking in the Desolate Heaven Technique treated Lin Yuan as their leader. This did not mean that Lin Yuan was really a genius in the Desolate Heaven Technique. Lin Yuan knew how to play his role and quickly gathered the children together to discuss their battle strategy. Lin Yuan knew that the Shinto family clan was not easily handled. At this moment, the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session officially began. Since it was called a tea session, there was of course tea. Pots of good spirit tea was served along with all sorts of pastries. The materials used to make the tea and pastries were all treasures and their value was obvious. In the seats of honor, the tea and pastries were even higher in quality. These things could normally only be exchanged for with the Lin family's family contribution points. This made many children of the Lin family feel unhappy. Such good things were being fed to the dogs. When Yun saw the teacup in front of him, he noticed that the tea was crystal clear, as if it was molten amber. The tea's fragrance was refreshing. With the purple crystal's energy vision, he could clearly see densely packed light dots in it. They were all made of pure yuan qi. This was just tea normal juniors drank and was considered the lowest quality tea served in the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session. Even so, this teacup shocked Yun greatly. If this tea was in the Taiya Divine Kingdom, it was probably a tribute for the royal palace. The Tian Yuan world was indeed luxurious. In such an environment, with all the top resources, and lands much bigger than the Taiya Divine Kingdom, coupled with even better family clan heritages and traditions, all of this gave rise to young elites that were higher than the Taiya Divine Kingdoms by an entire realm or more. This also made Yun sigh. He went from the poor cloud wilderness, where he could not even eat his fill, to the Taiya Divine Kingdom. From there, he then went to the Tian Yuan world. He had really witnessed the world's great contrast in levels. It was like in his previous life. The richest people in the poor mountainous regions, where vehicles could not even pass through, would probably not amount to 1/100th of the wealth of a commoner in Shanghai. As Yi Yun was thinking, he noticed a white figure appear on a bridge above the lake. Yi Yun's mind stirred. Lin Xintong had arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 388, Razzle Dazzle. Chapter 388, Razzle Dazzle. Lin Xintong's appearance naturally became the focus of attention. Shintu Nantian stood up with a slight smile on his face. Miss Lin, it has been a while since we met. In such a situation, even though Lin Xintong did not have a good impression of Shintu Nantian, she still nodded her head politely. Entering the seats of honor, Lin Xintong sat down at her seat and remained silent. Shintu Nantian did not pester Lin Xintong. Other than the initial polite greeting, he did not cling on further. Even some children of the Lin family, who did not like Shintu Nantian, could not resent Shintu Nantian's behavior and attitude. Although the Shintu family clan was the one who had proposed the idea of marriage, Shintu Nantian did not give off the impression that he was begging the Lin family. His mannerisms were neither too humble nor too haughty, they were just perfect. Shintu Nantian did not overly pursue Lin Xintong, but neither did he snub her too much. Such a man was easily liked by girls. There were even some young girls of the Lin family who felt their heart flutter upon seeing Shintu Nantian. A young hero with good looks, personality and strength was indeed the ideal partner to spend the remainder of their lives with. Although it was not possible to be the first wife, being a concubine was not that bad either. The tea session proceeded in an orderly fashion as the bigwigs chatted and drank tea in the seats of honor. They chatted about the understandings of the desolate heaven technique, exchanging points of view. The session seemed amiable. Su Jie did not speak much, while Lin Xintong only remained silent. Only Shintu Nantian attended to both sides like a fish in water. Now, Shintu Nantian had several supporters in the Lin family. For example, Lin Xintong's grandaunt and sixth granduncle had the most engaging chat with Shintu Nantian. The grandaunt, who was wearing her palatial gown, kept addressing him as Dear Nephew Nantian in a very affectionate manner. Dear Nephew Nantian sure is exceptional. Not only is your strength outstanding, I have even heard that Dear Nephew Nantian's accomplishment in the desolate heaven technique is also great. Why not go on stage to perform a bit to broaden my horizons? Lin Xintong's grandaunt's face smiled like a flower. Grandaunt, you overly praised me. I only dabbled in the desolate heaven technique slightly. After the woman in palatial gown introduced herself, Shintu Nantian took it for granted to begin addressing her, using the same salutation as Lin Xintong, to appear closer. The path of martial arts is fraught with thorns. Although my qualifications are slightly better than others, it is still a struggle. Practicing martial arts takes up too much of my time, so I do not have the energy to practice the desolate heaven technique. I only took some unorthodox shortcuts. Now, I can only do bone refining techniques like blood pills and relic formation. Shintu Nantian spoke modestly. In fact, many favored children of heaven who focused on martial arts, such as Lin Xintong and company, would dabble in elixir refinement techniques, desolate heaven technique and array techniques. This could broaden their horizons and would be of a great help to their future martial arts path. It was the same for Shintu Nantian. At this moment, Yi Yun, who was in the evening breeze pavilion, stared at Shintu Nantian from afar. His gaze turned gloomy. Bone refining techniques such as blood pills and relic formation. Other than the desolate bones of desolate beasts being valuable, the blood of many desolate beasts were also of great value, and could be refined into blood pills. However, for Shintu Nantian, the best material for refining blood pills was not the blood of desolate beasts, but the blood of the desolate race. How could Yi Yun forget that, a few months back in the Chu royal residence, Shintu Nantian had caught Jiang Xiao? The first thing he wanted upon her capture was for King Chu to provide him an elixir refining room so that he could refine Jiang Xiao's blood into blood pills. Being questioned by so many people, Shintu Nantian used the techniques of blood pills and relic formations to flaunt his desolate heaven technique. After hearing this, killing intent surged up from Yi Yun's heart. The desolate heaven technique is so broad. Just being a master of one aspect is sufficient. An elder from the Lin family echoed. Even the elders, who were not supportive of the marriage between the Lin family and the Shintu family clan, were quite enthusiastic towards Shintu Nantian. After all, no one could guarantee what the future would be. Offending this future-in-law was definitely not a wise option. Compared to the remote corners of the tea session, the upper echelons of the Lin family, in the seats of honor, constantly chatted with Shintu Nantian. With that, Shintu Nantian naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. Without a doubt, he could be said to be the main lead of this tea session. On the Shintu family clan side, some of the older generation from the upper echelons intended to give the stage to Shintu Nantian for him to flaunt his skills. If the elders of the Lin family acknowledged Shintu Nantian, then this marriage would most naturally be a success. After 1 hour passed in the tea session, Shintu Nantian stood up and said, "Everyone. This desolate heaven technique tea session is firstly, for everyone to exchange their desolate heaven technique knowledge and improve on it together. Secondly, it is to prove to the Lin family that my Shintu family clan has passable desolate heaven technique standards. Since everyone have mostly eaten their fill by now, why not let some children from my Shintu family clan go on stage to perform some skills to add some fun?" As Shintu Nantian said this, he signaled with his eyes, and a Shintu Nantian child sitting into the outer regions jumped up to the middle of the square. He looked about 16 years of age and was wearing the uniform of the Shintu family clan. He seemed to be in high spirits. "All seniors and heroes, I am Shintu Jun and I am 17 years old this year. I am the direct disciple of the Shintu family clan's desolate heaven master Shintu Yinfei. Today, with all the experts gathered here for the tea session, let me venture forth to show some tricks, hoping to induce others to come forward with valuable contributions. Please excuse my shortcomings." As Shintu Jun spoke, with a snap, a desolate bone appeared in his hand like magic. Everyone present were experts in the desolate heaven technique. From a distance, people could see that the desolate bone was just a normal desolate beast's bone. To many 17-year-old desolate heaven master apprentices, controlling a normal desolate bone was a drop in their status. However, just controlling it to show something spectacular was still a feast for the eyes. "Up!" Shintu Jun shouted clearly, and a desolate heaven technique disc array appeared from his interspatial ring. Following that, Shintu Jun began forming seals with his hands. One runic seal after the other was sent out by him, dancing in the air. Immediately, the desolate bone's energy was rapidly extracted by Shintu Jun. Shintu Jun was showcasing his speed. He could extract energy from normal desolate bones very quickly. It only took about 30 seconds before the desolate bone in his hand was completely drained off its energy. This desolate bone turned grayish-white and was casually tossed away by Shintu Jun. "Pa!" With a snap, the desolate bone, which had lost all its essence, shattered like a ceramic tile falling onto the ground. And at this moment, Shintu Jun carried on making more seals. After a short while, the power of desolates, that was dancing in the air, started to form into runes. These runes were completely controlled by Shintu Jun, like a flock of birds flying in the sky. "Together!" Shintu Jun waved his hand and all of the runes began flying together, like 100 birds following the wind. "Split!" Shintu Jun waved his hand again as the runes immediately split apart. It was like directing his own fists. A bunch of runes began to move in a uniform manner, like a school of fish. It was a very beautiful sight. "Good. Awesome." In the surrounding pavilion, the desolate heaven master apprentices from the Shintu family clan, and the family clans that were in an alliance with the Shintu family clan, began applauding and cheer on Shintu Jun. Shintu Jun's method was clearly not the technique used for refining desolate bone relics. It was purely a way of showcasing his ability to control energy and his seal-forming techniques. It was purely form. Of course, to really refine a desolate bone relic, no one would control the runes with such flashy but ineffective moves. In the seats of honor, the Shinto family clan and Lin family's upper echelons nodded their heads slightly as they were watching the performance. However, Desolate Heaven Master like Su Jia and the middle-aged man, Sun, did not have such thoughts. This was a battle between the heritage between the two family clans. Furthermore, the Desolate Heaven Masters from both sides were always competing against each other, so none of them wanted to be inferior. A Desolate Heaven Master elder from the Lin family looked towards a pavilion on the outer circle and nodded. Following that, a youth dressed in purple jumped onto the square. He cupped his fists and said, "I am Lin Yu, the Lin family's Desolate Heaven Master Lin Finglong's direct disciple. I am also 17 years old." Seeing Brother Shinto's performance alone, it looks somewhat insubstantial, so as my fingers are itching, I decided to join you and hopefully bring a smile to everyone. As Lin Yu spoke, he took out a desolate bone he had prepared earlier. Using his fastest speed, he extracted the power of desolates from the desolate bone. Following that, he formed seals with both his hands and transformed the power of desolates into runic seals as a group of runes began to fly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 389, I don't have much interest. Chapter 389, I don't have much interest. Lin Yu's seals were similar to Shinto Jun as they began taking form and turning into various shapes. These seals were sometimes like a flying eagle, while at other times, they were like galloping desolate beasts. When Shinto Jun and Lin Yu's runic seals came close to one another, they would clash and burst into sparks. Pang pang pang. Many of the runic seals turned to smithereens after clashing with one another. There was a number of ways for Desolate Heaven Masters to compete. It was not just simply seeing who could refine a higher quality desolate bone relic. For example, runic seal collisions determined whose runic seals were stronger, and that were determined by having better energy control and the use of higher grade desolate bones. Shinto Jun and Lin Yu's runic seals clashed with one another as neither of them let up, trying every trick they had. More and more runic seals turned to dust as Shinto Jun and Lin Yu's faces were covered in cold sweat. Clearly, such a match greatly depleted their mental strength. Every annihilation of a runic seal was a hit to their soul. It was understandable what sustained collisions would do to their mental strength. Crackle! Their runic seals bloomed like fireworks in the air, and after about 30 seconds, a loud boom was heard as all the runic seals in the air exploded. Lin Yu took a few steps back, and with his legs going weak, he fell to the ground. Currently, his face was pale and he was covered in sweat. He clearly could not carry on any further. As for Shinto Jun, he was no better than Lin Yu. He too was at his limit, but he had struggled with his final breath to not fall to the ground. This made it seem like he was more composed than Lin Yu. Junior brother Lin's energy control is not bad. You nearly exploded all my runic seals. Although Shinto Jun was covered in sweat, he was smiling very proudly. He spread his hands and people could see that he still held 2 runic seals in them. Although these 2 runic seals were lacking in luster, and they were about to collapse at any moment, this still meant that Shinto Jun was slightly better than Lin Yu. Interesting. Outside the square, several Desolate Heaven Master apprentices shouted. These people were from the Shinto family clan or from the Shinto family clan's alliance. As for the people from the Lin family, the upper echelon did not think much about it, as it was just a competition between the juniors to see who could outshine the other. However, the Desolate Heaven Master apprentices from the younger generation of the Lin family were all holding back their anger. Seeing the runic seals in Shinto Jun's hands and his smug look, they felt even more indignant. Junior brother Lin Yu, such a pity. Right, just missed by a bit. The juniors all pitied him. The performance of a Desolate Heaven Master apprentice was not stable. The degree to which Lin Yu and Shinto Jun competed meant that they were similar in strength. Sometimes, just a bit of luck was enough to decide the winner. Let me win it back. A youth named Lin Jun said and jumped onto the square. I am Lin Jun, the Lin family's Heaven Master Fuxing's direct disciple. I am 16 years old. Is there any hero from the Shintu family clan who wishes to join me in performing on stage together? Every young hero who jumped on stage would announce their name, age, and their master. The people who had come on stage were all direct disciples. Although direct disciples were slightly lower in status than personal disciples, they were not that bad. Shintu Jun had left since he was too drained, so naturally, he could not stay in the square. Facing Lin Jun was another disciple from the outer circles of the Shintu family clan. Lin Jun indeed had the capital, for he won the duel. Furthermore, Lin Jun won beautifully. He was not like Shintu Jun, who barely beat Lin Yu. After winning, Lin Jun still had some strength left. This allowed the younger generation of the Lin family win back some face. Actually, the young generation of the Lin family knew that the Shintu family clan's heritage in the Desolate Heaven technique was deeper than theirs. However, in a competition amongst the younger disciples, they actually might not lose. The Lin family's young generation sure is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. This Lin Jun is not bad indeed. In the seats of honor, Shintu Nantian smiled, saying that. His tone was that of an elder giving pointers to a junior. This way of competition is too slow. Why don't we have a group battle? As Shintu Nantian spoke, he snapped his fingers. The Shintu family clan had already prepared a total of 32 young disciples aged from 13 to 18 years old people clan. They stepped forward and walked towards the square. The 32 Desolate Heaven Master apprentices were all wearing a Shintu family clan uniform. They stood in a row on the square and gave a considerable visual impact. Seeing the Shintu family clan suddenly pull out so many young heroes, the Lin family's Desolate Heaven Masters suddenly felt at a loss. With 32 people competing against one another, they would do it one-on-one, so 32 people from the Lin family were needed. Many Desolate Heaven Masters immediately gave their orders to get their disciples to choose suitable people to compete with the Shintu family clan. These 32 people were clearly not the elite of the Shintu family clan, and they were just relatively normal in strength. If they sent an elite up, winning this group battle would not be a problem. However, the Shintu family clan still had many experts that had not gone up, so this would result in their utter defeat. In the evening breeze pavilion Yun was at, Lin Yuan received a voice transmission from the middle-aged man surnamed Sun to take part in this group battle. These fellows aren't anything special. We do not need to send disciples with outstanding strength. We just need to send a few normal disciples who match their ages. Lin Yuan stood up and said in the evening breeze pavilion. After a group battle, a lot of mental strength would be depleted, so it would naturally affect the future competitions, so the real experts could not be sent out. Senior brother, do I need to go? Little Lin Cheng asked in both an excited but nervous manner. Lin Yuan glanced at Lin Cheng. Although Lin Cheng's Desolate Heaven technique was not up to standard, she was still not bad compared to her age bracket as she was still young. After all, she was his junior sister and also a personal disciple of their master. So to send her to compete in the chaotic group battle would be wasting talent on a trivial task. There's no need. You and I do not need to go on stage as it would be a waste of talent. Wait till a 13-year-old genius girl from the Shintu family clan comes on stage, then you can go up. Now, we just need to send some people who are relatively alright. Lin Yuan looked at the people in the evening breeze pavilion and weighed their strength before comparing their ages. You, and you. Lin Yuan pointed a few people out as his gaze landed upon Yi Yun. From the beginning of the tea session, the other Desolate Heaven Master apprentices of the younger generation would comment as they watched and as they compared with their own techniques while learning the merits of others. However, Yi Yun was just sitting quietly in his seat. He did not say a word and it was not known if he knew anything. Even with the group battle about to begin, he did not produce a single reaction. Lin Yuan knew Yi Yun was Su Jie's in-name disciple. Although in-name disciples were considered to be at the rank of a medicine boy, it was after all Su Jie, so Yun could probably make the standard. I intend to choose 4 people. Since the numbers are lacking, why don't you go up and fill the numbers? Lin Yuan said to Yun, thinking that this was an opportunity for Yun to go on stage. One had to know that at Desolate Heaven Technique tea sessions, most young disciples never had a chance to go on stage to compete. With Yun's strength, he may not get a chance to go on stage. And for the chaotic group match, even if his abilities were lacking, he would not lose too badly on stage, neither would it be too obvious. This was the best chance for the weak to go on stage. Junior brother Yun, you seem to know some mystic crystal hand sealing techniques. Although your completion progress is just lacking by a bit, it will do. For this group match, just use your mystic crystal hand. You just need to defend without going on the offensive. Lin Yuan gave some pointers to Yun on the battle strategy. 2 months ago, when Yun first reached the Lin family, he had learned the mystic crystal hand and small thousand seal from Su Jie. He had obtained a perfect completion of slightly more than 50 runic seals during his first try at the mystic crystal hand. As a Desolate Heaven Technique apprentice who had just come into contact with the Desolate Heaven Technique for a few months, Yun's result could be said to be a miracle amongst miracles. However, no one believed that Yun was a rookie who had just learned the Desolate Heaven Technique for a few months. Every believed that Yun was just bragging. This weirdo and the strange matter revolving him were only used in trivial conversations and usually, as a topic of ridicule. This was the repulsiveness most people had, as mocking others tended to make one feel good. However, no one cared about this matter after a few days. After all, a joke could only be used a few times. It would lose its flavor after being heard too many times. Later on, Yun went into reclusive training and it was as if he had disappeared all of a sudden. No one paid any attention to this unnamed disciple Su Jie took in on a whim. This kid sure has good luck. Usually, a technique like the mystic crystal hand is not something one would showcase. However, it would not be too eye-catching in a chaotic group match. The other younger disciples silently agreed with Lin Yuan's assignment. To be able to showcase themselves on stage in front of so many masters in the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session was a valuable experience. Many people wished they had such an opportunity. However, no one expected that for this matter. Yun actually casually shook his head and said nonchalantly, "You should find someone else, I don't have much interest." Author's note: this is a makeup chapter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 390, 5 Elemental Bone Array. Chapter 390, 5 Elemental Bone Array. What? No interest? Lin Yuan nearly thought he had heard wrongly. The purpose of the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session was to showcase the skills of each family clan in the Desolate Heaven Technique, and it was a stage for the young heroes to perform on. If one excelled in one's performance, not only would it bring fame, one would also gain the attention of the upper echelons of the family clan. Then, one would be able to enjoy even more resources and have a prosperous future. It was an opportunity many wished that they could experience, or they could display their skills. Yet, when Lin Yuan purposely prepared such an opportunity for Yun, his reply was that he was not interested? Brother Yuan, ignore the kid. Since he does not dare to go, why not let me? A child of the Lin family laughed as he volunteered himself. Lin Yuan nodded as he guessed that Yun was lacking confidence and thought that he would shame himself if he went up. This really made Lin Yuan speechless. Back when Yun was learning the mystic crystal hand, he had acted with great pretense, but now, when push came to shove, he shrunk back. Such a person was someone everyone looked down upon. Alright then, you are up. Lin Yuan nodded towards the Lin family child who had volunteered himself. As such, 4 people jumped into the square from the Evening Breeze Pavilion. The other pavilions also put together 28 people. As such, the Lin family also sent up 32 people. With 32 against 32, the big chaotic battle kicked off. The duels in the Desolate Heaven technique caused the scene to look extremely beautiful. Just two people competing in the Desolate Heaven technique would create a sight as beautiful as fireworks due to the flying runic seals exploding in the air. Now, with 64 people bedazzling the square, various colors illuminated the sky, making it more beautiful than the morning glow of the sun's rise in the east. A lot of people in the surrounding seats, who were seeing a group Desolate Heaven technique battle for the first time, began sending out repeated praises. At this moment, behind Shintu Nantian, a youth's lips began suffusing a teasing smile. This youth was one of the three that followed Shintu Nantian to the seats of honor. His name was Song Ziyue, born from the Song family who had an alliance with the Shintu family clan. To be able to enter the seats of honor with Shintu Nantian clearly meant that his ability in the Desolate Heaven technique was good. A while later, an outcome in the battle between the 64 people slowly emerged on the square. In this large battle, runic seals exploded even more violently. The impact on one's mental strength was thus even greater. Those who were weaker would immediately be eliminated. One disciple after another succumbed with pale faces, leaving fewer and fewer people left standing in the square. Slowly the runic seals flying in the air became sparse, the light beams also slowly faded. The final result of this battle was a bit unexpected. In the end, there were two Lin family disciples still standing in the middle of the square. Although they did not have many runic seals left in their hands, they still won. The young generation of the Lin family felt their spirits rise seeing such an outcome. The Lin family won by a narrow margin. Well done. Interesting. Even though the Shintu family clan's heritage in the Desolate Heaven technique was said to be stronger, the Lin family had now taken 2 battles out of 3, this made winning this match even more valuable. While seeing the youths from the Lin family cheer below the stage from the seats of honor, Song Ziyue calmly said, "Young Master Nantian, it is almost time. Now with us losing 2 rounds, we have shown our pleasantries. Let me end this pointless razzle-dazzle." The Shintu family clan had come prepared for this Desolate Heaven technique tea session. Not only were there people from the Shintu family clan, allies of the Shintu family clan had come as well. It could be said that there were also all sorts of heroes present. Besides, to refine the peerless Great Empress ancient recipe, the Shintu family clan still had many hidden techniques. If they showcased these hidden techniques, then it would shock everyone. Under these circumstances, the Shintu family clan would no doubt shine in the Desolate Heaven technique tea session. And there was a 80 to 90% chance that they would get the matter of marriage settled by using this tea session. Since the outcome was destined, Shintu Nantian did not mind letting the Lin family enjoy winning a bit, letting them think that their family clan's Desolate Heaven technique was comparable to the Shintu family clan's. The benefit of doing so was that on the surface, the Shintu family clan had hunkered down and had purposely left the Lin family with some face. Shintu Nantian stroked his chin and finally nodded slowly. Yes. Song Ziyue smiled and leaped onto the square like a floating cloud. He was dressed in purple and stood straight in the middle of the square. "I am Song Ziyue, 16 years old this year. I am a child of the Song family. I am also the closed-door disciple of the Shintu family clan's thousand-hand granny." As Song Ziyue spoke, people subconsciously looked towards the seats of honor. At the seats of honor, there was a silver-haired old woman holding a dragon-headed cane. She was the elder sister of the Shintu family clan's current family head. She was the leader in matters regarding the Shintu family clan's Desolate Heaven technique and was known as the Thousand-Hand Granny. For this Desolate Heaven technique tea session, the Thousand-Hand Granny had taken on a low profile. This was to allow Shintu Nantian to perform. However, even though this granny did not speak much, the Lin family's Desolate Heaven masters, including Su Jia, were all wary of this old granny. This fellow is the Thousand-Hand Granny's closed-door disciple? When people heard this, they were taken aback. The Song family had always been friendly with the Shintu family clan. They were considered the younger brother of the Shintu family clan. When children of the Song family proved their talent in the Desolate Heaven technique, they would be taken in as disciples by Desolate Heaven masters from the Shintu family clan. And this Song Ziyue had gained the favor of the thousand-hand granny. The so-called closed-door disciple meant that he was the last disciple of the thousand-hand granny. After taking in Song Ziyue, the thousand-hand granny would never again take in another disciple. Hence, Song Ziyue was the youngest disciple of the thousand-hand granny. In the tradition of martial arts, there was a special significance to closed-door disciples. In fact, it was no different than being the top personal disciple. Everyone. Song Ziyue cupped his fists in the middle of the square as he made the gesture to the surrounding audience. The Lin family's standard in the Desolate Heaven technique is indeed not bad, but compared to the Shintu family clan. Song Ziyue smiled and did not go on. However, his meaning was already very clear. Many people from the Lin family frowned upon hearing this as they did not find the words pleasant. Who did he think he is? He's just a 16-year-old kid. How could he have the right to give a review of the Lin family's Desolate Heaven technique? Song Ziyue carried on. The Shintu family clan has always been famous for their Desolate Heaven technique. And for this generation, it has attained an even higher peak. It just may be that some outsiders do not know so. Actually, everyone knows that this Desolate Heaven technique tea session was held to showcase the Shintu family clan's abilities. I, Song Ziyue, am a very direct person. Since it is to showcase one's ability, then I only have one sentence to say: I will beat down others until they are convinced. Actually, this marriage proposal from the Shintu family clan is a great opportunity for the Lin family. Once it becomes a reality, the Lin family will gain a peerless great empress and will gain unmatchable benefits. However, it is unexpected that the matter has not proceeded smoothly. It has been dragged for 2 years, until now. It seems like the Shintu family clan is pleading the Lin family. We have lowered our stance, yet the Lin family still looks at us with animosity. Even our Desolate Heaven technique is being questioned. Since you have your doubts, I shall still use that same sentence: beat down others until they are convinced. I shall stand here, so feel free to challenge me. After Song Ziyue finished saying these words, the words resounded throughout the square. People raged upon hearing it. This kid had not even grown out his hair, yet he is already this arrogant? One had to know that one's mental strength was greatly expended in Desolate Heaven technique battles, so one could not battle against people one after another. In a martial arts showdown, some people could win 4 to 5 matches due to their endurance, but in a Desolate Heaven technique showdown, just fighting 2 matches was already very difficult. What gave Song Ziyue the right to say this? He is just someone from the Song family and his master is the Shintu family clan's thousand-hand granny. He is just a junior. How dare he speak those words with his status? Can he represent the Shintu family clan? Someone from the Lin family said with disdain, but someone beside him said, actually, he can. It is precisely because he is not from the Shintu family clan that he does not need to mince his words, as he is both an outsider and a junior. What he is saying now is what the Shintu family clan is thinking. The upper echelons of the Shintu family clan are just using his mouth to say it. Many of them knew that the Shintu family clan was not satisfied with the current situation. The Shintu family clan wished that the Lin family would make their decision shortly. This kid is too arrogant. In the Evening Breeze Pavilion, Lin Yuan was the first person who could not take this sitting down. Song Ziyue was 16 years old, the same as him, so he could go up to do battle. As if feeling Lin Yuan's gaze, Song Ziyue turned around and looked towards him with a smile. Song Ziyue's expression was calm and amiable, but his lips moved slightly as a voice transmission rang in Lin Yuan's ears. Come on up, trash. What? Hearing this, Lin Yuan felt anger consume his heart. Song Ziyue seemed to be perfectly alright on the surface, but the words he transmitted were insulting. Lin Yuan's face sank as he jumped up onto the square. The Lin family's son Wanhai's personal disciple, Lin Yuan. 16 years old, let me see what abilities you have. The Lin family's disciples found Song Ziyue too domineering. Was he really thinking of challenging all of them alone? There was no way for a tag team battle in a Desolate Heaven technique showdown, So where did Song Ziyue's confidence come from? Song Ziyue gently smiled as he wiped his interspatial ring and took out a square disc array and a bunch of desolate beast bones. These bones were divided into 5 different colors: golden, green, blue, red and dark yellow. The 5 bone types exuded thick power of desolates: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The powers of the 5 elements. Everyone present were experts, so they could clearly feel that the power of desolates within these 5 types of desolate bones were the powers of the 5 elements. Song Ziyue reached out his hands as the desolate bones flew in all directions, landing around Song Ziyue, with the disc array in the center. The desolate bones were arranged in a specific order, as if they were now a whole. This is my 5 elemental bone array. All of them are made by me. If you can extract more than 30% of the power of desolates from this bone array, then I will lose. The first step of the 3 steps of the Desolate Heaven technique was the extraction of the power of desolates from desolate bones. Song Ziyue had used these desolate bones to form an array, but these desolate bones were still Desolate Heaven technique materials. Extracting energy from it was equivalent to cracking the array. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 391, Desolate Bone Trap. Chapter 391, Desolate Bone Trap. Song Ziyue had already said that the 5 elemental bone array was designed by him. Logically, the person setting up an array holds the advantage, while the person trying to crack it has the disadvantage. In a typical showdown, one side would set up an array while the other would try to crack it. If one could completely crack it, it meant that the person cracking it exceeded the person who set it up. Song Ziyue did not take advantage of Lin Yuan in this aspect. He was proud and thought lowly of Lin Yuan. He had proclaimed that if Lin Yuan could extract more than 30% of the power of desolates from the array, then Lin Yuan would win. 30% of the power of desolates was considered very low. Being looked down upon by Song Ziyue, Lin Yuan suppressed the raging flame in his heart. Such shameless boasting. See how I break down your bone array. If a layman were to look at Song Ziyue's bone array, that person would not be able to see anything special about it. It was just like a child taking a bunch of beast bones and casually stacking them together. However, when Lin Yuan entered the bone array, his expression turned serious. He could see that the desolate bones had been processed through some special techniques. Desolate bones with the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, corresponded to 5 elemental desolate beasts, and not any ordinary desolate beasts. For example, the desolate bone in front of Lin Yuan was a general-ranked desolate beast's bone. Lin Yuan could not tell what sort of desolate beast it came from. The bone looked very special as it was entirely smooth and round, like a glass bead. Song Ziyue may be arrogant, but he indeed has the ability. The array he set up is made from the combination of the bones from elite-ranked desolate beasts and general-ranked desolate beasts. The inner circle, where the array's core is, there are even bones from king-ranked desolate beasts. To crack this array, the first thing needed is to find the array's cores. In the surrounding pavilions, people began to discuss. They never expected that this was how the Desolate Heaven technique showdown would be for the matches from Song Ziyue onwards. However, this method required more technical skills than the clashing of runic seals. Also, it allowed one to keep on battling. There might be consecutive failures of people trying to crack Song Ziyue's array. This was what he relied on to challenge all of the young heroes of the Lin family in a tag team battle. This bone should be the central point of the 10+ desolate bones nearby. It is also one of the cores of this array. Lin Yuan had previously counted that this desolate bone array counted a total of 108 bones. There were 9 bones for the array core, and every 12 bones formed a group. Each group had a central bone, and this central bone was where one of the array's core was. If he could break apart this core bone, then this small array group would be broken. Previously, Song Ziyue said that as long he broke 30% of the array, then Lin Yuan would win. Although Lin Yuan was indignant with Song Ziyue's contemptuous words, he slowly held back his pride as he began examining the 5-elemental bone array. This array was not simple. Regardless, winning was most important. If he could not even break 30% of the bone array, it would be too embarrassing. I only need to extract the power of desolates of 4 desolate bones and break apart 4 small group arrays to win. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan injected all of his mental energy into the smooth glass bead-like bone. This bone emitted a searing feeling and was probably a fire elemental desolate beast's bone. When Lin Yuan sank his perception into it, for some unknown reason, he suddenly felt faint. It was as if his perception had been absorbed into the desolate bone, entering a world that was filled with fire. Oh! This is... Lin Yuan was alarmed. He immediately pulled back his perception and exited his consciousness, but at this moment, the round fiery glass-like desolate bone cracked. Boom! With a fiery explosion, a fire python, which was entirely red in color, appeared from the desolate bone. This fire python opened its jaws and bit at Lin Yuan. Ah! Lin Yuan let out a scream. Although it happened suddenly, and his soul had suffered a backlash, making his head hurt, Lin Yuan was still able to use all of his strength to send out a punch when the fire python threatened his life. Pang! With an energy explosion, the fire python was destroyed by Lin Yuan, but at the same time, the arm Lin Yuan had used to send out the punch dislocated due to the forceful clash with the fire python. His entire fist was now covered in blood. Lin Yuan's body was also sent flying by the energy surge as he landed heavily on the square. His face was pale while his body suffered from some spasms. Clearly, he was injured. Actually, the injury on his arm was nothing. The most important thing was the damage to his soul. When he had used his mental energy to probe the desolate bone, he had suffered a backlash from the desolate bone, causing his soul to be injured. Such an injury needed to be treated by an extremely good soul-nurturing pill. He could not use his mental energy for at least half a month. What happened? What happened back there? Some of the Lin family's juniors were puzzled. A glass-like desolate bone suddenly shattered, popping out a fire python that injured Lin Yuan. It is an essence chi shadow left behind when a desolate beast dies. An old man from the Lin family said. He was extremely surprised that the junior named Song Ziyue had managed to master such a technique. That glass-like desolate bone is actually from a general-rank desolate beast. It's the flaming fire python's brainstone in its head. Song Ziyue managed to seal the flaming fire python's essence chi into the brainstone when it was killed. Following that, he used the brainstone as one of the group array cores of the 5-elemental bone array. The remaining flaming fire python's essence chi inside the brainstone contained the resentment of being killed, so once it was initiated, it would break the brainstone and change into a fire python shadow that could kill. If the reaction of the person who probed it was any slower, he would have died on the spot. Although many desolate heaven masters were not good at fighting, they were proficient at certain killing techniques, such as setting traps in desolate bone relics. This was how one could use the desolate heaven technique to kill. With a trap set inside a desolate bone, even if the person trying to break the array knew that there was a trap, it would not be easily cracked. This was because to crack the array, one had to sink one's mental energy into the desolate bone, and once that happened, it would trigger the trap, causing the desolate beast's essence chi to form a backlash to one's mental energy. The result after that was quite obvious. This could only be avoided if one's desolate heaven technique was superb, to the point where one could undo the trap Song Ziyue had laid at the moment one's mental energy sank into the desolate bone. And Lin Yuan clearly did not have this ability. Lin Yuan retreated back to the evening breeze pavilion with his face pale. After consuming his soul-nurturing pill, and readjusting his dislocated arm, he barely managed to regain some Yuan Qi. I was careless. Too careless. I accidentally fell into this fellow's trap. If I knew that there was a trap in the desolate bone, I would definitely not have turned out this way. Lin Yuan, who returned to the evening breeze pavilion, felt embarrassed facing his juniors. He had directed the battle previously and arranged the order in which people went up, making him seem like the leader of the Evening Breeze Pavilion. However, the moment he went up he fell into a trap just as he attempted to extract the first Desolate Bone's energy. Thus he lost, even though Song Ziyue had said that just extracting 30% would give him victory. He had not even managed to extract a single bit of energy. Having completely failed, it was too embarrassing. This kid first mentioned the 30% of energy to divert my attention, making me miss the possibility of there being a trap in the Desolate Bone. He is too cunning. As Lin Yuan gave some thought to it, he began to spout some unconvincing excuses. Not far away, Yi Yin shook his head gently when he heard him. In a showdown between Desolate Heaven Masters, it was all about using one's ability to create all sorts of obstacles for one's opponents. Setting a trap within a Desolate Bone was a very common practice. Back when he first came into contact with the Desolate Heaven technique, and was extracting the Lin Bone Gall, Luo Huier, who was unhappy with him, had set a trap in the Lin Bone Gall. She had hoped that he would cause it to explode when he injected his mental energy into it, drenching him in bile. However, Yi Yin had seen through it, causing Luo Huier to succumb to the trap herself. Of course, compared to Luo Huier's trap, that was just a mischievous prank. Song Ziyue's method of using a Desolate Beast's essence chi was more lethal. It could kill. Anyone else? Song Ziyue said on stage. He took out another piece of bone from his interspatial ring, placing it down in the spot where the flaming fire python's Desolate Bone had been. This bone was not a fire elemental Desolate Bone, but a water elemental one. This surprised people. Every time Song Ziyue set up the 5 elemental bone array, the arrangement of the Desolate Bones were different. Such an ever-changing array was most troublesome as it would be much more difficult to figure out the rules. As long as you a Desolate Heaven Technique apprentice below the age of 18, feel free to challenge my 5 elemental bone array. If you can break 30% of it, you win. Song Ziyue was extremely confident. His provocation made many disciples of the Lin family angry. Song Ziyue was only 16 years old, yet he proclaimed that any Desolate Heaven Technique apprentice below the age of 18 could challenge him. However, though people were indignant about it, they knew that it was certain that the array set up by Song Ziyue was extremely hard to deal with. Lin Yuan, who was the personal disciple of the middle-aged man surnamed Sun, was quite outstanding in terms of his Desolate Heaven technique in the Lin family. Unfortunately, he did not manage to extract even a single bit of energy from the 5 elemental bone array. He lost instantly. Lin Yuan said that he had been careless and fell for the trap, but everyone knew that Song Ziyue had set up an extremely profound, hidden trap. This caused Lin Yuan to be unable to discover it, if not, he wouldn't have lost so miserably. Under these circumstances, even if someone had told Lin Yuan that there was a trap in the bone, he would probably still have been unable to do anything about it. Yi Yin looked at Song Ziyue and furrowed his eyebrows. His goal in participating in the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session was very clear. He was here to mess things up. Previously, when Lin Yuan attempted to send Yi Yin up to participate in the 64-people group match, Yi Yin lacked interest. Those who participated in the group match were a bunch of nobodies. Yi Yin would only waste his mental energy by going up, it would be meaningless. He would only go on stage at such a moment when a top Desolate Heaven Master Apprentice from the opposite side appeared. Only then was it time for Yi Yin to make a move. Yi Yin stood up and, without a word, walked along the Evening Breeze Pavilion's edge. The youths in the Evening Breeze Pavilion were curious about Yi Yin's action, but at this moment, Yi Yin silently leaped up and, like a feather, moved towards the center of the square. And at the same moment Yi Yin leaped, a young girl flew up into the air from another small pavilion in the central regions of the lake, towards the square at the lake's center. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 392, Yi Yin makes his move. Chapter 392, Yi Yin makes his move. Yi Yin's appearance was too sudden. Before the youths in the Evening Breeze Pavilion were able to react, Yi-Yun had already disappeared. Lin Yuan only felt a gentle breeze blow past him. The next second, Yi-Yun, who was dressed in green, had already landed in the lake center's square. This scene alarmed many. What was he doing? There was a conventional order of appearance for people in the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session. The tea session would begin with the juniors who were comparatively lacking. People like Shintu Jun and Lin Yu were such people, it could be seen from their status. When they went on stage, they would declare themselves as direct disciples. Direct disciples were one grade lower than personal disciples. Later on, people like Song Ziyue would appear, it would then be personal disciples or closed-door disciples. After the juniors finished competing, then the showdown between the older generation, like Su Jia, would begin. Yi-Yun's status was barely enough to qualify him for the first few matches right at the beginning. However, he did not participate in the group match. Yet, now he had suddenly jumped into the Lake Center Square, which was an entirely unexpected turn of events. That rash fellow, what is he trying to do? Seeing Yi-Yun suddenly appear, Lin Yuan and company were dumbfounded. Did Yi-Yun want to challenge Song Ziyue's 5-elemental bone array? At this moment, even the best personal disciples from the Lin family had to carefully weigh their options before going on stage. For example, no one from the Evening Breeze Pavilion dared to step forward. Hence, Yi-Yun's appearance on stage was extremely unexpected. In the seats of honor, Su Jia was also in a daze. He had originally said that he would not let Yi-Yun do anything. So now that Yi-Yun suddenly jumped forward, he was completely caught off guard. Teacher. Yi-Yun, Lin Xintong knew very clearly that Yi-Yun knew nothing back in the desolate human valley 2 years ago. At that time, he had expressed an interest in learning the Desolate Heaven technique, but Lin Xintong had advised him against it. She did not want him to have any fantasies regarding the Desolate Heaven technique. Yi-Yun, however, insisted, and because of that, she had reluctantly left Su Jia's notebook with him. I do not know. He probably knows himself well. Su Jia bitterly smiled, but on the inside, Su Jia did not have much confidence in Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun was, however, not the only one from the Lin family who had flown onto the Lake Center Square. There was another young girl there as well, dressed in purple. Her hair was tied into a ponytail which hung down to her waist. When Yi-Yun stood up, this girl had also stood up at the same moment. As a result, both of them had jumped onto the central stage simultaneously. It is Lin Ziyan, senior sister Lin. Someone below the stage said. Unlike Yi-Yun, Lin Ziyan was one of the best amongst the Lin family's younger generation. Her ability was on a completely different level from Lin Yuan's. Lin Ziyan had been accompanying her master in training expeditions for the past few years. She had only returned to the Lin family in recent months. There was no doubt of her strength, or her Desolate Heaven technique ability. You are. The purple-dressed girl did not know Yi-Yun. Her life goals were centered on martial arts and to make her Desolate Heaven technique proficient. She was not concerned with small matters that happened within the Lin family's younger generation circles. Thus, she had never heard of Yi-Yun. 2 months ago, the matter of Yi-Yun learning the mystic crystal hand and completing more than 50 runic seals was a trivial matter. It had only spread amongst the Lin family disciples who had gathered around Yi-Yun, and they all treated it as a joke of a newbie pretending to show off. It had never reached Lin Ziyan's ears. I am Yun Yen Tian. Yi-Yun answered simply. Yun Yen Tian? The purple-dressed girl's smoky eyebrows furrowed while she thought. Clearly, she had never heard this name before. Typically, the disciples whom she had never heard of were clearly those of low abilities. Now with the Lin family competing against the Shintu family clan on the Desolate Heaven technique, it was a matter regarding the Lin family's reputation. If a Lin family's disciple with extremely poor ability went on stage, they would no doubt be made into a laughingstock by the other family clans. How old are you? Who is your master? To confirm Yi-Yun's ability, the purple-dressed girl asked. I am 15, Su Jie's in-name disciple. Hearing Yi Yun's words, the purple-dressed girl was dumbfounded. This person was only 15 years old and was just Su Jie's in-name disciple? What the heck? Ha ha ha. This is really interesting. An in-name disciple is actually challenging me? Song Ziyue roared with laughter, your courage is deserving of praise. I am okay with it. Since both of you came up together, then break the array together. I don't mind. Song Ziyue had heard that Lin Zian had some ability, so he would not be too careless with her. However, where did this Yun Yen Tian come from? It was as if he had come just to play the clown. To let Lin Zian and this rash fellow break the array together, he actually had the additional intention of humiliating Lin Zian. A proud daughter of heaven and a rash fellow joining forces. Wasn't this mockery? After all, Song Ziyue had decided that it would be pretty impressive if this Yun Yen Tian did not end up making things worse by being up on stage. Whatever Song Ziyue thought of, Lin Zian had also thought of. She did not want to do it together with Yun Yen Tian. It would end up with the bad label of going 2 against 1, yet it would not really have the effect of 2 against 1. Junior brother Yun, why not go down first? After I break this array, you can come on up later regardless if I succeed or fail. Lin Zian felt that she had said this very politely and had not questioned Yi Yun's abilities directly. She had given Yi Yun sufficient face. However, Lin Zian never expected that, even though her intentions were so obvious, Yi Yun still paid no heed to her words. He minded himself and walked to the side of Song Ziyue's array and began analyzing the array technique. The 5-elemental bone array was formed of a total of 12 smaller group arrays. Each small group array had a bone in it that held the array together at its core. This bone was not difficult to find. Yi Yun had chosen one of those. It was the desolate bone of a general-ranked desolate beast and looked like a spinal bone. This bone emitted hot air and was clearly a fire elemental desolate bone. The fire element was similar to pure yang. The fire element in the 5 elements was just normal fire, while the pure yang was the solar fire of the stars. Yi Yun, who practiced the pure yang laws, had considerable knowledge in the fire elemental laws. With his spiritual energy interfacing with the purple crystal, and using the purple crystal's powers, he sealed the power of desolates in the desolate bone. The purple crystal was pretty much the supreme law when it came to controlling energy. With the purple crystal, regardless of what type of energy it was, it would be impossible for it to explode outwards. At this moment, the desolate beast's essence chi within the desolate bone was completely suppressed by the purple crystal. It was powerless at resisting it. Actually, with Yi Yun's ability, he could have just used the purple crystal's powers to violently extract the power of desolates and the essence chi within the desolate bones at the same time. He could then use brute strength to forcefully refine them, regardless of array techniques or traps. However, with so many people watching, if he had done all that with just his willpower, it would be too shocking and there was no way for him to explain it. Hence, Yi Yun decided to use the methods in the Desolate Heaven technique to make it seem like he was using the Desolate Heaven technique to break the trap and extract the power of desolates from the desolate bones. Yi Yun opened up his energy vision and through it, the entire desolate bone turned transparent. Whatever Song Ziyue had done was clearly seen in Yi Yun's vision. He could clearly see that there was a lizard-shaped desolate beast essence chi locked within the core of the desolate bone. And surrounding the essence chi were runic seals. These runic seals were clearly set up by Song Ziyue. As long as Yi Yun injected his mental energy into it, the runic seals would detonate the desolate bone, causing the desolate beast essence chi to explode outwards. It was like a clever igniting mechanism. What Yi Yun had to do now was to dismantle or seal off Song Ziyue's setup. As long as he sent out a runic seal and broke Song Ziyue's igniting array, then Yi Yun would be able to dismantle the trap. And with the purple crystal in hand, Yi Yun could perfectly control every runic seal he made. He could even destroy Song Ziyue's runic seal setup directly. It was extremely easy for him to do so. Understanding this, Yi-Yun began to form seals. Array patterns began appearing in Yi-Yun's hands, but compared to the runic seal showdown from before, which were dazzling like fireworks, the runic seals Yi-Yun sent out looked much more plain. Seeing Yi-Yun form runic seals, the surrounding people were dumbfounded. Seeing Yi-Yun's motions and the runic seals he formed, wasn't he using the Mystic Crystal Hand? Mystic Crystal Hand. Back when Yi-Yun first reached the Lin family, in his first display and only display of his Desolate Heaven technique publicly, he had used the Mystic Crystal Hand. Back then, people believed that Yi-Yun had been in contact with the Desolate Heaven technique for a long period of time. Since he had learned the Desolate Heaven technique for so long, then it was impossible for him to have the Mystic Crystal Hand as his only sealing technique. Back then, Yi-Yun had said that he was a beginner, so using the Mystic Crystal Hand, which was a very common and simple technique, was considered normal. After all, this would make him appear as a beginner. However, now, at this Desolate Heaven Technique tea session, in front of so many people, with the Lin family's reputation on the line, even if he could not break apart Song Ziyue's array, he should not have used a one-size-fits-all technique like the Mystic Crystal Hand, which lacked any technical skill. The Desolate Heaven Technique tea session stressed the need to captivate. The best was not needed, the hardest was. Using the Mystic Crystal Hand? Isn't this just going to make everyone laugh their heads off? Seeing the scene happening before them, the Lin family's disciples felt their faces burn. They felt that Yi-Yun was too thick-skinned. If it was them in Yi-Yun's stead, standing in the square, they have long since wished to burrow into the ground to hide away. As for the Shintu family clan's disciples, there were some who could not help but laugh. Song Ziyue gave an unashamed laugh, ha ha. When the Lin family organized this Desolate Heaven Technique tea session, were they too worried about the atmosphere being too tense? Did they specially prepare an entertainment program to let everyone laugh and ease the tense atmosphere? Song Ziyue mocked ruthlessly. This voice became even more piercing to the ear when it landed in the ears of the Lin family's disciples. Many of the Lin family's elders looked towards Su Jie. Su Jie was now sweating furiously in his heart. He had specifically exhorted Yi-Yun not to do anything rash at the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session. Su Jie knew that Yi-Yun had a feud with Shintu Nantian, but he should not have been this rash, even with a feud. Su Jie also knew that Yi-Yun was very talented in learning the Desolate Heaven Technique, and his talent could even rival Lin Shintong's. However, he had only learned it for such a short period of time. Besides, Song Ziyue was no ordinary person. Even when Lin Shintong had been learning the Desolate Heaven Technique for 1 to 2 years, it was still impossible for her to break the 5-elemental bone array. Under these circumstances, Su Jie was even considering to go with the flow and admit to what Song Ziyue said, to say that Yi-Yun was there to enliven the atmosphere. Zian, quickly make a move. Break as much of the 5-elemental bone array as you can. You need to regain some of the Lin family's face. If that kid carries on messing about, there will be no way to redeem the situation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 393, Guanyin Flower Picking Hand. Chapter 393, Guanyin Flower Picking Hand. At the moment Yi-Yun began cracking the array, a Yuan Qi voice transmission sounded out in Lin Zian's ear. It came from her master, a female elder of the Lin family. Yes, master. Lin Zian was not feeling pleased with the situation either. Originally, it had almost turned to a situation where no one from the Lin family showed up to crack the array. It would have been something that was greatly fulfilling, but with Yi-Yun haphazard actions, the situation was now in a mess. She glanced over at Yi-Yun with resentment. One needed to have a mind as still as water when cracking an array. Now, Lin Zian felt that the state of her mind was in some turmoil. She took a few deep breaths to calm her mind. Song Ziyue's array was not easy to crack. She needed to give it her all and be serious about it. Lin Zian made her move. Both of her hands formed a lotus shape in front of her chest. Her palms faced each other, and with that, a rainbow light stream started twirling around her fingers. These streams of rainbow light condensed together into a rainbow in the air, which then circled around Lin Zian. It made her suddenly appear like a goddess who had entered the human realm from heaven. Lin Zian's fingers moved in unison and began moving faster and faster as it formed a series of shadows. Suddenly, beautiful lights flashed and golden lotuses filled the air as if the heavens had landed in an auspicious manner. It was as if immortal plants were taking root in mid-air, blooming into a colorful lotus. Lin Zian's sealing technique was so gorgeous that it made people gasp. Beautiful sealing techniques did not necessarily mean that the technique was brilliant, but it meant a more complex energy control, and even greater energy intensity. If one sealing technique set contained both complex and powerful aspects, then it could definitely not be a bad one. Besides, for those at the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session, a dazzling technique that was both complex and spectacular was expected. It is the guanine flower picking hand. In the surrounding square, people let out amazed gasps. The guanine flower picking hand came from a Buddhist sect, the Daming Temple. The Daming Temple existed long ago. It was the world's biggest Buddhist sect and had 4 great monks, 18 emperor arhats, 1 million Buddhist sect disciples, and 1 trillion believers. However, affairs of the world are ephemeral. The Daming Temple eventually fractured, and after it was besieged by a few large family clans, a lot of its heritage was either destroyed or lost across the world. The guanine flower picking hand was one of those. The legendary Bodhisattva, Guanyin, had 1,000 hands. What sort of feeling was it when 1,000 hands picked flowers? Hence, this name of Guanyin flower picking hand described people who used such a technique. Their hands moved so rapidly that they appeared as a blur to people, just like 1,000-hand Guanyin. At the same time, the lighting effect generated from this technique was like 1,000 flowers blooming at the same time. It was extremely beautiful. The Guanyin flower picking hand was extremely difficult to learn. Furthermore, the seals were complex. Just a tiny mistake would cause all the seals to collapse and disintegrate. Typically, at Desolate Heaven Technique tea sessions, where bedazzling techniques were the norm, it was still very rare to see the Guanyin flower picking hand used by juniors. Now, with the Guanyin flower picking hand's appearance, it of course made the disciples of the Lin family very excited. Senior Sister Zian is so awesome. She has been out training for many years and has actually managed to master such a technique. It is marvelous. Senior Sister Zian should be able to break Song Ziyue's array. Once the array is cracked, we shall see how Song Ziyue can carry on flaunting himself. The disciples of the Lin family found it a relief. Previously, when Song Ziyue was being extremely arrogant, they had suppressed their fiery anger in their hearts. Against Lin Zian's Guanyin flower picking hand, Song Ziyue's expression turned solemn. Although he was confident in the traps he had set, Lin Zian was no normal person. Before Song Ziyue participated in this tea session, he had gained some understanding of the Lin family's younger generation. Lin Zian was one of the opponents whom he had paid close attention to. 3 years ago, before Lin Zian went out on a training expedition, she was already famous. Now, returning after 3 years, it was very difficult to tell how powerful she was. Dear nephew Nantian, what do you think of our Lin family's disciples' technique? Lin Xintong's grandaunt said proudly beside Shen Tu Nantian. Lin Zian was one of her direct descendants, so she had always been proud of Lin Zian. However, when Lin Zian was young, she had not been able to reveal much of her talent. Back then, she did not enjoy a lot of resources and was even worse off than Lin Xintong. This made the woman in palatial attire very unfriendly towards a young Lin Xintong. Very good. The Lin family has geniuses in every generation. It will only prosper with each day. Shen Tu Nantian went with the flow and praised Lin Zian. The woman in palatial gown was pleased as she glanced at Su Jie. Elder Su, you sure did well by taking in this unnamed disciple of yours. He is a rare stock that is almost impossible to get. At the Jade Bamboo Peak, he spoke rashly without considering the age hierarchy. Now, at this tea session, in such a solemn scene, his brain went to mush and went on stage rashly. It really causes people to be dumbfounded. Thankfully Xian is here today, if not your disciple would have thrown the Lin family's face. The woman in palatial attire mocked with a mean tone. She had never been on good terms with Su Jie. Back at the Jade Bamboo Peak, she had already went at odds against Yi Yun and was unhappy about it. Now, with this matter, Yi Yun had embarrassed the Lin family, while Xian had made the Lin family proud, so how could she not take the opportunity to flaunt? As for offending Su Jie, she had already done so at the Jade Bamboo Peak, so she did not care much. Su Jie's expression sank. His character was originally of the proud sort, but now with the woman enumerating his faults in public, he became extremely pissed. However, since logic was against him, he had no right to retort. The Lin family's disciples are so active. Elder Su's disciple should be praised for his courage, Shintu Nantian said with a smile. He did not wish to offend Su Jie. After all, Su Jie was extremely important to Lin Xintong. As for Yi Yun, Shintu Nantian completely ignored him. With his status, and in a situation where he was unable to recognize Yi Yun, he would not pay much attention to such a small fry. However, my Shintu family clan has even more heroes. Some of them might even exceed Grand Aunt's expectations. Shintu Nantian turned towards the woman in palatial attire again. His words were full of confidence. He believed that the preparations the Shintu family clan had made would greatly surprise the Lin family. He was looking forward to that scene. Oh? Exceed my expectations? The woman's interest was caught. That would be interesting. Then let us see if Xian will also be able to surprise dear nephew Nantian. Against the woman's self-confidence, Shintu Nantian smiled without saying a word. He appeared inscrutable. At this moment, on the square, as Lin Xian's forming of seals became even faster, layers of finger shadows began forming from Ruten fingers. Runes after runes flew out like young swallows and into Song Ziyue's array. And in the center of the group where Lin Xian was forming a seal was one of the wood elemental desolate bones in Song Ziyue's array. Actually, the guanine flower-picking hand leaned more towards the wood elemental yuan qi energies. This piece of desolate bone was surrounded by Lin Xian's runic seals. People could clearly see lotuses, immortal grass bloom above the desolate bone. This scene made people more and more excited. Author's note: there will be another small chapter after this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 394, Yi Yun cracks the array. Chapter 394, Yi Yun cracks the array. Guess how long it will take for senior sister Xian to crack that small group array? Someone amongst the Lin family's disciples asked with excitement. This was what it meant to be captivating. Previously, when those direct disciples had gone up and did battle using the crude method of colliding runic seals, that was completely without technique. Compared to Lin Xian and Song Ziyue's competition in the Desolate Heaven technique, it was like the difference between savage wrestling and beautiful dancing. About 7 to 8 minutes. To win against Song Ziyue, at least 4 small group arrays had to be cracked. Song Ziyue's array was extremely abstruse and complicated, so breaking a small group array in about 7 to 8 minutes was already considered very fast. For this duel, it was a competition between top geniuses. Although the Lin family disciples adored Lin Xian, they had to admit that Song Ziyue had the ability to be arrogant. It would also not be easy for Lin Xian to win against Song Ziyue. About 7 to 8 minutes. Then senior sister Xian will need about 30 minutes to win against Song Ziyue. Besides, senior sister Xian might not stop after only breaking 4 small group arrays. She might even break 6, 7, or even all 12 small group arrays. Some of the younger Lin family disciples had infinite hopes in Lin Xian. Difficult. An older Lin family disciple shook his head. Guarding an array is easy while breaking an array is difficult. Junior sister Zian needs to be stronger than Son Ziyue by at least 30 to 50% to have any hope of doing so. Before the older disciple finished speaking, he suddenly heard a light ping sound. He was stunned as he looked towards the sound. The source of the sound was Yun Tian. For cracking this array, Yi Yun stood opposite to Lin Zian with Son Ziyue in the middle. However, when Lin Zian displayed her guanine flower-picking hand, other than people like the woman in palatial attire who had animosity against Yi Yun and Su Jie, no one else had paid attention to him. In fact, Yi Yun's mystic crystal hand had long since been obscured by the guanine flower-picking hand's light beams. It was impossible to tell what was happening. And only with the exploding sound did people look towards Yi Yun. And the scene in front of them dumbfounded everyone. In front of Yi Yun, the fire elemental desolate bone had already fractured. It had turned from its original dark red color and into a grayish white. Clearly, it looked as if its power of desolates had been drained. Only when a desolate bone has had all of its power of desolates extracted will it become like this. Following the desolate bone that powered the array's core, losing its energy, the entire small group array lost its energy, as if it was about to collapse at any time. What? What is happening? Many people's brains did not react in time. They could not understand what the scene in front of them meant. Maybe they had actually thought of it, they just could not believe it. And at this moment, Yi Yun nonchalantly grabbed a fiery red light from within the fractured desolate bone. It was the phantom image of a small lizard. It was the desolate beast essence chi that was originally sealed within the desolate bone. Lava fire lizard. He grabbed a lava fire lizard. Many people stared with their eyes wide. Even with a desolate bone placed there, many of the desolate heaven masters would not be able to identify what desolate beast the bone came from. However, now, with Yi Yun grabbing the essence chi, they could easily recognize it. This lava fire lizard was a formidable desolate beast. It was tyrannous and its body contained a terrifying fire elemental energy. If it released the energy, it would be a nightmare. And at this moment, this lava fire lizard's essence chi, which was filled with resentment and tyranny, had been nonchalantly grabbed by Yi Yun, as if he was capturing any ordinary house lizard. At this time, Yi Yun nonchalantly formed a few runic seals on the lava fire lizard's essence chi. He then took out a box from his interspatial ring and stuffed the lava fire lizard in as if he was storing food. He then closed the lid. Ping! When Yi Yun closed the lid, the small group array in front of Yi Yun completely exploded. The remaining desolate beast bones scattered as it completely fell apart. Yi Yun had already cracked a small group array. What? Seeing this scene, people were stunned and had their mouths agape. Even if they could not believe it, they finally realized what the scene in front of them meant. Yun Tian had cracked one of the small array groups of the 5 elemental bone array. Everyone present, be it the Lin family's disciples or the Shintu family clan's disciples, had their expressions frozen. Their bodies were stiff as if they were zombies with talismans pasted on them. The entire tea session's venue was silent. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Originally, people estimated that Lin Zian would use about 7 to 8 minutes to crack a small group array, but in about 30 seconds' time, when Lin Zian's guanine flower-picking hand had made about a third of its progress, Yun Tian had already cracked the first small group array on his side. What was going on? People were still slow to react. This feeling was like a martial arts grandmaster and a second-grade figure in the trade challenging a top expert at the same time. When the battle began, that martial arts grandmaster fought with the top expert beautifully by using all of their secret techniques. It made the scene appear fabulous, making jaws drop. However, victory was undetermined. However, when it was the second-grade figure going up on stage, he used a very ordinary kung fu technique against the top expert. Without a word, a nonchalant kick then caused the top expert to fall to the ground. This must be a joke, right? People truly found it unacceptable. especially those in the seats of honor. Lin Shinton's grandaunt was completely dumbstruck. Her mouth was agape and her eyes staring straight ahead. She looked like a hen would do when it had its neck grabbed. At this moment, she felt all of her blood surge to her face. Her old face had turned red like a cooked crab. Yun Yantian, that country bumpkin who did not understand any rules, had actually broken one of Song Ziyue's group arrays before Zian? She turned her head with difficulty to look at Su Jie. It was as if her joints had turned to rust and could not be moved. She saw Su Jie with a completely dumbfounded expression too. Su Jie was the person who knew Yi Yun the best amongst all of them. Others might think that Yi Yun had been learning the Desolate Heaven technique for a very long period of time, but Su Jie was very sure that Yi Yun had only been learning the Desolate Heaven technique for a very short period of time. 2 years ago, Yi Yun was still immortal in every way. In these 2 years, he had gone from mortal blood to the Yuan Foundation in his martial arts. He had also cultivated all sorts of heritages. Under such a situation, how could he have time to learn the Desolate Heaven technique? How did he accomplish this in such a short period of time? It was too great an exaggeration. Although he found it unbelievable deep down, but noticing the woman in palatial attire project her gaze on him, Su Jie's old face began to give a lewd and teasing smile. Who cares why Yi Yun's Desolate Heaven technique was so awesome? As long as he could let this disgusting old hag eat dirt, it alone would be a joyous feat. How is it? Is your face swollen? Kiki, if I were you, I would quickly jump into the lake. If not, your old face will become as red as a monkey's bottom. If that happens, how are you to face others? Su Jie mimicked the tone the woman in palatial attire had used before and spoke in a queer manner. Now there was only one word in his mind: marvelous. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 395, Breaking One After Another. Chapter 395, Breaking One After Another. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. The woman in palatial attire felt as if her lungs were about to explode after she was put down by Su Jie. However, she had no way of retorting. She did not understand how Yi Yun was able to crack Song Ziyue's array. Dear nephew Nantian, what is going on? Were you not very confident in Song Ziyue just now? However, just now a random punk managed to crack the array. Originally, the woman wished to see a junior from the Lin family beat a junior from the Shinta family clan, but how could she not feel indignant about letting a fellow like Yi Yun, who came from some nook and cranny, put Lin Zian to shame? Shinta Nantian frowned as he too was baffled. Grandaunt, do not worry. I believe that there should be some other reason. Let me ask Ziyue and confirm my suspicions. As Shinta Nantian spoke, he transmitted his voice to Song Ziyue. At that moment, Song Ziyue was standing in the center of the square, frozen like a wooden stave. The moment Yi Yun cracked his array, he felt as if his heart had been severely scratched. Ziyue, what is going on? Shinta Nantian's voice rang in Song Ziyue's ear. Song Ziyue seemed to wake up from a dream and took a deep breath. He gave a deep stare in Yi Yun's direction and a vein bulged on his forehead. This kid broke my array. Is that not obvious? I am asking you how he cracked it. Shinta Nantian said in a discontented manner, with such an obvious matter, do I need you to repeat that to me? Song Ziyue's expression sank as he thought for a moment before he spoke. Logically, it is impossible for him to have used the mystic crystal hand to dismantle the trap I designed in the desolate bone. However, although my array is complex, it is not without flaws. If you have heaven-defying luck, it is possible for you to crack it randomly. Even the best lock could be opened by a bumbling locksmith. With a piece of wire, sometimes luck might allow someone to open the lock. Although it was highly improbable, it was not impossible. Song Ziyue was convinced that the mystic crystal hand's runic seals that Yi Yun used had resonated with his own runic seals, resulting in such an effect. Shinta Nantian took a deep breath. I was originally suspecting that this was the case. Are you sure? I am sure. Song Ziyue nodded as gazed at Yun, his gaze now containing a trace of hatred. There will not be a second time. The 5 elemental bone array definitely cannot be cracked by the mystic crystal hand. Song Ziyue gnashed his teeth as he said that. He was very confident in his own array. And at that moment, Yun had already walked over to a second small group array. In the middle of the small group array was an earth elemental bone. Earth elemental energy was an energy type that Yun had been in little contact with, but it did not prevent Yun from cracking the array. With the purple crystal's energy vision, all the traps were fully exposed in front of Yun, with nowhere to hide. Furthermore, Yun's control of energy was precise to the point that it far exceeded Su Jie's. Earth elemental bone array. Yun focused on the piece of bone. In his energy vision, he could see that the trap within the desolate bone was very different from the trap before. The 12 small group arrays were all different in Song Ziyue's 5 elemental bone array. This increased the difficulty of cracking the array. A desolate heaven master apprentice, whose ability was lacking, might crack one group array with great difficulty and expend a lot of mental energy. However, when he then tried to crack a second group array, he would have to start all over again. As such, trying to break more than 4 small group arrays was naturally not an easy feat. You still want to crack it? Song Ziyue stared coldly at Yun. I want to see how long your good luck can last. Detecting Song Ziyue's gaze, which was filled with killing intent, Yun raised his head and gave Song Ziyue a light glance. He was wearing a mask, so it was expressionless. Only the 2 thin sanguine marks at where his eyes were looked indifferent. Yun ignored Song Ziyue and lowered his head as he carried on cracking the array without worries. Grandaunt, it was an accident just now. Shinto Nantian turned towards the woman in palatial attire and smiled. I wonder if Grandaunt has heard of Heaven's stem and Earth's branches lock. The Heaven's stem is made up of 10 stems and the Earth branches are made up of 10 branches. Together with the Bagua, the 5 elements, there are tens of thousands of combinations. Only one of them is correct. Only by pressing all of them correctly can one open the lock to Heaven's stem and Earth branches. A person, who does not know anything, might use a random combination of Heaven's stem and Earth branches and actually get it right. As such, the lock to Heaven's stem and Earth branches can be opened. As Shinto Nantian spoke, he opened his fan and gently fanned himself with a look of confidence. His confidence was not unjustified and was not because he was blindly convinced because of Song Ziyue's words. Shinto Nantian had made his own judgment and strongly believed that a one-size-fits-all technique, like the mystic crystal hand, could not crack the 5 elemental bone array in the hands of a 15-year-old youth. This point was sufficient to support Shinto Nantian's opinion. In the seats of honor, there was no lack of desolate heaven masters in the upper echelons of the Lin family. They also acknowledged Shinto Nantian's point. What he described really did exist. There might not be such a coincidence under the heavens. Su Jie said coldly. He did not have that much confidence in Yun, but seeing Yun's accomplishments being put down by Shinto Nantian so quickly naturally did not make him feel good as Yun's in-name master. Elder Su, I'm just expressing his opinion. It is a fact that Song Ziyue's 5 elemental bone array is not something the mystic crystal hand can crack. Maybe in the hands of a desolate heaven master, that is possible. In the hands of a junior, however, it is as hard as ascending the heavens. Under this situation, this junior is just suggesting the most likely reason and it is the most reasonable explanation. What say you, junior sister Shintong? Shinto Nantian turned towards Lin Shintong. Lin Shintong had almost not spoken at all since she arrived. Shinto Nantian wanted to get to know Lin Shintong, so at random times, he would pull Lin Shintong into the topic of discussion. What you think may be reasonable might not be reasonable. Lin Shintong said coldly. As it was a gathering of the upper echelons of both the Lin family and the Shinto family clan, Lin Shintong could not be impolite. She had to answer Shinto Nantian whenever he talked to her, if not she would be criticized. However, Lin Xintong's mind was not on Shintanantian when she spoke. She was still looking towards the center of the square and her gaze was locked onto Yi Yun's hands. She saw Yi Yun's every move very clearly. As if in a trance, she seemed to return back to that night from 2 years ago. The words Yi Yun had said when he first saw Lin Xintong's hand seals in the desolate human valley. Thinking of the scenes of that night, Lin Xintong felt mixed emotions. She found it hard to believe in what Yi Yun had said, which was both stubborn and seemingly absurd in nature, yet it had been realized by him with his own hands today. The technique he used, and all the runic seals the mystic crystal hand formed, were extremely normal. It seemed to resemble the ordinary linen clothes which Yi Yun wore 2 years ago, and at the same time seemed to be as simple as Yi Yun himself. He had really become a desolate heaven master at an unbelievable speed. Who could believe that a small tribe youth, whom she had met in the cloud wilderness, who had set goals that would be laughable to normal people, such as pursuing martial arts and ambitioning to become a desolate heaven master, would, actually, succeed? It was as if Lin Xintong had witnessed a miracle that happened to Yi Yun with her own eyes. This miracle had a special significance for Lin Xintong herself. This was because Lin Xintong had naturally terminated meridians. If she could succeed in joining up her terminated meridians, then it in itself would be a miracle. Completing something that was nearly impossible would be just like Yi Yun, achieving aspirations that ordinary people thought impossible. Lin Xintong, of course, remembered the scene where she had revealed her determination to join up her terminated meridians when she was young. She had been ridiculed by her aunts and cousins. The ridicule and sarcasm had once made a young Lin Xintong feel distressed and embarrassed. Now, however, it no longer did. She walked her own path and pursued her own dreams. Why should she care about what others felt? Humans always needed to have dreams. If they did not, what difference would there be between humans and livestock? Lin Xintong seemed to see herself in Yi Yun. The same effort, persistence, and the equally distant and elusive dreams. If Yi Yun could do it, how could she not? Lin Xintong silently clenched her fists. Her slender jade-like fingers turned white from her clenching. I will walk out a path that belongs to me. I wish that you too can walk on a path that belongs to you. Lin Xintong said to herself silently. At that moment, Shintanantian was frowning slightly. He was sensitive and naturally noticed that when he spoke to her, Lin Xintong's attention was always on Yun Yantian and that she only gave him a perfunctory response. When had Shintanantian, who was a very proud person, not be the center of attention ever since he was young? There were countless numbers of girls willing to be the ones throwing themselves at him. Only in front of Lin Xintong did he have to lower his status and be frustrated by her again and again. For example, now, Lin Xintong would rather focus on a small fry instead of taking notice of what he was saying. This made Shintanantian feel hatred for Yun Yantian. He took a deep breath and swallowed his anger. He still hung a breeze-like smile on his face. Junior sister Xintong, actually there is nothing interesting for this match. It was 1 in a 10,000 chance coincidence that will not happen a second time. At this Desolate Heaven Technique tea session, my Shinta family clan has made some special preparations that will definitely astound junior sister Xintong. When that happens, it will not be too late for junior sister Xintong to focus on it. As for this match, actually there is not much to see, it is all. Before Shintanantian could finish his words, he suddenly heard a pang explosion behind him. This explosive sound seemed familiar to Shintanantian. At that moment, he was still speaking to Lin Xintong, so he was unaware of what was happening in the square, but he realized that the upper echelon elders of the Lin family and the Shinta family clan's elders in his field of vision were all having astonished expressions, as if they had seen a ghost. Especially the Shinta family clan's elders, not only were they shocked, they also had very ugly expressions. Lin Xintong as well, she too had a similarly shocked expression. However, in her shocked, beautiful eyes, a hint of being pleasantly surprised could be seen very clearly. Shintanantian felt a hum ring in his head as if he had been hit heavily by a hammer. He was completely stunned. He turned his neck with difficulty. Inch by inch, he turned towards the center of the square. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 396, Nearly Devastated. Chapter 396, Nearly Devastated. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. Shintanantian nearly forced himself to let his gaze fall on Yun Yentian's body. He held his breath as his mind went blank. His eyes even protruded slightly. At that moment, he had seen with his own eyes that a portion of Song Ziyue's 5-elemental bone array had been torn apart in front of Yun Yentian. Yet another core bone had exploded into grayish-white desolate bones powder. This meant that the power of desolates within the desolate bone had been extracted cleanly by Yun Yentian. Shintanantian looked on as Yun Yentian nonchalantly grabbed a small, yellow turtle from the pile of bone residue. This small turtle had short limbs and struggled desperately. However, its body was covered with runic seals, so it could not move despite its struggle. Although the small turtle looked quite cute, it was a vicious desolate beast, named Earth Spirit Turtle. Usually, half of its body would be buried underground and its upper body would be covered in earth. It would even have grass growing on it. It would stay motionless for months, up to half a year, in a state of semi-hibernation. If it felt that a prey that it considered palatable approached it, it would suddenly rise up and swallow the prey. This Earth Spirit Turtle was one of the essence cheese that Song Ziyue had sealed within the 5-elemental bone array. With Ian's nonchalant grab, and with the runic seal suppressing it, he easily threw it into a jade box. The entire process seemed very easy and casual, as if he had just caught a tortoise in a pond. Yet another small group array had been broken apart by Yun. How was this possible? Shintanantian felt all of his blood rush to his face, turning his entire face red. He no longer looked like the suave and jade-like gentleman anymore. He had just said, in front of every Lin family elder, that he was sure that Yun Yentian was just lucky, but before he could even finish speaking, he had been given a loud smack on the face. Cracked, it has been cracked again. There is no other way. This junior surnamed Yun really can crack the array. It was no coincidence. A Lin family elder said in both a surprised and excited manner. If the first time was said to be a coincidence, they could believe it as it was the most reasonable explanation. However, if the second time was also explained away with a coincidence, then that was clearly impossible. It was really incredible. They were also sure that it would be impossible for a junior's mystic crystal hand to crack the 5-elemental bone array, but the truth was placed right in front of their eyes. The field of the desolate heaven technique was extremely deep and profound. Even these elders did not dare to say that they understood the desolate heaven technique greatly. There were always phenomena that they could not understand, and other domains that they had never encountered before. The more they learned, the more they realized that they knew less. This kid, ha ha ha. Well done. At that moment, Su Jia was also elated as he felt extremely happy. Elder Su, you took in a good apprentice. The elders of the Lin family, other than Lin Xintong's grandaunt and her 6th granduncle, as well as a small minority, did not have a good impression of the Shinta family clan, even though they had agreed to the marriage proposal from the Shinta family clan. After all, the Shinta family clan and the Lin family had been at odds over the past few years. Under these circumstances, they also felt good upon seeing a junior from the Lin family smack the Shinta family clan in the face. Truthfully, seeing Shintanantian sit amongst the Lin family's upper echelons as if he was half the owner of the Lin family, they felt extremely uncomfortable. They were only worried that Shintanantian would one day become an in-law of the Lin family, that is why they could not offend him, so instead, they had patiently appeared polite on the surface. This, cough. Su Jie stroked his beard as he blushed. He opened his mouth, and although he wanted to take credit for this, and had always been thick-skinned, there was no way for him to really take credit for Ian's current achievements. Actually, I only took in this disciple midway for a couple of months. As for really teaching him, I only taught him the mystic crystal hand 2 months ago. And I only taught him for a day. To have such results, truthfully, this does not have much to do with me. Everyone knew that Su Jia had taken in Yun Yantian as an in-name disciple. An in-name disciple meant that he would not receive the core teachings of his master. Clearly, Su Jia had not imparted Yun Yantian with any true ability. It could even be said that Su Jia had never intended to really take in Yun Yantian in as a disciple from the beginning. Under these circumstances, Su Jia naturally could not lie with his eyes wide open. He had regretted taking in Yi Yun only as an in-name disciple. Was this not going to make people say behind his back that he failed to see even though he had eyes? Ha, Elder Su sure is modest. Regardless, our young friend Yun is a talent that Elder Su discovered. Even if he is not from the Lin family, if he can mature in our Lin family, it would be joyous news. At that moment, an old but amiable voice sounded. The person who spoke was the Lin family's matriarch. In the Lin family, the matriarch had the final say in internal affairs. Other than those grand elders who dedicated themselves to cultivating and cared nothing for the worldly affairs, whatever the matriarch said was not questioned in the Lin family. Su Jia knew that with the matriarch saying those words, it had the hidden meaning of wishing to recruit Yi Yun. In the Lin family, there were plenty of disciples that did not share the same surname. They were recruited into the Lin family due to their talent, and they enjoyed the same treatment as direct descendants. A few years later, they might even marry the children of the Lin family, eventually becoming a real member of the Lin family. In the world of warriors, marriage was a relationship that made people feel reassured. Especially in a marriage where both parties could work together and cultivate it through intercourse, then their relationship would grow even stronger. I will ask my disciple for his intentions. However, I do believe that he has no reason to oppose it. Su Jia was overjoyed. The matriarch appreciating Yi Yun would be an excellent turn of events. Then again, if the matriarch did not try to recruit Yi Yun, with his extraordinary desolate heaven technique talent, that would have been abnormal. With Yi Yun first reaching the Tian Yuan world and having Shintanantian as an enemy, he would indeed require the protection of the Lin family. By providing him with the necessary environment and resources needed for him to mature, this would be a matter that benefited both sides. Shintong, do you know this little friend Yun? The matriarch suddenly turned and spoke to Lin Shintong. She naturally remembered that when Yi Yun contradicted Lin Shintong's grandaunt in the Jade Bamboo Peak, Lin Shintong has said a mere acquaintance should not sow discord between two close people, preventing her grandaunt from salvaging the situation. Clearly, not only did Lin Shintong know this little friend Yun, their relationship was also not shallow. This was naturally a good thing. After all, the matriarch had the intention of nurturing Lin Shintong into becoming a pillar of support for the Lin family. The more elites who she had good relationships with, the better it would be for her future. It was even more so knowing a top genius in the desolate heaven technique. After all, Lin Shintong's naturally terminated meridians still had not been healed, and even if they were healed, who could guarantee that there would be no remaining symptoms? Knowing a desolate heaven master who had a future ahead of him was necessary. Yes, Yun Yantian is Shintong's old friend. Lin Shintong said frankly. And sitting beside Lin Shintong, Shintonanshan's expression turned even uglier upon hearing this. Traces of blood-red color covered his face as they engulfed it. Old friend? This was actually a phrase that did not mean much, but in Shintonanshan's ears, it sounded extremely harsh. He did not know why he found the two words, old friend, to be such a problem. Especially just now, he had clearly seen the joy in Lin Shintong's eyes when Yun Yantian cracked the array for the second time. If it was any ordinary girl who felt happy about an old friend's success, then Shintonantian could barely accept it. However, Lin Shintong was a girl who resembled a breeze and had little emotion. Why would she be happy for that kid's success? This was not normal. A person would only be happy for another person's success when they had a close or special relationship. If not, as humans were naturally selfish, they may congratulate on the surface upon knowing of a friend's success, but deep down they may say, What does this have to do with me? There was even the situation when one would feel jealous upon seeing someone else's success when one was down and out, thinking of things like, why can a friend have this but not me? This was the way of thinking of ordinary people. Would Lin Xintong rejoice upon seeing the other Lin family disciples, who even had blood relationships with Lin Xintong, do remarkably well on stage? Taking a step back, if it was Shintanantian himself, would Lin Xintong have any reaction if he was able to show off his remarkable skill? At that moment of being queried, maybe even an insincere praise would be something very rare. Thinking of this, how could Shintanantian feel pleasant? He was originally not a magnanimous person. Besides, under these circumstances, which man could be magnanimous? At that moment, Shintanantian was on the verge of anger. If not for the occasion, he would nearly have made a move to kill Yin Yantian, Junior's sister Xintong. Shintanantian's voice turned increasingly deeper. Just as he got Lin Xintong's attention and was about to say something. Pang! The third explosion. Shintanantian's heart sank as he jerked his head towards the center of the square. His eyes looked ferocious like a wild beast's red eyes. He could clearly see that the third group array in front of Yin Yantian had crumbled. The desolate bone that held the group array in place had turned into grayish-white bone residue. Like clockwork, Yin stretched out his hand and grabbed the third desolate beast essence chi from the bone residue. At that moment, Song Ziyue, who was standing before Yun, was completely dumbstruck. After Yin broke his array for the second time, he had already felt a heavy blow. Now, with the array being broken for the third time, his confidence was devastated. Seeing Yin Yantian put the third desolate beast essence chi into the jade box, Song Ziyue seemed to lose his soul. He looked like a fool. Where could one still find the temperament of a young proud son of heaven? He was really afraid. Now, whatever that happened on stage made him feel like he had entered a nightmare. The third one. Shintanantian clenched his fists as his temples throbbed. The veins on his hands bulged. It only took about 30 seconds in between cracking the second and third group array. Yun, who was on stage, took an average of about 30 seconds to crack a small group array. This was not cracking an array, it was clearly just pushing down sandcastles built by children. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 397, Heaven Desolate Ancient Sect. Chapter 397, Heaven Desolate Ancient Sect. Broken yet again, ha 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 ha. While Shintanantian was trying his best to contain his anger, Su Jie began laughing in a very exaggerated and loud manner at the perfect time. This disciple I took in sure is amazing. He has given me such a huge surprise in this desolate heaven technique tea session, ha ha ha. Su Jie's laughter was like a chanting curse that made Shintanantian irritated. Yun was about to begin breaking the fourth small group array while Song Ziyue, who was in the middle of the array, looking dejected, had lost all of his will to fight. Without a doubt, if this carried on, Yun would definitely completely crack the 5-elemental bone array. Shintanantian naturally did not want to see this result. Shintanantian was already treating Yun as the enemy, and suspected the feelings Lin Xintong had for him. Under this situation, how could he allow Yun to carry on stealing the show? Everyone, it looks like there is no point left in this showdown. Shintanantian suddenly stood up. Junior brother Yun's desolate heaven technique is outstanding. Ziyue, keep your array and admit defeat. Oh? Yun stopped his hands and turned around to look at Shintanantian. At this moment, Song Ziyue seemed to recover from his dumbstruck state. Every second he spent in the square was a grilling moment for him. I admit defeat. Song Ziyue gritted his teeth as he said so. Since he was inferior, he had no qualms in admitting defeat. As he began to dismantle the array, Lin Zian, who was opposite Yun, also stopped her guanine flower-picking hand. From the moment Yun began cracking the array till now, only about 150 seconds had passed. Lin Zian had only completed 80 to 90% of her guanine flower picking hand, but at this moment, there was no need to carry on using it. If it was to be decided who ended up the worst after the showdown between Song Ziyue and Yi Yun, it was naturally Song Ziyue, while Lin Zian was caught in the crossfire. She originally hoped to use the guanine flower picking hand to compete with Song Ziyue. It would have been a spectacular showdown of high-level techniques that would have been the center of attention, and she would have gained fame and glory from it. However, because of Yi Yun's appearance, she ended up in such an awkward situation. Junior brother Yun has good ability. I underestimated you, Lin Zian said as she gave Yi Yun a deep glance before she left the square. With Song Ziyue admitting defeat and Lin Zian leaving the square, there was no reason for Yi Yun to stay behind. As he was preparing to leave the square, Shintu Nantian suddenly said, "Junior brother Yun, hold on a moment." Yi Yun halted and looked toward Shintu Nantian. Now, with junior brother Yun just coming on stage, why the hurry to leave? As Shintu Nantian spoke, he left the seats of honor and began walking towards the center of the square slowly. Seeing Shintu Nantian's actions, everyone was stunned. What was Shintu Nantian going to do? He is not letting junior brother Yun leave. It cannot be that he wants to compete with junior brother Yun in the Desolate Heaven technique, right? A junior from the younger generation said in a speechless manner. It cannot be. If that was the case, then Shintu Nantian would really be too shameless. Shintu Nantian did not focus on the Desolate Heaven technique, but as many things intersected with one another, his situation was pretty similar to Lin Xintong's. Shintu Nantian's age was slightly more than 2 times that of Yi Yun's age. Was it not bullying if an adult were to compete with a child's Desolate Heaven technique? It cannot be. Shintu Nantian has to consider his own background. It is impossible for him to do something as unbecoming as that. For a proud person like Shintu Nantian, how could he want to compete with Yi Yun? This was because, even if he won, he would still be mocked by the Lin family's upper echelons. Junior brother Yun, I saw you breaking the array easily just now. You should not have expended too much of your energy, right? Shintu Nantian had already walked into the center of the square and was just 10 steps away from Yi Yun. Yi Yun held his breath and a pair of black eyes could be seen through the mask as it quietly looked at Shintu Nantian. He did not express the hate in his heart, but the coldness and indifference in his eyes made Shintu Nantian frown slightly. This kid's pair of eyes are really annoying. No matter how Shintu Nantian looked at Yi Yun, he did not like him. It was to the point where he really wanted to dig out Yi Yun's eyes. No. Yi Yun answered calmly. He had only taken about 100 seconds to crack the 5-elemental bone array, and since it was through a trick, he had not consumed that much of his mental energy. That is good. Shintu Nantian smiled. How could he let Yi Yun walk off stage while still being in the limelight? Of course, Shintu Nantian could not compete with Yi Yun directly, hence, he had thought up a method. Junior brother Yun's accomplishment in the Desolate Heaven technique is outstanding, and you have only showed us the tip of the iceberg. I believe that everyone has not yet seen enough. If junior brother Yun were to leave now, it would be quite a shame. Yi Yun remained silent. He knew that Shintu Nantian had most likely thought of something. He could feel Shintu Nantian's hostility towards him. It was ironic that, even with a change of identity, he had once again formed a grudge with Shintu Nantian. I am not sure if junior brother Yun has ever heard of the Heaven Desolate Ancient Sect. Yi Yun did not understand why Shintu Nantian asked the question. However, the surrounding people paused slightly. The Heaven Desolate Ancient Sect was an extinct sect. It existed even earlier than the Daming Temple. The greatest aspect of the Heaven Desolate Ancient Sect was its Desolate Heaven technique. Back when the Heaven Desolate Ancient Sect was in its golden era, it had produced many famous Desolate Heaven masters. The Desolate Heaven technique heritage of the Heaven Desolate Ancient Sect was a system of its own. It was extremely difficult to learn and extremely profound. Only those with extraordinary talent could learn the desolate heaven technique of the heaven desolate ancient sect. Seeing Ian shake his head, Shintu Nantian smiled, "It is all right if you do not know." Speaking of this, back when my family clan's elders explored an ancient mystic realm, they happened to find a desolate heaven technique recipe left behind by the heaven desolate ancient sect. The desolate heaven techniques recorded inside the recipe were not anything spectacular, but they can still showcase my Shintu family clan's desolate heaven technique abilities. And coincidentally, with my abilities, I can barely refine it. Hence, I was thinking of showing it to everyone. You can think of it as me adding some fun for this desolate heaven technique tea session. Upon him saying those words, people began to look at each other. How could an ancient desolate heaven technique recipe left behind by the heaven desolate ancient sect be as unremarkable as Shintu Nantian described? The heaven desolate ancient sect's desolate heaven technique was much more abstruse than mainstream desolate heaven techniques. And Shintu Nantian previously said that this recipe was found in an ancient mystic realm. The great empress's recipe that could cure Lin Shintong of her naturaline meridians might have come from that mystic realm. Furthermore, Shintu Nantian also said that he could barely refine it. This made many become secretly alarmed. Shintu Nantian's desolate heaven technique might have been even better than they expected. This Shintu Nantian is really a genius. There is no need to talk about his ability in martial arts, but who would have thought that his accomplishments in the desolate heaven technique would also be extraordinary? He might even have dabbled in arrays and elixir refinement. The younger generation of the Lin family were all secretly alarmed. Although many of them did not like Shintu Nantian, they had to admit that it was indeed well-deserved for him to be called a peerless son of heaven in the Tian Yuan world. If Lin Shintong was able to join up her naturally terminated meridians and become a peerless great empress, then the only person qualified to be her partner in cultivation intercourse would probably be Shintu Nantian. Junior brother Yun, I previously said that I could barely refine that ancient recipe. Hence, I need others to help me. Junior brother Yun's accomplishments in the desolate heaven technique are extraordinary, and is in line with my requirements, so, how about cooperating with me? When Shintu Nantian asked him, Ian finally understood what Shintu Nantian was thinking. Shintu Nantian had said so much, but the main reason was to put him down. Despite talking about cooperating to refine a desolate bone relic, there was probably a trap within. How could Yun know an ancient recipe left behind by the heaven desolate ancient sect? Shintu Nantian could do something during the process to make Yun embarrass himself very easily. And at this moment, Shintu Hai and Shintu Feng, who were originally sitting with Shintu Nantian, walked to the center of the square while laughing. They had previously received a Yuan Qi voice transmission from Shintu Nantian. It was time for them to make a move. Junior brother Yun, let us do it together. If it is just you alone, it might be too difficult. With the three of us joining hands, it will be done smoothly. As the two spoke, they stood to the left and right of Yun. How about it, junior brother Yun? This would be a rare experience for you. Shintu Nantian gently touched the interspatial ring on his finger as he still hung a genial smile on his face. This fellow sure is a hypocrite. With this thought in mind, a smile, suffused with a trace of mockery, appeared on Yun's face. However, under the mask, his smile could not be seen by others. Since he understood what Shintu Nantian was planning to do, Yun wanted to see what trick Shintu Nantian was up to. Originally with Yun's personality, he would not try to steal the show. However, today, his purpose was to mess things up, so how could he miss out on the fun? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 398, Bone Refining. Chapter 398, Bone Refining. Following Shintu Nantian's suggestion, everyone's gazes landed on Yun. Quite a considerable number of people did not understand what Shintu Nantian was thinking, nor did they know that Shintu Nantian already disliked Yun because of Lin Shintong's special feelings for Yun. Yun, you must not agree to it. Shintu Nantian is going to try and give you a hard time on purpose. At this moment, Lin Xintong's Yuan Qi transmission rang in Yi Yun's ears. Lin Xintong had previously heard from Su Jie that Yi Yun had a great feud with Shintu Nantian, which was why he had to change his identity. Yi Yun, you have not even heard of the Heaven Desolate Ancient Sect before. You definitely will not understand the Desolate Heaven technique heritage of the Heaven Desolate Ancient Sect. You do not know that the Heaven Desolate Ancient Sect's heritage is different in many ways compared to the Tian Yuan world's Desolate Heaven technique. If you were to agree, you would fall into Shintu Nantian's schemes. Oh? Differences in the heritage systems? Yi Yun thought and looked towards Lin Xintong. He felt a strand of warmth surging to his heart when Lin Xintong used her Yuan Qi to inform him. However, about the heritage systems being different, Yi Yun did not care at all. Ignoring the Desolate Heaven technique heritage of the Heaven Desolate Ancient Sect, Yi Yun did not even know much about the mainstream Desolate Heaven technique heritage of the Tian Yuan world. Especially the aspects of energy sealing, Yi Yun only knew the Mystic Crystal Hand and the Small Thousand Seal. Just with these two techniques, how much could Yi Yun understand about the mainstream Desolate Heaven technique heritages? Hence, it did not affect Yi Yun much even if the Heaven Desolate Ancient Sect's heritage contained some mysteries. Thank you, Miss Lin, but I still want to try. Yi Yun's words made Lin Xintong's eyebrows frown. Yi Yun, I know you have a feud with Shintu Nantian and want to take some revenge, but now is not the time. You are too weak. If you act on emotion, you will only suffer. Yi Yun laughed and said, it is just a competition in the Desolate Heaven technique and not a life and death battle. Even if I were to suffer, it will be nothing much. I will just be embarrassed. After all, I am a newcomer in the Lin family and not an important figure, so what if I am embarrassed? If I were to be afraid of losing now, and not accept Shintu Nantian's challenge, then that means I am already afraid. Today's competition does not risk my life, and if I were to reject it, then in the future, when I face a life-death blood battle with him to settle our feud, there might only be me and Shintu Nantian. There will be no one to protect me. At that time, can I still reject it? Yi Yun's rhetorical question stumped Lin Xintong. Indeed, when someone wants to kill you, would they ask you if you wanted it or not? Compared to the situation of a life and death battle, the Desolate Heaven technique showdown right now was nothing. Upon understanding this, Lin Xintong stared deeply at Yi Yun. She did not know what Yi Yun's expression was like under the mask. She found it hard to believe that the youth she had met in the cloud wilderness would reach this point, step by step maturing along the way. Besides, he was only 15 years old, but he already had a blood feud with Shintu Nantian. However, despite of that, he was still unperturbed and could still make such a calm analysis with such courage. Yi Yun, you are right. I was the one being narrow-minded, but I need to remind you that Shintu Nantian is a merciless and narrow-minded person. Even if he does not know your real identity, he might still have murderous intent for you. Yes, I understand. Yi Yun nodded. Miss Lin, do not worry, I have a sense of proportion. As Yi Yun said that, he turned his gaze towards Shintu Nantian. Hey, kid, are you agreeing or not? Shintu Hai had a mocking smile on his face as he provoked Yi Yun. Yi Yun completely ignored Shintu Hai and cupped his hands and said, thanks to young Master Nantian's appreciation, you have given me this opportunity to train my Desolate Heaven technique standard. Of course I have no reason to reject it. Yi Yun said this very sincerely while Shintu Hai and Shintu Feng nearly burst out laughing. This retard. This was probably the type of person who would help you count the money received from selling him? Ah, junior brother Yun is so candid. Good. Then let us begin. As Shintu Nantian spoke, he took out a disc array from his interspatial ring. This disc array was about 5 feet wide and squarish. There were runes densely engraved in the middle, forming a perfect circle. An array disc that gave off the meaning of perfect harmony. With Shintu Nantian in the middle, Yi Yun, Shintu Hai and Shintu Feng stood around him in a triangular fashion. The surrounding disciples of the Lin family were looking at the four people in the middle of the square. Although they did not know about Shintu Nanshan's feelings for Yi Yun, they knew that Shintu Nanshan's goal in taking out the Heaven Desolate Ancient Sex recipe was to flaunt the Shintu family clan. Maybe it was because Yi Yun had smacked Song Ziyue's face so terribly that Shintu Nantian had to stand forward to save the Shintu family clan's reputation. Under this situation, how could Shintu Nantian let Yi Yun shine in this cooperative bone refining process? Letting Shintu Feng and Shintu Hai go on stage at the same time to cooperate with Yi Yun was probably to put Yi Yun down. This junior brother Yin sure has guts. However, he has never even heard of the Heaven Desolate Ancient Sect, yet he still wants to cooperate with Shintu Nantian. In a while, he will probably embarrass himself. In the surrounding pavilions, some of the disciples of the Lin family were worried for Yi Yun. Having too much courage can be a fault, to the point of being stupid. For this matter, if it were me, I would definitely not agree to it. People began discussing, and at this moment, Shintu Nantian took out 12 desolate bones from his interspatial ring. Once these 12 desolate bones appeared, they shone in the air. The 12 bones were either crystal clear, like jade, or simple and plain. They faintly seemed to create small yuan qi swirls around them. These bones were not ordinary, that could be seen at a glance. Oh! Amongst these desolate bones, it seems like some of them are primordial species bones. Some of the desolate heaven masters present had extraordinary vision. Although they could not recognize what desolate beast the bones came from, they could still tell their grade. Normal desolate bones definitely did not contain such strong power of the desolates. Could it be that Shintu Nantian already has the ability to refine primordial species bones? Thinking of this, many of them were alarmed. Shintu Nantian was only 30 years old. To warriors with long lifespans, he was currently a junior. If he could refine primordial species desolate bones at this age, would that not be remarkable? That is not the case. At this moment, an old man shook his head and disagreed. Those are not primordial species desolate bones but desolate bones processed using an ancient mystic technique. It almost increases a desolate bone's grade by 1 grade. It should be a mystic technique belonging to the Heaven Desolate Ancient Sect. In the Lin family, there were elders from the older generation who had previously read books regarding the Heaven Desolate Ancient Sect's mystic techniques, even though they did not understand the Heaven Desolate Ancient Sect's heritage system. Increase a desolate bone's grade? People were shocked. There was such a method? Indeed, but the effects are not as great as you think. This is because one has to pay a price to increase a desolate bone's grade. Actually, with the Shintu family clan's heritage, they are not lacking in primordial species desolate bones. However, Shintu Nantian still used this roundabout method because, with his ability, it would probably be quite difficult for him to handle several primordial species desolate bones at the same time. As the old man spoke, Shintu Nantian waved his hand and the 12 desolate bones split into 3 groups. They then shot towards Shintu Hai, Shintu Feng and Yi Yun. These desolate bones landed in the hands of the 3, with each having 4 pieces. People were alarmed. Is Shintu Nantian thinking of getting these teenage juniors to extract the power of desolates from these desolate bones? It would probably be considered too difficult to extract the power of desolates from this grade of desolate bones for Yi Yun and company. At this moment, Shintu Nantian smiled and said, "Can the 3 of you please help me? Do not worry. Soon, I will set up an array, so that your mental energies will increase, enough for you to extract the power of desolates from these desolate bones. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 399, Dark Desolate Heaven Master. Chapter 399, Dark Desolate Heaven Master. As Shintu Nantian spoke, he placed the disc array on the ground. Runic circles began to shine on it as it began to grow in size. It grew to the point where it extended beneath Yi Yun, Shintu Feng and Shintu Hai's feet. "Stand on it," Shintu Nantian said. To refine the ancient recipe's elixir, the disc array was its foundation. Ian faltered slightly before he stepped onto the disc array. He knew that with his new identity, he had not yet reached the point where he had to be killed at all costs, even after offending Shintu Nantian once again. Under the current situation, Shintu Nantian would not do anything to him in front of the upper echelons of the Lin family. The three of you shall extract the energy within the desolate bones and provide it for me. The 12 desolate bones will follow the order of the 12 heavenly branches. Whatever bone I need, you will need to extract the corresponding bone's power of desolates. As Shintu Nantian spoke, he took a jade jar out of his interspatial ring. Opening the jar, a pungent smell of blood was emitted. It was the blood of a primordial species. People could clearly see that this beast's blood was heavy and thick. It also contained dense amounts of power of desolates within it, so there was no doubt that it was the blood of a primordial species. Shintu Nantian planned to use the desolate bones and blood simultaneously to refine the elixir from the ancient recipe. Z. Shintu Nantian shouted out a word. Z was the top of the 12 heavenly branches. And the Z-labeled desolate bone was in Shintu Hai's hands. Shintu Hai's eyes flashed as he also took out a disc array from his interspatial ring. He then began extracting the power of desolates from the Z-labeled desolate bone. This was the desolate bone of a king-ranked desolate beast, and since this desolate bone had been processed through an ancient recipe, it was not that easy to extract the power of desolates from it. However, Shintu Hai was well prepared as he had been previously exposed the desolate heaven techniques of the heaven desolate ancient sect. Although he did not master it, he still had some understanding of it. His 10 fingers moved as he sent out runic seals. Behind Shintu Hai, Heaven Earth Yuan Qi energy began to condense, forming into a black phantom image. The phantom image had 2 wings on its back and had teeth sticking out its mouth. It looked like a huge bat and looked extremely ferocious. Aspect totem? When people saw the black phantom appear, they were stunned. Typically, people would only conjure their aspect totem during battle. As for Shintu Hai conjuring his aspect totem while using the desolate heaven technique, it was rarely seen. Shintu Hai's technique is known as the black-handed demon. It is an extremely rare method of the desolate heaven technique. In the past there were dark desolate heaven masters who liked to use it. Black-handed demon indeed requires the manifestation of an aspect totem. In the desolate heaven technique, there were a few existences that were taboo. They were labeled as dark desolate heaven masters. This group of people were labeled as heretics by the orthodox desolate heaven masters. Different from the orthodox desolate heaven technique, dark desolate heaven masters would do anything just to refine an effective desolate bone relic. That also included using human bones as materials for the desolate heaven technique. The reason why the bones of desolate beasts could be refined into desolate bone relics was because of the great amounts of power of desolates contained within them. In contrast, strong humans, their bodies contained great amounts of Heaven Earth Yuan Qi. Hence at times, the effects from the bones of strong desolate beasts and the bones of humans were the same. Hence, dark desolate heaven masters had developed a method to use the bones of human experts to refine relics. Tens of millions of years ago, the heritage of the dark desolate heaven masters had reached an extreme. They had established several dark desolate heaven technique sects, and there were dark family clans that passed on their bloodlines. These dark family clans were dark desolate heaven masters for generations. These family clans were extremely powerful, as they used unscrupulous means to obtain human bones to help refine desolate bone relics. As their bloodlines passed down the tyrannical cruelty, they caused chaos to the world. They stole the corpses from orthodox sects, sacrificed virgin boys and girls, wantonly used girls as S*X slaves, massacred mortals, and gave offerings to demon ghosts. Due to their evil acts, the orthodox desolate heaven masters finally combined forces with the orthodox sects to declare war on the dark world. Finally, the dark family clans and sects were all destroyed at their peak. The heritage of the dark desolate heaven technique was as such greatly destroyed. However, the dark desolate heaven masters did not completely disappear as a result of this, they just went underground. The black-handed demon used by Shinto Hai was not an exclusive technique used only by dark desolate heaven masters. Some orthodox desolate heaven masters would also use it, though seldomly. This method was ancient and complex, so many desolate heaven masters did not even understand it. It was indeed remarkable that Shinto Hai could use this method at his age. The people from the Lin family, regardless of the younger or older generation, had to admit that Shinto Hai was a genius in the desolate heaven technique. Clearly, it was an extremely difficult matter for Shinto Hai and company to cooperate with Shinto Nantian to refine the ancient recipe. Realizing this, many of them began to worry for Yi Yun. Although they did not know Yi Yun was, after all, representing their Lin family and was the only person who could compete with the Shinto family clan amongst the younger generation. If Yi Yun was to lose terribly, then they would also be embarrassed. Junior brother Yun should still have some hidden methods, right? That should be the case. If he could crack Song Ziu's array so easily, I doubt he only has the mystic crystal hand. Let us wait and see. As they spoke, their hearts suddenly sank. They saw a black gas start to emit from the desolate bone in Shinto Hai's hands. This black gas was like a venomous snake that shot towards Shinto Hai's eyebrows. Oh. That is. People widened their eyes. The black gas revealed a very dangerous aura and was clearly detrimental for Shinto Hai. And at this moment, the bat-like aspect totem behind Shinto Hai roared and swallowed the black gas. Shinto Hai was currently stressed. After his aspect totem swallowed the black gas, he began sending out runic seals onto the desolate bone. Only then did he manage to quell the black gas completely. Only when the black gas was completely sealed did Shinto Hai exhale, revealing a complacent smile. Spiritual backlash. An old desolate heaven master identified the origin of the black gas. In the domain of the desolate heaven technique, some desolate bones were extremely dangerous. If one did not have the ability to refine them, it would result in serious consequences. People could die due to the desolate heaven technique. No wonder Shinto Hai had to use the black-handed demon. This black-handed demon has the advantage in dealing with spiritual backlashes. An old desolate heaven master from the Lin family said. The reason why the black-handed demon was widely used by dark desolate heaven masters was because the human bones they refined contained resentment, resulting in more frequent spiritual backlashes. Now, Shinto Hai's king-rank desolate beast's bone made a spiritual backlash, likely due to the heaven desolate ancient sex heritage. Some of the processing methods had caused the bone to become like this. If one suffered a spiritual backlash while refining such a desolate bone, the consequences ranged from damaging one's soul to becoming a retard. This Shinto Nantian actually chose such an ancient recipe. Since the Z-labeled desolate bone has spiritual backlash within it, then the other labeled desolate bones might also have it too, and they might even be more dangerous. These 12 desolate bones are definitely not simple. People looked at the 12 bones in Shinto Hai, Shinto Feng and Yi Yun's hands as the eyelids twitched. Especially the younger generation felt fear. They felt lucky that they were not in Yi Yun's position, facing such a situation. If it were them, they would really be in a situation of being irrevocably committed. If they shied away from it, it would be too embarrassing. If they gritted their teeth and went through with it, who knows if they would end up a retard as a result. Many of them began to sympathize with Yi Yun. Although his desolate heaven technique was extraordinary, he was too young. He was not like Shinto Hai or Shinto Feng. The both of them must have been exposed to the desolate heaven technique heritage of the heaven desolate ancient sect prior to this. At this moment, Shinto Hai completed the extraction of the power of desolates from the Z-labeled desolate bone. This blob of power of desolates finally landed into the disc array at Shinto Hai's feet. As a result, the runes on the disc array lit up. There were a total of 12 runes on the disc array, corresponding to the 12 desolate bones. Seeing the corresponding rune light up, Shin Tu-hai clenched his fists and was delighted. He had succeeded. With Shin Tu-hai's ability, it was quite taxing on him to extract a king-rank desolate beast's desolate bone. Furthermore, he had to be wary of the spiritual backlash within the desolate bone, so it was very draining on his mental energy. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and took out a soul-nurturing pill from his interspatial ring before swallowing it down. With that, his face flushed abnormally. Usually, he did not have a 100% success rate at extracting a Z-labeled desolate bone. If an accident happened midway, Shin Tu Nantian had to expend some mental energy to help him. At this Desolate Heaven Technique tea session, Shin Tu-hai inevitably felt nervous in front of so many people. He worried that an accident would happen while he was handling it, but thankfully, he succeeded. He had undoubtedly shined at the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session. And he had gained face for the Shin Tu family clan. Junior brother Yun, how about it? Can you handle it? If you think you cannot, it is not too late to quit now. Shin Tu Feng and I will become more tired, but we can finish your portion. Shin Tu-hai said with a mocking smile. He was waiting to see Yi Yun's expression of being in a dilemma. Actually, with Shin Tu Nanchan's intentions, if he did not tell Yi Yun that there was a spiritual backlash within the desolate bones and instead tricked Yi Yun, causing him to become a retard, that would naturally be the best outcome. However, at the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session, Shin Tu Nantian naturally could not do so in front of all the upper echelons of the Lin family. How could the Lin family permit such an insidious trick? After all, the Shin Tu family clan was still at a slight disadvantage in this negotiation with the Lin family. Shin Tu Nantian may hate Yi Yun, but it did not reach the point of him needing to kill Yi Yun at all costs. So he definitely needed to weigh the consequences. Now, by letting Yi Yun first agree to the cooperative bone refinement, then pointing out the problem of the spiritual backlash after, everything was different. If Yi Yun was smart, he would bow out in a crestfallen manner, then Shin Tu Nanchan's objective would have been accomplished. It could showcase the Shin Tu family clan's abilities and at the same time, trample on Yi Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.